Young Lin Ze, despite having the most prestigious lineage on the Tianlan continent, discovered that he was destined to become the doomed villain in a cliched novel. In the Bachin dynasty, Lin Ze, dressed in pristine white robes as pure as snow, was massaging his temples, his face etched with pain. Memories of his past life from 18 years ago had just resurfaced, awakening within him. Any later, and he feared he might miss the most critical moment. As the grandson of Lin Ao, the war god of Bachin, and the son of a princess of the Bachin royal family, Lin Ze's noble heritage should have been the perfect start. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a deadly conspiracy. 3 generations of the Lin family had met untimely deaths. His uncles, the eldest and the second, perished on the battlefield, the third died young, and even Lin Ze's elder brother, Lin Ze, vanished without a trace during a war. The once glorious founding clan of the dynasty was now reduced to Lin Ze as its sole survivor. With his vast experience from a previous life, Lin Ze knew this was no coincidence. The only reason he was still alive was because certain individuals harbored fears. If Lin Ze were to die as well, the war god of Bachin might abandon all restraint and spiral into a final, uncontrollable fury. But how long could fear hold them back? The world was ever-changing and unpredictable. What troubled Lin Ze even more was the realization that this world was the setting of a novel he had read in his past life. In that story, filled with the protagonist's halo, Lin Ze was a side character fated to die tragically. In the original plot, Lin Ze fell in love with a woman named Xia Qinghe and devoted all his resources to her. However, Xia Qinghe secretly funneled those resources to the male protagonist. When Lin Ze uncovered the truth, he not only refrained from holding her accountable, but continued to offer treasures and opportunities. In the end, Xia Qinghe personally destroyed Lin Ze, leaving nothing behind. In his past life, Lin Ze had been so enraged by this plotline that he deleted the novel and left a scathing review. Little did he expect to wake up one day and find himself transmigrated into the very villain doomed to die. Fortunately, his awakening came in time. Xia Qinghe and the protagonist had yet to appear, leaving room for him to change his fate. As Lin Ze contemplated how to break free from his predicament, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. He had acquired a divine-level comprehension talent. From that moment on, he could instantly master cultivation techniques to perfection and even absorb energy from the world to advance his realms automatically. To test this heaven-defying ability, Lin Ze retrieved the Lin family's core technique, the 8 Desolation Battle Art. In this cultivation system, divided into 3 tiers: Earth, Heaven, and Human with 12 grades, even a postnatal cultivator could shatter mountains with a single punch. An innate cultivator could chase stars and moons, while those at the Saint realm transcended the mortal plane, their power unfathomable. The 8 Desolation Battle Art was a supreme technique of the highest grade in the human tier. The 8 Desolation Battle Technique consists of 9 levels. Lin Ao had only trained up to the 8th level, yet he was already revered as the war god of Bachin, his name shaking the entire Bachin dynasty. When Lin Ze thought of the power of the 9th level, he gazed at the ancient book in his hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The moment he opened the 8 Desolation Battle Technique, his divine level comprehension, LV1, activated automatically. Under the terrifying enhancement of this near-divine aptitude, the profound mysteries of the technique unfolded entirely before him, allowing him to instantly reach the state of perfection. As the stream of divine comprehension poured in, vast amounts of knowledge surged into Lin Ze's mind like a gushing spring. The key principles of each level, the subtle changes in spiritual energy flow, the perfect integration points between the physical body and the technique, all the intricate details were clearly imprinted in his consciousness. At that moment, Lin Ze felt as though he had studied the 8 Desolation Battle Technique for decades. Every detail, every crucial point was entirely clear to him. Even more astonishingly, this knowledge had become instinctive to him. He could execute the technique seamlessly with just a thought, without the slightest hesitation. Since each level of the 8 Desolation Battle Technique is closely tied to the acquired stages of cultivation, Lin Ze's cultivation also advanced rapidly as he comprehended the technique. From the 3rd stage to the 5th stage, he broke through all the way to the 9th stage, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Ze's body. The immense pressure of life force surged like a flood breaking through a dam, sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. The air seemed to distort under the weight of this power, as if even heaven and earth trembled before it. Clenching his fists, Lin Ze felt the surging power coursing through his body and was filled with ecstatic joy. The might of divine-level comprehension was truly terrifying. It had allowed him to leap from the 3rd stage of the acquired realm straight to its pinnacle in mere moments, while also mastering the 8 Desolation Battle Technique to perfection. If his grandfather Lin Ao were to learn of this, he likely wouldn't believe it even if his life depended on it. After all, with Lin Ao's extraordinary talent, which was considered among the best in the Bachin dynasty, It had taken him over 60 years to reach the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Even then, he had never been able to break through the bottleneck of the 8th level of the 8 Desolation battle technique. In just a few seconds, Lin Ze achieved a breakthrough in both cultivation techniques and his cultivation level, reaching perfection in both. The effects of his divine level aptitude talent left him utterly amazed even at level 1. He could instantly master various techniques, completely ignoring the usual cultivation restrictions. Staring at the virtual interface displaying Divine Level Aptitude LV1310, Lin Ze couldn't help but anticipate the heaven-defying effects that higher levels might bring. With this Divine Level Aptitude in hand, any hidden death threats against the Lin family and any so-called protagonist storyline are nothing more than fleeting clouds. Lin Ze murmured to himself. Although the Tianlan technique is precious, even a top-tier human-grade technique is considered a closely guarded secret among major families. But with the Lin family's deep foundation, we still have a few of them. Even if they're not as effective as supreme human-grade techniques and can't enhance my talent, they can still strengthen my abilities. While the 8 Desolation battle technique stood out in terms of spiritual energy intensity and offensive methods, it fell short in agility and body refinement. Lin Ze decided to take this opportunity to study techniques in these areas, aiming to become a well-rounded, perfect warrior. Without delay, he set off for the Lin family's library pavilion. As he walked through the Lin family estate, Lin Ze's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. With his peak postnatal cultivation fully integrated, his every movement exuded the aura of a master. His eyes, now free of youthful naivety, shone with confidence and wisdom, and his entire being radiated an aura of strength and charisma. After just a few steps, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. A stunning woman approached him. It was Lu Hanyan, Lin Ze's nominal sister-in-law. She wore a light blue long dress that accentuated her tall and graceful figure, her slender legs swaying slightly with each step, exuding an elegance as fresh and pure as an orchid in a secluded valley. Lu Hanyan was betrothed to Lin Ze's elder brother, Lin Ze, but before the marriage could take place, Lin Ze perished in the chaos of war. By all rights, this engagement should have been annulled, but for special reasons, Lu Hanyan chose to remain in the Lin family as an unmarried widow. Lin Ao, the Lin family patriarch, took her in as an adopted granddaughter and cared for her diligently. Lin Ze sighed inwardly. Alas, his grandfather's kindness might be one-sided, as Lu Hanyan might not truly regard him as family. Lu Hanyan, under the guise of an unwed daughter-in-law, stayed with the Lin familia situation Lin Ze understood all too well. Officially, it was due to her engagement with Lin Ze, but in reality, it was Lin Ao's way of paving the way for his youngest grandson, Lin Ze. After all, with his eldest son gone, ensuring a future for the sole remaining heir was imperative. When Lin Ze discovered that he was a character in a novel, recollections of the story's plot left him deeply unsettled. In the original narrative, Lu Hanyan developed feelings for the protagonist. Even after the Lin family was annihilated by the protagonist, she wavered between vengeance and love. Although Lin Ze hadn't read the ending, given the author's usual tendencies, it was likely another cliched beauty forgives and reforms for love storyline. This realization tormented Lin Ze. As someone reincarnated in this world, he had lived a genuine 18 years here. To him, Lu Hanyan was both a close sister figure and someone for whom he harbored faint, unspoken feelings. After 10 years of growing up together, those emotions had long taken root. But now, it felt as though her future betrayal had been foretold, leaving him with a suffocating sense of dread. Though the story had yet to truly unfold and the future could still be altered, in this illogical world of transmigrated fiction, the unpredictable power of the protagonist's aura and the worlds will loomed large. With that in mind, Lin Ze resolved to remain vigilant around Lu Hanyan. Clearing his chaotic thoughts, he met Lu Hanyan's approach with a cold, indifferent gaze. As he passed her, he deliberately stepped to the side, as though avoiding something dangerous. This unusual behavior immediately caught Lu Hanyan's attention. Normally, even when in a bad mood, Lin Ze would exchange a few words with her. But today, there wasn't even the simplest greeting. Treated her as if they were strangers. Lu Hanyan was taken aback, but assumed it was some kind of ploy, a game of feigned detachment. She was aware of Lin Ze's fondness for her. As the young lady of the Lin family, she knew she was destined to marry eventually. In her eyes, marrying Lin Ze, who had grown up alongside her, seemed far preferable to the unseen fiancé, Lin Ze. Yet, precisely because they were so familiar with each other, their relationship could never quite cross the boundary between sibling-like affection and something deeper. Lu Hanyan sighed inwardly. The person she admired didn't need to be extraordinarily wealthy or achieve great feats, but at the very least, he shouldn't be a coward who shirks responsibility. The Lin family was now the subject of gossip, criticized for lacking an heir. Yet, Lin Ze, as the successor, remained aimless and avoided confronting his imperial grandfather. What could running away possibly solve? Just as she was about to comfort this younger brother she had watched grow up, as she always did. Lin Ze's eyes unexpectedly flashed with a distant indifference, even tinged with wariness. It wasn't a look he could have faked. Lu Hanyin was momentarily puzzled, unable to understand when she had offended him. They had been getting along just fine yesterday. Ze, I heard from Xiaotsue that you fainted, she asked tentatively. In truth, Lin Ze had fainted because he suddenly regained memories from a previous life, though he was otherwise unharmed. If it had been anything serious, Lin Ao would have intervened long ago. Turning his head, Lin Ze replied in a flat tone, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." With that, he walked away briskly without looking back. Lu Hanyin watched his retreating figure, her gaze filled with confusion. This wasn't her imagination, it was as if that fainting spell had transformed him into a different person. Lin Ze headed straight to the Lin family's library. The grand structure had 3 levels. The first floor housed basic martial arts techniques, suitable for the household servants to practice for physical fitness. The second floor was divided into 2 sections. One contained lower-tier human-grade techniques accessible to loyal followers, while the other held mid-tier human-grade techniques reserved for those who had made exceptional contributions to the family. The third floor, however, was the true core of the Lin family's heritage, containing several rare upper-tier human-grade techniques, accessible only to direct descendants of the Lin family. Guarding the third floor were 2 formidable warriors, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong, both at the 7th stage of the Hotian realm. While this realm might sound ordinary, it involved progressing through major stages such as refining skin, flesh, bones, blood, organs, opening meridians, and restoring energy. They could effortlessly shatter boulders, and lived up to 300 years. Both men had been Lin Ao's trusted comrades on the battlefield and had since taken the Lin surname, joining the Lin family army. When Lin Ze approached, the two immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." Lin Ze nodded with a polite smile. "Thank you for your hard work." With that, he entered the third floor directly. Outside, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong exchanged bewildered glances. Did I hear that right? When did the young master become so courteous? Both were utterly perplexed. On the third floor of the library, Lin Ze carefully examined each martial arts manual. In the Bachin Lin family, there were only 4 high-grade human-level techniques. 1 focused on finger techniques, 1 on movement techniques, and 2 comprehensive mental techniques aimed at enhancing spiritual energy. He first picked up the movement technique manual, Tianyu 6 Phantoms, and the finger technique manual, Shadowless Swordfinger. As he flipped through them, system notifications flashed continuously. Tianyu 6 Phantoms has been fully comprehended by you, reaching the state of perfection. Tianyu 6 Phantoms LV6, Perfection, God-level comprehension LV 1410. Next came Shadowless Swordfinger. Shadowless Swordfinger has been fully comprehended by you, reaching the state of perfection. Shadowless Swordfinger LV9, God-level comprehension LV 1510. In just moments, Lin Ze had completely mastered the 2 high-grade human-level techniques. Not only had he reached the state of perfection, but his familiarity with them was akin to decades of practice. When executed, there was no hint of hesitation or imperfection. At this moment, Lin Ze had fully integrated his martial arts skills. His movement and finger techniques were at the pinnacle of high-grade human-level mastery, and his mental technique had even reached the peak of supreme-grade human-level mastery. From a martial arts novice to a true grandmaster, Lin Ze was now invincible. Looking across the entire Bachin dynasty, there was no one who could match him. As his understanding deepened, an incredibly sharp aura burst forth from his body, instantly filling the third floor of the library. The air grew chillingly cold, as if winter itself had descended. Outside the library, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong suddenly shivered, their hair standing on end. The 2 guards looked around warily but found nothing unusual, dismissing it as a sudden gust of cold wind. Not long after, the door to the third floor creaked open, and Lin Ze strode out swiftly. Before the 2 guards could bow in greeting, his figure vanished like a ghost, leaving behind only fading illusions resembling feather-like phantoms. Lin Yong marveled at the young master's speed, while Lin Zhong seemed deep in thought. As an expert in the Tianyu 6 Phantoms within the Lin family's forces, he immediately recognized the movement technique. What shocked him even more was that the dissipating phantoms required at least the 4th stage of mastery to execute. It was known that only those who had spent over a decade honing this technique and reached the 6th level of the Hotian stage could achieve such proficiency. Yet the young master, at merely 18 years old and at the 3rd level of the Hotian stage, had somehow mastered Tianyu 6 Phantoms to this extent. As Lin Zhong pondered these mysteries, Lin Ze had already made his way to the 2nd floor of the library, heading toward the section of mid-grade human-level techniques. After sweeping through the 3rd level's top-tier human-grade techniques, Lin Ze's innate divine comprehension had reached 710. To quickly achieve the final 3 points, he decided to shift his focus to the 2nd level and plow through the abundant mid-tier techniques available there. If the quality isn't enough, quantity will make up for it, Lin Ze calculated silently. Even if each technique only contributed 0.2 progress, the vast collection of mid-ear techniques in the Lin family's library would be sufficient to push his talent to the next level. He swiftly flipped through one technique after another, his eyes skimming each page rapidly. Barbaric bull body refinement technique and blazing fire demon suppression art were soon completed. Yet his divine comprehension progress remained unmoved at 710. Lin Ze wasn't discouraged and continued his focused reading. Finally, after finishing the fourth technique in succession, his divine comprehension progress increased by 1 point, reaching 810. 4 techniques for 1 point. Lin Ze glanced quickly at the collection of mid-ear techniques, estimating that there were at least 40 more remaining. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This amount was more than enough to push his talent to the second tier. He continued to immerse himself in the techniques, with progress rising steadily and incrementally. 910, 1010. Suddenly, a profound sensation surged through his mind. As his divine comprehension advanced to the second tier 100, Lin Ze felt as though he was standing amidst the vast cosmos, witnessing the secrets of the universe since its inception. This epiphany brought extraordinary benefits henceforth. Whenever he practiced a technique, he would achieve breakthrough insights, and the technique's level would automatically advance by 1 tier. Immediately, realizations about various techniques flooded his mind. 8. Desolate Battle Technique advanced to the 10th level, Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions reached the 7th level, and Shadowless Sword Technique ascended to the 10th level. Each technique experienced a qualitative leap during this moment of enlightenment. After a moment of enlightenment, Lin Ze felt a profound transformation in his cultivation techniques. Every method he had practiced seemed to open a new door, breaking through their previous limits and advancing to a higher level. The most astonishing change occurred in the 8 Desolation Battle Technique. This technique, already a top-tier human-level skill close to the Earth level and near the threshold of innate beings, experienced a remarkable breakthrough due to its inherently high quality. Breaking through to the 10th layer allowed Lin Ze to faintly touch the mysterious barrier of the innate realm, stepping into the realm of a half-innate being. A strong premonition surged in Lin Ze's heart. If he could push the 8 Desolation Battle Technique to the 11th layer, he would undoubtedly shatter the barrier of the acquired realm and truly step into the innate realm, achieving the greatness of an innate being. This thought made his eyes shine brightly, and he immediately immersed himself in the sea of books to continue his comprehension. Since his divine-level comprehension at LV2 could break through the barriers of cultivation techniques, what kind of extraordinary improvements would LV3 bring? Could it even unlock other heaven-defying abilities to directly propel him into the innate realm? After a period of intense cultivation, the progress of his divine comprehension halted at 8100, still 92 points away from the next upgrade. This meant he needed 92 high-grade human-level techniques, or 368 mid-grade human-level techniques. Even as a member of the Lin family, the most powerful family in the Baichan dynasty, they only possessed 4 high-grade and over 40 mid-grade techniques, making this an extremely challenging goal. Lin Ze turned his attention to the much larger collection of low-grade human-level techniques. Although their quality was inferior, their sheer quantity offered some hope. However, after going through hundreds of low-grade techniques, his progress only increased by 5 points, reaching 13100. Nonetheless, this vast accumulation of techniques brought Lin Ze significant benefits. Mental cultivation methods, body refinement techniques, movement techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, she seamlessly integrated them all. The body refinement techniques, despite some overlap, had a cumulative effect due to their large number, providing comprehensive tempering of his physical body. At this point, Lin Ze's physical body alone exuded vitality as strong as a dragon, forming a powerful aura like a column of smoke. His physique alone could repel all evils and conquer techniques with raw strength. Combined with his overall advancements, the Lin family library's vast collection of techniques had turned him into a truly top-tier, well-rounded warrior. At this moment, he had reached a pinnacle that even the Baichan dynasty could not hope to attain. The crisis facing the Lin family, whether it was the hidden forces aiming to wipe out their lineage or potential future challengers, would be effortlessly crushed before him. Yet, a new concern arose: his enhanced talent required an enormous amount of cultivation techniques, far from a trivial sum. As Lin Ze stepped out of the library, pondering where to gather these techniques, a flustered figure came running toward him. "Young master, phew, I finally found you." A maid, panting heavily, stood before him. "Don't rush, take your time to speak," Lin Ze replied gently. His demeanor momentarily stunned the maid. She noticed something different about the young master today, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. His gentle, refined aura and calm, profound presence made her unable to look away. A faint blush crept onto her face. "Young master, the master urgently needs to see you. He seems very anxious." "Grandfather?" Lin Ze's eyes flickered as he quickly recalled the storyline from the book. This timing, it seemed that pivotal moment was about to unfold. Striding into the Lin family's main residence, Lin Ze immediately spotted the imposing figure. Though Lin Ao had been retired for years, the commanding aura of someone accustomed to power remained undiminished. His gaze was sharp as fire, and he stood tall and proud, like a war god who had weathered countless battles. The only incongruous detail was the string of prayer beads in his hand. This iron-willed general, who had once placed his faith only in his ancestors and not in gods or spirits, had ultimately sought solace in spiritual beliefs after losing his son, Lin Ze. Grandfather, you wanted to see me? Lin Ao didn't answer immediately, but fixed his gaze on Lin Ze. With his level of cultivation, he could easily sense the change in his grandson. The once timid and indecisive boy now radiated a confident and unshakable presence. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he might have doubted whether the person before him was truly his grandson. Lin Ao scrutinized Lin Ze for a moment, as if contemplating whether this fainting episode had finally enlightened his son. He spoke slowly. The autumn trials of Bachin Academy have concluded. In a few days, His Majesty will host the Golden Autumn Banquet to personally evaluate the Academy's disciples. You will attend as well. Hearing the words Golden Autumn Banquet, Lin Ze felt his heart tighten. This banquet was the very origin of all the tragedies that befell the Lin family. It was at that gathering that he met Xia Qinghe from Bachin Academy, which marked the start of a painful and regrettable chapter in his life. More importantly, that banquet signified the beginning of Lin Ao's decline. The Bachin war god, Lin Ao, whose once mighty body deteriorated over time, ultimately chose to self-detonate in order to protect him, ending his legendary life. Lin Ze's gaze involuntarily fell on his father. Though Lin Ao was a formidable postnatal ninth-tier master, blessed with a lifespan that should have spanned centuries, years of relentless battles to expand Bachin's territories had inflicted severe, unhealable wounds upon him. These injuries had become like an impenetrable net, prematurely dragging this over-century-old warrior into the twilight of his life. For most postnatal peak stage masters, this age would still be considered youthful. However, the latent injuries within Lin Ao's body were reaching their breaking point. Once they erupted, they would obliterate his vital energy and blood foundation like a collapsing mountain. This was precisely why Lin Ao was eager for Lin Ze to attend the Golden Autumn Banquet and seize the opportunity to enter officialdom. He hoped to leverage the Lin family's influence in court to pave a stable path for his son. Lin Ze quietly circulated his semi-innate spiritual energy, carefully examining his father's condition. What he discovered made his heart tremble. Lin Ao's body was riddled with injuries, each latent wound like a lurking beast poised to strike at any moment. What are you looking at? Lin Ao keenly sensed his son's unusual behavior. Lin Ze composed himself, responding resolutely, I will attend the Golden Autumn Banquet. He vividly remembered that the Bachin royal family possessed a high-grade human-level medical technique known as the 9 Extremes Life Needle. This technique, renowned within the Imperial Medical Bureau, had saved countless high-ranking officials and generals on the brink of death. However, the skill level of ordinary imperial physicians was limited. Even the chief imperial physician, with a postnatal 7th-tier cultivation, could only perform up to the 8th needle, which was far from sufficient to heal Lin Ao's injuries. But for Lin Ze, who had already mastered the technique to perfection, he could not only execute all 9 needles flawlessly, but even innovate a 10th needle. With his semi-innate cultivation, curing his father's injuries was only a matter of time. To achieve this, he had to find a way to infiltrate the royal palace and obtain the 9 Extremes Life Needle technique. Lin Ze's eyes lit up at the thought of getting a chance to access the royal library. In the entire Northern Star dynasty, no one could rival the royal family when it came to their collection of cultivation techniques and ancient texts. If he could enter the library, even if his talent couldn't be elevated to the 3rd level, he could at least make significant progress, perhaps even by half. Lin Ao was slightly taken aback by how readily his son agreed to enter the palace. In the past, whenever the palace was mentioned, this boy would always hesitate and drag his feet. But today, why was he so eager? Good. As long as you're willing to go, Lin Ao said in a softened tone. Make sure you behave well when you're there, and try to leave a good impression on His Majesty. He trailed off, his expression complex as he glanced at Lin Ze. After a pause, he continued, I know you've heard some rumors and might hold some resentment toward him, but no matter what, he is still your maternal grandfather. Once you're in the palace, he won't treat you unfairly. The so-called rumors were nothing more than whispers of the emperor feeling threatened by Lin Ao's towering achievements. With Lin Ao's unmatched prestige in the Northern Star military, it was inevitable that such speculations would arise. The deaths of the 2nd generation of the Lin family and Lin Ze were incidents that, while never openly discussed, everyone understood. Put yourself in the emperor's shoes. How could he tolerate the Lin family's deep-rooted influence and growing power within the army? It was precisely these rumors that had made both the original Lin Ze and the current him wary of the palace, casting a shadow over their hearts. Lin Ze couldn't be sure what the original character's mindset had been, but he was well aware that if he hadn't deliberately played the role of someone mediocre, he might have already fallen victim to another accident. Grandfather doesn't have high expectations for you, Lin Ze said, quickening the pace at which he rotated the prayer beads in his hand. The string of beads, polished to a glossy shine, reflected his years of contemplation. Just take care of yourself, that's all I ask. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Lin Ze. Go and prepare. When the autumn banquet begins, Lauimo will accompany you. Lauimo, formerly known as Linimo, was the Lin family's steward and a martial artist at the 8th level of the Hotian realm. As the commander of the Lin family army, he had followed Lin Ao through countless battles, proving himself to be a loyal and devoted servant. Even in the original story, when disaster struck the Lin family and Lin Ao sacrificed himself, Linimo had led the Lin army in a desperate fight to the death, shedding blood and giving his life for the family's honor. With such unwaveringly loyal retainers and steadfast family members, the Lin family seemed like an unbeatable force. Yet, in the original tale, Lin Ze still met a devastating defeat, a failure so striking it was hard not to criticize. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Lin Ze strolled along the tree-lined paths of the Lin family estate, deep in thought about where he might find high-quality cultivation techniques. Having experienced the immense power that came with talent, he now sought to emulate Zhao Gao, climbing step by step to the pinnacle of success. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Ze failed to notice Lu Hanyin practicing her sword techniques in a nearby pavilion. But she noticed him. At this moment, Lin Zu Heather in demeanor, aura, or the depth of his presence seemed like a completely different person from the one she had known before. It was impossible not to take notice. She paused her sword practice and quietly observed him. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Flecks of light danced on Lin Ze, gilding the silhouette of his pensive figure with a golden glow that elongated his tall, lean frame. In the sunlight, he appeared confident and full of vitality, like a son of the sun itself. His focused and introspective demeanor radiated an undeniable brilliance that seemed to outshine everything around him. Lu Hanyin was puzzled. How could someone change so drastically in just a single day? Lu Hanyin sheathed her sword and stood gracefully, her slender figure bathed in the golden sunlight. Her long legs appeared particularly toned under the warm glow. She gazed silently at Lin Ze, her eyes seemingly piercing through his exterior, probing into the depths of his soul. Sensing her gaze, Lin Ze lifted his head. Upon seeing that it was Lu Hanyin, he furrowed his brows slightly, giving her a faint nod before striding away from the garden and returning to his own room. Watching Lin Ze leave, Lu Hanyin stood in silence for a long moment before resuming her sword practice. This time, her movements were sharper and more aggressive, each strike cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Suddenly, Lin Ze recalled an important matter, the classic storyline from the original book. At this exact moment, the protagonist was supposed to obtain a high-level cultivation technique, a fragmented text of an Earth-grade mid-year manual. Despite being incomplete, its profound insights surpassed the limits of the Hotian realm, enabling the protagonist's rapid rise to power. This should be worth 5 progress points, Lin Ze thought to himself before immediately setting off for Qianghua Street. Based on his memory, that manual was still lying unnoticed at a street vendor's stall, yet to be discovered by the protagonist. As he stepped outside, 2 Lin family guards with cultivation at the 6th level of the Hotian realm emerged from the shadows and silently followed him. Such a level of skill was already sufficient to hold key positions in cities under the Bachin dynasty, and many leaders of mid-sized families were no stronger. Noticing the warm weather, one of the guards thoughtfully handed Lin Ze his usual folding fan. Lin Ze accepted the fan with an elegant gesture and began to lightly wave it. The gentle breeze ruffled his white robes and lifted strands of his hair, catching the attention of passing young women who couldn't help but steal glances at him. On Qianghua Street, he wandered casually, pretending to browse the stalls and occasionally inquiring about prices. Eventually, he stopped at a particular vendor, picking up a tattered book to examine. A system notification immediately appeared. You are examining the Illusory Moon 7-star manual. You have identified the Illusory Moon 7-star manual as a fragmented text of an Earth-grade mid-year cultivation technique first half. You attempt to deduce and complete it. Fragmentation is too extensive. Estimated completion time: 30 days to fully restore the Illusory Moon 7-star manual to a complete Earth-grade mid-year manual. Lin Ze's hand froze abruptly. What the heck? This god-level comprehension actually has such a feature. Lin Ze couldn't hide his excitement. It can even complete incomplete techniques. In 30 days, I'll have a mid-tier Earth-level technique and officially step into the innate realm. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the stall owner. How much is this? The stall owner eyed the well-dressed young noble in front of him, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Pretending to deliberate, he finally said, a flat price, 1 spirit crystal. In the Bachin dynasty, spirit crystals were high-value currencies traded among cultivators of the 6th stage and above. One spirit crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. For this pile of seemingly shabby items, the price was indeed exorbitant. However, the stall owner had his own plans. He set the price high, expecting to haggle and eventually settle for something like 10 gold coins. But Lin Ze's response caught him completely off guard. Deal, Lin Ze said decisively, picking up the tattered book containing the illusory moon's 7-star manual and casually handing over a spirit crystal. Here's the payment. For the heir of a top-tier family, one spirit crystal was a trivial amount. Bargaining over such a small sum was simply not worth the effort. The stall owner froze in place, his mouth twitching. Damn, I underestimated this guy. Clearly, he's someone who spins spirit crystals like pocket change. If I had known, I would have asked for 100 spirit crystals. While he was silently regretting his decision, a young girl in a pink dress hurried over to the stall. Her eyes anxiously scanned the items, only to realize the book she had her eye on was gone. She asked urgently, "Stall owner, where's that old book you had here?" Too late, the stall owner shrugged. "A young master just bought it for 1 spirit crystal." What? The girl was stunned. Which way did he go? The stall owner casually pointed. That way. The girl immediately dashed off in the direction he indicated. But amid the bustling crowd, there was no trace of Lin Ze or the book. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. I was here first. If only I had brought more money. That book must have been a top-tier human-level technique, or even an Earth-level rare fragment. Disheartened, the stunning young girl could only return to Bachin Academy, her disappointment evident. Time flew by, and the Golden Autumn Banquet arrived as scheduled. The Lin family's old steward, Lin Ze, drove the carriage carrying Lin Ze slowly into the Imperial Palace. The guards, upon seeing Lin Ze, bowed deeply in respect. This was not only because he represented the Northern Star War god, but also due to his own awe-inspiring reputation as the deputy commander of the Northern Star Army and a formidable martial artist at the 8th level of Hoteon Cultivation. Although Lin Ze and Lin Ze had retired from the battlefield years ago, their legendary status as spiritual leaders of the Northern Star Army during those blood-soaked years still shone brightly in the hearts of the old soldiers. "General Lin," the commander of the palace guards blurted out, then quickly corrected himself, realizing the impropriety of the title. "Steward Lin, His Majesty specifically instructed us to await your arrival here. Please follow me to Fenghua Hall." "His Majesty has missed the young master greatly." "Thank you," Lin Ze replied calmly. The guard commander hastily responded with a series of, "Not at all," and personally led the carriage to the front of Fenghua Hall. Lin Ze lifted the curtain of the carriage and said respectfully, "Young master, we've arrived." Inside Fenghua Hall, Emperor Bachin, clad in his imperial robes, sat on the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority. As the herald announced, Lin Ze of the Lin family, granted audience. The grand doors of the hall swung open. Lin Ze stepped inside, while Lin Ze remained waiting outside. "Your subject, Lin Ze, pays respects to your majesty." "Rise," Emperor Bachin said, straightening slightly. "Thank you, your majesty." "Oh, calling me your majesty seems too formal," the emperor said with a warm smile. "We're family, no need for such courtesies." "Zaire, it's been years since you last entered the palace, hasn't it? You've grown quite a bit, and now look just like I did in my youth. I imagine quite a few young ladies must secretly admire you, don't they?" As he spoke, Emperor Bachin rose from his throne and approached Lin Ze. "Come now, tell Mado you have anyone in mind? Your grandfather can make the arrangements for you." "Grandfather is teasing me," Lin Ze replied with poise. "Your grandson is still young and enjoying the carefree days of youth." "Ha ha ha," Emperor Bachin laughed heartily. "Carefree days of youth indeed. You rascal. Fine, fine. If you take a liking to any young lady, but feel too shy to say so, just let your grandfather know." "Thank you, grandfather." Emperor Bachin clasped Lin Ze's hand. "There's no need for such formality with your grandfather." He then instructed the eunuchs and palace maids to prepare a banquet, pulling Lin Ze along as they headed toward the imperial garden. "Come, let's have a drink together, just the two of us." This scene left the palace staff utterly astonished. Emperor Bachin, known for his strict and majestic demeanor, was showing such affection toward an external grandson, a level of closeness even the princes and princesses had never experienced. It wasn't until the emperor urged them to prepare the banquet that they snapped out of their daze and hastily obeyed. As a private feast was set up in the imperial garden, Lin Ze gently reminded, "Grandfather, you still have the Golden Autumn Banquet to attend later." Emperor Bachin waved his hand, his gaze gentle. "A few drinks won't hurt." As for the autumn banquet, he paused mid-sentence, shook his head, and sighed lightly. "Let's not talk about those troublesome matters. Come, come, it's been years. Let's drink to our heart's content today, just the two of us." As the cups clinked and the wine flowed, Lin Ze and Emperor Baichen's conversation gradually deepened. From state affairs and the well-being of the people to family matters, the atmosphere felt as warm and intimate as a family gathering. But when Emperor Baichen brought up the battle that claimed the lives of Lin Ze's father and uncle, his expression darkened. Your father and second uncle were the finest young generals of Baichen, the emperor said, raising his wine cup, his eyes filled with a wistful look. They should have become the next generation of leaders in Baichen's military. But alas, he let out a heavy sigh. That cursed Longdu kingdom launched a surprise attack under the cover of night. If anyone's to blame, it's the lack of vigilance in our intelligence network back then, which gave Longdu the opportunity to strike. Lin Ze listened quietly, his mind racing with thoughts. Was the death of the second generation of the Lin family merely an accident, or was it part of a larger conspiracy? In the original story, the Lin family was only a supporting role, and the truth never came to light before their downfall. This mystery remained unresolved. But now, it no longer mattered. For Lin Ze, who had gained the strength to face anything, he chose to let time nurture this buried past. One day, the answers would come to light, like fruit ripening on a tree. As dusk fell, the palace lit up with lanterns everywhere. An elderly eunuch, who had been preparing for the autumn banquet, bowed and approached. Your Majesty, the scholars who passed the Baichen Academy's autumn exam have all arrived. It's already this late? Emperor Baichen rose to his feet and said, Zaire, come with me to the banquet. These scholars will be your future allies in court. Observe them carefully. His words already hinted at his intention to arrange an official position for Lin Ze. After speaking, the emperor suddenly turned toward a shadowed corner, his expression turning icy. Is everything ready? From the darkness, several squads of heavily armed Imperial guards stood silently, exuding a menacing aura. Seeing this, Lin Ze asked, Grandfather, what is this about? This is the unpleasant matter I didn't want to bring up earlier, Emperor Baichen said coldly. In recent years, the Longdu kingdom has grown increasingly ambitious. Not only have they planted spies within Baichen's court, but they've also bribed citizens with promises of wealth and power. Tonight, at the autumn banquet, we've already identified more than a dozen confirmed traitors. As for those who remain hidden, he clenched his fist tightly. That damned Longdu kingdom will bring their entire nation to ruin one day. The Emperor of Baichen cast a meaningful glance at the Imperial guards, who, clad in armor, silently melted into the surrounding darkness like smoke. Come, Zaire, the Emperor said in a deep voice. Let us see for ourselves just how much corruption has seeped into this so-called top academy that supplies talents to my Baichen dynasty. Lin Ze followed behind the Emperor with an expressionless face, a cold smirk hidden in his thoughts. The Emperor's words always to be taken with a grain of salt. The spies Baichen had sent to Longdu were likely several times more numerous than those sent by the other side. The one Yuan Pond was brightly lit, hosting the grand autumn banquet for the scholars who excelled in the autumn examinations. Dozens of tables were arranged across the pond with exquisite dishes laid out on each, a feast prepared to reward the successful candidates. Young scholars gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, while waiting for the Emperor's arrival. Brother Ma, is that the sixth prince over there? Indeed it is. I've heard that the sixth prince is generous, values talent, and is the most approachable among the 13 princes. Seeing him today, it seems his reputation is well-deserved. Oh, Brother Zhang, are you considering joining the sixth prince's faction? Haha. A wise bird chooses the best tree to perch on. Currently, the first prince, the second prince, and the sixth prince are the most outstanding. Since the sixth prince values talent and virtue, I'd like to give it a try. In that case, I wish you success, Brother Zhang. If you achieve a high position, don't forget your old friend. Brother Ma, you jest. You ranked 11th in the autumn examinations. Zhang still has much to learn from you. Suddenly, a puzzled voice broke through the chatter. Hey, I see all the princes are seated. But why is there still a vacant spot beside His Majesty? The crowd turned their attention to the empty seat beside the Emperor's throne. It was indeed unusual. Seating arrangements at the One Yuan Pond Autumn Banquet were always meticulously organized. Starting from the Emperor at the center, the seats radiated outward in order of importance. Royal family members and princes closest, followed by high-ranking officials, and then the scholars. The closer one sat to the Emperor, the higher their status. That seat, I heard it's reserved for the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family? You mean the family of Baichen's war god? Ah, so it's him. That explains it. Realization dawned upon the crowd, and whispers began to ripple through the gathering. How can the young master of the Lin family, merely a subject, hold a position higher than that of the princes? A scholar, newly arrived in the imperial capital for the autumn examinations, asked in confusion. Ah, you don't know. An older student nearby replied in a hushed tone. This Lin young master is the sole heir of the Northern Star War God, and also His Majesty's grandson through his daughter. 70% of the elite troops of the Northern Star Army were personally trained by the war god himself, and now half of the high-ranking officials in court are his disciples. On the battlefield, the weight of the war god's words sometimes surpasses that of an imperial decree. He suddenly fell silent as if realizing he had said too much. That's why all 13 princes are vying to curry favor with the Lin young master, hoping to gain the Lin family's support. His position was personally appointed by His Majesty. Another person added. What about the Lin young master himself? The newcomer asked eagerly. The surrounding scholars exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. After a pause, someone finally replied, to be honest, he's rather ordinary. Seeing the newcomer's disbelief, he elaborated, despite his prestigious background, he's always somber and silent, neither exuding the grace typical of noble science, nor displaying the arrogance of the powerful. As for his cultivation, while he does possess the bloodline of the Northern Star War God and His Majesty, and has reached the third stage of the postnatal realm, he's not particularly exceptional. Perhaps it's precisely his mediocrity that has allowed him to survive this long. A cold voice interjected. Think about the fate of the other promising talents in the Lin family. Watch your words, others quickly interrupted, alarmed that such treasonous remarks might be overheard. At the forefront, a young woman in a white dress observed everything with calm composure. Her breathtakingly beautiful face showed a trace of regret that the war god's legacy would ultimately have no worthy successor, and that the glory of the Lin family seemed destined to fade. She began to seriously consider whether it was time for her to withdraw from the intricate and treacherous world of court politics. His Majesty arrives. The sharp announcement rang out across the one-yuan pool. Everyone immediately rose, bowing respectfully as a figure exuding imperial authority approached along the dragon path. Beside him walked a young man in white, his demeanor composed and serene. Your son greets your Majesty. The princes and nobles greeted in unison. Rise, the emperor's commanding voice echoed. Tonight, at the autumn banquet, there is no need for formalities between ruler and subject. The gaze of the Bachin emperor slowly swept over the assembled scholars, authoritative and piercing, as if he intended to see through every individual's talent and potential. Instantly, the scholars straightened their backs, standing tall and proud, striving to present their best demeanor. While everyone else was focused on the emperor's inspection, Lin Ze's attention was drawn to the young woman in a white dress standing at the forefront of the scholars. She was Xia Qinghe, renowned for her stunning beauty and her top 10 ranking in the academy. Her demeanor was cool and composed, with an unyielding determination shining through her delicate features. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her elegance lacked any trace of superficial allure, like a resilient plum blossom standing proud amidst the cold winter wind. Lin Ze smirked to himself. As the sole heir of the prestigious Lin family and the future duke of the nation, he possessed an illustrious lineage, immense wealth from 2 spiritual veins and 8 gold mines, and extraordinary talent inherited from both the Bachin emperor and the Bachin war god. At a young age, he had already reached the 3rd stage of Hotian cultivation and was on the verge of advancing to the 4th. His striking appearance, a blend of his royal mother's beauty and his father's distinguished features, had earned him the title of the most outstanding among the 4 young masters of the imperial capital. Even his first encounter with Xia Qinghe had occurred before the so-called protagonist ever entered the picture. Yet despite all this, in the original story, Xia Qinghe had still chosen the protagonist. The irony of it all wasn't lost on Lin Ze. Was it truly because he lacked the protagonist's halo that he was destined to be so easily overlooked? As Lin Ze withdrew his gaze, Xia Qinghe was also discreetly observing him. As the prominent scion of the Lin family, Lin Ze naturally drew everyone's attention wherever he went. But the elegant and composed young man before her, exuding an air of refinement akin to a breeze from the Tianshan Mountains, was nothing like the gloomy and mediocre figure described in rumors. What surprised her even more was his ability to converse casually and confidently with the emperor, showing no trace of unease. However, when she noticed the way Lin Ze looked at her, gaze filled with what seemed like pity, as if he were regarding someone beneath him, her heart burned with indignation. She silently fumed. I haven't done anything to provoke you. So why are you looking at me like that? At that moment, the Bachin emperor's commanding voice broke the subtle tension in the air. Enough talk. I trust you are all eager to begin. Whether it's composing poetry, debating policies, or sharing your insights, tonight is your night. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Let the banquet begin. With the emperor's declaration, the gathered guests raised their cups in unison and exclaimed, the first toast, to the banquet, to our sovereign. Thank you, your majesty. Then, they drained their cups of fine wine in one swift motion. Emperor Bachin raised his wine cup in response, officially marking the beginning of the Jinxiu banquet at Wanyuan Pool. Graceful maidens entered in an orderly manner, dispersing to various tables to pour wine and serve food to the guests. Scholars gathered in small groups, engaging in drinking games, reciting poetry, and lively discussions, creating a bustling atmosphere. The imperial princes descended from the high platform, mingling among the guests, while conversing with the scholars of Beichun. They listened attentively to their eloquent discussions, secretly assessing potential talents. On the platform, Emperor Beichun observed the crowd with a smile, occasionally sharing a drink with Lin Ze and exchanging casual conversation, as if the matter of the spies in Longdu had been completely set aside. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the center of One Yuan Pool. The crown prince noticed something unusual about a dancer who had just passed by and commanded, "Stop!" The woman froze in her steps and turned around with her head lowered. "Where was this wine cup taken from?" the crown prince demanded, holding the cup and shaking it slightly. From its rim, he extracted a green glinting silver needle. The woman trembled as she knelt. "Your Highness, I only handle the replacement of wine vessels. I know nothing of this." At the same time, the second prince sensed something suspicious about the maidservant behind him and struck out with his palm. With a sharp clang, a dagger slipped from the maidservant's robes. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. "Guards! Detain all maidservants and dancers." At the command, hidden assassins revealed themselves, drawing concealed weapons and launching attacks on all sides. The princes and scholars immediately fought back, plunging the Jinxiu banquet into chaos. "Protect His Majesty!" The imperial guards emerged from the shadows, moving to suppress the rebellion. Just as it seemed the crisis was about to be resolved, a cold female voice echoed across One Yuan Pool, "Stop, or I'll kill him." The scene froze at once. On the high platform, Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Beside him, Emperor Beichun remained calm, his piercing gaze both commanding and detached. Meanwhile, an unnoticed maidservant was silently approaching Lin Ze from behind. As the words were spoken, the hall fell into a deafening silence, as if struck by a sudden thunderclap. All eyes turned sharply toward the source of the voice, and what they saw sent a chill through everyone present. The maid standing behind Lin Ze had pressed a gleaming blade against his throat. The gentle demeanor on her face had vanished, replaced by an icy, murderous intent. The atmosphere in the hall grew unbearably tense. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. In the royal palace, even the death of a few princes might not shake the foundations of the empire, but Lin Ze's safety was paramount. He was the last heir of the Lin family, and any harm to him would drive Lin Ao into uncontrollable madness. If that happened, the entire Beichun would be thrown into chaos, and countless families would suffer the consequences. "How dare you? Insolent wretch! Release young Master Lin! Drop your weapon!" Angry shouts erupted from all sides. One voice even threatened sharply, "If young Master Lin suffers so much as a scratch, your entire family will be annihilated." The maid let out a cold laugh. "Release him? If I do you think he'll still live to see another moment?" She pressed the blade closer to Lin Ze's throat, the edge now grazing his skin. "If you want young Master Lin unharmed, you'd better stay put." Her piercing gaze locked onto the Emperor of Beichun. "Especially you dog of an emperor. I know with your skills, you could kill me without harming him. But if you dare make a move, I'll make sure we die together. My life is worthless, but as for young Master Lin..." The Emperor's deep, penetrating eyes fixed on the maid. "Release Sayer and I can..." "Silence! Don't try any tricks," the maid interrupted sharply. "Step back. All of you move back." While everyone was on high alert, Lin Ze, the one being held hostage, remained unusually calm. He seemed entirely detached from the situation, casually raising his wine cup and sipping from it with an air of leisure. His composed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere enveloping the hall. The maid chuckled softly at the sight. "It seems the rumors about young Master Lin being mediocre are far from the truth. This level of composure, remaining unfazed even with danger looming, is truly impressive." Setting down his cup, Lin Ze spoke with a calm indifference. "To have caught me without me even stepping out, I'm not sure if I should call you lucky or unfortunate." In the original version of events, this scene had indeed occurred, but it was because he had wandered off to flirt with Xiaqinghe that he had fallen into the assassin's trap. Yet today, despite not leaving his seat, he had still ended up being held hostage, even while seated near the Emperor. Tisk. Fascinating. At that moment, the maid's sharp instincts picked up a faint, almost imperceptible glow flickering around Lin Ze. His figure began to blur, growing increasingly ethereal. A wave of unease surged through her, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the blade, as if holding onto it was the only thing anchoring her to a sense of control. The maid's pupils contracted sharply. A voice suddenly came from behind her. It was Lin Ze. Meanwhile, the Lin Ze in front of her dissolved into countless feathers, scattering into the air. Everyone present instantly realized this was the Lin family's famed skill, 6 illusions of heavenly feathers. To achieve the level of body-like feathers, shadow-like illusions, one must have at least reached the 4th illusion. This revelation left everyone stunned. The fourth illusion signified the cultivation level of the sixth layer of the acquired stage. Yet wasn't Lin Ze only at the third layer? Even the Northern Emperor now regarded his grandson with a renewed gaze, his eyes filled with astonishment. What followed next was even more shocking. The real Lin Ze, standing behind the maid, raised his palm, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The maid instinctively tried to flee, but it was already too late. Next time, be more careful, Lin Ze said coldly. With a deafening roar, his palm seemed to transform into a massive vortex, and a ferocious hurricane erupted, tearing through the Wanyuan pool. Waves of stormy ripples churned the entire area into chaos. Within the raging tempest, Lin Ze stood like a storm deity, exuding an overwhelming aura. Everyone felt an oppressive weight, struggling even to breathe. The maid, directly facing the storm, was pulled into the vortex. Her body twisted and shrank amidst the violent winds. Lin Ze clenched his fist abruptly, and blood spurted from between his fingers. When he opened his hand again, only a few specks of dust remained, falling into the pool of blood. A chilling glint flashed in Lin Ze's eyes as he flicked his fingers. Invisible sword energy whistled through the air, splitting and multiplying at an astonishing speed. The energy pierced through the vital points of all the enemies with precise and eerie trajectories. Screams echoed one after another as heads rolled and blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, all the traitors had been annihilated, save for a few subdued by the Imperial Guards. Corpses littered the ground, and the stench of blood filled the Wanyuan pool. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ze, their minds completely blank. Silence. Absolute silence. The wind had stilled above the pond, and the trees in the forest had ceased to sway. The air around was frozen in place, as if the Wanyuan pond had plunged into the depths of an unfathomable abyss. Only the soft murmuring of a spring outside the pool hinted at the faintest trace of life. The oppressive stillness was shattered by the sound of sharp, fearful gasps. Everyone stared at Lin Ze in utter disbelief, their minds replaying the awe-inspiring scene they had just witnessed the moment the assassin made disintegrated into fragments in his hands. Is this Yu Ba Huang? Someone murmured in a trembling voice. No, this was beyond the 8th level of the old god of war's Ba Huang combat technique. This was the 9th level perfection itself, the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Stunned, the crowd was left speechless. Their countless thoughts and words eventually coalesced into exclamations of astonishment. The tall figure before them, calmly wiping his hands, bore no resemblance to the timid and unremarkable Lin Ze they had known, who had once been stuck at the 3rd stage of the postnatal realm. Glances were exchanged amidst the crowd, their minds in turmoil. Could this truly still be the same Lin Ze, one who was deemed useless, the one who had brought shame upon the Lin family? Lin Ze finished wiping his hands and, unhurriedly, turned to bow toward the Bachan Emperor. Lin Ze failed to notice in time and acted too late, causing distress to my grandfather. His demeanor remained that of a composed and charming nobleman. Yet in the eyes of those present, he was now a man transformed beyond recognition. The Bachan Emperor gazed at his grandson for a long time, his expression unreadable. A flicker of an indecipherable emotion passed through his eyes. The timid boy of the past was nowhere to be seen. A strange, stifling tension began to spread through the Wanyuan pond. Faces paled, and bodies shuddered as the crowd came to a startling realization. Lin Ze was never a mediocrity. To reach the pinnacle of the postnatal realm at just 18 years old, this was the mark of a peerless prodigy. His timidity and weakness had all been a carefully crafted facade. Everyone, including the old god of war Lin Ao himself, had been unwittingly played like pawns in his hands. But why would someone so extraordinarily gifted choose to hide their light under a bushel? One by one, the crowd's gaze turned toward the silent Bachan Emperor. The founding ruler stood motionless, his expression unreadable as he stared at Lin Ze, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. No one could tell what the Emperor of Bachan was thinking at that moment. The atmosphere in the grand hall instantly became heavy. All the ministers involuntarily lowered their heads, secretly guessing that a storm was about to be unleashed by the Emperor. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Emperor of Bachan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, good. You, boy, have given me quite a surprise. His voice was filled with satisfaction, and his gaze softened as he looked kindly at Lin Ze. I've always said that the shared bloodline of the Li family and the Lin family could never produce a mediocre person. Good, good, good. The Emperor praised repeatedly, his emotions running high. Zaire, with such achievements today, your parents, me daughter and son-in-law, if they could see this from the heavens, would surely feel comforted. Lin Ze bowed respectfully. I regret not informing you earlier, grandfather. I hope you won't hold it against me. Ah, how could I blame you? The Emperor sighed deeply. The Lin family has always been the pillar of strength for the Bachan dynasty. Many ambitious villains seeking to bring Bachin to ruin would naturally target your family. The trials that have befallen the Lin family, alas. It's the incompetence of my Bachin court that has wronged you all. I understand your caution. Ze, it's wise to be vigilant. Just as the Emperor was about to continue, a captured traitor suddenly spat on the ground and shouted, "Bah, dog Emperor! You hypocrite!" Before the man could finish, the Emperor's gaze turned icy, as cold and sharp as a blade. The Imperial guards immediately struck the traitor hard, knocking out his teeth and leaving his face disfigured. They were about to continue the punishment when the Emperor's frosty voice rang out, "Drag them all away and keep them under strict watch." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guards swiftly escorted the prisoners to the Imperial dungeon and cleared away the corpses of the assassins. The Emperor's piercing gaze swept across the room, his voice frigid. For such an incident to occur at the Wanyuan pool tonight, what were the Imperial guards, the Mirror Division, and the Inner Court doing? How could so many assassins and traitors infiltrate? Are you all blind and deaf? The officials called out immediately fell to their knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, we were completely unaware. We beg for your mercy." With a furious crash, the Emperor smashed his cup, the sharp sound of shattering glass sending chills through the hall. He slammed his dragon-adorned desk, splitting the heavy golden iron table in two. "Unaware? So many assassins and traitors infiltrated the mid-autumn banquet, and you dare claim ignorance? Has my Bachin court become a sieve? Are you all useless fools? Your Majesty, please forgive us. We will investigate thoroughly." The officials kowtowed repeatedly. "Humph." The Emperor snorted coldly. "Listen well, I don't care whether you knew or didn't know. I am giving you just 1 day. If you fail to uncover the truth within a day, bring your heads to me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Officials from the 3 major institutions of the court wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads upon hearing the Emperor's words, exchanging wary glances with one another. Each of them was calculating how to shirk this troublesome responsibility while secretly resolving to investigate the matter thoroughly. The gaze of Emperor Bachin then shifted to the students of Bachin Academy. Instantly, the group felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, for among the rebels earlier, many had emerged from the ranks of those who had recently passed the autumn examinations. If accountability were pursued, the entire Bachin Academy would likely be implicated. The prestigious Bachin Academy, the foremost institution of our Bachin Empire and the cradle of our nation's talent, has turned into a haven for corruption. How deeply disappointing. The Emperor's voice carried an unmistakable tone of sorrow. "Master Lu." "Present." Master Lu trembled as he responded. "I am weary. I have no desire for unnecessary words," Emperor Bachin said, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Considering the Academy's many years of dedicated service and its significant contributions to the Empire, I will grant you one more chance. Conduct a full investigation of Bachin Academy. Leave no stone unturned and ensure it is thoroughly cleansed. Such an incident must never happen again." Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Master Lu immediately bowed deeply. "As Your Majesty commands, we will return and conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Academy and will not fail Your Majesty's trust." Finally, Emperor Bachin's gaze fell upon Lin Ze, whose performance had stood out earlier. "Zaire, today you have rendered great service by eliminating the rebels. I have always been generous in rewarding merit. Speak, what is it that you desire? Whether it is a high-ranking position or marriage to a princess, I will grant it." Hearing this, Lin Ze's heart stirred. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Traitors deserve to be punished by all. Lin Ze merely fulfilled his duty and is unworthy of high positions or great wealth. "If Your Majesty insists on rewarding me, perhaps you could allow me half a day's access to the royal library?" Emperor Bachin raised an eyebrow at this request. It did not surprise him, as he had observed Lin Ze's earlier display of skill, which showcased at least 5 advanced martial arts techniques: the 8 Desolation battle technique, the 6 illusions of celestial feathers, the shadowless swordfinger, the myriad dragon capture technique, and the swift wind true chi. For someone as young as Lin Ze to have mastered these to such a level, it was clear that he was not only exceptionally gifted, but also an ardent devotee of martial arts. What puzzled Emperor Bachin, however, was how modest the request seemed. Half a day? Even with extraordinary talent and memory, how many complete techniques could one possibly fully comprehend in that time? High-level martial arts required precise understanding of meridian flows. Any deviation could lead to disastrous consequences such as internal injuries or energy deviation. At best, half a day might suffice to memorize a single mid-ear technique. What Emperor Bachin could not have foreseen, however, was Lin Ze's extraordinary, almost supernatural comprehension ability. With this cheat-like talent, even half an hour would be enough for Lin Ze to absorb the entire contents of the royal library. "Zaire, you are both gifted and passionate about martial arts. As your grandfather, I am more than happy to fulfill this wish," Emperor Bachin finally said. Grandfather still hopes that someone from the Li family bloodline will rise to become an extraordinary innate deity, the Northern Star Emperor said with a hint of expectation in his tone. But half a day is too short, Lin Ze pondered aloud. Cultivation requires both diligence and moderation. Being too hasty could invite inner demons. How about this, 3 days? Will 3 days be enough? That's sufficient, the Northern Star Emperor replied, unfastening the token from his waist and handing it to Lin Ze. Take this token, it grants you unrestricted access to the 3rd floor of the library pavilion. Lin Ze's eyes lit up, as if he could already see the progress of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. He stepped forward quickly to accept the token. Thank you, grandfather. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go, go. The Northern Star Emperor waved his hand dismissively. After what happened, I have no mood to continue this autumn banquet. Lin Ze bowed deeply, and his figure gradually faded, dissolving into ethereal feathers that vanished into the air. The Northern Star Emperor watched his grandson's departure, a smile lingering on his face. Yet, no one could discern the true emotions hidden beneath the Emperor's regal facade. Once Lin Ze had left, the Northern Star Emperor's expression turned cold. His sharp gaze swept over the gathered officials at One Yuan Pool before he flicked his sleeves and departed. The officials hastily bowed. We respectfully bid farewell to your majesty. With the two gone, the atmosphere around One Yuan Pool instantly lightened. The crowd began animated discussions about Lin Ze's astonishing display. It's unbelievable he's been planning this since he was 8 years old. At 18, he's already reached the peak of the acquired realm, mastering the 9th layer of the 8 Desolation combat technique and the Shadowless Swordfinger. Such talent, such composure, such aptitude, he's truly a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Voices rose in succession, and all attention was focused on Lin Ze. The Emperor's earlier anger and the disputes between the 3 factions were long forgotten. From the moment Lin Ze took action, he had quietly become the center of this banquet. Xia Qinghe stood alone by One Yuan Pool, her white dress as pure as snow, listening to the chatter around her. She gazed in the direction where Lin Ze had disappeared, her clear eyes glimmering with fascination. Lin Ze, the young master of the Lin family, his terrifying resolve and unparalleled talent made him the most dazzling genius she had ever encountered. And yet, she still couldn't figure out what Lin Ze's look really meant when he glanced at her. At this moment, Lin Ze, who had garnered much attention, strode into the largest repository of cultivation techniques in the Northern Star Dynasty, the Royal Library Pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, he began systematically flipping through the collection. One cultivation manual after another passed through his hands at an astonishing speed. With every new book opened, a prompt from the system would appear. You have reviewed? Coupled with his divine-level comprehension talent, his progress advanced rapidly. Before long, he had perused all the techniques on the 1st floor. The depth of the royal family's heritage was evident. There were over 300 human-grade low-tier techniques alone. Although many overlapped with the Lin family's collection, Lin Ze's divine-level comprehension still increased by 13 points, reaching 226100. This progress was exhilarating, and by this rate, gaining an additional 50 points was practically guaranteed. Buoyed by newfound confidence, Lin Ze immediately moved on to the 2nd floor to continue his sweeping study. As he rapidly reviewed one technique after another, his divine-level comprehension soon climbed to 254,100. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he was met by 2 royal guardians standing vigilantly. After inspecting the imperial token from the Northern Star Emperor, they respectfully reminded him, "Young master, human-grade height-ear techniques are extremely valuable and may only be studied here. They cannot be taken out. By the Emperor's decree, you are granted 3 days to comprehend these techniques. We will notify you when your time is up." Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the 3rd floor. The heavy doors slowly shut behind him, revealing 8 parallel high platforms, each holding a revered human-grade high-tier technique, renowned legacies used by the royal family to attract top-tier experts. The most striking of all was the 9 Extremes Life Needle. Lin Ze eagerly began to study it. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, he quickly mastered the technique and even deduced it to the 10th needle stage, achieving a state of perfection. As his divine-level comprehension rose to 255,100, a profound life force surged into his body, flooding his mind with intricate knowledge about the mysteries of the human body. This was the true treasure. The 10th stage mastery of the 9 Extremes Life Needle far exceeded Lin Ze's expectations. It was not merely a medical technique but a profound art encompassing acupoint manipulation, meridian sealing, energy transfer, and more. It granted the practitioner unparalleled control over every acupoint, meridian, and flow of energy within the human body, allowing them to heal with miraculous precision or strike lethally with invisible force. It perfectly exemplified the old adage, the best healers are often the most lethal. Surveying the remaining 7 techniques, They included the fist technique, blazing Heart King's fist, the palm technique, shattering Heart Divine Palm, and the body refinement method, true body of lesser thunderfire. The other techniques promised to be equally remarkable. The other 4 manuals were of little practical use to Lin Ze, but they were still valuable for advancing his talent progression. He quickly skimmed through and absorbed them, pushing his talent progress to 62100, just 38 points away from reaching level 3. As he assimilated the vast array of techniques, a sudden surge of vitality erupted within Lin Ze's body. Boom! An overwhelming aura burst forth, and the intense energy condensed into a mist, faintly outlining the silhouette of a primordial beast. The wild and savage essence seemed to tear through the barriers of time and space, as if dragging an ancient ferocious creature from the primordial era into the present. The destructive ripple swept through the entire palace in an instant. Everyone felt an inexplicable dread, as though some terrifying entity had locked its gaze on them, sending chills coursing through their bodies. The 2 royal guardians closest to the source turned pale, trembling uncontrollably under the onslaught of the beastly aura. For a moment, they believed a calamity had descended upon them, and their end was near. However, the violent surge of energy disappeared as quickly as it had come, vanishing like an illusion. The 2 guardians exhaled in relief, but the lingering fear in their hearts remained. They exchanged wary glances, confirming that both had experienced the same bone-chilling sensation. The terror of being targeted by that presence was 100 times worse than facing the wrath of the Emperor. Could it have been a legendary innate deity passing through our Baichan dynasty? They speculated. Their guess was not far from the truth. Although Lin Ze had not yet reached the innate realm, he was frighteningly close. To achieve the innate stage, one must unify the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. The path of cultivation involves first refining the body to strengthen essence, then refining essence to produce energy, and finally refining energy to nurture the spirit, creating a cycle where spirit governs essence, essence nourishes energy, and energy nurtures spirit. Lin Ze, already at the half-step innate stage, had bypassed the conventional process by amassing a vast collection of techniques, allowing him to condense the flower of energy. Now, through the numerous body refinement manuals in the royal library, he had forcibly condensed the flower of essence as well. He was now just 1 step away from the innate realm, lacking only the flower of spirit. This realization sparked a new idea in Lin Ze's mind. If he could collect techniques related to spiritual consciousness, he might not need to wait for the completion guidance of the Illusory Moon 7 Stars manual in over 20 days to break through. He could achieve the innate stage directly. However, spiritual techniques were exceedingly rare, and the royal library had only a few remaining. Having already exhausted the 2 largest repositories of techniques in Baichan, Lin Ze began pondering his next target. Half a day later, the doors to the 3rd floor of the library slowly creaked open, and Lin Ze stepped out. The 2 royal guards exchanged bewildered glances, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. "Young master, you're done already?" "In just half a day," one of the guards asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Lin Ze's expression remained calm, as he returned the Baichan Emperor's token to them. "I found what I needed. That will suffice," he replied. Before his words fully settled, his figure dissolved into countless illusory feathers, vanishing into the air. The 2 guards stood rooted in place, clutching the token they had just retrieved. "He's gone? He used only half a day of the 3-day allowance. Well, he is the sole heir of the Lin family," one of them muttered thoughtfully. With his mastery of the unparalleled 8 Desolations combat technique, it's no surprise he wouldn't even care for our royal family's superior grade techniques. They were convinced it was impossible for Lin Ze to have memorized all the techniques in such a short time. Superior grade techniques, after all, were intricate and profound, and mastering even one in half a day would be considered an extraordinary feat. But then, one of the guards suddenly seemed to realize something. "When Lin Ze left just now, did you sense his presence at all?" "No," the other replied, his expression turning grave. "His mastery of the 6 phantasms of heavenly feathers has reached an extraordinary level. And there's something about him that feels unfathomable, as though he's completely invincible." Unaware of what had transpired at the 1 Yuan pool, the 2 guards were merely following the Emperor's orders to grant access to the 3rd floor for 3 days. Yet, both could feel the overwhelming and awe-inspiring aura emanating from Lin Ze. By this point, Lin Ze had already mastered the top-tier 8 Desolations combat technique, the superior grade 6 phantasms of heavenly feathers, the lesser thunderflame true body, and numerous superior grade finger, fist, and palm techniques. The only thing he lacked was the royal family's exclusive top-tier sword technique, which was restricted to direct descendants of the Li family and unattainable to outsiders. Meanwhile, within the Lin family estate, Lin Ao sat meditating, regulating his breath to heal his long-standing internal injuries. Seated firmly on a grand armchair, he gently rotated the prayer beads in his hand, still exuding the commanding presence of an indomitable war god. The tranquility of the courtyard was shattered by hurried footsteps. Lin Ao opened his eyes, ending his meditation. Moments later, the maid Xiaozue rushed in, panting heavily. Master, something has happened in the palace. Xiaozue burst in, panic written all over her face, before she could finish her sentence. With a sharp cracking sound, the prayer beads in Lin Ao's hand suddenly fractured. His piercing gaze locked onto Xiaozue, a faint but chilling killing intent flickering in his eyes. What happened? Isn't Lao Mo in the palace? Lin Ao asked, his voice restrained but heavy. Sensing the underlying menace in his tone, Xiaozue shuddered and quickly explained. There was an assassination attempt during the autumn banquet, but the young master intervened and killed all the assassins. His Majesty even rewarded him with 3 days to study in the library pavilion. The killing intent in Lin Ao's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by deep confusion. The young master killed the assassins? He knew his grandson, Lin Ze, all too well. While somewhat talented, Lin Ze was nowhere near capable of dealing with assassins skilled enough to infiltrate the autumn banquet. Are you certain it was the young master who acted? That's what everyone says. Xiaozue looked equally bewildered. I couldn't believe it at first either when I heard the news. The young master is only at the 3rd level of Hotian cultivation. How could he possibly defeat assassins at the autumn banquet? And even more puzzling, how has he suddenly become a symbol of resilience and brilliance in everyone's eyes? But the reports have been verified multiple times, and everyone present at the banquet witnessed it firsthand. There's no doubt about it. Lin Ao fell silent for a moment. Tell me everything from the beginning. Don't leave out a single detail. Yes, master. Xiaozue composed herself and began recounting the events in detail. It happened like this. At first, the young master entered the autumn banquet alongside his majesty. Everything was normal until an assassin disguised as a maid suddenly took the young master hostage. But at that moment, the young master struck back. Xiaozue mimicked the motion, clenching her right hand. He used the 8 Desolation battle technique like this and crushed the assassin into blood mist. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. The 8 Desolation battle technique, a secret art unique to the Lin family, was known for its immense power. In the entire Bachin region, only the Lin family possessed this skill. Currently, only Lin Ao himself and Lin Ze were capable of wielding it. However, to execute the technique's full potential, one needed at least the 8th level of Hotian cultivation and mastery of the technique's 8th stage. But Lin Ze had only reached the 2nd stage. Additionally, Xiaozue continued, they said the young master also displayed a profound mastery of the 6 Phantom Feathers technique. Lin Ao found it absurd, as though the world had shifted into an unfamiliar reality. After a long silence, he finally asked, where is the young master now? He is in the library pavilion, studying. Summon Lin Wei back immediately. I want to question him personally about what truly happened at the autumn banquet. Yes, master. At the break of dawn, the soft morning light pierced through the silence of the night, casting a gentle glow upon the palace gates and outlining the silhouette of a figure approaching at a steady pace. Lin Emo stood before the palace gates, his gaze complex as he watched the familiar figure draw near. Having kept vigil for half the day, he was already aware of everything that had transpired at the autumn banquet. Yet, seeing the boy he had raised with his own hands now felt strangely unfamiliar. A torrent of emotions surged within him: shock, doubt, admiration, and awe. Young master, Lin Emo began, his voice hesitant. Lin Ze offered a faint smile. Uncle Emo, let's talk at home. I've been out all night. Grandfather must be anxious by now. Lin Emo glanced around, noting the scrutinizing gazes of the Imperial guards fixed upon them. In the shadows, the subtle movements of spies from various factions were just barely discernible. Suppressing the flood of questions in his heart, he led Lin Ze to the waiting carriage. The luxurious carriage set off immediately, carrying with it the dew of the morning and the soft light of dawn as it departed the imperial city under countless watchful eyes. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, the maid Xiaozue hurried forward in surprise. Young master, you're back? Weren't you at the royal library? It's only been half a day. I finished reading and returned, Lin Ze replied simply. Xiaozue, though not highly trained, was no fool. Half a day to finish reading the entire royal library? Clearly, he was brushing her off. But she wisely chose not to press further, and instead informed him that the master was waiting in the main hall. Lin Ze nodded, instructing Xiaozue to fetch a set of silver needles to the main hall, and then proceeded there with Lin Mo. In the main hall, Lin Ao, a master at the peak of the Hotian realm, had been waiting for some time. After learning about the events at the autumn banquet, he had stayed up all night, neglecting his injuries, eager to confront Lin Ze face to face. Grandson Lin Ze greets grandfather, Lin Ze said respectfully. Before his words could fully land, a terrifying wave of pressure erupted. A fierce wind swept through the courtyard, bending ancient trees as the clamor of clashing steel and the cries of war echoed in the air. A heavy aura of carnage filled the surroundings, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared as if heralding the end of days. Even Lin Ze, at the 8th level of the Hotian realm, had to channel his energy to withstand the oppressive force. Yet Lin Ze remained completely unfazed, his folding fan in hand, exuding an air of calm composure. Lin Ze gazed at his unshaken grandson and let out a long sigh. But just as he was about to speak, his form suddenly dissolved into a flurry of feathers, vanishing from sight. A surge of blood-red murderous aura, dominating in all directions, surged towards Lin Ze like a galloping army. Yet, Lin Ze remained composed, his folding fan moving gracefully in his hand. With deft movements blocking, sweeping, or fanning neutralized Lin Ze's ferocious attacks entirely. Seeing this, Lin Ze's eyes gleamed sharply. He immediately pushed the boundaries of his 8 Desolation combat technique, enhancing both its realm and power. His attacks grew even fiercer and more relentless. The two figures darted swiftly across the Lin family's main mansion, their speed so incredible that even Lin Ze, who had reached the 8th level of the Hotian realm, struggled to keep up. He could only sigh repeatedly. The Lin family truly has successors. Moments later, the two stopped simultaneously, standing face-to-face. Stroking his beard, Lin Ze scrutinized Lin Ze with satisfaction and said, "Good lad. Tianyu 6 illusions, 8 Desolation combat technique, and invisible sword Finjari Uve, mastered them all to perfection. No wonder you managed to conceal your true strength from me. A Hotian peak expert, for so many years. The Lin family is a prominent tree that attracts the wind, surrounded by enemies on all sides," Lin Ze explained with a faint smile. "If I hadn't pretended to be ordinary, certain people wouldn't have let their guard down, and I wouldn't have been able to wait for this moment." At the mention of the Lin family's precarious situation, Lin Ze's expression darkened. He gave Lin Ze a long, meaningful look before responding, "Caution is a virtue." Then, he changed the subject. "Your accomplishments today bring me great comfort. Who would dare say the Lin family has no worthy successors now? Who would dare claim my grandson, Lin Ze's grandson, is incapable?" At that moment, Xiao Chui entered the main hall, carrying a set of silver needles. Lin Ze took the needles and turned to Lin Ze, saying, "This is the primary reason for my visit to the palace this time." Lin Ze and Lin Ze were momentarily stunned. They stared at the seemingly ordinary silver needles, lost in thought, until realization suddenly struck them. "You know medicine?" Lin Ze asked, astonished. "In the martial world, having more skills never hurts," Lin Ze replied calmly. "I'm young, so learning and exploring more fields will always prove useful. Besides, your old injuries have always been a concern of mine. Over the years, I've delved into medical studies, fearing that your condition might worsen to a point where I could do nothing to save you." He paused briefly before continuing, "Grandfather, there's no need to hide it anymore. I've practiced the Qingyu Spirit Eye technique and have long since seen through your suppressed injuries." Lin Ze's hand froze mid-stroke on his beard. The Qingyu Spirit Eye was a mid-tier human-grade ocular technique treasured by the Lin family. It demanded extraordinary talent and carried a high risk of harming the user's vision. However, once mastered, it allowed one to discern an opponent's energy and meridians, providing a decisive advantage in battle. If Lin Ze had truly mastered it, he must have already seen through Lin Ze's concealed injuries. Lin Ze had thought this matter was known only to old Mo. He sighed deeply, a trace of complexity flickering in his eyes. "Since the young master is aware, is there a way to heal the master?" Lin Ze asked urgently, his face grave. His anxiety was not without reason. Ever since Lin Ze had rescued him from the battlefield, he had followed him for nearly a century, fighting alongside him across the lands. To Lin Ze was not only a revered war god and commander, his lord to whom he was loyal, but also a mentor who had guided him into adulthood, a brother-like figure and closest kin. The hidden injuries within Lin Ze's body had always been his deepest concern. "Of course," Lin Ze replied firmly. "Over the years, I've studied medicine extensively, and I've found a way to address grandfather's injuries. All that's missing now is a profound acupuncture technique. My trip to the palace this time was to obtain the Royal Medical Bureau's 9 Extremes Life Needle technique. With this method, combined with my cultivation, I can completely dispel the accumulation of hidden injuries in grandfather's body." These words left both Lin Ze and Lin Ze momentarily stunned. Beside them, Xiao Chui finally understood why the young master had returned after only half a day, hadn't gone to study royal techniques at all, but had specifically sought out this life-saving acupuncture method. Seeing the shock and emotion on their faces, Lin Ze sighed inwardly. He couldn't reveal that he had mastered the 9 Extremes Life Needle technique in just half a day. Such an extraordinary level of comprehension went far beyond what could be described as mere genius. As long as grandfather is safe and well, that's all that matters, Lin Ze said simply, then produced a set of silver needles. We'll begin the treatment now. Please empty your mind and don't resist during the process to avoid any accidents. As he spoke, Lin Ze's aura shifted dramatically, and he seemed to transform into a bottomless ancient well. His pupils turned into a glimmering jade-green hue, as if they could perceive the essence of all things. To see you achieve such accomplishments, I have no regrets, Lin Ao said with heartfelt relief. Do as you must. With that, he closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. Lin Ze immediately activated the 9 Extremes Life Needle technique. The silver needles danced deftly between his fingers, moving around Lin Ao's body with precision. Each needle emitted a white aura brimming with vitality. White mist, as thin as silk, seeped into Lin Ao's frail body, penetrating every pore. Under the guidance of Lin Ze's formidable cultivation, nearing the Xiantian realm, the wisps of mist transformed into a source of nourishment, mending internal bruises and damaged meridians. Before long, Lin Ao's pale complexion turned rosy. With precision and speed, Lin Ze wielded a silver needle, targeting specific acupoints. In an instant, dark brown clotted blood oozed from the tip of the needle. The blood seemed highly corrosive, each drop sizzling sharply upon contact with the ground, as if attempting to burn straight through it. As the tainted blood continued to flow out, Lin Ao's face turned pale again. Without hesitation, Lin Ze emitted several streams of spiritual energy, employing the unique technique of the 9 Extremes mystical needle to circulate it through Lin Ao's meridians. Through repeated cycles, Lin Ao's complexion gradually improved, the accumulated internal injuries being cleared bit by bit, and his vitality began to resurface. With a swift motion, Lin Ze withdrew the silver needle. It's done, he said. The entire treatment process had taken less than a quarter of an hour, yet the chronic injuries plaguing Lin Ao for years had been largely healed. With some rest, he would fully recover. Lin Ao opened his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. His meridians felt relaxed, spiritual energy flowed unimpeded, and his entire being felt as if a massive weight had been lifted. He asked in disbelief, "That's it?" These hidden injuries were the result of years on the battlefield, tormenting him for so long. Even with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Hotian stage, he often endured sleepless nights because of them. Not even the Imperial physician could offer a solution, yet Lin Ze had resolved it with ease. As he reflected on Lin Ze's accomplishments at just 18 years old, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He, who had once been hailed as the North Star prodigy, seemed utterly ordinary compared to his grandson. At 18, Lin Ze had already reached the peak of the Hotian stage, while he himself had still been struggling at the 4th level. Lin Ze had mastered both martial arts and medicine, while he had only begun to grasp the basics of the 8 Desolate battle technique. Lin Ze possessed patience and a steady temperament, while in his youth, Lin Ao shook his head with a smile. This grandson of mine is truly a monster of talent. Lin Ao was not only completely convinced but also filled with immense pride and relief. Such a dazzlingly talented prodigy was of his own bloodline, the heir to the Lin family. A gratified smile appeared on his aged face. In the twilight of his years, all he wished for was the prosperity of his descendants and the flourishing of the family. For someone like him, whose aging had been hastened by injuries and who had watched his family teeter on the brink of decline, seeing Lin Ze grow up safe and sound would have already been enough to satisfy him. But now, Lin Ze had far exceeded his expectations, showcasing extraordinary talent. How could Lin Ao not be overjoyed? "Master, how are you feeling now?" Lin Mo, standing nearby, quickly asked when he noticed Lin Ao's improved complexion. "Ha ha ha." Lin Ao let out a hearty laugh, his voice full of vigor. "I feel better than ever, light as a feather, and indescribably refreshed." "Good lad. You've given this old man yet another pleasant surprise." Lin Ze reminded him, "You're not fully recovered yet. You'll need to rest and recuperate for some time to achieve a complete recovery." "All right, I'll do as you say," Lin Ao agreed. After treating Lin Ao, Lin Ze added, "There's another matter. I remember that back then, many of those who retired from the battlefield with you were severely injured soldiers, right? These loyal soldiers had been left with lingering ailments and significantly reduced strength due to their injuries in battle. After retiring, to avoid bringing shame to the Lin family army, they voluntarily left the capital. However, Lin Ao had never forgotten these brothers who had shared life and death with him. Every holiday, he would send subsidies to ensure their well-being. Because of this, these soldiers had remained connected to the Lin family, always ready to serve if needed. In the original story, during the Lin family's time of crisis, they rushed to aid without waiting for a summons. Once a Lin family soldier, always a Lin family soldier. These men were the most loyal and steadfast force of the Lin family. Lin Ze brought them up now with 2 intentions. First, to use his medical skills to help them recover their strength and bolster the Lin family's foundation. And second, with his godlike aptitude, He planned to gather martial arts techniques from across the land, and these loyal old comrades could become invaluable assets to him. Hearing Lin Ze mention the injured soldiers, a flicker of emotion flashed in Lin Ao's eyes. These brothers who had fought alongside him but were left with lasting injuries had always been a source of regret for him. If they could be healed, it would finally bring him peace of mind. After a brief pause, he spoke nonchalantly. Most of their injuries are old wounds that missed the optimal time for treatment. Are you confident you can save them? Lin Ao's tone was cautious as he questioned. Lin Ze, his expression calm and composed, replied carefully, I can't guarantee it, but I'm at least 80% sure. With my current cultivation level and mastery of the 9 extremes life needles, as long as it's not some extremely rare and incurable condition, they can be healed within 2 days. Lin Ao, usually stern and unsmiling, couldn't hide the joy on his face upon hearing this. Ever since Lin Ze's return, his smiles had been frequent. Good, good, good. He repeated the word 3 times, his tone brimming with excitement. Old Imo, summon them back immediately. Yes, master. Lin Imo acted swiftly, disappearing from the main residence like the wind before his words had fully faded. Lin Ao then gave another order. Xiao Chui, make arrangements for food to accommodate 2,000 people. Xiao Chui acknowledged and left, leaving only Lin Ze and Lin Ao, grandfather and grandson, in the hall. Lin Ao's smile quickly faded, replaced by a serious expression. Gathering the wounded soldiers and healing them, you do realize what this implies. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ze. These soldiers who fought alongside me are all battle-hardened veterans. Most of them have cultivation levels above the 5th stage of the Hotian realm. If 2,000 elite fighters are restored to full strength, it will undoubtedly shake the court of Beichen to its core. As the war god of Beichen, Lin Ao was not only a military genius, but also possessed an exceptional political acumen. From the moment Lin Ze proposed treating the injured soldiers, Lin Ao had sensed that something was amiss. This grandson, who had kept a low profile for years, suddenly revealed himself to everyone under the guise of a confrontation with an assassin and then proactively offered to heal the soldiers. His motives were clearly far from simple. In response to Lin Ao's probing, Lin Ze answered without hesitation, I understand. Lin Ao fell silent for a moment, his fingers rotating a jade Buddhist prayer bead that now bore cracks. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm an old man now. You've proven to me your abilities and your character. The Lin family will be yours sooner or later. Whatever you decide to do, I will always support you. But remember this, our Lin family walks a righteous path. If something has been done, we own up to it. If it hasn't, we deny it clearly. I understand, grandfather. Lin Ze nodded firmly before adding meaningfully, but I fear some people don't understand that. The Lin family had fallen into decline, with no one to carry on its legacy. But now that I've risen powerfully, there are bound to be those who can't stand it. The days ahead will undoubtedly be lively. If they don't react, that would be even more unusual. Hearing this, Lin Ao's hand holding the jade prayer bead paused, and a chill emanated from him. The Lin family is a tall tree that attracts the wind. Internally, we face Beichen's suspicion. Externally, Longdu covets us. His eyes flashed with a blood-red gleam, as if reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You must tread carefully. Lin Ze lightly fanned himself, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky, a trace of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I only hope they don't fall too quickly. After honing myself into an invincible force, it would be no fun if they're too easy to defeat. After the Golden Autumn Feast, the imperial capital of Beichen had unmistakably entered the fall season. The crisp autumn breeze swept through the streets, carrying a hint of chill, foretelling that this winter might arrive earlier and colder than usual. Inside and outside the capital, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Merchants hurried along the roads, eager to convert their goods into profit during this harvest season and stock up on supplies for the approaching winter. The streets were filled with the sound of creaking carriages and the endless flow of pedestrians. A swordsman carrying a heavy blade on his back entered a tavern in the capital. He went straight up to the 2nd floor, ordered a table full of food and wine, yet did not touch a single bite. Instead, he sat quietly, as though waiting for someone. From downstairs, the voices of the diners could be heard clearly, and without exception, their conversations revolved around the rising star of the Lin family, Lin Ze, who had made a stunning impression during the Golden Autumn Feast. In just a few days, his name had become the hottest topic in the entire imperial capital. The reason was simple yet extraordinary. This 18-year-old youth had managed to secure a place on the prestigious Shenwu ranking of the Beichen dynasty, taking the 7th spot. It was well known that those who made it onto the Shenwu ranking were all supreme masters of at least the 8th stage of postnatal cultivation, each a legendary figure renowned across the land. The first position on the Shenwu ranking was held by the founding emperor of Beichen, the Beichen emperor himself. The second belonged to the renowned immortal god of war, Lin Ao. Debates about which of the two was stronger had never ceased. Some believed Lin Ao, on the cusp of breaking through to the innate realm, was the true number one, while others argued that the Bachan Emperor, with his unparalleled swordsmanship and imperial authority, rightfully claimed the top spot. Regardless, sharing a place on this ranking with such peerless figures was proof enough of the Xinwu ranking's significance. For cultivators of Bachan, making it onto the list was the ultimate honor, and breaking into the top 10 was a feat that would bring fame across the world. Now, Lin Ze had astonishingly displaced the previous holder of the 7th position, none other than the swordsman currently seated on the 2nd floor of the tavern. "You're early," said a scholar dressed in green robes as he entered the tavern and took a seat across from the swordsman. "Not early. Just on time," the swordsman replied curtly, continuing to listen to the conversations downstairs about Lin Ze's extraordinary talent. The tea house buzzed with lively chatter as several patrons enthusiastically debated the rankings on the Xinwu list. "If you ask me, the Xinwu list has ranked the young master of the Lin family too low," one customer said, stroking his beard. "Based on his display of the 9th level Bahuang combat technique at the autumn banquet, he should at least be vying for a spot in the top 5. "That's not entirely fair." An elderly man nearby shook his head. "A cultivator's strength can't be judged solely by the level of their technique. Experience, awareness, cultivation, methods each is essential. Lin Ze may be immensely talented and have extraordinary resolve, but he's only 18. How much real combat experience could he have? How many techniques has he mastered?" "That's true," another chimed in. "Look at the top 10 on the Xinwu list. They all people who have lingered at the peak of the Hotian realm for decades? They're on the verge of breaking through to the Xiantian divine realm." As the group sighed in unison, a soft chuckle came from a corner of the room. A lone drinker set down his cup, his gaze carrying a hint of intrigue. "It seems your perspectives are still too narrow." "What do you mean by that?" The others turned to him with curiosity. The man took a deliberate sip of his wine. "Don't forget who Lin Ze truly is. Orphaned at a young age, he's faced countless crises yet has hidden his strength for a decade. With his level of cunning, do you really think a mere assassin's ambush would expose his true abilities? Think about it, though many experts reside in the Imperial Palace. The master of the Jing Division, the chief steward of the Inner Court, the commander of the Imperial Guard, and even the Emperor, who tops the Xinwu list." He paused, his voice steady but sharp. "With Lin Ze's status, who would dare let him suffer even a scratch?" His words sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. "You're suggesting—" Someone gasped, their voice uneasy. "It's obvious this was a meticulously orchestrated game," the man said, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "A man who has feigned weakness and avoided the palace for years suddenly appears there. Do you think the Emperor wouldn't test him? And as someone at the peak of Hotian, would Lin Ze really fail to sense an assassin's approach?" The tea house fell silent. Everyone was digesting the shocking implications. "And that's not even the most alarming part," the man concluded, his voice dropping. "Have you heard? Just yesterday, the Lin family issued a summons, recalling all Lin family troops stationed outside." His voice trailed off, but the chilling weight of his words hung in the air, sending shivers through everyone present. The moment the news broke, the lively chatter in the inn came to an abrupt halt. Diners exchanged uneasy and puzzled glances. The sudden announcement of a summons from the Lin family was anything but ordinary. The murmurs among the drinkers gradually died down. The messenger poured himself a cup of wine, took a sip, and smacked his lips. "Tisich, things are about to get interesting around here." On the 2nd floor, in a private room, a swordsman and a scholar in a green robe listened intently to the discussions downstairs. The swordsman turned to the scholar and said, "I've made progress in my heavy sword technique and came to the capital intending to challenge you, the 6th-ranked expert on the Xinwu list. But given the current situation, our duel will have to wait. I need to meet this second young master Lin and see if he lives up to his reputation." With that, he stood and headed for the door, adding, "Once I reclaim my spot as the 7th on the Xinwu list, I'll come back for you." The scholar in the green robe chuckled lightly. "If you truly defeat him, there will be no need to seek me out." The swordsman paused and turned back. "Have you fought him before?" "No, just a hunch," the scholar replied. The swordsman gave him a deep look before turning and leaving. At the same time, in a dim alley somewhere in the capital, a man dressed in black blocked the path of Yi Xiaoran, ranked 28th on the Xinwu list. Without preamble, the man said, "It's said that since taking charge of the Azura Manor, Mr. Yi has never failed a king among assassins in Bachan. My master would like to hire you for a job." "Who?" Yi Xiaoran asked. "Young Master Lin Ze." Yi Xiaoran sneered. "You dare to target him? Right now, there are plenty of people who want him dead." As the man in black opened his mouth to say more, Yi Xiaoran took a step forward in an instant, gripping the man's throat. "It seems your master hasn't taught you how to show proper respect to a Xinwu list expert." The man in black struggled and quickly produced 2 pouches and a jade bottle, explaining that they contained a colorless, tasteless poison lethal upon contact with blood. but Yi Xiaoran still shook his head. Too risky. We're talking about a Haute Tian 9th stage warrior who's mastered the 9th level of the 8 Desolation battle technique. Add more money. Yi Xiaoran suddenly changed his tone. Deal. The man in black agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's council hall, civil and military officials were gathered. A middle-aged minister was passionately delivering his speech. Your Majesty, I have a report to present. I must accuse Duke Lin Ao and his grandson, Lin Ze. Wei Pingyuan stood in the grand hall, his voice firm and resonant, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As the current leader of the Northern Star Military Division and the head of the Wei family, he carried an air of utmost gravity. Since the Lin family had retreated from the forefront of power, the Wei family had risen rapidly, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, becoming another dominant family within the Northern Star dynasty. Not only did they control key military centers, but their influence in the army was second only to that of the Lin family, creating an unspoken rivalry. The open and covert power struggle between the Wei and Lin families had a long history. Whenever matters concerning the Lin family arose, the Wei family was always the first to step forward and obstruct. The underlying reason was no secret to anyone in court. The emperor needed a counterweight to the Lin family's power, and the Wei family conveniently filled that role. From the moment the emperor brought the Wei family to the forefront, their fate became inextricably tied to imperial authority. They had no choice but to press forward, even if it meant twisting the truth or making baseless accusations. The Northern Star Emperor raised his eyes slightly. Minister Wei, you accuse Duke Lin and his grandson? Have the two families clashed again? This is not a personal grievance. Wei Pingyuan exclaimed, waving his hand passionately. The Lin family is positioning itself against the entire Northern Star dynasty. They intend to overthrow the very foundation of our empire. Your Majesty must remain vigilant. The emperor straightened slightly in his throne. What do you mean by this, Minister Wei? Duke Lin has always been known for his loyalty and patriotism, adhering strictly to the principles of the ruler and subject. This is well known to all. Loyalty and patriotism? Wei Pingyuan let out a cold laugh. If that old fox were truly loyal, why would he commit such acts of deception? His grandson, Lin Ze, has secretly advanced to the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation at such a young age. Yet they deliberately concealed it and refused to present him before your Majesty. This is clearly a precaution against you. Worse still, the Lin family has issued a summoning order without cause, rallying their former soldiers and assembling a private army, blatantly disregarding your Majesty's authority. I implore your Majesty to immediately confiscate the Lin family's properties and execute these traitors who harbor treasonous intentions. The court ministers, however, remained composed after hearing this. While it was true that the Lin family's unilateral activation of the summoning order was irregular, as an emperor-sanctioned duke of the state, Lin Ao had the privilege of maintaining a private army. Moreover, Wei Pingyuan's habit of exploiting every opportunity to attack the Lin family was nothing new. The ministers had grown accustomed to this recurring spectacle and simply watched silently as the familiar drama unfolded. This matter has nothing to do with them. The tension in the court grew heavier. Both the imperial authority and the Lin family were forces too immense to offend. However, the officials aligned with the Lin family reacted strongly to Wei Pingyuan's remarks. One minister immediately interrupted him with a cold sneer. Wei Sima, your words are absurd. Since you accuse the Lin family of deceit, let me ask you this. How many times does the dog in your household bark in a day? Does it bark early or late? Does it bark at filth? Or does it bark solely at Wei Sima? Do you listen to it standing or sitting? Have you ever reported these trivial matters to His Majesty? If not, does that not mean you too are withholding things from His Majesty? Your Majesty, I must accuse Wei Sima of harboring sinister intentions and deceiving the throne. How dare you? Wei Pingyuan's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Lu Dudong, what benefits has the Lin family given you to make you defend them so fervently? Defend the Lin family? Lu Dudong scoffed coldly. It's clear that Wei Sima is fabricating baseless accusations. The Northern Chun dynasty has always been governed by the principles of loyalty and filial piety. I stop Wei Sima from misleading the emperor out of loyalty. I refute his slander against my mentor, Lin Guogong, out of filial piety. Or should I, like some, become a disloyal and unfilial scoundrel? Just as Wei Pingyuan, seething with rage, was about to retort, Emperor Baichen intervened in a timely manner. Enough. Lu Dudong, calm yourself. Turning to Wei Pingyuan, the emperor's tone grew stern. Wei Aiqing, I have made my position clear. Lin Guogong is a pillar of the Northern Chan dynasty, a cornerstone of the nation. The matter of private troops is a rightful privilege of hereditary dukes, and this ends here. As for Lin Ze concealing his identity, Emperor Baichen sighed lightly. It was the Northern Chan dynasty that wronged the Lin family first. Zaire kept a low profile for good reason. Besides, having such a grandson is a great comfort to me. In the coming year, The Northern Shen dynasty will surely see the emergence of a transcendent innate divine being who will safeguard our dynasty's legacy for generations. The assembled officials bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Felicitations, Your Majesty." Raising his hand to signal the officials to rise, Interrogation continued, "However, the Lin family's gathering of private troops does indeed disrupt the order of the imperial capital. With the Golden Autumn Banquet Assassin case recently concluded and the new scholars about to enter court, I have arranged an official position for Zaire. Xiao Guangzi, go to the Lin family to deliver the imperial decree and remind Zaire to be mindful of the impact." "By your command." Xiao Guangzi took the prepared decree and immediately set off for the Lin family. Meanwhile, the Lin family's personal guards were arriving one after another. Along the way, they had all heard of young Master Lin Ze's recent actions, assuming this was his long-awaited moment of retaliation. This filled every guard with high spirits. They had always pledged their loyalty to the Lin family, to Lin Ao's bloodline, rather than the Northern Qian dynasty. When the Lin family's two heroes and many Lin family soldiers had been ambushed and killed by the Longdu kingdom years ago, the Lin family's forces had already been burning with fury. A surge of anger ignited within Lin Ze's heart. He wished he could overturn the entire Beichen, flatten the wolves underfoot, and avenge the tragic deaths of the Lin family brothers and its two prodigies. However, when his loyal soldiers, brimming with determination, returned to the Lin family estate, ready to follow their young master into battle, they discovered that events were unfolding far differently than they had imagined. As it turned out, the young master had summoned them back not to wage war, but to treat their lingering ailments. Word spread quickly, and soon a long line formed inside and outside the Lin family courtyard. The soldiers, eyes filled with hope, watched the jade-faced youth skillfully administer his healing arts. Each time an injured soldier was cured, the anticipation in the queue grew even stronger. "All right, the rest are just minor recovery issues. Head over there," Lin Ze instructed, pointing toward where Lu Hanyin was stationed. "Thank you, young master." The healed soldier bowed deeply, then stepped aside to make room for the next. Over by the pavilion, Lu Hanyin was quietly observing Lin Ze as he focused intently on treating the wounded. As a descendant of the Lu family, renowned for generations of medical expertise, she too was highly skilled in healing. At the moment, she was handling the follow-up care for those already treated. Yet, her abilities paled in comparison to Lin Ze's, who seemed to rival even the court's chief physician. Watching this once dismissed youth, long deemed unremarkable, now reveal such extraordinary talent, Lu Hanyin found herself lost in thought. For a decade, he had concealed his brilliance, suppressing his innate gifts, enduring the scorn and ridicule of others, even going so far as to adopt a persona he despised to mislead those watching the Lin family. Such profound resilience left her awestruck. "Miss?" A wounded soldier's call pulled her back to reality. Lu Hanyin, slightly flustered, withdrew her gaze. After carefully examining the soldier's condition, she said, "There's nothing serious. Just rest more, and you'll recover fully in no more than 2 days." The injured soldiers nodded repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, miss. You've worked so hard." Lu Hanyin shook her head, her gaze falling on Lin Ze, who was fully absorbed in treating the wounded. "Compared to him, I've only done a few insignificant things." As the daughter of the Lu family, renowned for generations in the field of medicine, Lu Hanyin had been immersed in the art of healing since childhood. She had studied medical texts extensively, received meticulous training from her family, and later benefited from the resources of the Lin family, allowing her skills to advance rapidly. Yet, even with all of this, she had only achieved the level of a second-grade medical officer in the Imperial Medical Bureau, still far from the rank of Imperial Physician, let alone someone as skilled as Lin Ze. Thinking about how she was 2 years older than him, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "He the young master really is like a celestial being descended to earth," Xiao Sui remarked with admiration. Then, turning to Lu Hanyin, she added, "But miss, you shouldn't belittle yourself. To achieve such accomplishments at your age is already a rare feat of genius." "Exactly. Both the young master and the miss are like true dragons and phoenixes of our Lin family," one of the injured soldiers chimed in. Lu Hanyin couldn't help but smile wryly. She didn't mean to compare herself to Lin Ze. She simply held great respect for the level of mastery he had achieved. After finishing her tasks with the patients, she found herself with some free time. These minor follow-ups didn't take long, but on Lin Ze's side, every case required meticulous and detailed attention. She watched him quietly as he focused on his treatments, lost in thought without even realizing it. Suddenly, she felt a teasing gaze from the side-eye with Xiao Sui, looking at her with a mix of surprise and playful curiosity. Lu Hanyin's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly averted her eyes, pretending she had just been fixing her hair and happened to glance over. Meanwhile, Lin Ao and Lin Mo, who had been observing the scene from a distance, exchanged a knowing smile. "Ah, Young people, Lin Ao murmured as he tapped his teacup lightly and took a sip. This tea tastes especially fragrant today. As the sun set behind the western hills, the busy day finally came to an end. Moonlight, soft and silken, draped over Lin Ze as he meditated. His hair shimmered faintly under the moonlight, giving him an air of elegance and transcendence. Lu Hanyin gently brushed back her hair and walked toward him, intending to wipe the sweat from his brow. Just then, Lin Ze suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of alertness flashing within them, the same expression he had worn the day she first met him. This time, Lu Hanyin finally understood the reason behind it. Lin Ze's heart sank as he finally confirmed his suspicion was indeed guarding against Lu Hanyin, just as he did against the Emperor and everyone else secretly working against the Lin family. Lu Hanyin stood still, a flicker of hurt flashing in her eyes. She silently took out a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to Lin Ze. "Wipe your sweat," she said. Seeing Lin Ze's expressionless face, she added, "Don't worry, it's not poisoned." "No need. I'll freshen up after meditating," Lin Ze replied coolly. Lu Hanyin withdrew the handkerchief and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. She turned back to look at Lin Ze. "I am also a member of the Lin family. We grew up together." "Grew up together," Lin Ze repeated under his breath, his emotions a mixture of bitterness and complexity. As his adopted sister and betrothed since childhood, they had indeed been inseparable before the memories of his past life awakened. If nothing unexpected had happened, they would soon be married and continue the Lin family lineage. However, in this world dominated by protagonists with their inexplicable plot armor, nothing followed conventional logic. Wherever the protagonist went, conflicts arose, triggering all kinds of absurd events. Even though Lin Ze had altered the conflict at the autumn banquet, there was no guarantee that other unforeseen events wouldn't occur. As Lin Ze was lost in thought, a maid named Xiaotsue hurried over. "Young master, Eunuch Guang from the palace has been waiting for a long time with an imperial decree." Lin Ze's eyes flickered, and his figure dissolved into shimmering light feathers, scattering into the air. In the reception hall, the light feathers swirled and converged, forming Lin Ze's figure before Eunuch Guang. The eunuch was momentarily stunned. Such a divine ability, and yet it was wielded by someone at the Hotian realm? "Young Master Lin, His Majesty brings joyous news," Eunuch Guang said respectfully. "By the Emperor's decree, Lin Ze of the Lin family, for his meritorious act of slaying the assassin at the autumn banquet and protecting the throne, is hereby appointed chief of the Jing division, tasked with overseeing the officials. Additionally, he is named inspector of Beichin Academy, responsible for evaluating the candidates who passed the autumn examinations and inspecting the academy's internal and external affairs. Thus decreed." Lin Ze humbly accepts the decree. Lin Ze respectfully received the imperial edict from Eunuch Guang's hands. "Congratulations, Chief Lin." Eunuch Guang beamed with a wide smile. The position of chief of the Jing division comes with the authority to oversee all officials and maintain order in the capitala, power of life and death. His Majesty has always reserved this role for trusted insiders, never outsiders. Lin Ze responded with a polite smile. "I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's trust. I shall not fail in my duty. With our own people handling matters, His Majesty can rest assured," Eunuch Guang said, then suddenly lowered his voice. "However, there is one other matter. Please, speak freely. It's like this: there has been some discontent in court regarding the Lin family's private issuance of a recruitment order. Certain individuals are using this to stir up trouble, attempting to impeach the Lin family." Eunuch Guang paused briefly before continuing. "Of course, the Lin family, as founding contributors to the empire, has always been loyal to the throne. His Majesty won't be swayed by baseless accusations. That said, the influx of private troops into the capital does pose a potential risk to the city's order. His Majesty hopes that Chief Lin can keep the Lin family army in check." "So that's the issue." Lin Ze nodded in understanding. "It was my oversight. The truth is, after gaining deeper insights into the 9 Extremes Life Needle technique in the library pavilion, my medical skills have improved significantly. I wanted to treat the old soldiers who had fought alongside the Lin family and suffered lingering ailments. At the same time, I sought their help in collecting martial arts manuals. I have a keen interest in martial arts, though I hadn't anticipated this would cause misunderstandings. At such a young age, you've already mastered the 8 Desolation battle techniques, the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, and the Invisible Sword Finger. Your martial arts talent is truly extraordinary," Eunuch Guang praised repeatedly, before shifting the conversation. "To be honest, I feel ashamed. I can't even decipher 2 ancient manuals I happened to acquire. Since Chief Lin has such a strong passion for martial arts texts, why not let me gift these books to you? Should you gain any insights, I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me." The intent behind these flattering words was clear. Someone like Lin Ze, a prodigy who had reached the peak of the acquired stage by the age of 18, was worth cultivating a relationship with. If he were to step into the innate stage one day, This favor would far outweigh a simple gesture of reciprocity. Of course, Lin Ze agreed. Then I shall take my leave. I must return to the palace to report to His Majesty. Take care, Eunuch Guang. After exchanging a few polite words, Eunuch Guang turned and disappeared into the night. Lin Ze watched as Eunuch Guang departed, then shifted his gaze to a shadowy corner. You've been listening for quite a while. Must this young master invite you out personally? After a brief silence, Yishaoran stepped out of the darkness slowly. Under the moonlight, he exuded a chilling, murderous aura, like a sharp blade unsheathed. His presence radiated the power of the Hotian eightfold Yunshin Realmo martial artist at this level was already among the strongest below the pinnacle of the Hotian stage. Across all major forces, such a figure could be considered a dominant power. Even in a prominent family like the Lin clan, only the steward, Lin Mo, had reached this level. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, a faint approving smile playing on his lips. Not bad. You didn't send some low-level lackey to fool McQueet sincere of you. These days, it's rare to see a villain who knows to start with their best move. He crossed his arms, his expression relaxed. Go ahead. For your sincerity, this young master will give you 3 chances to strike. Yishaoran's eyes flashed sharply as he took a slow step forward, assuming a combat stance. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and bowed respectfully to Lin Ze. Yishaoran of the Shura Manor has no intention of becoming an enemy of the second young master of the Lin family. I'm here to report an urgent matter. Second young master Lin. Someone has hired me to kill you. Lin Ze froze for a moment, his expression complicated. So you decided to sell them out? Yishaoran chuckled lightly. To oppose you would be like a mantis trying to stop a carriage-seeking death on my own accord. His gaze carried a hint of reverence. Lin Ze of the Lin family, reaching the pinnacle of the Hotian stage at just 18, with unfathomable martial prowess. Such extraordinary talent rivals that of a reincarnated martial saint. Your future as an innate celestial being is inevitable. Who would dare provoke you without courting death? Yishaoran continued. When that man in black approached me, I clearly refused the task. But he wouldn't listen and even insulted me. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite bottle. This is the deadly poison he gave me. Supposedly, it can kill on contact, and even a Hotian ninefold expert wouldn't survive it. Lin Ze sighed with disinterest. He had been looking forward to a fight, but it seemed there would be no chance now. Who's the buyer? Lin Ze took the deadly poison handed to him by Yishaoran, his sharp gaze scrutinizing it for a moment. Who's the buyer? This person deliberately concealed their identity. Yishaoran raised his hand and pointed northwest toward the imperial capital of Beichun, where the Beichun Academy was located. But their disguise was useless in front of me. Despite taking a convoluted route and changing attire to avoid detection, they underestimated my Shura villa, which thrives on intelligence trading. I followed them in secret and eventually saw them enter Beichun Academy with my own eyes. Beichun Academy? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, recalling a key plotline from the original story. After the protagonists showcased their talents at Beichun Academy, they faced multiple assassination attempts. Investigations revealed that spies from the Longdu Kingdom had infiltrated the Academy's upper ranks, monitoring promising students who could threaten Longdu and eliminating them in secret. It seems his rapid rise had triggered this storyline ahead of schedule. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. Longdu, you've dared to deliver yourself to me first. Regardless of whether there were other forces behind the deaths of the Lin family's 2 prodigies and Lin Ze, Longdu, as the direct enemy, would not escape retribution. He had been preoccupied with strengthening himself and consolidating the Lin family recently, but now, he finally had time to deal with this matter. Conveniently, I'm serving as an inspector for this autumn's trials. Lin Ze sneered. Tomorrow, he'll turn Beichun Academy upside down and drag out that Longdu spy. While I'm at it, I might as well meet this world's protagonist. If the opportunity arises, I'll eliminate this unpredictable variable as well. Turning to Yishaoran, Lin Ze asked, what reward do you want? The payment has already been made, Yishaoran replied earnestly. I came here only to establish goodwill with young Master Lin. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I hope you'll grant me a chance to earn a living. No need to wait for the future. I have a task for you now. Lin Ze smiled. I enjoy collecting martial arts manuals from across the world. I trust this won't be a challenge for your Shura villa. Understood. They'll deliver the collected manuals every 7 days. Yishaoran agreed, turning to leave. Wait. Lin Ze stopped him. Since your expertise lies in intelligence, do you know anything about Langdus night raid on the Beichun military over a decade ago? Yishaoran shook his head. I understand your intentions, young Master Lin, but military intelligence is far too sensitive. Whether it's Beichun or Longdu, either could easily crush my Shura villa. We never touch such information. Seems I've let you down, Yishaoran said softly. No matter. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Lin Ze replied calmly, as if he had already anticipated the response. If it were that easy to uncover, Lin Ao would have figured it out long ago over the past decade. Go on. Yi Xiaoran nodded silently and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the night. The next day, wounded soldiers from afar began to arrive in succession. Most of them came from the outskirts of the imperial capital, and even with their overnight march, they could only reach by the following day. Lin Ze instructed Xiao Chui to arrange accommodations for the injured soldiers first and wait until the evening, when everyone was gathered, for unified treatment. Afterward, Lin Ze boarded a carriage heading to Beichen Academy. As usual, 2 Lin family guards, both at the 6th level of the Hotian realm, flanked him for protection. Though Lin Ze's true strength was no longer a secret, this tradition of having escorts for the young master of the Lin family had long been upheld as a matter of decorum. The carriage came to a steady stop at the grand entrance of Beichen Academy. The academy's senior staff, having received prior notice, were already lined up in an orderly manner, waiting patiently. Lin Ze's status was now extraordinary. He was not only the young master of the Lin family, but also the newly appointed chief of the Jing department, representing the royal Li family for the autumn examinations. Moreover, he was a prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of the Hotian realm, a feat that had stunned many. When Lin Ze stepped out of the carriage, he was dressed in pristine white robes that seemed as pure as snow. He held a folding fan in his hand, his jet black hair partially tied with a jade hairpin, and a piece of ancient white jade hung from his waist. His every movement exuded the grace and refinement of a noble gentleman. At first glance, he appeared no more than a handsome young nobleman, devoid of any imposing aura. However, Zhang Tong, a scholarly man in a green robe, standing at the center of the crowd, who was not only the headmaster of Beichen Academy, but also a 9th-level Hotian master ranked 6th on the Xinwu list, felt a sudden jolt in his heart the moment he laid eyes on Lin Ze. He realized he couldn't sense Lin Ze's aura at all. This meant that Lin Ze had not only recently broken through to the peak of the Hotian realm, but had also spent considerable time refining his mastery, reaching a state of seamless harmony with nature. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhang Tong composed himself and led the others in a respectful greeting. Zhang Tong of Beichen Academy greets Chief Lin. We greet Chief Lin, the crowd echoed in unison. Zhang Tong is here as well? Lin Ze's gaze brightened slightly as he thought to himself. So, this is the 6th-ranked expert on the Xinwu list. No need for formalities. Lin Ze lightly waved his folding fan, and an invisible, gentle force spread out instantly, lifting everyone upright with an irresistible power. Even Zhang Tong was no exception. The force did not dissipate immediately, but instead seemed to gather and intensify, as if deliberately leaving Zhang Tong time to respond. Zhang Tong recognized this as a display of authority, a subtle test. As a Xinwu list expert, his first instinct was to summon his strength to resist and complete the bow. But on second thought, Lin Ze was here as a royal envoy, and this show of power was indeed appropriate to establish his presence. Thus, Zhang Tong went with the flow, allowing the gentle force to act on him as he said, "It is said that Chief Lin is a peerless talent with profound cultivation. Seeing you today, the rumors are indeed true." Hearing this, Lin Ze's lips curved into a faint, meaningful smile. The 6th-ranked on the Xinwu list? Is this all you've got? Lin Ze stood in front of the Beichen Academy, feeling a mix of helplessness and frustration. He, a dignified peak Hotian powerhouse, was being provoked yet couldn't retaliate. How did the original protagonist of the story manage to trigger battle scenarios wherever they went? It was truly baffling. "You're too kind, Master Zhang," Lin Ze replied indifferently, stepping into the Beichen Academy. His gaze swept toward Master Zhang, his tone calm. "You already know why I'm here today. What happened at the autumn banquet a few days ago greatly displeased my grandfather." Hearing this, Zhang Tong hurriedly explained, "Our Beichen Academy has always been loyal to the throne and dedicated to nurturing virtuous individuals. Never before have we tolerated such treacherous and deceitful behavior. To think that a traitor could infiltrate our students and tarnish the reputation of Beichen Academy, it's truly despicable and unexpected. Master Zhang, I didn't come here to listen to your grievances." "Understood," Zhang Tong responded solemnly. "Rest assured, Lord Lin, over the past few days, I have thoroughly investigated the academy, re-examined and verified all student records. Any student with questionable backgrounds has been documented and temporarily transferred to branch academies outside the capital for further observation. As for the students who remain in the capital, I can guarantee that they are all of clear lineage and impeccable origins. Such absurd incidents as what happened at the autumn banquet will not occur again." As he finished speaking, the teachers beside Zhang Tong handed over the meticulously prepared student records. Lin Ze casually flipped through the documents, which he suspected had been carefully fabricated. However, he was well aware of his true purpose here, not to investigate on behalf of the royal family, but to root out the traitors from Longdu and eliminate the original protagonist of the story, who posed a destabilizing threat. The students might be clean, but what about the teachers? Lin Ze suddenly asked, catching everyone off guard. He continued, These Longdu traders must be incredibly resourceful to infiltrate the top academy in Beichin so seamlessly, even managing to evade the watchful eyes of all the teachers. With a sharp snap, he closed his folding fan, his tone turning icy. The teachers at Beichin Academy should all have cultivation levels of at least Hotian 6th stage, correct? And with you, Master Zhang, a renowned peak Hotian expert listed on the divine martial rankings. How is it that a few mere traders managed to slip past your notice? His words caused the gathered teachers to pale visibly. So, is it that the teachers of Beichin Academy are incompetent? Or is someone deliberately covering for them? Lord Lin, we have been teaching at Beichin Academy for over 20 years, dedicated and diligent. How could we possibly be traitors from Longdu? Exactly. If we were traitors, something would have happened long ago. Beichin Academy would never dare oppose the court that would be suicidal. Lin Ze sneered. Not bold enough? I think you're quite bold. If you wouldn't dare to harm the court, would you dare to harm my Lin family? This, Lord Lin, what do you mean by that? Everyone stared at him in confusion. When did Beichin Academy dare to plot against the Lin family? Lin Ze questioned coldly. Before his words faded, he flipped his palm, and an invisible ripple instantly spread across the room. Immediately, a delicate jade bottle appeared out of thin air before everyone. This bottle, I believe some of you find it familiar, don't you? Lin Ze's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across every person present. What is inside this bottle? The head of the academy, Zhang Tong, frowned as he asked. Lin Ze did not answer. Instead, he turned to stare directly at a middle-aged man standing at the back of the crowd. Your heart is beating awfully fast. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, but he forced himself to remain calm. My heart rate has always been. Before he could finish, Lin Ze's right hand shot out abruptly. A terrifying suction force formed instantly, like an invisible tornado, dragging the man directly in front of him. Smack! Lin Ze grabbed the man's head with one hand, lifting him into the air. The immense strength in his grip seemed as though it would crush the man's skull. You, what are you doing? This is Beichin Academy. Headmaster, save me! The man screamed in terror. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to freeze in shock. Beichin Academy, as one of the most prestigious powers in Beichin, was guarded by Zhang Tong, a peak postnatal master. Even during the Golden Autumn Banquet incident, when the Imperial Court's 3 departments suffered humiliation, Beichin Academy was merely instructed to handle matters internally. Not even the Imperial family dared to act recklessly here. Second young Master Lin, this behavior is outrageous. Zhang Tong said sternly. Mr. Zhang has been with Beichin Academy for 10 years, always diligent and upright. He would never commit such an act. Please investigate thoroughly before taking action. Fine. I'll follow protocol, Lin Ze replied in an even tone. Last night, I was attacked by assassins. The mastermind behind it is someone from your Beichin Academy. This bottle of deadly poison is the evidence. And as for your Mr. Zhang, his erratic heartbeat upon seeing this item clearly ties him to the crime. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. Who would be foolish enough to attempt the assassination of a peak postnatal master? Very well. It seems reasoning is pointless, Lin Ze said, tightening his grip, causing Zhang to cry out in pain. Speak. Who ordered you to assassinate me? Master Zheng's face twisted in pain, but he stubbornly forced himself to speak through gritted teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. You're clearly provoking me on purpose, trying to use my academy to make a statement. Lin Ze said no more and exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Instantly, 5 deep indentations appeared on the top of Master Zheng's head, and his skull began to deform. Headmaster, save me! Master Zhang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Zhang Tong and the others from the academy watched the scene unfold, a trace of reluctance flashing in their eyes. Though they had worked alongside Master Zhang for years, his involvement in the conspiracy to assassinate Lin Ze left them no choice but to stand by. The Beichin Academy valued its reputation, but the dignity of Lin Ze, a peerless prodigy at the peak of the Hotian stage and a scion of the Lin family, was even more inviolable. Were it not for the years of camaraderie, they wouldn't have even attempted to dissuade Lin Ze earlier. Seeing no one respond, Master Zhang grew increasingly panicked. Headmaster, you can't just believe Lin Ze's one-sided accusations. He's making baseless claims. I haven't even left the academy. Lin Ze let out a cold laugh. Do you think staying silent will stop me from getting the truth? Before his words had fully landed, a searing agony, as though it could reduce a soul to ashes, surged through Master Zheng's entire body. Orange-red flames enveloped him, not lethal, but excruciating beyond endurance. This was a technique Lin Ze had mastered from the royal archives and the Lin family's library, combining the essence of hundreds of martial arts disciplines. Even a mere fraction of their power was enough to make life unbearable. Speak. Who are you working for? I might grant you a swift end. Master Zhang clenched his teeth, struggling to resist. But when Lin Ze unleashed a chilling wave of white frost into his body, he completely broke down. The torment of alternating between fiery heat and icy cold left his complexion oscillating between pale and flushed, while cold sweat poured from him like rain. The members of Bachin Academy shuddered at the sight, silently warning themselves never to cross Lin Ze in the future. I'll talk. At last, Master Zhang succumbed to the dual torment of body and soul. As the flames and frost slightly subsided, he gasped for air and spoke with great difficulty. It was Long Du who ordered me to. Before he could finish, Master Zhang abruptly stopped. His eyes began to fill with a strange, bloody hue, which quickly spread to cover his entire eyeballs. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. Master Zhang struggled painfully to get up, attempting to speak. You. Before he could finish his words, his head suddenly exploded under a mysterious force. Blood splattered everywhere, and red and white matter instantly covered the ground as the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The crowd at the academy stared in horror, their faces pale, as they witnessed Master Zhang's head burst after uttering the words Wolf City. They exchanged uneasy glances, frozen in a deathly silence. Lin Ze, however, remained calm and composed. Taking a handkerchief from one of the guards, he nonchalantly wiped his fingers. Interesting, Lin Ze remarked with a faint smile. Clearly, Master Zhang's death had nothing to do with him, but someone was determined to prevent the truth from being revealed. Lin Ze's gaze swept meaningfully over the senior members of the academy. Your Northern Star Academy truly hides some remarkable talents. He elegantly unfolded his folding fan and gently waved it as he walked deeper into the academy. The academy's headmaster, Zhang Tong, glanced at Master Zhang's corpse before casting a probing look at everyone present. His gaze sent chills down their spines, but without saying much, Zhang Tong quickly followed Lin Ze. Someone cautiously asked, Headmaster, what about the traitor's body? Without turning back, Zhang Tong warned, at this moment, second young Master Lin would likely prefer none of you to fall behind. The words sent a shiver through their hearts, and they hurriedly abandoned any thought of dealing with the body, rushing to follow. Meanwhile, in front of the Lin family estate, a swordmaster carrying a massive black iron sword paused at the gates. Several Lin family guards immediately stepped forward to block his path. This is Lin family territory. Halt! Despite sensing the immense power emanating from the man, the guards remained vigilant and dutiful. The swordmaster raised his eyes indifferently. I am the 8th on the divine martial rankings, the Black Iron Sword King. The name left the guards in shock. The Black Iron Sword King was a peak-level expert of the 9th stage Hotian realm, renowned throughout Northern Star for his mastery of the heavy sword and his ability to overpower any technique with sheer force. After a great battle 5 years ago, he had gone into seclusion, and his reappearance today likely meant his strength had surpassed its former peak. The guards cautiously replied, So it is the Sword King. To what do we owe the honor? The Sword King suddenly shook the massive sword on his back, sending it soaring into the air before it crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the earth to tremble. I am here to challenge Lin family's Lin Ze to reclaim my spot as 7th on the divine martial rankings, he declared. Rest assured, it will be a fair duel, nothing more. Go and inform your second young master. Our young master has gone to Northern Star Academy to assume the position of Chief Inspector of the Mirror Division and is currently purging the academy, one of the guards explained truthfully. The Sword King's brows furrowed. Are you trying to deceive me? We dare not. The young master's inspection of Northern Star Academy is a significant matter. You can easily verify it yourself, the guard replied earnestly. The Black Iron Sword King placed a firm hand on his heavy sword, causing it to vibrate before he effortlessly slung it back onto his back. Northern Star Academy? Both of my targets are there. Perfect. Before the guards could respond, he leapt and disappeared in an instant, heading straight for the Northern Star Academy. Bachin Academy. A young scholar dressed in white stumbled into the Evergreen Hall, sweat glistening on his forehead and his breath short and hurried. The hall was already filled with students who had excelled in the autumn examinations, all eagerly awaiting Lin Ze's arrival. Ever since the shocking events of the Golden Autumn Banquet, where Lin Ze's extraordinary abilities were on full display, these students had developed a profound admiration for this peerless talent. Upon hearing that Lin Ze had been appointed as the chief of the Jing division and would personally select recruits, they had assembled early, brimming with anticipation. Has the second young master arrived? Someone in the crowd asked anxiously, noticing the flustered state of the young scholar. Don't ask, the scholar gasped, his voice trembling. Something terrible has happened. Professor Zhang was just killed on the spot by the second young master at the academy gates. What? The crowd exclaimed in shock. What happened? The scholar scanned the room, his tone heavy. The academy has been infiltrated. Not only are there traitors among the students, but even the higher-ups have been compromised. Professor Zhang was exposed as a traitor by none other than the second young master himself. The higher-ups? Compromised? Someone murmured in disbelief, only to be interrupted by another. What's so surprising about that? How could a traitor remain hidden in the academy for so long without the protection of someone in the upper ranks? It's no wonder it went unnoticed by the professors. How did the second young master uncover this? Another asked. Apparently, someone hired an assassin to kill him, which enraged him. Using some kind of special method, he detected irregularities in Professor Zheng's heartbeat and exposed him as a traitor. As the students buzzed with speculation, Xia Qinghe, seated at the front, seemed distracted, absently flipping through an essay book. Her gaze lingered on the same page for an unusually long time. Stop flipping through that, teased the girl in pink sitting beside her. You're going to wear the book out. Thinking about the second young master, are you? Xia Qinghe snapped out of her daze and glared at her friend in embarrassment. What nonsense are you talking about? Ever since the Golden Autumn Banquet, someone's been daydreaming non-stop, the girl in pink teased, her eyes glinting mischievously. I'm curious to see what kind of charm this Lin family second young master possesses. Xia Qinghe was about to retort when footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a loud announcement. The second young master is here. The students immediately straightened their postures and composed themselves. Lin Ze entered Evergreen Hall with Zhang Tong and a few others, his gaze sweeping over the seated students. When his eyes landed on the girl in pink beside Xia Qinghe, he paused momentarily. This girl, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, exuded youthful energy. Her beauty, fresh and natural, was no less captivating than Xia Qing's. Above a pair of large, glistening eyes lay delicately arched brows, resembling crescent moons. Her flawless, porcelain-like face was adorned with soft, cherry-red lips and a dainty, upturned nose, her features perfectly harmonious. Her long, jet-black hair, faintly tinged with a hint of red, shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a unique brilliance. Lin Ze's gaze shifted back and forth between her and Xia Qinghe, his heart secretly filled with surprise. Standing together, the two women were evenly matched in beauty, each unique in her own way. Yet he distinctly remembered that in the original novel, the renowned beauty of Beichen Academy was only Xia Qinghe. If such a stunning woman truly existed, given the protagonist's halo, she should have long been part of his entourage. What puzzled him even more was their apparent closeness. Their intimate posture suggested a strong bond between them. Lin Ze frowned involuntarily. This subtle expression immediately caused a stirmany in the academy were startled, fearing another spy had been exposed. Xia Qinghe, on the other hand, looked perplexed, silently wondering why his gaze, filled with pity at the Golden Autumn Banquet, had now turned into a frown. Could it be that he found her appearance unappealing? The girl in pink, however, stood out from the crowd. Her eyes darted between Lin Ze and the Academy's senior members, a thoughtful gleam flashing within them. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, but Lin Ze soon averted his gaze. I recall that Beichen Academy's annual autumn trial typically selects only 50 candidates, Lin Ze said calmly. Subtracting the traitors who perished during the Golden Autumn Banquet, the numbers seem to have increased, haven't they? A scholar quickly stepped forward to explain, reporting to Chief Envoy Lin, due to the extensive implications of the Golden Autumn Banquet assassination case, several high-ranking officials in the court were dismissed, leaving many vacancies in the imperial administration. His Majesty specifically ordered an increase in the number of scholars entering the court. As a result, we re-evaluated and selected 38 candidates from the 6th-year students, 17 from the 5th-year students, and 8 from the 4th-year students, totaling 63. As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the roster. Lin Ze casually flipped through a few pages before setting the roster down. Matters of court appointments were of no concern to him, nor did he care how Beichen Academy conducted its assessments. At this moment, he had only two objectives in mind. First, Lin Ze addressed the crowd below. You all know Scholar Zhang, correct? Seeing everyone nod, he continued, did anyone see him return last night? The students exchanged puzzled glances. Scholar Zhang was known for his unremarkable presence, lacking exceptional skills and rarely drawing attention. Just as Lin Ze was about to reframe his question, the girl in pink suddenly stepped forward. I saw him. A mysterious smile played on her lips. Chief Envoy Lin, not only do I know about Scholar Zhang, but I also know something that could shatter the very foundation of Beichen Academy. The question is, do you dare to hear it? Snap. Lin Ze closed his folding fan with a crisp sound, his demeanor instantly becoming as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Speak, he said, his voice resonating with power and confidence, echoing in the girl's ears. Lin Ze's calm and steady voice was like a tranquilizer, instantly restoring the pink-clad girl's confidence. She took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the senior figures of the academy before finally locking onto one person. Headmaster Zhang Tong is a spy from Wolf Capital. Her words struck like a thunderclap, sending the entire Chongqing Hall into an uproar. The students and instructors present erupted in anger, their voices rising one after another. Absurd. How dare you slander the headmaster? Drag this insolent traitor out immediately. Zhang Tong's status in Beichen was paramount. Not only was he one of the founding heroes of the nation, but he was also the creator of Beichen Academy. A third of the civil officials in the court hailed from the academy he established. In the literary world, his prestige was akin to Lin Ao's in the military world. Amid the crowd's furious outbursts, the pink-clad girl remained unfazed, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Ze. Lin Ze, in turn, calmly swept his eyes over the crowd. Just as the accusations and outrage were about to escalate further, Lin Ze spoke. I said, boom. A chilling wave of frost burst forth from Lin Ze, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, the autumn sunlight seemed to freeze, the brightness dimming into shadowy cold. Ice crystals formed on the floor of Chongqing Hall, and frost crept across the walls. The bone-deep chill made everyone involuntarily shiver, their breaths condensing into visible puffs of white. Silence. The single word carried the weight of a mountain, and the hall fell deathly quiet. In that moment, Lin Ze resembled a sovereign of ice and frost, his presence suffused with an oppressive and suffocating aura. His gaze held a glacial intensity, as if capable of freezing souls. Even Zhang Tong, a peak-stage postnatal cultivator ranked 6th on the divine martial list, showed a flicker of uncertainty and alarm. Internally, he pondered, this aura, has he already broken through to that level? No, it doesn't feel quite like that. Zhang Tong's eyes flickered with hesitation, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Lin Ze said sternly, if you're going to listen, then listen properly. A clear conscience fears no slanted shadow. Right or wrong, I will make my own judgment after hearing her out. What are you all so anxious about? His cold gaze swept over each of the instructors like a blade, his voice carrying a sharp chill. Is it her words that make you feel threatened, prompting you to silence her prematurely? The instructors all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Good, you'd better not. Lin Ze found a chair, sat down, and snapped open his folding fan with a loud snap, sending a cold breeze through the room. From now on, anyone who interrupts her again will be treated as a traitor to Longdu, and I will execute them on the spot. He turned to Zhang Tong, the head of the academy. What do you think, Zhang Fuzhu? Zhang Tong glanced at the girl in the pink dress, his expression calm, as if he was convinced this was nothing more than a misunderstanding or a farce. What Lin Zongshi says is absolutely correct. I, Zhang, have nothing to hide. Lin Ze nodded and turned his gaze to the pink-clad girl, who stood there dazed. Suspicion stirred within him be all logic. The matter of a traitor within the academy's upper ranks shouldn't be confirmed until the protagonist had emerged and spent nearly a year investigating. Yet now, the process of verification had been skipped, and the conclusion delivered outright. Just who was this girl in pink? All right, go on. Lin Ze gestured. The girl in pink opened her mouth but hesitated. It wasn't until Xia Qinghe lightly nudged her twice that she managed to reorganize her thoughts. Here's how it started. Not long ago, I was practicing in the back mountain of the academy when I accidentally overheard a conspiracy being discussed by some traitors during the Jinsho banquet. They repeatedly mentioned that there was a mole among the academy's high-ranking officials, someone with enormous power and an unassailable position, someone no one would ever suspect. She paused before continuing. The power structure within Beichen Academy is not complicated. Ordinary instructors are on roughly the same level, and even those with special positions don't hold overwhelming authority. The heads of each academic year rotate regularly. However, the deans of the Wan and Wu institutes, as well as Zhang Tong, the head of Beichen Academy, have held their positions since the academy's founding and have never been replaced. At these words, Zhang Tong remained expressionless, but the faces of the two deans of the Wan and Wu institutes darkened, and they seemed on the verge of shouting in protest. Yet, under Lin Ze's icy gaze, they forcibly restrained themselves. The girl in pink continued. So I began to suspect these three, and secretly observed their interactions with those traitors. Sure enough, I found many suspicious behaviors. While these actions might appear normal to others, when viewed through the lens of the conclusion, they become highly questionable. For example, once I identified Zhang Tong as the mole, everything he did seemed suspicious. His frequent trips outside the academy might have been to meet with traitors in Longdu, and his late-night meetings with students under the pretext of answering questions could have been covert exchanges of plans. She went on to list a series of suspicious actions in one breath. The crowd at Beichen Academy fell silent, pondering the words of the girl in pink. Her reasoning seemed logical. Deducing evidence from known facts could indeed reveal many overlooked details. However, a lingering doubt hung in everyone's mind. These deductions were ultimately based on the testimony of an alleged traitor, without concrete evidence to back them up. To convict Zhang Tong, a revered elder of Beichen's literary circle and a peak-stage martial artist, based on such claims seemed far too rash. The group hesitated to speak, while Xia Qinghe looked at the girl in pink with concern. Yet the girl met her gaze with a confident expression, then turned to Zhang Tong with a faint, enigmatic smile. I know my words alone make it difficult to confirm Zhang Fuju's identity as a traitor. But don't worry, I have one piece of decisive evidence that you absolutely cannot deny. Zhang Tong's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. This seemingly ordinary student gave him an inexplicably dangerous feeling. As the crowd held their breath, the girl in pink spoke slowly and deliberately. The third floor of the Mian Shu Pavilion, Tianzi number 2 shelf, first row, 9th book from the left. With this series of words, Zhang Tong's expression darkened, and a disturbing light flickered in his eyes. If he had previously maintained an air of righteousness, he now resembled a deep, bottomless well, exuding an unsettling chill. How about this evidence, Zhang Fuju? Should I continue? Or would you prefer to have Lin Zongshi check it out personally before you admit it? Zhang Tong fell into a long silence. The atmosphere at Beichen Academy was suffocatingly heavy. The heads of the Wan and Wu institutes stared in disbelief, one of them demanding, Fuju, she must be spouting nonsense. Surely, you are not a spy for Longdu, are you? Zhang Tong glanced at the two of them, sighed deeply, and then turned his gaze to the girl in pink. The Mian Shu Pavilion is my private collection. No one is allowed inside, and I've placed restrictions on the third floor. How did you manage to get in? His words landed like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd in an uproar. This was as good as admitting that his secret had been exposed, essentially confirming his identity as a spy for Longdu. Fuju, how could you? You are the spiritual symbol of Beichen scholars. How could you side with Longdu? Longdu and Beichen are mortal enemies. The crowd was struck as if by lightning, as though the entire sky was collapsing around them. Shock spread across the faces of everyone at Beichen Academy. The headmaster, whom they had always regarded as the epitome of a perfect scholar, someone they revered almost like a deity, had just admitted with his own words that he was a spy for Longdu. This revelation hit them like a heavy blow, shattering the faith they had held in him into pieces. Zhang Tong ignored the crowd's reactions and focused solely on waiting for the response of the girl in pink. That so-called restriction of yours, the girl in pink said with a playful smirk, her tone carrying a hint of mockery, would probably be laughed at outside. As for how I found out, perhaps the headmaster should start thinking about how to explain this to Chief Lin. She glanced to the side with interest, clearly eager for the upcoming confrontation. After all, in Beichen, a duel between Hotian peak-level masters was a rare spectacle, occurring perhaps once in a decade, especially when one of them was a prodigy. There's always someone better, a higher sky above. Zhang Tong sighed deeply. I never thought that after hiding my true self for a lifetime, I'd be exposed by a young girl. With that, he turned his gaze toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze scoffed. I was wondering why the 6th-ranked master on the Shenwu list was being so polite today. Turns out you're feeling guilty. You and I are both at the Hotian peak, Zhang Tong said gravely. If we were to fight, it would end in mutual destruction, and the Beichen royal family would be the ones to benefit. You're well aware of the Lin family's current predicament. In truth, we're on the same side. Lin Ze snapped his folding fan shut with a crisp sound and idly traced the carved jade patterns on its surface. You're not wrong. In a way, we are on the same side. I've never been one to meddle in other people's business. Whatever Beichen Academy is up to, whether the headmaster is a traitor or not, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Zhang Tong's face lit up, thinking he had persuaded Lin Ze. But Lin Ze raised his head, still smiling, though there was an unsettling chill in his expression. You shouldn't have, under any circumstances, targeted me. He pulled out a jade bottle containing a specially formulated poison. Sending assassins to kill me and even resorting to poison, quite the tactics. Old man. That was Langda's decision, Zhang Tong said, his face darkening slightly. Your talent has become a threat to them. Even though I repeatedly suggested forming an alliance with the Lin family, they refused to back down. The assassination plan was not my intention. The older you get, the smaller your courage becomes, Lin Ze said with a laugh and a shake of his head. Fine, fine. They'll give you 3 chances to strike, as a sign of respect for a senior. Ha! Such arrogance from a mere whelp. Zhang Tong let out a cold laugh. Faced with Lin Ze's audacious claim of giving him 3 moves, Zhang Tong felt a surge of anger that turned into bitter amusement. As a seasoned expert at the peak of the Hotian realm, even figures like the Beichen Emperor and Lin Ao wouldn't dare to act so presumptuously in front of him. These words caused an uproar among the crowd at the academy. They were still reeling from the shock of learning that Zhang Tong was a traitor, and now hearing Lin Ze's bold declaration only added to their disbelief. How is that even possible? Someone murmured in astonishment. Zhang Tong was ranked 6th on the Divine Martial Board, and had reached the Hotian pinnacle 30 years ago. His mastery of the gentleman's righteous chi technique was unparalleled. If not for his low-profile nature and aversion to conflict, his ranking might have been even higher. Across the entire Baichan dynasty, only Lin Ao and the Baichan Emperor could truly overshadow him. Be careful, Chief Lin! Urgent cries erupted from the crowd. That old traitor Zhang Tong has been lying in wait for years. She must have countless hidden tricks. The collapse of their once steadfast belief brought forth boundless anger and hatred. Members of the academy hurled curses at the betrayer who had disgraced them so deeply. Yet, some still clung to hope, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. Master, surely you must have your reasons, right? They muttered to themselves. You taught us to be loyal to the throne, to uphold the principles of a gentleman. How could you possibly betray Baichan? Amidst the chaos, only Xia Qinghe and the girl in pink remained silent. To them, the Baichan Academy was merely a stepping stone for their studies and ambitions. There was no need for blind reverence nor excessive disappointment. However, when their gazes occasionally landed on Lin Ze, a flicker of admiration sparkled in their eyes. Zhang Tong listened to the voices around him, his expression momentarily complex. After all, he had poured his life's work into Baichan Academy. But the trace of sentimentality quickly faded, and he spoke with a steely tone. Betray Baichan? Do you even remember that this land was once called Wuan? The Baichanli family is nothing more than a band of treacherous usurpers. Zhang Tong said no more and turned to Lin Ze, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Make your move. Before his words had fully settled, a boundless aura of righteous energy erupted from Zhang Tong's body. In an instant, the skies above Baichan roared with surging winds and clouds, as waves of pure energy swept across the heavens like a mighty tide. This overwhelming force of righteousness engulfed the entire imperial capital, striking fear into the hearts of all with malicious intent, as if they were being judged by a divine power. A cultivator of the divine marvel realm, gasped someone amidst the crowd. After reaching the 9th level of the Hotian stage and breaking into the divine marvel realm, a cultivator could attune themselves to the natural world, summoning winds and commanding storms. In all of Baichan, those who had achieved such a level were exceedingly rare, most of whom were secluded in solitary cultivation, striving to ascend to the Xiantian stage. Now, witnessing a clash between two divine marvel realm experts, the onlookers were both awestruck and apprehensive. Such beings could level mountains with a single strike, and the slightest misstep could reduce the imperial capital to ruins. Standing at the entrance of the academy, the Sword King of Heavy Blade gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky and murmured, Zhang Tong, you've truly kept your strength hidden well. Even the 6th position on the divine martial rankings doesn't do you justice. He leaned back on his massive sword, adding, for you to go all out, this newly ascended 7th-ranked Lin Ergongzi must be no ordinary contender. Zhang Tong's aura had reached its peak, as if a literary sage had descended upon the world. Yet Lin Ze remained unperturbed, leisurely twirling his folding fan with an air of composure, seemingly intent on honoring the promise of allowing 3 moves. Arrogant brat. Today, I'll discipline you on behalf of Lin Ao. Zhang Tong roared, channeling his essence, energy, and spirit into a colossal manifestation of a literary saint that soared into the skies. The ethereal figure shifted forms, at times a tiger roaring through the forest, at others a dragon ascending the heavens, and at moments an unstoppable army of thousands. Its overwhelming momentum surged toward Lin Ze. But as the earth-shattering attack bore down on him, Lin Ze remained as calm as ever. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he merely lifted his folding fan and gave it a casual wave. In an instant, the righteous energy Zhang Tong had summoned dissipated into nothingness. The endless waves finally subsided into calm. Lin Ze stood amidst the gentle breeze, his gaze steady as he stared at his opponent. Don't embarrass yourself with such petty tricks. My patience is running thin. 2 chances left. Lin Ze's voice carried a trace of disdain. Zhang Tong's face darkened instantly, and a flicker of icy determination flashed in his eyes. Very well. Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant your wish today. He clasped his hands together, channeling his true energy, and let out a thunderous roar. The righteous man's command. A word to quell mountains and rivers. Suppress. As the word suppress echoed, Zhang Tong waved his hand, and a single drop of pitch-black ink fell from the void. The ink rapidly spread, engulfing the entire sky in an instant. Above the Northern Star Academy, the once serene heavens became turbulent, and the ink drop, pulsating with spatial energy, transformed into a majestic expanse of mountains and rivers. The towering silhouettes of mountain ranges loomed high in the sky, as if ancient divine peaks had traversed time and space to descend upon this moment. A colossal force of suppression poured down, and everyone present felt an unbearable pressure seeping into their very being, from their pores to their bones. The force continued to intensify, threatening to crush them to the ground. From within the mountain ranges, droplets of ink imbued with literary energy exuded, evolving into a righteous aura that filled the heavens and earth. It was as though a sage of literature stood amidst the scene, painting mountains and rivers with a brush, dictating the fate of the world with a single word. This manifestation of pure righteousness exuded a divine aura, causing everyone present to feel a pang of self-reproach, their anger and resistance subdued entirely. What was even more startling was the involuntary thought that arose in everyone's mind. Zhang Tong is justice. This notion, once formed, spread like wildfire, leaving them overwhelmed with guilt at the very idea of defiance. Boom! Thunder roared within the painting of mountains and rivers, as the overwhelming righteous energy fused with the crashing lightning to descend upon the world. The sprawling mountain ranges seemed to transform into a colossal dragon spanning the northern star, resonating with the thunder and forming an awe-inspiring judgment of justice. Lin Ze, you insolent child, pay the price for your arrogance. Zhang Tong's voice echoed from within the ink-stained landscape. The magnificent mountains and rivers morphed into an ancient divine peak, descending directly upon Lin Ze with unstoppable force, distorting the very fabric of space. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming power, Lin Ze showed no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he seemed eager for the challenge. Finally, something that resembles the strength of the ninth layer of the Hotian realm. With those words, Lin Ze was suddenly engulfed in deep purple flames. Amid the flickering fire, threads of lightning coiled around like serpents, intertwining and merging with the flames to form a unique power, the force of Thunderfire. Minor Thunderfire True Form, Level 10. Break. With a thunderous roar, a blazing purple lightning bolt shot out, tearing through the air and instantly ripping apart Zhang Tong's splendid rivers and mountains. The lightning, breaking through the spatial barrier, surged forward like a charging dragon, hurtling straight toward Zhang Tong. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tong was struck and sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the stone-paved ground of Beichen Academy, carving out a deep trench as he skidded across the surface. Cracks spread like a spiderweb in his wake, only stopping when he slammed into the southern wall. Ugh! Zhang Tong spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Lin Ze in utter disbelief. His body was bloodied, his appearance disheveled, and all traces of his once refined demeanor were gone. In stark contrast, Lin Ze stood tall, surrounded by the majestic aura of Thunderfire, exuding an imposing divine presence. The Beichen Academy fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. The mighty master of the ninth stage of the acquired realm had been utterly defeated in a single strike. Even the usually composed Xia Qinghe and the mysterious girl in pink were momentarily stunned. Lin Ze, too, was taken aback. He had merely unleashed the aura of his minor Thunderfire True Form without much effort, yet Zhang Tong couldn't withstand it? After a moment of reflection, he understood. It wasn't that Zhang Tong was too weak, it was that Lin Ze's strength, bolstered by the absorption of hundreds of techniques, had reached an extraordinary level far beyond ordinary comprehension. How boring! Lin Ze dismissed the Thunderfire and walked slowly toward Zhang Tong. The power of dominating the 8 desolations began to gather in his palm, radiating a lethal menace. Any last words? Zhang Tong's trembling hand pointed at Lin Ze as he stammered. You've already taken that step? Lin Ze cast a cold glance at him. Your final words are quite unique. Before the words fully left his mouth, he unleashed the 8 desolation technique from the Golden Autumn Banquet. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared to life. A terrifying suction force gathered in Lin Ze's palm, forming a massive vortex. Zhang Tong was swept into it, his body twisting and contorting under the immense power until it was compressed into a small sphere. With a single crushing motion of Lin Ze's hand, Zhang Tong's body disintegrated into fine dust, his blood evaporating into smoke that dissipated into the air. And just like that, a peak powerhouse of the Hotian 9th stage mystical realm met his end. The members of Beichen Academy stood frozen in place, their expressions dazed. Especially the deans of the literary and martial arts institutes, who had worked alongside Zhang Tong for many years and regarded him as a mentor and exemplar. Witnessing his tragic demise, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Although Zhang Tong, as a key figure in Longdu, undoubtedly held critical intelligence that could have dealt a significant blow to Longdu if extracted, the opportunity to interrogate him was now lost forever. The crowd quickly composed themselves and began congratulating Lin Ze. Congratulations, Chief Envoy Lin, for eliminating this traitor and safeguarding Beichen's peace. Thank you for ridding the academy of such a menace. Lin Ze took the handkerchief offered by a guard and wiped his hands. He simply happened to cross my path. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a young girl in a pink dress, his interest piqued. By the way, what's your name? This girl in pink was a wild card, an element absent from the original storyline. Her appearance had completely disrupted the trajectory of Beichen Academy's narrative. My name is Wudong, the girl replied, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Wu Tong, is it? Lin Ze examined her closely. With only the cultivation of the Hotian 3rd stage, yet you managed to see through Zhang Tong, a Hotian 9th stage mystical realm master. That's quite impressive. Very well, they'll remember you. Please don't. Wudong quickly waved her hands. I just didn't want Beichen, this peaceful place, to be ruined so much so that I'd have to go through the trouble of relocating again. It was pure luck, nothing more. Well, I hope your luck continues, Lin Ze said with a faint smile before shifting to the main topic. When I arrived, I mentioned I had 2 matters to address. The first has been resolved. The second matter, I've heard that your academy has a... Lin Ze's words abruptly stopped. A sudden realization struck him, and his pupils shrank sharply. Wu Tong. He whipped his head around, his gaze as sharp as a blade, locking onto the girl in the pink dress. Damn it, this is a serious problem. Wu Tong, the girl in the pink dress, was taken aback by the sudden attention and instinctively checked her attire. What did you say your name was? Wu Tong. Wu Tong, the girl repeated. Fearing Lin Ze might have misheard, she clarified, It's Wu Tong is in the phoenix resting on the parasol tree. Is there an issue, Lord Lin? Lin Ze fell into a brief silence before calling over the heads of the Wan and Wu institutes. The 2 institute heads immediately approached, waiting respectfully. Does your academy have anyone else named Wu Tong? Similar names count too, Lin Ze asked in a low voice. The 2 thought for a moment and replied in unison, No, just this one Wu Tong. This Wu Tong is a 5th-year student? I didn't see her at the Golden Autumn Banquet. That's correct. Lin Ze furrowed his brows tightly, his mind screaming, Damn it! This is a huge problem. Something's wrong with this world. Where's my protagonist? The one with the plot armor, the intelligence-lowering aura, and all those garbage storylines? How did it turn into Wu Tong? The heads of the Wan and Wu institutes noticed Lin Ze's unusual expression and assumed there might be something peculiar about Wu Tong's identity. Cautiously, they asked for clarification, but Lin Ze brushed it off, claiming she reminded him of an old acquaintance. Naturally, the 2 institute heads didn't believe him, but who would dare question the young master of the Lin family, who had just defeated Zhang Tong in one strike? Better to avoid the risk and leave the matter to the Northern Star Emperor. Meanwhile, outside the Northern Star Academy, the Xianzhong Sword King, who had witnessed the entire duel, stood gazing at the academy gates with a soft sigh. He finally understood why Zhang Tong had arranged the duel at the tavern, saying that if Lin Ze was defeated, there would be no need to look for him. Zhang Tong had calculated everything, even dragging him into the scheme. If Xianzhong won, it would prove Lin Ze was no threat. If Lin Ze won, it would still deplete his strength. But fate had other plans. Lin Ze came knocking early and ended it with a single decisive strike. Serves you right for dying so quickly, you schemer. Xianzhong's Sword King slung his long sword back over his shoulder. As for challenging Lin Ze, he still valued his life. With the chilly autumn wind brushing past, the Xianzhong Sword King began his journey back. From the mountains he came, and to the mountains he would return. Within the grounds of Beichen Academy, the execution of the traitor Zhang Tong had stirred a storm of discussions. The instructors gathered in small groups, some pounding their chests in anger, lamenting the disgrace brought upon the academy. Others nodding quietly, relieved to see a threat eliminated. Most, however, were caught in a whirlwind of complex emotions, alternating between sighs of sorrow and reflective musings. The heads of the literary and martial arts faculties leaned closer to Lin Ze, speaking in hushed tones. Chief Lin, one began, Zhang Tong has been lurking in Beichen Academy for years. He must have planted numerous spies. That Master Zhang is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Who knows? There might even be agents from the Wolf capital hiding among them. Lin Ze's gaze, however, was fixed on Wudong, the one who had exposed Zhang Tong's true identity. The sudden transformation of Wu Tong into Wudong had caught him completely off guard. As the chosen child of destiny in this world, Wu Tong was supposed to be favored by fate itself, making him extraordinarily difficult to kill. Even if he were to die, it was almost certain he would return through some inexplicable turn of events. Lin Ze had long been prepared for such a protagonist's advantage. But now, Wu Tong was gone. This not only rendered all of Lin Ze's prior preparations futile, but also brought to light a crucial realization: this world might no longer be the familiar one from the novel he once knew. In a flash, Lin Ze appeared before Wudong. She immediately tensed, her body on high alert as she stared warily at him. Since arriving in the Beichen Empire, this was the first time she'd encountered someone she couldn't decipher. Even the Beichen Emperor, ranked first on the divine martial list, had seemed unremarkable in her eyes. Yet this Lin Ze before her was like a dragon lurking in the abyss, exuding a chilling aura that made her uneasy. How could such a terrifying presence exist in the mortal realm? Wudong pondered silently. Could he be a descendant of some reclusive ancient family? Lin Ze broke the silence. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. I simply want to know, since you were able to uncover Zhang Tong's betrayal, I assume you can see through the others as well, can't you? Wudong forced a faint smile. Chief Lin overestimates me. It was merely a stroke of luck. If I truly possessed such abilities, would I still be so unknown? Internally, she regretted getting involved in this matter. If Bachin were to fall, so be it, could always start anew elsewhere. The neighboring New Moon dynasty seemed like a promising option. Though it bordered the territory of the Hidden Sword Mountain sect, as long as she acted cautiously, she should be able to avoid exposure. Great, now she's caught the attention of a monster, Wudong thought to herself, though her expression remained calm. Seriously, are the people of Tsangjin Mountain blind? How could you overlook such a prodigy with unparalleled combat skills? No wonder you're always getting bullied by Dunyi sect. To shift the topic, Wudong quickly added, however, the evidence Zhang Tong left behind should contain the answers Chief Lin is looking for. Perhaps Chief Lin should take a look personally. Lin Ze nodded slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Speaking of that evidence, I'm rather curious. What exactly is in there? Zhang Tong confessed immediately after being exposed, which is quite unusual. He paused for a moment, analyzing aloud. Given Zhang Tong's cautious nature, it's unlikely he left incriminating correspondence or account books behind. Such things are usually destroyed as soon as they're read. How could they have survived until now? Unless he intended to betray from the start. But with his position, there was no need for that. Piecing together Zhang Tong's earlier words, Lin Ze had already deduced the truth. He wasn't a traitor at all, was never one of Beichin's people to begin with. Just as he said, both Longdu and Beichin were once territories of the Wuan dynasty. After the decline of Wuan, the Li family seized power, massacred the Wuan royal family, and established Beichin. The surviving Wuan royals, escorted by loyalists, fled to Longdu and founded a regime to resist Beichin. So Zhang Tong has always been a loyalist to Longdu. Where's the betrayal in that? That being the case, he wouldn't have left behind compromising letters. Which raises the question, what exactly is in the Mianshu pavilion that left him with no way to deny the charges? Faced with Lin Ze's probing, Wudong waved her hands emphatically. I have no idea. No idea? No idea at all, no matter who asks. Wudong declared firmly. I just happened to notice how much Zhang Tong valued that particular book, so I decided to bluff. Who knew I'd actually hit the mark? Another coincidence? Wudong broke into a radiant smile. Someone as beautiful as me is bound to have good luck. Lin Ze was left speechless. Instead, he redirected the conversation. Fine, take me to the Mianshu pavilion. I've heard it's Zhang Tong's private collection. It should contain quite a few rare techniques. While searching for evidence, we might as well clear it out. It may not compare to the Lin families or the royal collections, but it could still boost our strength. Me. Wudong immediately tried to decline. That wouldn't be appropriate. A man and a woman Alanite could harm your reputation, second young master. She inwardly celebrated finding an excuse, as she had no desire to spend more time around this unfathomably powerful monster. Only you know the exact location. Do you expect me to find it on my own? Wudong hesitated for a moment before shifting her gaze to Xia Qinghe. Then let Xiao He come with me. Xia Qinghe shot Wudong a glare, but didn't object. To Lin Ze, it didn't matter either way. With the main player no longer present, Xia Qing's status, whether human or ghost, was irrelevant. Let's go. Before leaving, Lin Ze turned and instructed the heads of the Wan and Wu institutes. Seal off the entire Beichin Academy. Until this matter is resolved, no one is allowed to leave. Understood. He then addressed a Lin family guard at his side. Go to the palace and notify the Jing department to handle the aftermath. Yes, sir. After issuing these orders, Lin Ze followed Wudong and Xia Qinghe toward the Mianshu Pavilion. Beichin Academy, Mianshu Pavilion. This elegant structure is nestled in the deepest part of the academy, surrounded by mountains and bamboo groves, offering a tranquil and serene environment. Far removed from the clamor of the outside world, it is rarely disturbed by visitors, making it an ideal retreat for quiet study and reflection. Wudong led Lin Ze along a secluded bamboo-lined path, and they soon arrived at the entrance of Mianshu Pavilion. With practiced ease, she pushed open the door, her movements so natural it was as if she were entering her own courtyard. Lin Ze followed closely behind. Stepping into the pavilion, his eyes were immediately drawn to rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, filled with a variety of ancient texts. He approached the nearest shelf and began leafing through the books. Dream Pool Essays, True Feathers Notes, on Righteousness. Wudong explained from the side. These are all miscellaneous writings and essays, not cultivation techniques. The first floor is entirely filled with works collected by Zhang Tong, written by ancient sages. I've been at the academy for 6 years and never once came here. Xia Qinghe remarked wistfully, casting a glance at Wudong. Wudong's expression froze for a moment before she quickly laughed it off, trying to cover up her unease. Haha, I only stumbled upon this place by accident when I took a wrong turn one day. Just that one time, and I discovered Zhang Tong's secret. Xia, isn't that quite the coincidence? As she spoke, she couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Ze from time to time. After confirming that the first floor contained only ordinary texts, Lin Ze headed straight to the second floor. The bookshelves here were also packed with volumes, but upon flipping through them, he found they were mostly collections of poetry, prose, and ancient paintings. Without hesitation, he proceeded to the third floor. At the entrance to the third floor, Zhang Tong had set up a mysterious barrier. This enchantment was so formidable that even a master of the ninth stage of the postnatal divine realm would face severe repercussions if they tried to force their way through. Yet Lin Ze, with a casual wave of his hand, dissolved the barrier effortlessly with a profound and mysterious power. This scene left Wudong utterly stunned. Although she had previously mocked the barrier for not being particularly powerful, it was still a technique passed down from the immortal Secta Transcendent method, not something an ordinary person could break so easily. Where's the book you mentioned? Lin Ze asked as he approached the second shelf marked with the character Tian. Wudong quickly stepped forward, locating the ninth book from the left on the first row of the shelf. She turned it twice to the left, and then shifted it 2 steps to the right before pushing it inward. Clang! Clink! With the sound of metal striking metal, a hidden compartment beneath the bookshelf revealed a slowly rising iron box. As Lin Ze opened the iron box, his gaze instantly sharpened, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. Goodness! The surface was covered with jade bottles identical to the one in Lin Ze's hand, which contained a potent poison. Lin Ze picked one up and carefully compared it, finding that even the powder inside was exactly the same. His brow furrowed as doubt crept into his mind. Why had Zhang Tong stockpiled so much deadly poison? What was he planning? Wu Tong and Xia Qinghe also looked puzzled. Lin Ze cautiously moved the poison bottles aside and discovered an extraordinary ancient book hidden beneath them. He picked it up, and the cover boldly displayed 4 characters. Introduction to Seals. These 4 characters made Lin Ze's eyes light up. Just from the word Seals, it was clear that this was a rare text from the world of innate divine beings, passed down to the mortal realm. As he opened the book, a surge of information flowed directly into his mind. With his godlike comprehension level 263100, he instantly grasped the entire content of the book. Although Introduction to Seals was not a cultivation technique and had no formal ranking, its detailed descriptions of various commonly used basic seals elevated its value to that of a high-grade human-level technique, all worth a single point. It was truly a remarkable artifact from the innate realm. Just as Lin Ze marveled at this discovery, Xia Qinghe suddenly pointed to the book's front page. This is Pengyong. On the front page, 2 lines of bold, blood-red writing stood out. I, Pengyong, swear here and now to exterminate the traitors of the Li family and restore the name of Wuan. I pass on this method to you all, hoping we can strive together. On the day I return, the Li family will know no peace. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, wasn't the third prince of Wuan who fled to Longdu called Pengyong? Xia Qinghe nodded in confirmation. As a student of the Beichen Academy, she was more than familiar with this piece of history. After fleeing to Longdu, Pengyong established the Longdu kingdom and became its first wolf emperor. Later, rumors claimed he died suddenly, and his son Peng Jie succeeded him. But now it seems he never joined an immortal sect instead. That was at least 20 years ago. With his talent, he must already be. She trailed off, her worry evident as she glanced at Lin Ze. However, she found his expression calm, showing no fear at the prospect of encountering an innate divine being. Even Wu Tong, standing nearby, looked entirely indifferent. Xia Qinghe was rendered speechless. That was an innate divine being capable of obliterating thousands of miles with a single strike. How could they regard such a figure with such little concern? Wudong stretched lazily, her slender figure outlined gracefully in the sunlight. She casually remarked, "What's the trouble? If Pengyong really returns after achieving the Xiantian realm, it might actually be a good thing." Xia Qinghe was momentarily stunned, but then realized the truth in her words. Indeed, if Pengyong managed to break through to the Xiantian realm and came back, the situation would immediately become clear. On the surface, the Xiantian realm and the 9th level of Hotian seemed only a step apart, but in reality, it was a qualitative leap. The term Xiantian divine being alone underscored their transcendent status, an existence far beyond the mundane world. In the presence of a Xiantian divine being, no matter how vast Beichen's army was or how many 9th level Hotian experts they had, they would all be nothing more than ants crushed by a single palm. If Pengyong sided with the Longdu kingdom, it would effectively bestow unparalleled authority upon them. At that point, there would only be 2 choices. Either the entire nation perishes together, or they bow down and submit. Wudong continued nonchalantly, "In that case, it's just the Li family who would suffer. For ordinary people like us, it's merely a matter of changing emperors and dynasties. To others, such words would undoubtedly be seen as treasonous, especially when spoken in the presence of Lin Ze, the emperor's direct grandson. Under normal circumstances, saying such things could implicate one's entire clan. But Wudong knew well that this second young master Lin had long since distanced himself from the royal family. As for Xia Qinghe, her close friend, she lacked confidence in the Beijing court and was hesitating about whether to serve it. Sure enough, Lin Ze remained indifferent, and Xia Qinghe merely rolled her eyes at Wudong. Wudong went on, the real trouble would be if Pang Yong failed to break through, stuck in between, leaving the two nations locked in a stalemate, resorting to open and covert battles, dragging it out for years without a moment of peace that would truly be a problem. Xia Qinghe nodded in agreement and turned to Lin Ze, asking, what does young Master Lin think about this matter? I'll just sit and watch, Lin Ze replied calmly. He had no interest in getting involved in royal disputes. As for Pang Yong and the Longdu Kingdom, he adhered to a simple principle: repay grudges when they exist, and stay indifferent if they don't. Before the two women could respond, Lin Ze had already flipped open Introduction to Restrictions to a specific page. With his exceptional comprehension skills, he had fully mastered the knowledge within the book. One restriction, in particular, caught his attention. It was called the Demonic Heart Restriction, a unique method that could control people's minds when paired with a specially crafted poison. Lin Ze couldn't help but think of the iron box filled with poison. This demonic heart restriction might very well be the true reason Zhang Tong had prepared such a large quantity of poison. He quickly turned to the page on the demonic heart restriction and found a few lines written in Longdu's secret script. Handing the book to the two women, he asked, can either of you decipher this? Xia Qinghe took the book and said seriously, give me some time. She began studying the secret text intently, gradually unraveling its mysteries. A few moments later, Xia Qinghe's frost-like, delicate brows furrowed tightly, her expression darkening. Seeing this, Lin Ze also frowned and was about to ask, but Xia Qinghe had already begun deciphering the encrypted message. Pang Yong, with the help of his allies from the Immortal Sect, has acquired an extraordinarily unique type of goo worm, she said gravely. This goo worm, combined with the Immortal Sect's restrictions, can silently control anyone's life and death. Even experts at the peak of the Hotian Ninth Realm might not detect it. Pang Yong plans to have the people of Longdu use this method to infiltrate all key departments of Beichin, achieving victory without battle and rebuilding Wuhan. Lin Ze immediately retrieved a jade bottle, poured out some powder, and examined it closely. Using the demonic heart forbidden art, the seemingly ordinary poison powder revealed its true nature. It was filled with countless tiny goo worm eggs. Each one responded subtly to the power of the forbidden art. Zhang Tong, that old fox. Lin Ze sneered. Even on the brink of death, he lied. Sending Yi Shaoran wasn't meant for assassination, but to spread the goo poison and gain control over my life and death. No wonder Master Zhang suddenly died. It must have been the work of the demonic heart forbidden art. Xia Qinghe's face turned pale instantly. A horrifying thought surged in her mind. How long had this goo poison been in use? 10 years? 5 years? Or merely 1? Most unsettling of all, within the entirety of Beichin's imperial capital, especially critical institutions like Beichin Academy, how many people might already be unknowingly controlled by this poison? Nearby, Wudong's eyes flickered as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Her red hair glimmered faintly under the light. She glanced at Lin Ze but remained silent. Let me take a look, Lin Ze said, reaching out his hand towards Xia Qinghe. In such a dire moment, Xia Qinghe put aside her reservations and quickly stepped forward. But as she approached, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It shouldn't require full disrobing, right? She recalled from ancient texts that verifying goo poison required needle acupuncture at specific points, which would inevitably involve some physical contact. Your right hand, Lin Ze said plainly. Xia Qinghe's face turned crimson in embarrassment as she silently lowered her head and extended her fair right hand. Lin Ze placed 2 fingers lightly on her wrist, and immediately, 2 radiant and gentle beams of light emanated, traveling along her meridians throughout her body. Moments later, the light halted at a particular acupoint within her, uncovering a cluster of dark, ominous energy. In the dim shadows, the dark presence lay dormant, showing no reaction to Lin Ze's spiritual energy. Lin Ze glanced at Xia Qinghe, his expression serious as he said, brace yourself. Then, 2 streaks of crimson light surged from his fingertips, piercing straight into the dark presence within Xia Qinghe. Heart Demon Seal. With Lin Ze's low shout, the shadow seemed to awaken, instantly revealing its twisted true form over the acupoint it inhabited. It began to voraciously drain Xia Qinghe's life force, while unleashing a peculiar energy that coursed through her body. Just as Xia Qinghe was about to ask what was happening, a sudden wave of searing pain caused her face to pale instantly. Cold sweat slid down her smooth forehead, but the pain dissipated as quickly as it had come. Lin Ze swiftly guided the parasite to her wrist, and with a quick motion of his 2 fingers, he clamped the small, twisted black worm between them. Sensing danger, the The black worm thrashed violently, its sharp claws and teeth bared as it struggled to break free. Its grotesque and terrifying appearance left Xia Qinghe horrified, unable to believe that such a monstrous creature had been lurking inside her all along. If not for Lin Ze and Wudong uncovering Zhang Tong's secret in time, the thought sent a shiver down her spine. Wolf City. Oh, Wolf City. You really play dirty. Lin Ze scrutinized the parasite closely, confirming that it was indeed the same type that had caused Master Zheng's sudden death. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Just how many others at Beichen Academy had fallen victim to this? With a sharp crack, Lin Ze crushed the parasite between his fingers and turned to Wudong. She quickly stepped back, shaking her head. Not me. I've been on guard against Zhang Tong and his group all along. I'm sure I wasn't targeted. Lin Ze nodded. Inspecting the women for parasites was primarily to understand their nature and prepare for any eventualities. After all, if Zhang Tong could infiltrate Beichen Academy for so many years and plant so many of these creatures, the Lin family might not be immune either. In that case, Lin Ze cast a glance at the valuable inventory on the third floor of Zhang Tong's collection. The two of you should return and inform my Lin family guards. They'll know what to do. I'm staying to search for more clues. Receiving their orders, Wudong and Xia Qinghe departed to find Lin Ze's guards. Once they were gone, Lin Ze immersed himself in examining the martial techniques and resources of this latest expert, entering a state of deep focus and comprehension. Lin Ze flipped through the martial arts manuals, his divine-level comprehension continuously soaring, rising from 265 to 270, finally settling at 274. The essence of each martial technique flowed into his mind like a rushing spring, each insight feeling like the culmination of years of cultivation, instantly pushing him to the realm of a grandmaster. Zhang Tong, as a veteran peak postnatal expert of Beichen, had indeed lived up to his reputation. Particularly noteworthy were the two high-grade human-level techniques: Autumn Wind Formation Song, a sound-based technique, and his signature move, Noble Integrity Art. These were the crown jewels of his collection. As Lin Ze absorbed the essence of these techniques, his aura became increasingly ethereal. His presence seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, like a wisp of breeze, elusive and intangible, as if he could break free from worldly constraints at any moment. 15 minutes later, Lin Ze closed the final manual. This endeavor had elevated his talent progress to 74 points, leaving him just 26 points shy of breaking through to level 3. His eyes gleamed with unprecedented brilliance, shining like stars in the dimly lit Mianshu Pavilion. How significant was this breakthrough? If Zhang Tong's strength were the standard, Lin Ze had previously needed just a flick of his fingers to end his life. But now, even a single breath might suffice. Unfolding his folding fan with a casual motion, Lin Ze's entire being transformed into shimmering light feathers, vanishing into the wind in an instant. Meanwhile, an entirely different scene was unfolding at the gates of Beichen Academy. The Jingxi personnel, having received orders, had encircled the entire academy so tightly that not even a fly could escape. Among them were also Lin family guards, who had been alerted by Xia Qinghe and Wudong. Leading the operation was Wei Jinghai, the Jingxi left censor second-in-command of the Jingxi. Standing imposingly at the gates, he barked, "Is this how unruly the Lin family has become? With such a major incident at the academy, everyone is a suspect. No one leaves without my order. Disobey, and you'll be charged with treason, executed on the spot." As a member of the Wei family, who had been propped up by the Beichen emperor to counterbalance the Lin family, Wei Jinghai's arrogance was unsurprising. Instead of interrogating the academy's most suspicious individuals, he chose to target and harass the two Lin family guards. The two Lin family guards, both at the 6th level of the postnatal stage, clenched their fists tightly, their knuckles cracking as they suppressed their fury. They were well aware of the dire consequences of laying a hand on the left censor, a representative of imperial authority. Just as the tension reached its peak, slap, a crisp sound of a slap suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see a vivid red handprint blooming on Wei Jinghai's pale cheek, twisting his entire face into a grotesque expression. He stood frozen in place, his gaze darting between the two cold-faced Lin family guards. His trembling fingers instinctively touched the stinging mark on his cheek. In an instant, an uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of his soul. I was struck? The realization almost drove Wei Jinghai mad. As a member of the Wei family, he had long been accustomed to the subtle scheming and open conflicts of court politics. But to be publicly slapped by someone from the Lin family, this was an unbearable humiliation. For years, it had always been the Wei family suppressing the Lin family. When had the situation reversed to such audacity? If word of this got out, the entire Wei family of Beichen would see him as a laughingstock. Murderous intent filled his bloodshot eyes, overwhelming his rationality. He didn't even stop to question how two mere Lin family guards, both at the 6th level of the Hotian stage, had managed to strike him, a 7th level Hotian master. Consumed by fury, all he wanted was to tear these so-called Lin family dogs limb from limb. You dare to defy the court? Before he could finish, an icy voice, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, interrupted him. I was the one who struck you. Do you have a problem with that? The voice was like a bucket of ice water, dousing part of Wei Jinghai's rage. He turned sharply, only to see a noble young master standing proudly, tall and unwavering like a pine tree. In the next moment, a crisp smack resounded. This time, the slap was even harder, sending Wei Jinghai crashing into the ground. The immense force shattered the academy's stone pavement, leaving a large crater as his head embedded itself deep among the rubble. The academy fell into a deafening silence. After a long pause, the members of the Jing division collectively bowed toward the imposing figure. Greetings, Chief Envoy. Yet, some defiant members of the Wei family stepped forward, unwilling to back down. One of them shouted, Lin Chief Envoy, what is the meaning of this? Even as the Chief Envoy, you cannot humiliate the Wei secretary like this. Not only is the secretary equal in rank to you, but he is also your elder. What right does Lin Ze, a mere junior, have? Lin Ze's cold glance silenced them instantly. His figure flickered, leaving afterimages in the air, and in a flash, he was beside the speaker. Right? Lin Ze's hand rested lightly on the man's shoulder before pressing down with force. In an instant, the man's shoulder bone shattered. The immense pressure forced him to his knees, and with a dull thud, his kneecaps broke as well, sending blood and shards of bone scattering across the ground. The man's face twisted in pain, his body curling like a bow, as if he were prostrating himself in complete submission before Lin Ze. Lin Ze, you. Before he could finish his words, Lin Ze grabbed his cheeks tightly, reducing his voice to muffled whimpers. Lin Ze's gaze was as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the blood in his veins. You asked what qualifications I have, didn't you? Do you understand now? Lin Ze's voice carried no warmth. Fear filled the eyes of the man from the Wei family, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It seems you still don't understand. Lin Ze released his grip. The man, thinking he'd been spared, exhaled a shaky breath of relief. Bang! With a deafening sound, blood splattered everywhere. The man's consciousness froze forever at that moment. The remaining onlookers, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling from head to toe, their previous arrogance evaporated as they lowered their heads, desperate to avoid drawing Lin Ze's attention. The so-called dignity of the Wei family was now cast aside, replaced by a singular wish to survive. And you? Do you understand? Lin Ze's icy voice echoed in their ears. Their hearts stopped for a beat as they looked up to see the figure in white now standing before them. They nodded frantically. Yes, we understand. Understand? Lin Ze's tone was calm, his folding fan swaying lightly in his hand. Then tell me, what is it that you understand? The group was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a coherent response. It seems you don't understand either. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more explosive sounds rang out, and 3 bursts of blood bloomed in succession. The last remaining Wei family member, watching his companions fall one by one, finally broke down. I understand. You are the commander, the chief. Your words are absolute, and we must obey without question. You are a pinnacle expert of the 9th stage, and your authority is the ultimate qualification. You are. Enough. Wei Jinghai, who had been silent until now, finally snapped back to his senses. He glared at Lin Ze with fury. Second young Master Lin, killing is one thing, but humiliating us like Thisto, you think the Wei family and His Majesty the Emperor have no pride or anger? Lin Ze turned his head, frowning slightly. Humiliate you? He let out a soft sigh. A cluster of radiant feathers materialized beside Wei Jinghai, forming into a massive hand that lifted him high into the air, immobilizing his vital points. Thud. Wei Jinghai was slammed heavily against the wall, his face scraping roughly against the coarse stone. Take a good look. This is what it means to humiliate you. Lin Ze's cold voice, accompanied by his figure dressed in flowing white robes, sent a chill through the crowd. The members of Jing Si stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene before them. Wei Jinghai, who had moments ago been brimming with arrogance, was now subdued like a defeated dog, completely powerless. Lin Ze's expression remained indifferent, his gaze icy, as if restraining a high-ranking court official was nothing more than a trivial task. The members of Jing Si swallowed hard, sensing a storm brewing. Beichin was on the brink of monumental change. Those present grew increasingly cautious, barely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, the people of Beichin Academy appeared calm and unperturbed, continuing to watch the spectacle unfold. They were well aware. Even the seasoned fighter Zhang Tong had failed to withstand a single move from Lin Ze. Was someone like Wei Jinghai in comparison? Even if Wei Pingyuan, the head of the Wei family, were to arrive in person, he would likely tread carefully. Wei Jinghai had been advised to handle things impartially and investigate Beichin Academy properly, but he had refused to listen. Now, he was paying the price. Wei Jinghai's face turned ashen with rage as he roared, "Lin Ze, how dare you act so recklessly? Aren't you afraid of the Emperor or my family's patriarch seeking retribution?" Lin Ze cast a cold glance at the last remaining Wei family soldier standing nearby and asked calmly, "According to the Imperial laws, what is the punishment for a subordinate who defies their superior and disobeys orders?" The soldier trembled all over and stammered, "According to the law, the punishment is 50 lashes. If the offense is severe and disrupts official duties or delays military action, the superior officer has the authority to execute first and report later. I summoned you here, was it not to handle official matters?" "Yes, sir." Lin Ze looked indifferently at Wei Jinghai. "Did you hear that? I am fully within my rights to execute you. However, I have always been magnanimous and prefer to avoid bloodshed." Just as Wei Jinghai thought he might escape with his life, Lin Ze struck decisively, sealing Wei Jinghai's spiritual energy with a single palm strike. Then, with another blow, he shattered Wei Jinghai's kneecap, forcing him to kneel heavily on the ground, facing a wall. On the wall, the enormous character Lin appeared, burning into Wei Jinghai's vision like a searing brand. "Lin Ze, if you have the guts, just kill me. Kill me." Wei Jinghai howled in anguish, the humiliation far worse than death. Lin Ze turned and walked away, leaving only one command for the members of Jing Si: "Clean up everything that has happened here immediately. Do not delay." "Yes." The members of the Mirror Division responded in unison, their voices filled with respect and determination. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave with 2 Lin family guards. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Wei Jinghai, who was still seething with anger, and a cold smirk played on his lips. "That guy, make him kneel for 10 days. During these 10 days, no one is allowed to let him get up without my permission." He paused briefly and added, "Of course, you can always have the Wei family come to rescue you." "Heh, you'd better pray they actually show Yupit'll save me the trouble of finding an excuse." With that, Lin Ze strode away, leaving behind the sound of Wei Jinghai's heart-wrenching roar. As soon as he exited the Beichin Academy, the smile on Lin Ze's face vanished instantly. The 2 guards noticed his change in demeanor and quickly asked, "Young master, is something wrong? Summer Qinghe and the others should have already told you about the goo poison, right?" "Yes, it was our failure. We've let you down, young master." Lin Ze shook his head. "It's not your fault. We need to hurry back. The entire Beichin Imperial City, including the Lin family, is likely already infected with poison." "Is it really that serious?" The 2 guards were stunned. "Yes," Lin Ze confirmed. "When I used the demonic heart curse to kill those Wei family members earlier, I discovered that they also had goo worms planted in their bodies. Even the Wei family, which is deeply rooted in the military and rarely interacts with the Beichin Academy, has been affected." You can imagine the state of the entire Beichin. The 3 immediately rushed back to the Lin family estate. The injured soldiers and former subordinates had all gathered, anxiously awaiting the young master's return. "The young master is back. Greetings, young master." Lin Ze acknowledged them with a nod and left the 2 guards to explain what had happened at the academy while he hurried toward the Lin family's main residence. He soon found Lin Ao. "What's wrong? Something happened?" Lin Ao raised an eyebrow as he noticed Lin Ze's urgency. Lin Ze gave a brief account of the events at the academy. Lin Ao's expression darkened, and his brows furrowed deeply. "Such a thing, tiny goo worms. Yet they've managed to infect all of Beichin without anyone noticing. Immortal sect techniques, it's not surprising that the mortal world is powerless against them," Lin Ze replied. "Let me check your hand first." Lin Ao extended his hand, and Lin Ze used his spiritual energy to examine it. The powerful vitality coursing through Lin Ao's body moved back and forth under Lin Ze's probing. To Lin Ze's surprise, even with the use of immortal sect restraints, he couldn't detect any trace of goo worms. "How is it? You don't have any goo worms in your body," Lin Ze said as he withdrew his hand, deep in thought. "Does this mean that goo worms can't invade the bodies of those with high cultivation levels?" He shook his head. "I can't be certain yet. I need to check on old Master Imo." Lin Imo, standing nearby, also extended his hand, his expression serious as he awaited Lin Ze's examination. Lin Ze's fingers gently glided over Lin Mo's meridian points and acupuncture spots, quickly detecting a hidden shadow in one area. His brow furrowed instinctively. "I'm affected, aren't I?" Lin Mo keenly noticed the change in Lin Ze's expression. "Yes," Lin Ze confirmed with a nod. This response caused Lin Mo's face to darken immediately. As a battle-hardened warrior with strength at the 8th level of Hotian cultivation, how could he have fallen victim to this? He exchanged a glance with Lin Ao, and both of them saw deep concern reflected in each other's eyes. Perhaps more than half of the Northern Star Imperial City had already succumbed. Judging by your expression, is this goo insect particularly troublesome? Lin Ao and Lin Mo asked anxiously. Lin Ze shook his head and explained. I was frowning because I was thinking about something else. His gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Ao and Lin Mo. It's strange Master Mo has been affected, but Master Ao hasn't. That's unusual. Indeed, the two were inseparable on most days, and should have had the same exposure to the source of the goo insects. According to the encrypted texts from Wolf City, even peak cultivators at the 9th level of Hotion would struggle to detect these celestial sect goo insects. For someone like Lin Mo, who was near that level, to be affected, it was perplexing that Lin Ao, whose health had been steadily declining, could remain unscathed. It was a mystery, but there wasn't time to delve into it now. Lin Ze retrieved a small bottle filled with poison and placed it in front of Lin Mo. Master Mo, please take a look. Does this look familiar? Lin Mo took the bottle and examined it carefully, even pouring out a small amount of powder to rub between his fingers and sniff. Suddenly, his expression shifted as if something had clicked in his mind. He was about to place the powder in his mouth for further confirmation when Lin Ao barked sharply. Old Mo, what are you doing? Master, let me confirm whether it's what I suspect. After Lin Ze assured him, it's fine, I can extract the goo insect, Lin Ao reluctantly allowed Lin Mo to proceed. Lin Mo placed the powder in his mouth and tasted it carefully. Though it was flavorless, the texture confirmed his suspicion instantly. It's the heart-nourishing powder and essence purification pill sent from the palace 7 days ago. At these words, Lin Ao abruptly turned to Lin Ze, his expression changing drastically. The essence purification pill. Seeing the sudden reaction from the two elders, Lin Ze was confused. What about the essence purification pill? Lin Mo quickly explained. Young master, you don't know this, but a few days ago, when you suddenly fell into a coma, Master Ao was so worried he stayed up all night. The emperor, upon hearing the news, specially ordered 2 rare medicinal items to be sent from the palace. The old servant Lin Mo said earnestly, his eyes flickering with worry. One was the royal secret antidote, the Jinyuan pill, for the young master, and the other was a heart-nourishing powder for the master. I tested both of them personally. There's no mistake. Lin Ze paused and thought. By all logic, he should have been affected by the venom. Yet with his current cultivation level, he was acutely aware of his physical condition and felt no signs of poisoning whatsoever. He carefully pieced together the clues. Among the 3 of them, he and Lin Mo had taken the Jinyuan pill, while Lin Ao and Lin Mo had taken the heart-nourishing powder. In the end, however, only Lin Mo had been poisoned, while both he and his grandfather remained completely unharmed. Could it be that the Lin family bloodline truly possessed an innate immunity to all poisons? After a moment of reflection, clarity struck Lin Ze. So that's how it was, because he had always remained cautious of the royal family and refused to accept any rewards. Zhang Tong couldn't be certain whether he had consumed the Jinyuan pill. That was why this entire assassination plot had been staged. Young master? Lin Mo asked cautiously, seeing him lost in thought. Don't worry. My grandfather and I are unharmed, Lin Ze stated firmly. No venomous creature could escape my detection. Lin Mo fell silent at his words, his face revealing a complex mix of emotions. Among the 3 of them, it turned out he alone had been poisoned. Grandfather, Lin Ze turned to Lin Ao. Does our family have some kind of inherited immunity to poisons? The question caused Lin Ao to ponder deeply. Impossible, he finally said, shaking his head. Your great-grandfather was merely a 6th-stage cultivator, and your great-grandmother came from a modest background. Besides, I myself was once struck by poisoned arrows on the battlefield. All right, perhaps it's all just a coincidence, Lin Ze said as he turned to Lin Mo. Uncle Mo, they'll remove the venom from you now. Bear with me. With that, he activated the demon heart seal and, in just a few breaths, extracted the venomous parasite from Lin Mo's body. A flicker of violet lightning danced at Lin Ze's fingertips as he burned the parasite into a specimen and placed it on the table. Lin Mo picked up the remains of the parasite, studying it closely and comparing it to the poison powder. He couldn't help but sigh. Such a tiny creature, and yet it slipped into my body without me even noticing. It's grown so large. The methods of the immortal sect truly are sinister. If Peng Yongjin returns with the full powers of the immortal sect and achieves the innate realm, Lin Mo looked at Lin Ao with mounting concern. Lin Ao, however, shook his head. In my opinion, Peng Yongjin is still far from reaching the innate realm. That step is not so easily taken. Having himself struggled for years at the peak of the acquired realm without touching the innate, Lin Ao knew better than anyone in Beichen how difficult it was. If he truly had reached the innate realm, why would he resort to such underhanded tricks, having Zhang Tong skulk in the shadows? Someone of innate status would never act in this manner. Lin Ao paused before continuing. However, judging by the increasingly audacious actions in Longdu lately, it does seem that Peng Yongxin's return is imminent. Lin Ze nodded. Recently, the wolves' actions had indeed become increasingly audacious, disrupting the grand banquet during the Golden Autumn Feast, secretly swapping the Imperial elixir, sneaking into Bachin Academy to replace treasures. Every act was brazen, showing no fear of Bachin launching another southern campaign. It must be because Peng Yong is about to complete his training and return. Giving the wolves newfound confidence, Lin Ao sneered, his demeanor instantly exuding an imposing aura, as though he had transformed back into the legendary war god who once dominated the battlefield. Confidence? Without reaching the innate stage, he's still an ant. Even with all his skills from the immortal sect, how could he possibly stand against the might of Bachin's grand army? Lin Ao idly toyed with the prayer beads in his hand, his expression calm. Other than matters concerning Lin Ze, nothing seemed to stir the emotions of this old war god. The emperor must already know about this, right? Lin Ze asked, spreading his hands. Perhaps he knew all along, Lin Ze said, shaking his folding fan. Otherwise, why would he specifically send me to inspect Bachin Academy? For all we know, he might be waiting for me and Zhang Tong to clash and weaken each other. Lin Ao's fingers paused on the prayer beads. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Maybe. Old Imo. Yes, master. Go and check with the various branches of the Lin family. See if anyone has come into contact with a powder like this. Understood. After Lin Imo left, the atmosphere in the main hall grew heavy. Lin Ze glanced at Lin Ao. Grandfather, you're not sending him away just to lecture me about loyalty to the emperor again, are you? Lin Ao shook his head gently. To buy osmanthus wine and journey together, those carefree days of youth are long gone. I am no longer the passionate young man I once was, and he is no longer the ruler I once knew. He has his stance as a monarch, and I have my duty to my bloodline. All we can do is stay true to ourselves and take things as they come. Now, to the serious matter. Lin Ao's expression turned solemn. I need to tell you something crucial, something that concerns your destiny. I wanted to bring it up before but thought it was too soon. Now that you've encountered it, it's time to prepare you. You're talking about the immortal sects? Lin Ze asked knowingly. The existence of immortal sects and innate beings has never been a secret to the mortal world. It's just that ordinary people can go their entire lives without ever coming into contact with that level. Lin Ao looked intently at his grandson. Zaire, your talent is unparalleled far beyond mine. No one in Bachin has matched you in the past century, not even Peng Yong, the third prince of Wuan who joined the immortal sect. The mortal world is a shackle for you, a poison, an unsuitable place for a true dragon to thrive. You must join the immortal sects and pursue the world that rightfully belongs to you. Lin Ze was left speechless. It did feel premature. There were still 20 years before the next recruitment of disciples by the Zhongjin Mountain sect. This immortal sect, which held authority over dozens of nations including the Bachin dynasty and the Crescent Moon Kingdom, only held its recruitment and ascension conference once every 50 years. The last one was 30 years ago, meaning the next was still 2 decades away. Discussing this now indeed seemed too early. Aside from the routine recruitment every 50 years, there's another lesser-known method. Lin Ao began slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ze. This secret method is something only families like ours esteemed and influential, practically the second royal family of Bachin are privy to. Tribute? Tribute. Lin Ze frowned. Exactly. As long as a mortal dynasty offers sufficient tribute to the immortal sects, their descendants can bypass the tests and gain direct entry for cultivation, Lin Ao explained. However, the requirements for tribute are extremely stringent. Even the most prosperous dynasties would need to exhaust their national resources and accumulate wealth over decades to fulfill it just once. Lin Ze understood. Despite the Lin family's immense wealth, which rivaled that of nations, it still paled in comparison to the decades-long reserves of a dynasty. As for seeking help from the Li royal family, he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Though he shared the Li bloodline, his surname was still Lin. The royal family would rather choose a mediocre direct descendant than spend such a fortune on an outsider. Besides, the Li family had only recently seized the throne, and their treasury was already stretched thin. They couldn't possibly afford such an extravagant tribute. Yet, Lin Ao's lips curled into a mysterious smile. It may be too soon for Zhongjin Mountain, but what if it isn't Zhongjin Mountain? Not Zhongjin Mountain? Lin Ze pondered for a moment. Do you mean Wentian Dao sect, or Wenxin Dao sect? The continent was vast, and most people spent their entire lives confined to Bachin and Longdu, with little knowledge of the immortal sects beyond Zhongjin Mountain. Neither, Lin Ao replied, rising to his feet. He walked toward his bedchamber, crouched down, and activated a hidden mechanism beneath the bed. From a concealed compartment, he retrieved a box made entirely of dark gold. A chain of the same rare material was wrapped around it, signifying its extraordinary value in par with the Lin family's treasured 8 desolation combat techniques. See for yourself, Lin Ao said, unlocking the chain and handing the box to Lin Ze. When Lin Ze opened the lid, he found a small, exquisite jade token lying silently at the center of the box. It emanated a mysterious, shimmering glow. Wisps of ethereal light rose into the air, forming miniature dragons that danced gracefully, filling the room with an exhilarating aura. As Lin Ze picked up the token, the surrounding mist dispersed, revealing a single character, Xian, immortal, written in flowing strokes. An indescribable sense of profound wisdom and grandeur surged toward him. This is the immortal fate token, Lin Ao explained. The bearer of this token is eligible to participate in the trial of the 9 sects of Daojia Mountain. Regardless of the outcome, they can choose to join any one of the 9 sects, and none of them are allowed to refuse. That powerful? Lin Ze exclaimed in astonishment. Then why didn't you use it? Lin Ao sighed. When I acquired this immortal fate token, my days of youthful fervor had already passed. Back then, your grandmother was in poor health. How could I bring myself to leave her? Lin Ao said, his hand pausing slightly as he turned the prayer beads in his palm. A rare expression of nostalgia appeared on his face, especially after she passed away. Sigh. Mentioning his late wife, the once imposing elder's tone softened. My desire to seek immortality and enlightenment faded. Whether or not one achieves the innate path, it all becomes a matter of fate. He gently stroked the immortal fate token in his hand. So I sealed it away, leaving it for a talented descendant of the Lin family to pursue the path of innate enlightenment. Your father was the first choice, Lin Ao continued. He was extraordinarily gifted, exceptionally intelligent from a young age, mastering the arts of strategy and warfare. His martial prowess was unmatched among the younger generation in Beichen. But unfortunately, at this, Lin Ao let out a long sigh, and deep regret filled his calm eyes. Beneath that regret, a fleeting but overwhelming fury, one capable of destroying all of Beichen, flashed and then subsided. The Lin family had suffered devastating losses. 2 of its brightest warriors perished on the battlefield, and Linzhe was lost to the chaos of war. The once thriving Lin family was reduced to a single heir, Lin Ze. Were it not for this last thread of bloodline tethering him to reason, Lin Ao might have already led his forces to raze Longdu and Beichen to the ground. Sensing his grandfather's emotional turbulence, Lin Ze made a solemn vow, Grandfather, rest assured, I will not spare those who brought harm to our family. They will pay the price. Lin Ao steadied his emotions, suppressing his anger, and looked at his grandson with gratification. From the day of the autumn feast, I never doubted that. But revenge aside, what matters more now is your future. He gestured toward the immortal fate token. Infuse it with your spiritual energy and press it against your forehead. You will uncover its secrets. Following his grandfather's instructions, Lin Ze held the token to his forehead. The moment it made contact, a profound wave of energy enveloped him, pulling him into the currents of time and space. Countless ancient images surged into his mind, finally settling on the vision of a towering peak piercing the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the temporal current dissipated. Lin Ze returned to reality, the mysteries of the immortal fate token now clear to him. He realized that the token traced its origins back to the ancient era of Qingyu, created to pursue a singular essence of destiny. In those ancient times, the 9 sects of Qingyu revered the concept of fate. Those with fate could achieve anything. Those with fate could ascend to the heavens. This fate was what people referred to as fortune or serendipity. History proved that every great figure who stood at the pinnacle of Qingyu was not only diligent, but also blessed with extraordinary luck. The great powers of that era never denied this truth, as to do so would be to deny and insult their very existence. To seek this elusive fate and to find those truly destined within the vast expanse of Qingyu, the 9 supreme masters of the ancient Qingyu sects collaborated to create 1,000 immortal fate tokens, dispersing them across the boundless sea of humanity. Lin Ze knew of the sword-hidden mountain alone, which spanned across dozens of nations, an indication of Qingyu's immense breadth. In just the region belonging to Songjin Mountain, the population numbers in the tens of billions. Yet, within the vast expanse of the entire Qingyu domain, Songjin Mountain is but a drop in the ocean. Across Qingyu, the sheer scale of its population is so immense that it must be measured in trillions. Among this vast sea of humanity, those who manage to obtain one of the 1,000 immortal fate tokens are undoubtedly the most fortunate of their generation. Even if these token holders perform poorly in the Dao Tribulation Mountain trials, or are eliminated as soon as they enter, they are guaranteed a place in any one of the 9 sects of Qingyu. Such is the mystical nature of fate, and it is precisely why the 9 sects are willing to accept them. How high is the status of Qingyu's 9 sects? They are the absolute sovereigns of the entire Qingyu domain, with each sect boasting a legacy that spans over tens of millions of years, standing tall since ancient times. Compared to these colossal entities, the status of Songjin Mountain is negligible. Any elder from the 9 sects could effortlessly obliterate the dozens of nations surrounding Songjin Mountain. Lin Ze lowered his head, gazing at the immortal fate token in his hand, lost in thought. This key, capable of opening the doors to the 9 sects of Qingyu, made him question. With his family, the Lin clan, possessing such an invaluable treasure, how could they still face such a tragic downfall in the original novel? Of course, the world now had already diverged from the novel's storyline. Even Wu Tong had become Wudong. However, these changes meant little to Lin Ze, as his knowledge of the original plot was limited to the Lin clan's destruction. What's the matter? Stunned? Lin Ao looked at the dazed Lin Ze with a smug smile, as if saying, finally, something has left you speechless. After exchanging a smile with his grandson, Lin Ao continued. The Dao Tribulation Mountain trials are in 2 months, right? About that, Lin Ze confirmed with a nod. Use these 2 months to prepare well. As for matters here in Beichen, Lin Ze interrupted firmly. I will resolve the issues in Beichen during this time. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Lin Ao nodded approvingly. The recent poison incident had caused such a commotion that those hiding in the shadows must be growing restless. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This time, I will drag them out of the dark. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of Beichen, the sound of continuous shattering echoed through the halls. The enraged Emperor of Beichen was smashing one priceless treasure after another, roaring, insolent wretch, treacherous knave. How dare you deceive me? How dare you deceive me? I have placed such trust in you, allowed you to oversee the Beichen Academy, and held high expectations for you. Emperor Beichen's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling with fury. And yet, you traitor, traitor. Even if I were to tear you limb from limb, it would not quell the hatred in my heart. He suddenly rose from the dragon throne, drawing the imperial sword from his waist, and strode toward the grand dragon pillar in the center of the hall. The gleaming blade struck the intricately carved pillar again and again, producing a piercing clash of metal against stone. The ministers below exchanged uneasy glances, bowing their heads and shrinking back, not daring to utter a sound. After a long while, Emperor Beichen, exhausted, staggered back to his throne and sank heavily into his seat. His bloodshot eyes swept across the faces of the assembled ministers, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through their exteriors, probing deep into their hearts. It was only then that the ministers seemed to awaken from their daze, dropping to their knees and crying out in unison, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Please, Your Majesty. Quell my anger? Emperor Beichen slammed his palm against the table, shattering the wine cup beside him. Tell me, how am I supposed to quell my anger? Zhang Tong has been lurking for years, planting countless spies within my Beichen court, and even resorting to poison. Yet you, the so-called elite, failed to notice anything. Is my Beichen court so fragile and incompetent? Useless. All of you are useless. The ministers hurriedly tried to defend themselves. Your Majesty, the traitor Zhang Tong is a peak-level martial master and has the assistance of Peng Yong from the Celestial Sect. With such powerful figures in hiding, it is truly beyond our ability to detect them. One minister seized the opportunity to offer counsel. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to thoroughly investigate officials who graduated from Beichen Academy, as well as high-ranking ministers associated with Zhang Tong. We must root out the spies planted by Longdu as soon as possible, or our court's secrets may already be fully exposed. At these words, the faces of all officials connected to Beichen Academy turned pale. They knelt one after another, pleading their innocence, swearing they had no knowledge of Zhang Tong's schemes, and begging the emperor to judge justly. But Emperor Beichen, consumed by rage, roared, Guards, arrest all officials associated with Beichen Academy and throw them into the dungeons for interrogation. No one is allowed to contact them without my permission. Black-armored guards swarmed into the hall, seizing every official tied to Beichen Academy. In moments, nearly a quarter of the court was emptied. The remaining ministers were even more terrified, each fearing they might be next to be implicated. Once the hall had quieted somewhat, Emperor Beichen's fury seemed to subside slightly. He spoke in a low, commanding tone. Now then, all of you share your thoughts. Spare me the useless drivel. I want solutions, not excuses. Emperor Beichen's voice echoed through the hall, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. A military officer stepped forward immediately, cupping his hands in salute. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Speak. Your Majesty, instead of sitting and waiting for disaster, we should take the initiative and strike Wolf City. The enmity between Beichen and Wolf City is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether Peng Yong achieves the innate stage or not, we must catch them off guard and annihilate Wolf City in one decisive blow. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, we must tear a piece out of them. This bold suggestion stirred the hall. Other military officers chimed in enthusiastically. Your Majesty, the leniency shown to Wolf City in recent years was merely to conserve strength and build up resources. Now, with Beichen's might at its peak, The time to eliminate this threat once and for all has arrived. I request to fight. I am willing to lead the army and swear to claim Peng Jie's head. While the military officers were fired up, the civil officials wore expressions of concern. One minister quickly stepped forward to object. Your Majesty, this is inadvisable. The issue of the goo poison remains unsolved, and the traitors within have yet to be rooted out. To rashly send troops now would be extremely dangerous. He elaborated. We still cannot clearly distinguish which officials are loyal to Beichin and which may be spies for Wolf City. If military power falls into the hands of traitors, the consequences would be catastrophic. Moreover, if our soldiers are afflicted with goo poison and it activates on the battlefield, wouldn't that lead to total annihilation? His words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fervor of the military officers and cooling their tempers. Minister Wang makes a valid point. We truly cannot act recklessly, but if we wait to resolve these internal issues, Wolf City will likely have fortified their defenses by then. Emperor Beichin massaged his temples and commanded sharply, Enough! Silence! Summon the Imperial Physician Chief. The Imperial Physician Chief arrived swiftly and bowed. Emperor Beichin wasted no time and immediately inquired about the progress on the goo poison. Your Majesty, this goo poison is beyond comprehension. Despite my attempts with various methods, I have been unable to locate its source, let alone extract it. It seems that only by deciphering the forbidden magic heart technique left by Zhang Tong can we hope to resolve this affliction. The Emperor's expression darkened. The magic heart technique, being a mystical method of the immortal sex, would require significant time to comprehend, even for a peak postnatal stage expert. But time was a luxury they could not afford. Keep searching. You must find a solution. Yes, Your Majesty. The Imperial Physician Chief hesitated before gathering his courage to speak further. Your Majesty, this old servant is incompetent and may not be able to resolve the goo poison. Emperor Beichin erupted in anger. How dare you declare your inability in front of everyone? The Imperial Physician Chief quickly added. But I have a recommendation. There is someone who might be able to break the goo poison. The Imperial Physician slowly uttered a name. It is your grandson, Lin Ze, the second young master of the Lin family. According to the students of Beichin Academy, he was the first to uncover the case of the goo worms. Earlier, this old minister had heard that the second young master successfully healed those soldiers who had suffered lasting injuries due to delayed treatment. Without a doubt, the second young master's medical skills have far surpassed my own. If there is anyone in Beichin capable of solving the mystery of this goo poison, it must be him. As soon as these words were spoken, the court fell into complete silence. The expressions of the gathered ministers subtly shifted. Lin Ze, that name, was currently the most sensitive topic in both the court and the public. According to reports from the Jing Bureau and the students of Beichin Academy, the renowned 6th-rank master of the Divine Martial List, Zhang Tong, had been defeated by Lin Ze in just a single move. It was known that even the Emperor of Beichin himself could not subdue Zhang Tong in one strike. The implications of this were self-evident. The ministers discreetly observed the Emperor of Beichin's expression, only to find his demeanor calm, even tinged with a trace of admiration. Zaire, Beichin is fortunate to have such a remarkable talent, sparing us from catastrophe. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have summoned him to the palace. However, Zaire has just executed a traitor and inspected the academy. He must be utterly exhausted. If I were to summon him hastily, it would seem inconsiderate of me. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor of Beichin called out, Xiao Guangzi, draft an edict. At your command, Your Majesty. Eunuch Guang immediately prepared his brush and stood ready. Zaire exposed Zhang Tong's true identity and eliminated the traitor, preventing disaster and saving Beichin from falling into the hands of villains. This is an unparalleled achievement. Regardless of whether he can resolve the goo poison, he deserves a great reward. The Emperor paused briefly before continuing. I hereby decree that Lin Ze be granted the title of Marquis Shenwu. This announcement reverberated through the court like a thunderclap. It was well known that the Beichin dynasty had always been extremely cautious in bestowing noble titles. In the decades since its founding, not a single prince had been granted a title, and there was only one duke, Lin Ao, the Duke of Dinghua. Under such circumstances, a marquisate was effectively the highest honor. Since the founding of the dynasty, the number of individuals granted the title of marquis could be counted on one hand. Aside from the 3 founding families, only Wei Pingyuan, uniquely favored by the emperor, had been honored with such a title. Now, Lin Ze would become the 5th marquis. Of course, as the heir to the Duke of Dinghua, this marquisate held limited personal significance for Lin Ze. It merely added another noble title to the Lin family's legacy. The ministers were well aware of this and did not place undue emphasis on the practical implications of the title. The court officials exchanged glances, fully aware that the emperor's decision to grant Lin Ze the title of Marquis Shenwu was no coincidence. The title Shenwu was the namesake of Beichin's Shenwu rankings, clearly reflecting the emperor's explicit favor toward Lin Ze. Among the ranks of the Wei family, a burly man with a thick beard showed visible displeasure. To him, Lin Ze, a junior with no military achievements, had no qualifications to stand on equal footing with the head of the Wei family. Moreover, this young man had previously humiliated Wei Jinghai by forcing him to kneel and face the wall in front of Beichen Academy. The indignation had been simmering within him ever since. Seeing Lin Ze now being granted a noble title, he was just about to voice his objection when a firm hand stopped him. Turning to look, he saw it was Wei Pingyuan, who silently shook his head. Though he couldn't understand the family head's intentions, he had no choice but to suppress his frustration. "Your Majesty is wise." The Beichen Emperor nodded in satisfaction and then commanded, "Xiao Guangzi, go to the Lin family and deliver the decree immediately. Also, inform Zaire about the goo poison incident and seek his opinion. Whatever he requests, make sure it is fulfilled." "At once, Your Majesty." Eunuch Guang bowed and departed to carry out the orders. At that moment, officials aligned with the Lin family seized the opportunity to propose a plan for a campaign against Longdu. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Why not appoint Lin Ze as the commander?" one official passionately declared. As the legitimate grandson of Duke Lin, he has no ties to those rebels. Having been immersed in military strategy since childhood, and with his peak postnatal cultivation, he will undoubtedly bring down Peng Jie and Peng Yong, unifying Beichen under your rule. As soon as the proposal was made, officials loyal to the Lin family voiced their agreement, while even Wei Pingyuan, typically opposed to the Lin family, uncharacteristically remained silent. The Beichen emperor pondered for a moment before responding, "Your arguments are valid. However, the goo poison issue is no trivial matter, and Zaire has already expended considerable effort dealing with Zhang Tong. I do not wish to overburden him. For now, this matter will be postponed." His tone suddenly turned sharp. "Immediately seal all checkpoints and key routes within Beichen's borders, especially around the imperial capital. No information is to leak. Stop even a fly from getting through." "Understood, Your Majesty." The officials responded in unison. "Within 3 days, I want to see a court free of traitors. Otherwise, present your heads to me." Court dismissed. "Long live Your Majesty," the officials chorused as they bowed. After the court session ended, officials of various ranks gathered in small groups, fervently discussing Lin Ze's elevation to a marquis and the rebellion in Longdu. Amid the chatter, a group of Wei family members stood in a corner, their faces clouded with discontent. "Uncle, why didn't you let me speak in the court?" a young member of the Wei family asked in a hushed but indignant tone. "That brat Lin Ze has gone too far. Jinghai is still kneeling outside, suffering humiliation. Since we gained the emperor's favor, when have we ever endured such disgrace?" Wei Pingyuan abruptly turned around, his eyes blazing with anger. "Shut up," he hissed, his voice low but seething with fury. "Fools, do you have no sense of what's really happening? Do you think a few years of influence give us the right to act recklessly in Beichen?" The younger Wei family members exchanged uneasy glances, stunned by their typically composed patriarch's sudden outburst. "Wei Sima, is something the matter?" An official nearby, overhearing the commotion, approached to inquire. Wei Pingyuan immediately replaced his anger with a genial smile. "It's nothing. Just scolding some impudent juniors from my family," he replied smoothly. Once the official walked away, his expression darkened again as he glared at his family members. "Disgraceful fools. Get out of here and go home." It wasn't until they exited the palace grounds that Wei Pingyuan came to a halt, letting out a heavy sigh. "You ignorant brats. Do you really think bullying the Lin family for a few years makes you capable of challenging such a formidable force? That man, the war god of Beichen, who once turned the skies of Beichen crimson and annihilated the remnants of Wuan, is not someone you can afford to provoke." Seeing their continued defiance, Wei Pingyuan pressed on. "Do you know how many people were on edge, unable to eat or sleep, after Lin Ze fainted last time?" Everyone was anxiously watching the military, fearing Lin Ao might go mad and massacre the clans of Baiqin, including our Wei family. "The Lin family is the second emperor of Baiqin. Those aren't empty words. But don't we have the emperor backing us?" Someone muttered hesitantly. "The emperor?" Wei Pingyuan scoffed, gazing toward the distant horizon. "Even the emperor has granted him the title of marquis. Can't you see what that means?" After a long pause, Wei Pingyuan withdrew his gaze. "Let's go home. From this day forward, every member of the Wei family will keep their heads down. Anyone who dares provoke the Lin family can pack their things and leave. Don't drag the entire family down with you." "What about Jinghai?" someone asked timidly. "Let him kneel." Wei Pingyuan snapped. "When the Marquis Shenwu is satisfied, he'll release him. Third brother, prepare a generous gift. Tomorrow, I will personally visit the Lin residence to offer my congratulations." In that moment, the members of the Wei family finally understood Beichen's skies had irrevocably changed. The era of the Wei family is over. Lin Ze murmured to himself, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. At this moment, inside the Lin family residence, Eunuch Guang had just finished reading the imperial decree. With a smile, he took out 2 ancient books from his sleeve and handed them to Lin Ze. These are the books I promised to give to the Marquis earlier. I had planned to have someone deliver them, but plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Lin Ze accepted the books and expressed his gratitude. Eunuch Guang waved his hand dismissively and then lowered his voice to speak about the matter of the goo poison. If the Marquis requires any assistance in dealing with this goo poison, please don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you for your concern, grandfather, Lin Ze responded with a serious expression. But I can't guarantee complete success with this goo poison. This was not an evasion while he could treat goo poison. It was only effective on individual cases. To examine and treat the entire Lin family, including the Lin army and the thousands of people involved in their enterprises, was an enormous undertaking. Moreover, he had not yet finished treating the injured soldiers from recent battles. Eunuch Guang nodded in understanding. The calamity of the immortal sects is not something you must bear alone. Do your best, Marquis. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and departed to return to the palace and report. As soon as Eunuch Guang left, the Lin family erupted into a joyous commotion. Xiao Chui, brimming with excitement, clapped her hands and danced around. Marquis, you've been granted the title of Marquis. There are only 5 marquises in the entire Northern Star, and you're the divine martial Marquis. How impressive. The Lin family members all bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Greetings to the divine martial Marquis. Lin Ze gestured for them to rise. Enough, save the formalities. Focus on figuring out if any of you have been afflicted by the goo poison. To him, being titled a Marquis was nothing extraordinary. With his abilities, even being granted a royal title wouldn't be surprising. Still, Marquis did have a better ring to it than young master. Xiao Chui tugged on the dazed Lu Hanyin beside her. Miss, shouldn't you be happy for the Marquis? Lu Hanyin remained in a state of shock. Once, she had dreamed that her future husband would achieve great deeds, earning titles and honor. She had imagined him riding back victorious on a warhorse, bloodied yet triumphant. Noticing her expression, Lin Ze waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. You may all go for now. I'll call for you if there's any news. Understood. They responded in unison before retreating. After the Lin family members dispersed, Lin Ze immediately summoned 2 high-ranking officers of the Lin family army, Lin Ying and Lin Wu, both of whom were at the 7th level of the Hotian realm. Young Marquis. Lin Ze spoke with a serious tone. The exposure of Zhang Tong's affair will undoubtedly throw the court into chaos, which is bound to draw out some long-hidden rats. Over the next few days, you must closely monitor all major checkpoints in Beichen's imperial capital. Report back immediately if there's any unusual movement. Understood. The 2 acknowledged the order and left. Shortly after they departed, another senior officer of the Lin family army hurried in, his expression grave. He reported, Young Master, the investigation into the poisoning situation across the Lin family divisions has concluded, and the results are concerning. 10% of our people have confirmed exposure to the poisonous powder of the goo insects, while 40% are uncertain. This means only half of the Lin family members can be completely sure they haven't been exposed. Worse still, those confirmed to be affected are mostly the core high-ranking members of each division, and this data only accounts for exposure via the powder. The actual poisoning situation might be far more severe. Lin Ze's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that half of the Lin family might be poisoned? Treating each person individually would be an enormous undertaking. At that moment, Lu Hanyin suddenly asked, aside from the powder, does this type of goo insect cause any noticeable symptoms? High fever, chills, diarrhea, headaches, anything like that? Lin Ze shook his head. These goo insects cause no symptoms. Without specific methods to activate them, they remain completely undetectable. Lu Hanyin seemed lost in thought. No symptoms, that's an important clue. I recall my great-grandfather's medical records mentioning a few types of symptomless goo insects. If I could get a live specimen, I might be able to compare it with our family records and identify its origins. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that the Lu family was a renowned lineage of physicians, with a history of practicing medicine longer than the Wuan dynasty itself. Growing up in such an environment, Lu Hanyin, though still young and inexperienced, had a wealth of medical knowledge. While others in Beichen might not recognize this celestial sect's goo insect, there was a good chance Lu Hanyin could trace its origins. Give me your hand, Lin Ze said seriously. Huh. Lu Hanyin was briefly stunned before realizing he wanted to check if she had been poisoned. After all, with both Lin Ze and Lin Ao targeted, it was only natural that she, as a daughter of the Lin family, might also be a victim. She rolled her eyes at him, her cheeks faintly red, and then extended her delicate hand. Lin Ze placed 2 fingers lightly on her wrist, carefully checking. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. You're clear. I'm not surprised, Lu Hanyin replied with a nod. I grew up in the Lu family, soaking in all kinds of medicinal baths and studying medical texts. My body has a higher resistance to toxins than most. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed. So, at least one of the ingredients in those medicinal baths of yours might be effective against this goo insect? It's too early to say. I'll need to examine a live specimen to be sure. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, then called out. Xiaotsui understood and stepped forward. She nodded softly, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. Young Marquis, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Don't worry, it'll be over quickly. Lin Ze reassured her in a gentle tone, his hands moving swiftly and skillfully. Xiao Chui felt a sudden, sharp pain, but before she could cry out, Lin Ze had already extracted the goo worm with practiced ease. He placed the black goo worm in front of Lu Hanyin. Take a look. Lu Hanyin focused her gaze on it. Her expression shifted from relaxed to frowning, and then to deep contemplation. This goo worm, what do you think? Lin Ze asked. After a moment of recollection, Lu Hanyin replied, I think I've seen something similar in the medical records left by the Taizu. But it's been so long, I can't recall the details clearly. You'll need to go back and consult the ancient texts the Taizu left behind to be sure. At the mention of going back, Lu Hanyin's face darkened. The Lu family, who had treated her like a commodity and offered her to the Lin family, was a place she could barely remember after all these years. Yet, the cold feeling of being traded like an object was something she could never forget. Lin Ze glanced at her, recalling how Lu Hanyin had been sold to the Lin family when she was just 12 years old. Xiao Chui, prepare the carriage, he instructed. The Lu estate is just beyond Wushuang Slope outside the capital. If we hurry, we can make a round trip in an hour. A look of indescribable pain and hesitation crossed Lu Hanyin's face, as if a layer of frost had settled over her heart. You people always decide someone's fate so easily, treating me like a lifeless object to be passed around. Today to the Lin family, tomorrow back to the Lu family. No one has ever asked me what I want. They'll go with you, Lin Ze said, his words rekindling a glimmer of hope in her heart. The capital hasn't been very peaceful these days. Without me, you probably wouldn't even make it out of the city. And besides, I'm curious to see the Lu family's library. As a family renowned in the medical arts, they've treated so many cultivators over the years. I doubt their collection will disappoint. Lu Hanyin stared at Lin Ze for a long while before finally breaking into a radiant smile, full of allure. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? Lin Ze thought to himself, though he had been wary of her in the past due to the original storyline, things were now completely different. With Wu Tong no longer in the picture, the plot had already diverged, and Lu Hanyin could no longer be connected to him. Besides, they had spent nearly a decade growing up together, and the bond they shared was far from ordinary. If you manage to harm me, I'd say you've got some real skill, Lin Ze replied with a grin. Lu Hanyin rolled her eyes at him. How could a mere woman like me possibly harm the illustrious Marquis of Beichin? With that, she turned and walked away. The door's that way. I know, she replied without turning back. Xiao Chui stifled a giggle. My lord, this is the first time Miss is returning to her family home. Naturally, she'll want to dress up a little. Her tone carried a warmth, as if the harmonious days of the past had returned. Lin Ze stood up, casually unfolding a folding fan and giving it a light wave. Go help her. I'll wait for you both outside. Yes, my lord. Outside the Lin family mansion, a carriage had been waiting for quite some time. Lin Ze sat upright at the front of the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Moments later, Xiao Chui appeared, supporting Lu Hanyin as they walked slowly toward the gate. My lord, we're ready to depart. Lin Ze turned his head and instinctively held his breath. Lu Hanyin's breathtaking beauty filled his vision. Her natural elegance needed no heavy makeup to captivate onlookers. Today, with just a touch of powder, she looked even more radiant. Under the sunlight, she resembled a rare, blooming flower. The flowing hem of her dress revealed a pair of slender, graceful legs, their curves mesmerizing. Lin Ze quickly averted his gaze after a brief glance. Get in, he said calmly. Yes. Xiao Chui helped Lu Hanyin into the carriage. The once spacious interior now felt snug with the addition of the two women. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted into Lin Ze's sense. It was unclear whether it came from flowers or Lu Hanyin herself. Her elegant legs were so close to his knees that only a mere 3 centimeters separated them. Feeling slightly uneasy, Lin Ze turned toward the window, pretending to admire the street view. Usually talkative, Lu Hanyin now sat with her head lowered, her cheeks flushed, and said not a word. Since discovering Lin Ze's true identity and after everything they had been through, her feelings toward this younger brother seemed to have grown more complex. The atmosphere in the carriage became increasingly tense. Xiao Chui smirked to herself. Oh dear, it's a bit stuffy in here. I'll step outside for some fresh air. With that, she climbed onto the driver's seat, leaving the cramped space to the two of them. The silence stretched on, almost unbearably. Finally, Lu Hanyin broke the awkward stillness. You these past years, life must have been hard for you, hasn't it? Hard? Not really, Lin Ze replied, turning back to her. As long as the outcome is good, everything is worth it. I see. The conversation lapsed into another lull. Seated at the front, Xiao Shui pricked up her ears, growing impatient with their hesitance. Just as she was racking her brain for a topic, Lu Hanyin suddenly spoke again. So, does that mean all those times I used to lecture you, you were secretly laughing at me? Lin Ze chuckled. How could I dare? You were only worried I wouldn't turn out well. You definitely laughed at me. Lu Hanyin pouted. Even as a kid, you never spoke a single honest word. Not entirely untrue, Lin Ze said with a shrug. Recalling Lin Ze's attitude toward her in the past, Lu Hanyin's cheeks grew warmer, a faint blush spreading across her face. She asked softly, which one? Take a guess. Lu Hanyin was momentarily stunned, then noticed the meaningful smile on Lin Ze's face. Her heart began to race, her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, falling silent. The carriage moved steadily through the streets of the imperial capital, the wheels creating a rhythmic rumble against the ground. When they reached the city gate, the guards initially barred their way, refusing passage. However, upon learning that this was the second son of the current Marquis of Shunwu from the Bachin family, Lin Ze, traveling to investigate a case of poison, they immediately stepped aside with respect. The carriage soon entered Wushuang Slope, where the Lu family resided. Over the years, since aligning themselves with the influential Lin family, the Lu family had risen to prominence. Wushuang Slope had practically become their domain. Through the carriage window, Lu Hanyin glanced at the numerous signs bearing the Lu character along the roadside, her emotions a tangle of complexity. She couldn't tell if it was the unease of returning home, resentment, or simply nostalgia for the past. Master, miss, we've arrived. Xiaozui's voice interrupted Lu Hanyin's thoughts. Lin Ze and Lu Hanyin stepped out of the carriage. Before them stood an opulent mansion, grand enough to rival the residences of royal family members. Xiaozui, however, scoffed, still not as grand as our Lin family's estate. With that, she marched straight toward the gatekeepers, demanding they announce their arrival, neglecting the customary gesture of assisting Lu Hanyin out of the carriage. Lu Hanyin's outstretched hand lingered awkwardly in the air. Noticing this, Lin Ze calmly extended his hand to help her down. She leaned slightly against him, her posture resembling that of a newlywed bride returning to her family home for the first time. Xiaozui, observing from the side, smirked smugly, but Lin Ze shot her a sharp glance, prompting her to retreat behind Lu Hanyin obediently. Lu Hanyin, however, gave Xiaozui a light pinch. Oomph. You both just love picking on me. Xiaozui muttered under her breath. Miss, the young miss has returned with the second young master. A shout suddenly rang out from within the mansion. A graceful woman hurried out upon hearing the commotion, but a middle-aged man in luxurious attire beside her quickly pulled her back. Mind your manners. Can't you see the second young master is here? The man straightened his outfit and then respectfully greeted. Lu Zhan of the Lu family pays his respects to the second young master. After meeting Lin Ze, Lu Zhan immediately put on a flattering smile and began to fawn over him, saying, just this morning, I was telling madam that when magpies perch on branches, good things are bound to happen. Who would have thought the esteemed second young master would grace our humble abode? Truly an honor beyond words. He bowed deeply and gestured invitingly. Please come in, second young master. Then, in a hurried tone, he instructed the servants, quickly, prepare the wine. Bring out the best dishes we have. Oh, and don't forget the 300-year-old snow ginseng gifted by Lord Fong. Lin Ze raised his hand to stop him. There's no need for such a fuss. I'm here to verify an important matter, and will leave shortly. Carry on with your usual tasks. Verify an important matter? Lu Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and his expression faltered. He quickly stammered, second young master, I swear on my honor. The Lu family has always been loyal to the Lin family and to Bachin. We harbor no disloyalty. He turned to Lu Hanyin, who stood silently beside Lin Ze. Hanyin, you know your father. I would never commit an act of betrayal. Lu Hanyin remained silent, not even sparing Lu Zhan a glance. She had long seen through him her father cared only for power and profit. How could he remember a daughter he hadn't seen in years? Time is short. Let's go, Lu Hanyin said, pulling Lin Ze along as they headed straight for the library. Her heart had grown cold toward this unfeeling home. It was only after their figures disappeared that Lu Zhan's face darkened. What a disobedient daughter. A few years with the Lin family, and now she thinks she can spread her wings. Madame Lu gently patted her husband's back. Say no more. It's rare for our daughter to return after so many years. She sighed deeply, gazing in the direction her daughter had gone. Though she understood her daughter's feelings, she knew there was little she could do. At that moment, a younger family member suddenly asked, "Father, Mother, wasn't Sister Hanyin betrothed to the eldest young master, Lin Ze? Why does she seem so close to the second young master, even holding his hand?" This question made Lu Zhen's eyes light up. Lin Ze was already dead, and since there was no formal marriage contract and Lu Hanyin had not officially entered the Lin family, they could easily return her. If that happened, the Lu family would lose their strongest support. But now, it seemed Lu Hanyin and Lin Ze had developed feelings for each other. Lin Ze was far more outstanding than Lin Ze, a genius unmatched in all of Beichen. If Lu Hanyin could marry Lin Ze, a sharp gleam flashed in Lu Zhen's eyes as he envisioned the Lu family's future dominance over the court. However, his beautiful fantasy was soon interrupted by the murmurs of the family members. This isn't proper. For an incident like this to occur between the uncle and the sister-in-law, if word gets out, it will damage both the Lin and Lu families. A few younger members of the Lu family whispered among themselves. Silence! Lu Zhen roared suddenly, his gaze like a blade sweeping across the room. Yenner never officially married the eldest young master, nor was there ever a formal engagement. How dare you call her sister-in-law? His tone turned icy as he emphasized, from now on, no one is to mention Lin Ze outside these walls. If the second young master hears about it, his eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing. I'll make sure you regret it. Yes, father. The group responded in unison. Satisfied, Lu Zhen nodded approvingly, then summoned a few trusted subordinates. Keep an eye on Yenner and the second young master. You understand what I mean, don't you? Rest assured, master. We'll handle it immediately. The men bowed and left to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and his companions made their way through the Lu residence, with Lu Hanyin striding briskly at the front. Only after ensuring they were well out of Lu Zhen's sight did she slow her pace. My apologies for the scene earlier, she said softly. It was indeed quite the spectacle, Lin Ze replied, gesturing toward Xiaotsue. The maid was staring at their clasped hands in astonishment. Miss, you're holding on a little too tightly, don't you think? Xiaotsue remarked. Lu Hanyin's face turned crimson, and she released Lin Ze's hand as if burned, quickly walking ahead. Xiaotsue followed, grinning mischievously. Miss, what does the Marquis's hand feel like? I've never had the chance to try. Xiaotsue. Lu Hanyin's ears turned red as well. As they entered the library, the sight before them made Lu Hanyin stop in her tracks. Nearly every bookshelf was occupied by studious family members, who greeted them warmly as soon as they arrived. Miss, second young master. This place has changed a lot. They'll need some time, Lu Hanyin said. Take your time. I'll just browse around, Lin Ze replied casually, heading straight for the shelves and flipping through books at an astonishing speed. His rapid skimming left the onlookers dumbfounded. Can the second young master really read anything at that pace? Someone muttered under their breath. Everyone exchanged meaningful glances, looking at one another in silence. After a moment, they seemed to lose interest in Lin Ze's unconventional way of flipping through the books. Clearly, the master's instructions were of greater importance. They began moving around the library, looking for an appropriate moment to act. Lin Ze noticed their unusual behavior, but merely cast a casual glance their way before returning his focus to the ancient text before him. As a descendant of the renowned Lu family of physicians, their lineage and knowledge predated the Wuan dynasty by generations. Their extensive travels as wandering healers had allowed them to amass a vast collection of ancient manuscripts and personal notes in their library. While these texts lacked the completeness or cultivation value of those owned by the elite families of Beichen, their breadth and depth of knowledge were unparalleled, even by the Beichen royal family. At this moment, Lin Ze was holding the Luzhong Town Travel Notes, a handwritten journal left behind by an ancestor of the Lu family. It documented the cultivation insights the elder had gathered from various masters during his lifetime as a healer. Though these fragmented records might seem insignificant to the average person, they were invaluable treasures to Lin Ze, whose extraordinary divine comprehension talent was nothing short of miraculous. With this gift, Lin Ze could reconstruct complete cultivation techniques from mere fragments. For example, from a few scattered words about the 8th level of a high-grade human tier technique, he could deduce its entire content. Rapidly flipping through the journal, he continuously uncovered and comprehended missing pieces of techniques such as the 3rd step of the Moon Immortal Step, the 4th strike of the Moonlit Sword, and the 4th level of the Drunken Immortal Fist. As his divine comprehension reached a staggering level of 274, these fragmented techniques combined to form a substantial gain. Lin Ze estimated that the countless journals and notes in the library could increase his strength by at least 10 points. This realization drove him to immerse himself even deeper in his study of the texts. Time passed slowly, and Lu Hanyin finally found the clue she had been searching for among the many ancient books. Just as she turned to inform Lin Ze, a maid accidentally bumped into her, spilling a basin of clear water onto her. The water trickled down her shoulder, soaking her upper garment completely. Through the damp fabric, Her delicate shoulders and flawless skin were faintly visible, appearing especially alluring in the hazy sheen of the water. "Ah, miss, I deserve to be punished, please forgive me." The maid immediately knelt down, pleading for mercy. Lu Hanyin sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. It's not your fault. Go find me a clean set of clothes." "Yes, right away." The maid hurried off. At that moment, Lin Ze approached and asked, "What happened?" Lu Hanyin shook her head gently. "It's nothing, just a small accident." With that, Lu Hanyin temporarily set the matter aside. She excitedly raised the book in her hand, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. "The important thing is, I've discovered the origin of the goo worm." She walked briskly over to Lin Ze, opening the ancient book and pointing to a specific page. "Look, it's this. The Jueshin goo." Lin Ze focused his gaze on the page, where a black goo worm was vividly illustrated. Its grotesque, twisted form was identical to the one he had extracted from Lin Mo and the others. He continued reading the text carefully. "Jueshin goo, a peculiar and sinister goo worm I stumbled upon during my travels in my later years. This goo is extraordinarily deceptive. Its host appears completely normal on the surface. Even the most experienced physicians, upon taking the pulse, cannot detect its presence. However, once triggered, the goo awakens in an instant, consuming the host's blood, flesh, and life essence. It rapidly moves through the 8 meridians of the body, causing a violent reversal of energy and blood, ultimately leading to the host's head exploding in a gruesome death. I have practiced medicine for decades and encountered countless types of goo worms, yet I have never seen anything as eerie as this. To unravel its mystery, I traveled extensively to places where this goo was known to appear. Eventually, I discovered its origin lies within the Xian sect, created by the infamous blood poison demon. His name is feared and avoided in the cultivation world. It is said that the Jueshin goo is merely a low-level goo worm he designed to deal with lesser cultivators. After years of research, I finally identified 2 remedies to counter this goo. The first is powdered shijiang, which, when consumed for 2 days, will dissolve the goo into pus and expel it from the body. The second is ingqiao root. Drinking 3 bowls of its decoction daily until the root turns pale and tasteless will render the goo powerless. Within 3 days, the goo will lose its grip on the host, at which point a simple procedure involving a blade and the guidance of spiritual energy can remove it. Lin Ze quickly noted down the 2 remedies. He thought to himself, Shijiang is rare and scarce in the imperial capital of Beichun, but ingqiao root is relatively common and easy to find. While he was lost in thought, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nose, carried by the moisture in the air. He followed the scent with his eyes, catching a glimpse of something faintly visible through the hazy mist. Quickly, Lin Ze averted his gaze. "Look, it must be the Jueshin goo." Lu Hanyin exclaimed joyfully. As she looked up, she noticed Lin Ze turning his eyes away. His movements were awkward and carried an air of uneasy restraint, as though he was trying hard to avert his gaze. Following the direction of his darting eyes, Lu Hanyin suddenly realized that her damp, clinging undergarments were faintly visible. A flush of crimson instantly spread across her cheeks and ears as she hastily lifted the ancient book in her hands to shield herself. The air in front of the bookshelf seemed to freeze, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. Both turned their heads away in embarrassment. At that moment, a maid arrived carrying fresh clothing, breaking the awkward silence. "Miss, allow me to help you change." "I'll go check out the other shelves," Lin Ze interjected before Lu Hanyin could respond, quickly striding toward another section of the library to continue browsing. The Lu family's library was vast, and he hadn't finished exploring it yet. His talent progress had only increased by 3 points, leaving him 23 points shy of leveling up to LV3. He needed to keep working. As he flipped through page after page of books, the notification Divine Insight LV2, 77,100, repeatedly flashed before him. Immersed in the exhilarating process of absorbing martial arts knowledge, Lin Ze was suddenly interrupted by Lu Hanyin's angry voice. "What is this outfit? Is this what the girls of the Lu family usually wear? This servant deserves punishment. I must have brought the wrong one." Lin Ze glanced over casually and saw Lu Hanyin curled up in discomfort, wearing a nearly transparent gauzy dress. Recalling the odd behavior of the library staff earlier, he immediately understood what was going on. The Lu family sure knows how to set the mood. He chuckled inwardly, shaking his head. But no tricks will work in the library. No one loves the library more than endowment are just a distraction from reading. He removed his outer coat and handed it to Xiaotsue. "Let the young lady cover herself with this," he said, then returned to his books without another word. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Lu Hanyin, now draped in Lin Ze's white coat, walked briskly up to him, her expression anxious as she extended the ancient book toward him. "Quick, take a look at this." Lin Ze glanced up and froze. The once blank pages of the book, now dampened by water, revealed blood-red characters for ominous words. Do not disturb Shijiang. Narrowing his eyes in thought, Lin Ze spoke. Xiaotsue, bring a basin of water. Xiaotsue swiftly complied, returning with a basin of clear water. Lin Ze began submerging the ancient book page by page into the water, and what unfolded was astonishing. The entire book turned an eerie shade of crimson, with densely packed blood-colored characters emerging from the pages. The script was bizarre, flowing like serpentine strokes, unrecognizable to Lu Hanyin as any language she knew, yet emanating a sinister, otherworldly aura. How could something so strange be hidden in my Lu family ancestors' medical notes? Lu Hanyin exclaimed in alarm. Lin Ze didn't respond, his expression mirroring her shock as he continued to examine the mysterious text. The moment those blood-red characters appeared, Lin Ze's divine comprehension talent was instantly triggered. His gaze swiftly scanned the eerie text, and a startling realization caused his pupils to contract slightly. This cultivation method's energy flow route bore an uncanny resemblance to the fragmented Illusory Moon 7 Stars manual he had obtained at a stall on Xianghua Street just days ago. The truth pieced itself together in his mind almost instantly. The fragmented state of the Illusory Moon 7 Stars manual was no coincidence. Someone had deliberately done so, cleverly concealing another mysterious cultivation technique within it. If he could reinterpret the Illusory Moon 7 Stars manual by following the guidance of these blood-red characters, he might uncover the secrets behind both techniques. Lin Ze's gaze fell on the book's cover, where the name Lu Changfeng was inscribed clearly. Slowly, he lifted his head, his eyes as sharp as blades as they swept across the gathered members of the Lu family. A faint but palpable pressure emanated from him, causing everyone present to tense involuntarily. Listen up, all of you. Lin Ze's voice was devoid of emotion. Immediately gather every document and record in the Lu family that mentions Lu Changfeng. Leave no stone unturned. He then pointed at the maid who had earlier assisted Lu Hanyin. You, summon all the most respected elders of the Lu family to meet me at once. The maid trembled inwardly, unable to comprehend why the situation had taken such a dramatic turn in mere moments. She quickly acknowledged the order and left in haste. The others dispersed as well, beginning their search for relevant records in the library. Lu Hanyin, seeing Lin Ze's sudden mobilization of resources, assumed he must have uncovered a key clue about the parasitic worm from the blood-red text. Did you figure it out? What does it say? She asked. More or less, Lin Ze nodded slightly. But right now, I'm more interested in the origins of your Lu family. His sharp gaze locked onto Lu Hanyin. Your family has practiced medicine for generations, with ancestors who were renowned physicians whose influence spanned the 7 nations east of Mount Songjian. Logically, a medical family of such stature should be celebrated, thriving with connections and support. After all, in the mortal world, who can guarantee they'll never face illness, aging, or death? Who would willingly antagonize a family of skilled healers? His tone turned mocking. Yet, your Lu family has fallen to such a state, even resorting to offering maidens to the Lin family for survival. For a prestigious medical family to sink this low, it must take a rather unique talent. His voice grew colder. It seems your ancestor Lu Changfeng was far from an ordinary doctor. Lu Hanyin fell into deep thought at his words. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Our ancestor Lu Changfeng, he lived a century ago. It was around that time that our Lu family relocated from the Nine Extremes dynasty to Wuan. The Jujia dynasty lies west of the Crescent dynasty, situated in the core administrative region of the Hidden Sword Mountain. As the ruler of the core area of the Hidden Sword Mountain, the Jujia dynasty surpasses the surrounding nations in national strength, resources, and wealth. Lin Ze furrowed his brows, pondering the reason why the Lu family had migrated from the Jujia dynasty to Wuan. A migration of such scale, crossing a major power like the Crescent dynasty, must have had a significant cause. Considering the mention of the prominent immortal sect figure, the Blood Venom Demon, in Lu Changfeng's notes, Lin Ze speculated that this could be related to Lu Changfeng's attempts to break the Jueshenggu curse. Or perhaps Lu Changfeng had been entangled in a conflict among immortal sects, ultimately implicating his entire family. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the library pavilion. Lu Zhan and other key figures of the Lu family arrived in haste, their faces etched with deep worry. Upon hearing the maid's report that the second young master was furious and had summoned all the esteemed elders of the Lu family, their hearts sank even further. Lu Zhan stepped forward quickly, bowing slightly and cautiously asking, "Second young master, has something serious occurred? Could it be that ancestor Lu Changfeng was involved in some act of treason?" Lin Ze's expression remained calm, his tone steady. "Family head Lu, there is no need to worry, it is not a major issue. I came here to investigate the origin and solution to the Jueshenggu curse, but I unexpectedly discovered something else." As he spoke, he handed over an ancient book, its pages revealing blood-red characters after being dampened. This book, when accidentally exposed to water, revealed the 4 blood-red characters: "Do not approach Shijiang, Family head Lu, could you explain this to me? Lu Zhan's gaze instinctively shifted to Lu Hanyan, who was wrapped in Lin Ze's long robe, before landing on the water-stained ancient book. His years of experience as an official immediately allowed him to piece together the situation. In that moment, he wished he could slap himself if it weren't for his meddling. How could such trouble have arisen? He quickly took the ancient book and, along with the family elders, examined it closely. After reading the information left by Lu Changfeng, Lu Zhan's heart sank. The four characters, "Do not approach Shijiang," weighed heavily on his mind. He hastily explained, "Second young master, we truly know nothing about the contents of this book. Please investigate thoroughly." Lin Ze replied indifferently, "If I were not thorough in my investigation, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak now. Tell me, who exactly is this Lu Changfeng?" The Lu family members exchanged uneasy glances. Although Lu Changfeng lived only a century ago, and some highly skilled elders had even been his contemporaries, his habit of wandering far and wide meant that their understanding of him was limited. Finally, an elder who shared an uncle-nephew relationship with Lu Changfeng tried his best to recall. "Second young master, Uncle Changfeng had a penchant for traveling far and wide, practicing medicine as his trade. He rarely stayed within the Lu family residence. In an entire year, even I rarely see second uncle more than twice." The elder of the Lu family began to speak slowly, his expression tinged with reminiscence. He recounted the story of Lu Changfeng in detail. Years ago, Lu Changfeng claimed to have joined an immortal sect called the Sacred Order. Being highly regarded by its upper echelon, he even returned specifically to persuade the head of the Lu family at the time near his grandfather To, lead the entire family in joining the Sacred Order. However, this proposal was tactfully declined by the family head. The very next day, Lu Changfeng left. That departure lasted a full 8 years. When he reappeared, Lu Changfeng was a completely different person. His mental state was extremely poor, and he spent his days locked in his room, writing travel notes. During this period, it seemed he had a dispute with the family head, though the exact reason remains unknown. After the quarrel, Lu Changfeng left the Lu family for good and disappeared without a trace. "I've heard the Lu family moved from the Nine Extremes dynasty to the Wuan dynasty?" Lin Ze asked thoughtfully. The elder confirmed with a nod, and Lin Ze immediately followed up. "Was the timing of your relocation related to Lu Changfeng's last appearance?" This question left the Lu family members in stunned silence. After some careful reflection, the elder's expression grew somber as he replied, "Indeed. It was shortly after second uncle left. Misfortune suddenly plagued the Lu family. Our industries declined, and family members frequently encountered accidents or went missing. The previous family head had no choice but to make a decisive move, selling off all the family's accumulated assets in the Nine Extremes dynasty, crossing the New Moon Kingdom, and relocating to the Wuan dynasty. At that moment, the individuals tasked with gathering records related to Lu Changfeng returned, presenting several thin booklets to Lin Ze. After quickly flipping through them, Lin Ze found nothing noteworthy. He then repeated his earlier method, soaking the booklets in water to check for hidden messages, but this time, there were no discoveries. "It seems the only lead left is that travel journal," Lin Ze said as he took the handkerchief Xiao Cui handed him to wipe his hands, then gestured for everyone in the room to leave. Soon, only Lin Ze's group remained in the vast library. Lin Ze resumed scanning the bookshelves, thinking to himself, even the smallest clues shouldn't be wasted. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyin quietly studied Lu Changfeng's travel journal, scrutinizing every word and sentence for hints. The only sound in the library was the rustling of pages. After a thorough review, Lin Ze's efforts were not in vain. His talent progress had increased to 85 points, leaving him just 15 points away from reaching level 3. Lin Ze's gaze fell on the travel notes of Lu Changfeng, held in Lu Hanyin's hands, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The remaining 15 points of progress might just be hidden within this seemingly ordinary travelogue. Since Lu Changfeng was able to hide that mysterious cultivation technique within the remnants of the Earth grade technique, Phantom Moon 7 stars record, the grade of this technique must be extraordinary. If he could complete the final 15 points of progress, he might have a chance to directly break through to the realm of innate divine being with the power of an Earth grade technique. Thinking of this, Lin Ze's lips curved into a faint smile as he mused to himself. This trip to the Lu family has indeed been incredibly fruitful. He closed the book in his hands, the starlight in his eyes becoming even more radiant, as if reflecting a boundless galaxy. "Let's go. We've already delayed long enough," Lin Ze said, turning to Lu Hanyin. "Don't forget to bring that travelogue." Lu Hanyin nodded in response, carefully putting away the travelogue before following Lin Ze out of the library pavilion. Outside the pavilion, Lu Zhan and the others were waiting anxiously. Seeing Lin Ze emerge, they hurriedly approached him. "Second young master, is everything all right with the Lu family?" "Rest assured, family head Lu, it's nothing serious," Lin Ze replied calmly. "That's a relief, that's a relief," Lu Zhan said with visible relief, quickly adding, "Second young master, Please do come to the main hall. The servants have prepared a feast for you. Lin Ze waved off the invitation and strode directly toward the main gate. At this moment, all he wanted was to return as soon as possible to upgrade his talent and ascend to the innate realm. He had no interest in staying for a meal. No need. I have important matters to attend to. I won't impose further. Despite Lu Zhan's repeated attempts to persuade him, he could hear the firmness in Lin Ze's tone and had no choice but to give up. In that case, Lu will await the second young master's next visit. Safe travels. With Lu Zhan and the others seeing him off, Lin Ze and his group boarded the carriage. Back to the residence, he commanded. At his word, the carriage began its journey away from the Lu estate. Watching the carriage depart, Lu Zhan's smile faded as he turned to the elder who had previously mentioned Lu Changfeng. Uncle, what exactly is the matter with Lu Changfeng? Faced with the curious gazes of the others, the elder let out a long sigh. Don't ask. It's nothing good. The less you know about Lu Changfeng, the better. Just pretend the Lu family never had such a person. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a faint murmur carried by the wind. A calamity for the family. A calamity for the family indeed. Inside the carriage, Lin Ze suddenly spoke up. Lin, at your command. Lin, his guard, immediately responded. Head to the Azura Manor at once and inform them that I want detailed information on the Lu family's previous head and Lu Changfeng. You suspect the Lu family is hiding something? Lin asked. Lin Ze responded with a faint smile. He had no interest in the rise and fall of the Lu family, nor did he care about their internal affairs. Whether they were telling the truth or lying was entirely irrelevant to him. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Where did Lu Changfeng obtain the earth-level cultivation technique? Lin nodded thoughtfully but hesitated slightly. I understand, my lord. However, Shuravilla has always specialized in assassination missions. As for gathering intelligence, no matter, Lin Ze interrupted decisively. Just tell them it's information I need. They'll understand. Lin's heart skipped a beat. The implication behind the Marquis's words sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that the Marquis had already secretly taken control of Shuravilla? The thought was too shocking to dwell on. He immediately bowed and responded, Understood. I will go at once. With that, he vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the Lin residence, the servants greeted him deferentially. The Marquis has returned. Lin Ze gave a slight nod and strode towards the inner quarters. On the way, he instructed Lu Hanyan, the stone river powder is likely unusable now. Prepare to test the properties of Ingqiao root. We'll discuss other matters once I return. With that, he hurried back to his room, carrying Lu Changfeng's travel journal. Lu Hanyan watched his retreating figure, her face full of confusion. What could those blood-red characters possibly say to make the Marquis so urgent? Once in his room, Lin Ze immediately retrieved a book he had purchased on Xianghua Street, the Illusory Moon 7-Star Manual, from a hidden compartment beneath his bed. Placing it alongside Lu Changfeng's journal, a miraculous transformation occurred. Blood-red characters began to seep from the point where the pages of the two books touched. The crimson aura spread, staining portions of the Illusory Moon 7-Star Manual with blood-red text. These characters gradually connected, forming a completely new cultivation technique. Amidst a strange wave of crimson energy, 5 blood-red characters materialized before Lin Ze. True Flame, Sacred Demon Art. Seeing these words, Lin Ze's mind cleared. There was no need to wait another 21 days for completion, nor did he need to seek alternative methods to condense the divine flower. The path to becoming an innate deity was laid bare before him, and the mysterious gate to innate transcendence had already opened. Lin Ze held his breath, focusing all his attention on the true flame, sacred demon art. With an almost instinctive comprehension akin to the Tao itself, he instantly grasped all the profound principles of the technique, advancing it directly to the 10th and final level of perfection. At that moment, the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit converged, birthing the primordial unity of innate energy. In the unseen realms, a mysterious door opened before him. A surge of immense power poured forth, refining his physical body and guiding him to shed his mortal form, stepping toward the enigmatic transformation of innate life. Great sound is often silent, and great form is often invisible. Lin Ze sat cross-legged in deep meditation, immersed in the profound state of the Xiantian sect, contemplating the essence of forgetting self, forgetting form, forgetting heart, and forgetting nature. The primal Xiantian energy surged like ocean waves, continuously tempering his physical body with a resonant hum that seemed to harmonize with the Tao. As time flowed by, Lin Ze's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a quarter of an hour, half an hour. His physical form, refined by the endless wash of Xiantian energy, became crystalline and translucent, resembling the finest jade. His meridians shone like pure glass, His blood transformed into a nectar-like elixir, and a radiant Sciention core emerged within him, glowing brilliantly. Boom! At the moment of his breakthrough, an overwhelming divine power of the Sciention realm swept across the void, instantly enveloping thousands of miles of the Bachan Empire's territory. Everyone felt a shiver deep in their souls, as if they were locked in place by an unfathomable and terrifying presence. It was an instinctive oppression that arose from the disparity in life levels, an ancient memory etched into the bloodline of humanity. In the Bachan Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Bachan, seated on his dragon throne, narrowed his eyes sharply. Sciention? Someone in Bachan has broken through to the Sciention realm? At the Wei family estate, Wei Pingyuan, who had been contemplating the future of his family, was startled awake by the overwhelming aura. He gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Meanwhile, in the Lin family residence, Lin Ao, once a legendary war god of the battlefield, noticed the anomaly while leisurely sipping tea. Setting down his cup, he rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. But this was far from over. In the next instant, the immense Sciention power surged even higher. The skies over thousands of miles of Bachan's domain darkened as thick clouds gathered. Thunderclouds roiled, lightning flashed, and deafening thunder echoed across the heavens. The terrifying phenomenon extended even into neighboring lands. The Longdu Kingdom and the Crescent Moon Dynasty and continued to expand. At the border of the Crescent Moon Dynasty, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe halted his steps, turning to look at the encroaching storm clouds. A powerhouse of the divine vein realm? Could it be that the hidden sword mountain has already noticed? It seems I must hasten my plans. Across the lands of the Bachan Empire and its neighboring kingdoms, everyone trembled under this divine might, gripped by an unease that the heavens themselves might collapse, heralding the end of the world. The mysterious figure let out a helpless sigh. The mere Tsongjin Mountain? Ah, a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. Since when could Tsongjin Mountain also? Before he could finish, the sky suddenly changed. From the pitch-black clouds, a crimson sun broke through the mist, illuminating the entire world. Blazing like a raging inferno, the sun's true fire descended from the heavens, scorching the earth. Upon closer inspection, it was not a real sun, but a blood-red radiance formed by the condensed essence of qi and blood. What was even more astonishing was the deafening dragon's roar that erupted from the crimson sun. Ong! A massive blood-red dragon burst forth, coiling above the mysterious figure's head. Wherever it passed, the temperature surged dramatically, as if it intended to turn the entire Tsongjin Mountain's eastern region and the Seven Kingdoms into a fiery purgatory. The mysterious figure's face twitched violently. Damn it! Qi and blood like a dragon. The third stage of the true body realm. He cursed inwardly, realizing no one had warned him that such a powerful figure existed in Tsongjin Mountain. Run! Without hesitation, the mysterious figure spun around, preparing to flee 1,000 miles away. Yet, just as he turned, the celestial phenomena abruptly vanished. Dark clouds, thunder, the crimson sun, the giant dragon all dissipated as if they had been illusions. The sky returned to its pristine blue, with clouds drifting lazily. The mysterious figure stood frozen in place, motionless for a long time. Was it merely someone passing by, or an intentional act of intimidation? In the end, he cursed under his breath and stepped into the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty. Damn it, are you messing with me? For God's sake. Meanwhile, in the Lin family of the Bachan Imperial Dynasty, Lin Ze opened his eyes, and dazzling divine light shot forth, as if piercing through the void. His entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. Every movement exuded a transcendent aura. He appeared as pure as white jade, as transparent as amber, and as imposing as solid gold. He had broken through to the true body realm. Among the 6 stages of the innate beings, one origin, divine veins, true body, divine sea, heavenly origin, and fate profound had now surpassed 3. With the support of the 10th layer of the true fire saint demon technique, he had directly ascended to the 3rd stage of the true body realm, qi and blood like a dragon. Lin Ze exhaled a long breath, clenching his fists as he felt the surging power within. At this moment, a casual strike from him could reduce the entire eastern region of Tsongjin Mountain and the 7 Kingdoms to ruins. As for unleashing his full power, even he could not determine the extent of his limits. After all, with hundreds of martial arts techniques at his disposal and the unheard-of 10th layer of the true fire saint demon technique perfected, his strength had already surpassed the bounds of ordinary imagination. As a powerhouse at the supreme true body realm, Lin Ze was undeniably invincible in the region of Tsongjin Mountain at this moment. Yet, the benefits brought by his recent breakthrough extended far beyond mere strength. Not only had he pushed his life state to the peak of the 3rd innate realm, but more importantly, his divine-level comprehension talent, the very foundation of his existence and cultivation, had finally advanced to level 3. A system notification promptly appeared. Divine Comprehension LV218 5100. You have extensively studied numerous texts, achieving a fundamental breakthrough in your Divine Comprehension talent. Divine Comprehension upgraded to LV38-51000. New ability unlocked. You can now analyze and integrate your learned techniques, combining their strengths to create higher-grade techniques. Upon seeing this new ability, Lin Ze's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Ever since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had mastered an extensive range of techniques, absorbing the strengths of many. Yet, apart from the 8 Desolations battle art, a top-tier human-grade technique, none of them could truly be called his signature skill. Now, with the support of Divine Comprehension LV3, he could finally refine and reforge these techniques. With this in mind, Lin Ze immediately began the process of reconstructing his techniques. Starting with his mental techniques, he used the 8 Desolations battle art as the foundation and integrated 109 other techniques. After a profound process of comprehension, the 8 Desolations battle art transcended its original grade and evolved into the Earth-grade lower-tier 8 Desolations soul annihilation art. Next, he focused on his body refinement techniques, using the True Flame Sacred Demon art as the core and merging it with 127 supplementary techniques. Ultimately, this yielded the Earth-grade mid-tier Blazing Sacred Demon art. Through this refinement, Lin Ze's technique system was completely revitalized. Mental technique. Earth-grade lower-tier 8 Desolations soul annihilation art. Body refinement. Earth-grade mid-tier Blazing Sacred Demon art. Movement technique. Human-grade top-tier Heavenly Feather Mirage. Eye technique. Human-grade top-tier Amber Gaze. Finger technique. Human-grade top-tier 7 Mystic Sword Finger. Palm technique. Human-grade top-tier Heartless Divine Palm. Lin Ze was not surprised that the body refinement technique did not achieve a greater breakthrough. After all, the gap between postnatal and innate realms was vast and difficult to bridge. Expecting over 100 human-grade techniques to surpass the innate mid-tier True Flame Sacred Demon art was unrealistic. Even achieving partial enhancement through fusion was already remarkable. However, the breakthrough in the mental technique was a pleasant surprise. Using just over 100 techniques as nourishment, the 8 Desolations battle art had ascended to the Earth grade, proving the extraordinary quality of this Lin family legacy technique, which had already been close to the innate level. As for the other techniques, their unified advancement to human-grade top-tier was within Lin Ze's expectations. Following this series of transformations, Lin Ze's aura shifted dramatically, as if he had transformed into a towering giant capable of reaching the heavens. A profound and unfathomable pressure surrounded him, and with each breath, the void seemed to tremble. As he exhaled lightly, the entire space rippled, and even the smallest trace of his energy was enough to make all things nearby shudder. Wherever his gaze fell, the void appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, radiating an intimidating and overwhelming presence. Having achieved the breakthrough to the innate true body, Lin Ze stood up with a radiant expression, looking out the window. The morning sunlight bathed him, casting a golden glow over his figure. After a brief moment, he turned his attention back to the illusory Moon 7 Stars manual on the table. Although he had already obtained a new mid-grade innate technique from Lu Chongfeng's blood-written message, this manual was still of extraordinary value. With his godlike comprehension, Lin Ze had fully mastered this technique in just 21 days, adding yet another mid-grade innate technique to his repertoire. His progress bar advanced by a full 100 points, bringing him significantly closer to breaking through from level 3 to level 4. When Lin Ze stepped out the door, he was greeted by the fresh scent of flowers and a gentle breeze. However, the members of the Lin family were visibly uneasy, still shaken by the oppressive aura from his earlier breakthrough. Upon seeing him, they quickly gathered around. "My lord, was there any danger?" Lin Ze shook his head slightly and reassured them. "It's fine now. Everything is over." After glancing around, he asked, "Where is Miss?" "She's in the pharmacy, working on refining glow grassroots." With a flicker of his figure, Lin Ze silently appeared in the pharmacy. Lu Hanyin was deeply focused, observing the reaction as she added parasitic insects to the glowgrass decoction. Sensing his presence, her body tensed slightly. "How do you manage to make no sound at all?" she asked, looking up at him. "Stop working on the glow grassroots," Lin Ze said directly. "Using it in water takes too long to show results. The people from the Longdu clan could activate the poison at any moment, and we must act quickly. The situation with the Lin family is even more urgent." After a pause, he added, "How much Shijiang do we have left in the pharmacy?" "Shijiang?" Lu Hanyin frowned. "Didn't Ancestor Chongfeng warn us not to use it?" Lin Ze didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand and made a cut across his palm. Crimson blood immediately gathered in midair, alarming Lu Hanyin, who rushed forward. "What are you doing?" "To neutralize the poison using Shijiang, blood is required as a catalyst," Lin Ze said gravely. And it must be the blood of someone who has cultivated the true flame sacred demon technique. After mastering the true flame sacred demon technique, Lin Ze finally unraveled the mystery behind the message left by Lu Changfeng. It turned out that both Shijiang and Ing Chaoroot were merely diversions. The true method to dispel the curse required only one thing: the pure blood condensed through the true flame sacred demon technique. If Shijiang were consumed recklessly, not only would it fail to dispel the curse, but it would also provoke the parasite, causing it to riot. In mild cases, it would bring unbearable pain. In severe cases, it could lead to instant death. As for Ing Chaoroot, it could only temporarily suppress the toxicity of the parasite and was incapable of completely eradicating it. Only practitioners who had cultivated the true flame sacred demon technique to the third level and could condense the sacred demon true blood could truly neutralize the Jueshingu curse. As for the reasoning behind this, Lin Ze could only speculate that it was because the true flame sacred demon technique originated from the sacred sect, and the blood poison old demon who cast the curse happened to also be a member of the sacred sect. However, Lin Ze had no interest in these complex connections. He raised his palm, and a wound appeared instantly. Bright red blood began to flow continuously, gathering into a mass in midair before finally falling into a large bowl. With his current cultivation level at the 10th layer of the sacred demon flame technique, just a single drop of his blood was enough to save thousands of lives. Nonetheless, to be cautious, he released a larger amount. Once the bloodletting was complete, the wound healed rapidly, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Lu Hanyan turned around to retrieve some blood-replenishing pills and scolded him. "If you needed to use your blood, you should have said so earlier. Why did you release so much? You're not the only one in the Lin family." Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. "No need to look for them. With my innate true body constitution, losing this much blood doesn't matter. What's important now is removing the curse from our family members." Indeed, his vitality was like a dragon's, and the blood in his body was endlessly replenished. Even if he released enough blood to flood the entire Bachin dynasty, it wouldn't harm him. This might sound exaggerated, but it was a testament to the vast divide between an innate divine being and an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Hanyin could only turn to the medicine cabinet and took out the last 3 taels of Shijiang. "Is this amount enough?" she asked while crushing the Shijiang into powder with her energy and beginning to mix it with Lin Ze's blood. As she worked, she instructed Xiaozue, "Go inform Lin Wei and the others to purchase more Shijiang from all the major pharmacies in the capital. Since outsiders don't yet know its purpose, it should be easy to acquire." Xiaozue responded promptly, thoughtfully closing the pharmacy door behind her and dismissing the guards outside. "You all, come with me to help buy some Shijiang," she called out to the Lin family guards as she left. The two exchanged a silent glance. Suddenly, Lin Ze frowned and said, "That's Xiao Chui. She sent everyone away. Who's going to test the medicine now? Lin Wu, come see me." Lin Ze's voice echoed through the air. In just a moment, feathers gently drifted in the void, and Lin Wu's figure appeared. "My lord." Lin Ze pointed to the antidote in Lu Hanyan's hand. "You, go test the medicine." Without hesitation, Lin Wu replied, "Yes, my lord." He took the small cup of diluted blood medicine that Lu Hanyan handed him, drank it in one gulp, and immediately sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing, assisting the absorption of the medicine's effects. A few breaths later, Lin Wu opened his eyes. Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan's gazes instantly locked onto him. "How do you feel?" Lin Wu carefully assessed himself and hesitated before saying, "It feels like nothing's happening. Let me take a look." Lin Wu stepped closer to Lin Ze. In an instant, Lin Ze's eyes turned amber. Ever since achieving his innate true body, he no longer needed the demonic heart seal to use his eye power to detect goo worms. Through the amber eyes, Lin Ze saw the goo worms within Lin Wu's body dissolving and breaking apart, turning into blood. "It's fine now. The medicine works," Lin Ze confirmed. Lin Wu was stunned. "Wait, that's it? My lord, you didn't even touch me to check." "Lin Wu, gather all the Lin family members and have them take the medicine," Lin Ze instructed. Then, turning to Lu Hanyan, he added, "Xiao Chui has already gone to buy more ingredients. If there's not enough from Shijiang, we can add more. But the blood, it has to be mine." Lu Hanyan immediately understood. Those crimson characters must hold an additional secret, far beyond just using blood to counteract goo worms. However, she remembered her family's teaching. A wise woman does not pry into matters a man is unwilling to discuss. When he wants to speak, he will. "I understand. All right, we'll go check on Grandpa and the others." In a flash, Lin Ze disappeared, reappearing silently in the main residence where Lin Ao was. His arrival was so quiet that neither Lin Ao nor Lin Imo noticed. "Grandpa." Lin Ao's body shook as he turned to scrutinize Lin Ze. "You brat, when did you get here?" "I didn't sense a thing." Lin Imo was equally astonished. Young master's cultivation has grown so profound that even this old man failed to detect it. Lin Ze smiled mysteriously. Well, how about you take another look now? Before his words had fully landed, an overwhelming innate life force pressure erupted from him. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the Lin estate, wreaking havoc across the grounds. The howling gales roared like a tempest, and thunder raged in the skies above. Lin Emo was left utterly speechless in shock, while Lin Ao's pupils contracted sharply as he blurted out, "What the hell? It's you." Lin Ze withdrew his aura and nodded calmly. "Who else would it be? You this?" Lin Ao and Lin Emo stood frozen in place, staring at Lin Ze as if they had seen a ghost, unable to form a coherent sentence. "Old Emo, pinch me. I need to know if I'm dreaming," Lin Ao murmured. Lin Emo was silent for a moment, his voice trembling. "How about you just slap me instead?" This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Ze was only 18 years old. At his age, reaching the peak of the Ho Tian stage was already extraordinary, enough to earn a place in the history books of Beichen. And now, he had directly stepped into the Xian Tian realm, becoming a divine being. An 18-year-old Xian Tian cultivator. Lin Ao muttered to himself. Those so-called prodigies who have been struggling at the peak of Ho Tian for centuries must be utterly mortified right now. The two elders circled around Lin Ze, examining him from every angle, clicking their tongues in awe yet unable to string together a coherent sentence. Their emotions were a whirlwind ecstatic that their family had produced a Xian Tian cultivator, yet completely overwhelmed by the sheer suddenness of it all. "You two should stop circling and sit down and rest," Lin Ze suggested kindly. "Rest, my foot." Lin Ao snapped anxiously. "Quickly, tell me, boy, how on earth did you achieve this?" "It's actually quite simple," Lin Ze replied calmly. "I was already close to the Xian Tian stage. During my recent journey, I had some realizations, and the breakthrough just happened naturally." "Naturally?" Lin Ao's face was filled with disbelief. "The Xian Tian realm just happens naturally? I've been cultivating for decades, and I've never had anything happen naturally. Perhaps this is the difference between a mere prodigy and an unseen-a-lifetime genius," Lin Emo said with a twitching mouth. "Young master truly has unparalleled talent." Lin Ao finally regained his composure. Clutching his prayer beads, he burst into hearty laughter. As he laughed, tears of joy streamed down his face. "Good, good. This is wonderful. With a grandson like this, heaven has truly been kind to me, Lin Ao." Lost in his thoughts, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Before Lin Ze's rise, he had always feared that his past sins taking countless lives on the battlefield had cursed the Lin family, leaving them without a worthy heir. Especially after the deaths of the Lin family's two prodigies and the untimely passing of Lin Ze, this old general, who had never believed in gods or Buddha, had started clutching prayer beads every day. Though he firmly believed that every life he took was just to protect his family and country, was willing to accept any punishment if it meant ensuring Lin Ze's safety. Who would have thought that heaven would play such an extraordinary trick on him? The last remaining grandson of the Lin family, Lin Ze, turned out to be the true hidden dragon of the clan. Lin Emo murmured to himself, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. As the old steward, no one understood the hardships and grievances endured by the Lin family and Lin Ao over the years better than he did. Witnessing the scene before him, his heart was filled with emotion. "It's finally over. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, young master." The main hall of the Lin family estate was filled with joy and laughter. After a while, Lin Ao finally spoke. "You rascal, such a big matter, and you didn't give your grandfather any advance notice. You nearly scared this old man into thinking Peng Yong had come back for revenge." Lin Ze chuckled lightly and replied, "Isn't that why I'm here now, to share the good news with you?" As for Peng Yong, his tone shifted as he bent down to pick up a green brick from the floor. With a light tap of his finger, he instantly engraved the surface with densely packed characters the human-grade supreme technique, Tianyu Jinghong. He then picked up another brick and engraved it with another human-grade supreme technique, 7 mystical sword fingers. Handing the 2 bricks to Lin Ao, Lin Ze spoke earnestly, "Grandfather, these are insights I gained upon achieving the innate realm. They are breakthroughs based on the 2 human-grade high-level techniques of our Lin family. Going forward, these 2 techniques, combined with the 8 Desolations battle method, will form the foundation of the Lin family army." Lin Ao accepted the bricks and, with just a glance, recognized that these techniques were indeed on par with the 8 Desolations battle method. Just as he was about to ask a question, Lin Ze gave him a reassuring look. Then, Lin Ze removed an ancient jade pendant from his waist and infused it with the intent imprint of the Earth-grade low-level technique, 8 Desolations Heart Slayer art. As for the Burning Saint demonic art, due to its mysterious origins and its ties to the holy cult, Lin Ze decided not to mention it to Lin Ao to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the elder. Handing the jade pendant engraved with the 8 Desolations Heartslayer art to Lin Ao, Lin Ze said, This is an improved version of the 8 Desolations battle method. Please keep it safe. The implication was clear. This technique was for Lin Ao's personal cultivation and was not to be passed on to the Lin family army. This decision was not due to a lack of trust in the Lin family army. On the contrary, it was because of complete trust that the human-grade supreme techniques were being shared with them. It was the same principle as when the 8 Desolations battle method was initially reserved for the Lin family's direct descendants. Lin Ao took the jade pendant, momentarily stunned, then broke into a knowing smile. Grandfather understands. Don't worry about it. Lin Ao's gaze was intense as he pressed on. By the way, on your trip to the Liu family, did you find a way to cure the poison from the goo insects? His expression was grave, clearly indicating that this issue was far more urgent than the new techniques the Lin family was about to acquire. After all, no matter how valuable the techniques are, we must first ensure the Lin family army survives this goo poison crisis. Lin Ze appeared calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course, everything has been arranged. Xiao Chui is currently procuring medicinal ingredients, and Lin Wu is gathering all the Lin family members to prepare for the treatment. He explained briefly, the medicine works quickly, just a short moment of channeling energy after taking it, and the goo insects will be dissolved by the medicine's power. Hearing the good news, Lin Ao's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. That's great, that's great. After a brief pause, he added, but what about Beichen? How do you plan to handle them? Beichen. Lin Ze looked toward the distant horizon, his tone steady. No rush. Let them grow anxious for a few more days. Someone is bound to lose their composure and reveal themselves. In the meantime, we'll use the excuse of guarding against the goo insects to close our doors to outsiders. We just need to monitor the checkpoints discreetly. Lin Ao nodded in agreement and turned to the side. Oldemo, did you catch that? Understood. Lin Amo responded promptly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes before he vanished without a trace. In the following days, chaos erupted within Beichen City. A radical proposal was put forward. Since there was no cure for the poison, why not release the toxin powder citywide again to ensure everyone was infected? Shockingly, this extreme idea garnered significant support. Their reasoning was straightforward. If most people were doomed anyway, they might as well ensure everyone was affected, whether Beichen citizens or the lurking spies from Longdu. No one would escape. If it truly came to the worst, the Beichen leadership could activate the forbidden magic heart curse and ensure mutual destruction. This insane proposal caused an uproar throughout the city. People became paranoid, scrutinizing everyone around them in an effort to root out potential Longdu spies and force them to hand over the antidote. The entire imperial city descended into chaos. Yet, this extreme approach did yield results. That very night, some individuals, unable to hold back any longer, secretly incited the populace to storm the checkpoints. However, the Beichen army was resolute. Unauthorized breaches were considered treason and would be met with lethal force. Under this strict policy, several attempts to break through were swiftly suppressed. In response, hidden factions resorted to various excuses: transporting grain, visiting relatives, disaster relief, to try sneaking out of the city. The Beichen army followed the clues and apprehended numerous low-level operatives from Longdu, but the true masterminds remained concealed, waiting for the right moment to strike. The standoff persisted for 3 days as tensions escalated, inching closer to the moment of the final showdown. The unexpected arrival of a guest instantly shattered the prolonged stalemate of the Northern Star dynasty. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Crescent Moon dynasty requests an audience. The Northern Star Emperor furrowed his brows. The Northern Star and Crescent Moon dynasties had always kept to themselves, with no history of interaction. At such a critical juncture, what could the Crescent Moon's sudden envoy possibly intend? The envoy claims to be Marquis Ziyang of the Crescent Moon dynasty and says he brings news of a matter concerning the survival of both nations, the guard added. Let him in, the Northern Star Emperor commanded gravely. Moments later, a purple flame materialized in the hall, revealing a middle-aged scholar clad in a regal purple robe. Ziyang of Crescent Moon greets the Northern Star Emperor. Marquis Ziyang, no need for formalities, the Northern Star Emperor stated from his throne, exuding the authority of a founding ruler despite the current challenges. I hear you have urgent news concerning the survival of our nations? Marquis Ziyang wasted no time. A great war is upon us. The Nine Extremes dynasty harbors ruthless ambitions and seeks to annex the 7 kingdoms of the Eastern Domain, including Sword Hidden Mountain. Are you trying to alarm me? The Northern Star Emperor narrowed his eyes. Since when did the Nine Extremes possess such power? Or is it that Crescent Moon cannot withstand them and now seeks to drag Northern Star into the fray? I am not exaggerating, Ziyang replied, shaking his head. The Nine Extremes have already begun their campaign. Just yesterday, the 3 kingdoms of Dongyue, Dao, and Lingshan were conquered in succession. Now, only Crescent Moon and Northern Star remain in the Eastern Domain. Worse yet, The Nine Extremes army has breached our second line of defense. The Northern Star Emperor's expression darkened. The Nine Extremes have such strength? The seven kingdoms of the Eastern Domain have long maintained a balance of power. How could this happen? It is the truth, Your Majesty. You may send your fastest scouts to verify. Hold on. The Northern Star Emperor suddenly realized something critical. You said only our two nations remain. What of Wolf Capital? At the mention of Wolf Capital, Marquis Ziyang's face paled with terror. Wolf Capital. I personally went to investigate. The entire capital there wasn't a single soul. I cannot speak for their entire nation, but along the path I traveled, I saw not even a single corpse. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. What? Emperor Baichen suddenly rose from the dragon throne, slamming both hands heavily on the desk. The entire nation of Longdu vanished into thin air? His voice was filled with disbelief as his piercing gaze fixed on Marquis Ziyang. Impossible. I have countless covert agents stationed in Longdu. No movement, no matter how small, could escape my notice. How could a grand nation disappear without a trace? Marquis Ziyang's expression turned grave as he slowly shook his head. Your Majesty's doubts are reasonable. Were it not for what I witnessed with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. But this is the truth. If Your Majesty does not believe me, send someone to investigate, and you will know. Emperor Baichen furrowed his brows and began pacing back and forth in the study. The matter was indeed peculiar, especially at such a critical moment. He halted abruptly and commanded in a deep voice, "Shadow Guard." In an instant, a dark figure emerged from behind the study screen, speaking in a low, raspy tone. Your Majesty, any news from Longdu today? None. A heavy weight settled in Emperor Baichen's heart. Dismissed. The dark figure immediately melted back into the shadows. Seeing this, Marquis Ziyang seized the opportunity to speak. Emperor Baichen, time is of the essence. In the midst of a national war, the importance of high-level combat strength cannot be overstated. As one of the top warriors of the Crescent Moon Nation, my time here is extremely limited. If Baichen delays making a decision, I may have no choice but to abandon seeking your nation's support and return to the front lines. Noticing the Emperor's lingering hesitation, Marquis Ziyang pressed further. If we join forces, we still stand a chance. But if we are defeated one by one, the consequences will be disastrous. I urge Your Majesty to consider this carefully. After a long silence, Emperor Baichen finally spoke. To know oneself and the enemy is the key to winning 100 battles. If I am to send troops, I must first understand the enemy's strengths. What is it that allows the Jujia Empire to conquer 3 nations in succession? Marquis Ziyang uttered 2 words. Gu poison. The answer struck Emperor Baichen like a heavy blow, sending a chill through his heart. Could it be that the Jujia Empire relied on Gu poison to sweep through the eastern region? Thinking back to the recent Gu poison affliction troubling Baichen and the mysterious disappearance of Longdu, a horrifying realization began to take shape in his mind. Marquis Ziyang spoke gravely. According to secret intelligence obtained by our Crescent Moon faction, the Jujia Empire has employed a rare and insidious type of Gu insect, nearly unheard of in the mortal realm, to infiltrate the 3 kingdoms of Wu. These Gu insects have kept the 3 kingdoms in a constant state of defense, ultimately leading to their collapse. The capitals of all 3 nations have fallen one after another, and the Jujia army is now pressing against the borders of our Crescent Moon territory. Before he could finish, he noticed the expression on Emperor Baichen's face darkening visibly. Emperor Baichen, what is this? Emperor Baichen cast him a meaningful glance. If the Jujia Empire truly relied on Gu poison to defeat the 3 kingdoms, I fear Baichen cannot aid Crescent Moon either. For we, too, are currently mired in chaos caused by Gu poison. How is that possible? Marquis Ziyang exclaimed in shock. The Crescent Moon stands between Baichen and Jujia. If even we haven't been affected, it wasn't Jujia who poisoned Baichen, Emperor Baichen interrupted. It was the Wolf Capital, which mysteriously vanished at this critical juncture, and the poison they used came from the Celestial Sect. Gu poison from the Celestial Sect? Marquis Ziyang fell silent for a long time before speaking bitterly. I think I understand now. Just a few days ago, a terrifying innate divine being suddenly appeared in the 7 nations of the eastern region. I fear all of this is somehow connected to him. The two fell into a heavy silence. All the signs pointed to the fact that an extraordinary force beyond their comprehension was manipulating events behind the scenes. Report this to Tsongjin Mountain, Marquis Ziyang suddenly suggested. He explained that as an immortal sect standing above worldly affairs, Tsongjin Mountain had always remained aloof, indifferent to the rise and fall of mortal dynasties. However, if another innate divine being was interfering, it would be seen as a direct challenge to Tsongjin Mountain's authority. Emperor Baichen shook his head. It's too late. By the time we reach Tsongjin Mountain, the 7 nations will already be destroyed. Besides, Jujia is advancing from the west. It's uncertain whether we can even break through their blockade. Then are we to sit here and await our doom? Go to the Lin family, it's our only hope, Emperor Bachin said solemnly. Not Lin Ao, but my grandson Lin Ze. Your grandson? Marquis Ziyang was incredulous. If even Lin Ao struggles to handle this, what could a young man of no more than 50 years possibly achieve? Emperor Bachin gazed meaningfully in the direction of the Lin family. When you meet him, you'll understand. With that, he took a single step and disappeared from the palace. Marquis Ziyang, filled with questions, hurried after him. In the distance, amidst a range of towering mountains, a solitary peak pierced the clouds like a sharp sword. At its summit stood a grand palace, Songjin Palace. The three characters inscribed above its entrance radiated a fierce and overwhelming aura, as if imbued with the power of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to look. In the grand and majestic hall of the Songjin Palace, a swordsman dressed in azure robes sat in meditation. He nurtured his sword with his spirit and his spirit with his sword. Though he appeared youthful, he had lived for over 78,000 years. This swordsman had long grown accustomed to witnessing the ebb and flow of the mortal world, for in his boundless lifespan, only his sword accompanied him, enduring through the ages. Suddenly, a soft hum Wangzheng shattered the silence of the palace. The sword that had been his companion for tens of thousands of years began to tremble. The swordsman's eyes snapped open, revealing a piercing gaze that seemed to encompass the entire realm of swords. In that instant, an infinite surge of sword energy erupted from within him, transforming into a towering pillar of light that shot skyward, sweeping across the heavens for thousands of miles. Wherever the sword energy reached, the earth and mountains trembled. Fragile peaks crumbled under the rippling force, leaving behind jagged scars carved by the sword. Yet this earth-shaking phenomenon did not incite fear among the disciples of Songjin Mountain. Instead, it sparked a wave of exhilaration and celebration. The Mountain Lord has awakened. 3,000 years, it's been 3,000 years since we last saw the Mountain Lord. If the Mountain Lord breaks through to the blood-like sun realm, what need have we to fear the Dunyi sect? As the disciples eagerly awaited, an icy voice, sharp as a blade, echoed from the depths of the Songjin Palace. Songfeng, come to me. Before the words fully dissipated, a massive figure of swordlight tore through the skies, descending into the palace and transforming into a middle-aged man. This was Songfeng. Kneeling before the swordsman in azure, he respectfully addressed him, brother. The swordsman in azure spoke in a deep tone. My sword trembled. Hearing this, Songfeng's expression shifted. As the Mountain Lord, his brother possessed an extraordinary innate connection to impending danger, far sharper than anyone else. For his sword to tremble, it foretold a crisis significant enough to challenge even the Mountain Lord himself. Have there been any unusual occurrences on Songjin Mountain in recent days? The Mountain Lord asked calmly. Only a few days ago, a strong practitioner at the Qi and Blood Dragon realm passed through, Songfeng replied. But it seemed they were merely passing by, as their presence vanished shortly after. And what else? Nothing of note. As for the mortal world, Songfeng said with a hint of disdain, we, as innate divine beings, should care little for those ants. What trouble could they possibly cause? So, I haven't paid much attention. Song Jian cast a glance at Song Feng and said in a deep voice, you need to go down to the mortal world yourself. This, brother, isn't that a bit much? Song Feng's face immediately twisted with reluctance. You don't understand. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, the sharp gleam of his gaze betraying a hint of deep apprehension. This tremor, I felt it bears an unsettling resemblance to that old demon of the blood venom from the Baihua cult. The blood venom old demon? At the mention of the name, Song Feng involuntarily shuddered. That was the terrifying figure who once left them sleepless and restless. If his brother said this feeling was similar to the blood venom old demon, could it mean that dreadful fiend was making a comeback? Worse still, if the blood venom old demon returned, the colossal Baihua cult might also rise from the shadows once more. Clenching his teeth, Song Feng resolutely declared, brother, don't worry. I'll head to the mortal world immediately to investigate. If I detect even the slightest trace of the cult or that old demon, I'll report back without delay. Go and be careful. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Feng transformed into a streak of sword-like light and shot straight towards the distant mortal realm. In the Lin family mansion within the Bachin dynasty, grandfather, you've come to visit without sending word beforehand. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly, Lin Ze said respectfully. The Bachin emperor smiled warmly. This visit concerns a private matter, not something to be shared with outsiders. Turning to Lin Ao, his eyes softened with nostalgia. Brother Lin, it's been quite some time since we last met. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. I, your humble servant, naturally understand, Lin Ao replied. Ah, brother, what is this formality for? The Bachin Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Between us, there's only brotherhood, no ruler and subject. Over the years in the palace, I've often thought back to the days when we fought side by side against Wuen's tyranny. If not for the endless duties of the court, I would have come long ago to share a drink and reminisce with you. Ahem. The Marquis of Xiang, standing nearby, gave a light cough, subtly reminding the emperor to focus on the matter at hand. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is the Marquis of Xiang from the Crescent Moon dynasty. He brings critical intelligence, which is the reason for my visit, the emperor explained. The gazes of Lin Ze and his grandfather shifted to the Marquis of Xiang, who began recounting the events he had shared at the Bachin Palace. When they heard about the mysterious disappearance of everyone in Longdu and the Jujia Empire's sudden move to unify the 7 eastern nations, Lin Ze and his grandfather exchanged a look of concern. The Marquis of Xiang continued. You must also have sensed the terrifying innate divine being a few days ago. We suspect that the current upheaval among the 7 nations is connected to that divine figure. At this, Lin Ao and Lin Ze both fell into deep thought. This felt like one of those situations where disaster comes knocking, even when you've done nothing to invite it. Which is why we plan to request the intervention of Songjin Mountain. The Marquis of Xiang concluded, his gaze shifting to the Bachin Emperor. The Emperor immediately picked up the thread. However, with the Jujia army stationed on the western front, reaching out to Songjin Mountain requires breaking through their blockade. Moreover, we must ensure the envoys from Songjin Mountain arrive before the war concludes. To achieve this, he turned to Lin Ze. Zaire, after much deliberation, your grandfather and I believe that you are the only one in all of Bachin capable of accomplishing this. The Emperor of Bachin spoke gravely. Back during the autumn banquet, your grandfather already noticed that you possessed extraordinary skills, far surpassing the peak of the acquired realm. Later, when you defeated Zhang Tong, a veteran at the peak of the acquired realm, with a single strike, it confirmed his suspicions. Now, you are likely just half a step away from the innate realm. These words left Marquis Xiang stunned. He turned to Lin Ze in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? This is your grandson? And he's already half a step into the innate realm? The Emperor of Bachin merely cast him a cold glance and continued speaking to Lin Ze. I know what lies ahead will be perilous, but Bachin has no other path left. This is our only choice. Surprisingly, faced with the dire situation of their nation on the brink of collapse, both Lin Ze and Lin Ao remained unusually calm. Lin Ze, in particular, even had a composed smile on his face. While the Emperor of Bachin was still puzzled, Lin Ze finally spoke. There's no need to make this so complicated. With my current strength, the 7 nations of the eastern region and the army of the 9 Extremes dynasty are merely a matter of thought. However, what do you mean by that? The Emperor asked. Lin Ze turned to face him, his amber eyes glinting with an otherworldly brilliance. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color, the sun and moon dimmed. The entire world was shrouded in a grayish gloom, and everything froze in that moment. Leaves suspended midair, branches swaying in the autumn breeze halted in place. Time and space came to a complete standstill. Lin Ze walked calmly to the frozen leaf and gently plucked it from the air. With his back to the Emperor of Bachin, he stood with his hands clasped behind him. The Emperor looked at Marquis Xiang, who had turned into a gray stone statue, and at the motionless Lin Ao, suddenly realizing the truth. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only utter a single sentence, remarkable. Lin Ze toyed with the leaf in his hand, his voice echoing in the stillness of the frozen world. Whether it's the 9 Extremes army, the poison-afflicting Bachin, or even your ambition to unify the eastern region, if you answer one question for me, I can make it all happen for you. The Emperor of Bachin understood. You want to know if it was I who killed 2 generations of the Lin family, don't you? So, was it you? Lin Ze asked. Initially, he had planned to wait patiently, allowing those hidden in the shadows to reveal themselves. But given the current circumstances, he decided to ask directly. To someone who had already achieved the innate realm, the land of Bachin was nothing more than a trivial game. Any schemes or conspiracies were meaningless in the face of absolute power. Before achieving the innate realm, he had tread carefully with every step. After achieving it, he still remained cautious, step by step. Lin Ze turned around, his amber eyes locking onto Emperor Bachin. The dazzling golden light within seemed capable of piercing through the deepest secrets of the Emperor's heart. Under this soul-penetrating gaze, Emperor Bachin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with a complex expression. What if I admit it was me? You are my grandfather. Half of my blood comes from you. Without you, there would be no Lin Ze today. Lin Ze spoke calmly. I won't do anything to you. But as for the Li family, I hope you can personally feel the pain of an old man losing his son and grandson. Hearing this, Emperor Bachin revealed a faint, meaningful smile before regaining his composure and donning his cold, imperial mask once more. Very well. Since you've laid your cards on the table, they'll be frank too. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. The downfall of the Lin family was indeed orchestrated by me. A glint of the founding emperor's ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. As the emperor, how can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my throne? The Lin family's power had grown too immense, becoming a threat to the throne. If I didn't weaken them, would this dynasty still bear the surname? The fall of Wuan was already a lesson. I will never let history repeat itself. With a cold snort, Emperor Bachin began recounting the schemes he had woven over the years, supporting the Wei family to counterbalance the Lin family, allowing various clans to suppress the Lin clan. Even when the two sons of the Lin family went to war, he secretly hoped the battlefield would claim them forever. The emperor cast a wary glance at the motionless Lin Ao and spoke with trepidation, yet despite all this, some truths remain unchangeable. Lin Ao's influence in the military is too great. If he were to give the order, at least 60% of the troops would follow him. Not to mention his unparalleled power, even I am uncertain I could defeat him. So the deaths of the Lin family's two prodigies and Lin Ze were nothing short of divine intervention for me. Before his words could fully settle, the entire world began to tremble. Leaves flew backward, space twisted, and the sun and moon seemed to reverse their courses, as if time itself were rewinding. Lin Ze's voice echoed through this strange dimension. So, what you're saying is, I could annihilate the Nine Extremes dynasty with a mere flick of my finger. When Emperor Bachin emerged from the stasis of time, his pupils contracted violently. Was everything just now an illusion? No, it felt far too real. But how could he have spoken those innermost thoughts aloud? His dragon robe was soaked with cold sweat as he glanced in alarm at Lin Ao and Marquis Ziyang, only to find they appeared completely oblivious to what had just transpired. When he turned back to Lin Ze, the young man responded with a cryptic smile, the golden amber glow in his eyes slowly fading away. At that moment, Emperor Bachin was rendered speechless, standing frozen like a lifeless statue. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, as if even his very soul was shaking. Ziyang Marquis was equally stunned, his thoughts racing in disbelief. The Nine Extremes dynasty, destroyed with a mere flick of a finger? Even if you're a half-step into the innate realm, you are leagues away from a true innate divine being. Such arrogancy should be called Lin arrogant instead. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to rely on Lin Ze to turn the tide. Forcing a smile, he continued to praise, young Duke, truly a hero in his youth. However, for the sake of caution, we should still deliberate carefully. Lin Ze paid no attention to Ziyang Marquis' words. Instead, he simply raised his head, gazing in the direction of the Nine Extremes dynasty. In the next instant, a thunderous dragon's roar shattered the skies above the eastern region. Roar! A colossal blood-red dragon suddenly emerged, its immense body spanning the entirety of the eastern region of Mount Zongjian. The overwhelming dragon's aura, imbued with terrifying vitality and dominance, swept across the land, instilling fear and submission in every living creature beneath its oppressive might. Meanwhile, in the eastern region near Wolf City, Zhang Feng was conducting an investigation. Initially indifferent to the conflict involving the Nine Extremes dynasty, he became alarmed by the strange occurrences in Wolf City Nation with a population of billions had vanished without a trace. Such an event was beyond the capability of ordinary mortals. As a cultivator in the divine vein realm, Zhang Feng understood the near-impossible difficulty of making an entire nation disappear without a single trace of damage. Even he could not achieve such a feat. This brought to mind the danger that his brother, Zhang Jian, had sensed earlier, danger that likely had connections to Wolf City. After a thorough search, Zhang Feng discovered traces of a blood ritual in Wolf City. To sacrifice all the lives in Wolf City, billions of souls. Such a monstrous act could only be the work of demon cults. His expression darkened, and he prepared to return to Mount Zongjian to report his findings. But just then, an ear-splitting dragon's roar erupted across the heavens. Roar! A blood-red dragon soared into the skies, its oppressive aura so overwhelming that even Zhang Feng, a divine vein realm powerhouse, was knocked out of the air, crashing into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. Amid the swirling dust and debris, Zhang Feng stared blankly at the blood-red dragon dominating the sky, utterly shaken and unable to utter a single word. Qi and blood like a dragon realm. Zhang Feng's heart trembled, and cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes. To Zhongjin Mountain, a being of this caliber was nothing short of an apocalyptic disaster. He recalled the series of strange occurrences around Zhongjin Mountain ever since this Qi and blood like a dragon realm expert had arrived. A horrifying thought surfaced in his mind: this individual was very likely a member of the demonic cult responsible for the blood sacrifice at Longdu. Zhang Feng's heart sank into despair. A practitioner at the Qi and blood like a dragon realm could manifest a dragon of blood and energy with ease, and a single strike would be enough to flatten the entire Zongjin Mountain, leaving no survivors, not even the Mountain Lord, Zongjian. What was even more terrifying was the possibility that a powerful figure of the demonic cult had been resurrected through the blood sacrifice ritual and had regained their strength at this fearsome level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Feng immediately rose and transformed into a streak of sword light, cautiously flying toward Zongjin Mountain to report this appalling news. At that exact moment, the massive blood-colored dragon suddenly moved. Its colossal form soared directly above the Nine Extremes Dynasty's army, its enormous head looming over the formation. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of chi and blood energy surged into the Nine Extreme soldiers, freezing them in place. None dared to move, not even to lift their weapons. At the forefront of the army, the commander, Liang King of the Nine Extremes Dynasty, suppressed his inner terror, quickly dismounted, and prostrated himself on the ground. Esteemed Divine One, Liang King's voice trembled noticeably. I am but the Liang King of the mortal Nine Extremes Dynasty. Our campaign against the Crescent Kingdom is in obedience to His Majesty's decree to unify the Seven Nations. If we have disturbed your peace, I humbly beg for your forgiveness. In the presence of a divine being, even the high-ranking, heavily armed Liang King had no choice but to display utter submission. He knew all too well that in front of such an entity, a mortal's life or even the fate of an entire nation was determined by a mere thought or word. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed across the heavens and earth. I am Beichen's divine martial marquis. This simple declaration of identity struck everyone like a thunderclap. A divine being, and none other than Beichen's divine martial marquis. For a moment, both the Nine Extremes Dynasty and Crescent Kingdom soldiers held their breath. After a long pause, Liang King finally regained his composure. He immediately mounted his horse and, channeling all his strength, shouted a command, full retreat. From this day forward, no one under the Nine Extremes Dynasty shall set foot in Beichen's territory. Retreat. No further words were needed, no grand speeches or explanations about the grand vision of uniting the world. A single command, retreat, was enough to send the once mighty Nine Extremes army scrambling to withdraw. In that moment, everyone understood a simple truth. Against a divine being, mortals stood no chance. The gap between their realms of existence was insurmountable, and thus, with a single sentence, an entire army of thousands was forced to retreat. This was the true embodiment of one word to disperse 10,000 troops. The army of the Jujia dynasty retreated in panic as if they had seen a ghost, leaving behind a mess of destruction. The soldiers of the Crescent Moon dynasty stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with awe. No matter how many times they encountered it, ordinary mortals could never withstand the suffocating pressure of an innate deity. The Crescent Moon King, who had personally led the expedition, slowly lowered the treasured sword in his hand, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his lips. He had been prepared to fight the enemy to the death, but who could have expected that an innate deity from Beichen would descend from the skies at this moment and stop the battle with a single word? Xiang, oh Xiang, the Crescent Moon King thought to himself, I sent you to Beichen to seek aid, and you brought me back a celestial being? Standing beside the king, the Marquis of Border Defense wore a grave expression as he asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, now that Beichen has an innate deity, what should we? The Crescent Moon King pondered for a moment before responding slowly, the exact identity of this divine marquis is unclear. While the Zongjin Mountain Eastern region has produced innate deities over the millennia, most of them have little to do with state affairs. Often, they take their families into the innate world, forever separating themselves from mortal concerns. Some have even destroyed entire nations out of vengeance, killing nearly 1 billion souls. His eyes sharpened, and he continued, The emergence of an innate deity in a mortal dynasty is an event of monumental significance. All other countries would have no choice but to submit unconditionally, or face total annihilation. However, since he is Beichen's divine marquis, he should have no connection to the Li imperial family. Before this deity departs from the mortal realm, we should exercise patience and restraint toward Beichen. The Crescent Moon King's gaze shifted to the fleeing Jujia army in the distance. For now, the most pressing matter is the Jujia dynasty. While the deity is present, they dare not act recklessly. But once the deity leaves, what must happen will happen. Stay vigilant and continue to monitor their movements closely. Understood, the ministers replied in unison. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, a mysterious figure in a black robe watched the scene unfold, gritting his teeth in frustration. Unbelievable. Absolutely ridiculous. A strong cultivator at the Dragonblood realm, serving as the divine marquis of a mere mortal dynasty? The black-robed figure let out a series of cold chuckles. The Dragonblood realm is just a step away from the Divine Sea realm, a level of existence that, even at the height of my holy sect's power, was reserved for the upper echelons. Ordinary innate beings could barely approach such figures. Why would someone of that stature remain in this remote mortal dynasty? Surely, it must be an old connection with Bachin, just a coincidental visit. He caressed the blood-red crystal orb in his hand, muttering to himself, no matter. The blood and fear I've collected should be sufficient. Within the crystal ball, waves of blood churned, layer upon layer of viscous liquid surging endlessly, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. The man in the black robe assessed the situation and made a swift decision. Engaging in a direct confrontation on the territory of a blood chi realm expert was clearly unwise. His gaze swept over the Nine Extremes army, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. But before leaving, he intended to reclaim some interest. The sacred artifacts of my sect are not so easily taken advantage of. Before the last word faded, the figure of the black-robed man had already vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng stood rooted to the spot, his brows furrowed deeply. The Northern Star Dynasty? The Divine Martial Marquis? He stroked his chin in thought. Are they here for a family reunion? Like the black-robed man, Zhang Feng did not believe Lin Ze was a local of Cangjin Mountain. As a long-standing ruling force in the region, they would have been aware if a blood chi realm expert resided here. As for the notion that Lin Ze had just recently broken through to the innate stage, Zhang Feng sneered. What kind of fool believes someone who just advanced to the innate stage could already reach the third phase of the true body realm? I've lived for tens of thousands of years and wouldn't dare dream of such nonsense. This led him to conclude that the wolf capital blood sacrifice had nothing to do with Lin Ze. Members of the demonic sect were always eager to harvest the vitality of living beings. Why would they block the Nine Extremes dynasty's assault? Zhang Feng decided he would visit this powerful figure in person, while also investigating whether the wolf capital incident was the work of the fire worship demon sect. If the demonic sect had indeed resurfaced, the authority of a blood chi realm expert would lend significant weight to warning the sects of the Huaguang realm and urging them to track down the culprits. With this in mind, Zhang Feng set off for the Northern Star Dynasty. Northern Star Dynasty, Lin family. After Lin Ze had effortlessly dispersed the Nine Extremes army, he retracted his oppressive aura. The colossal blood chi dragon spanning the eastern territory dissipated, and the suffocating pressure that had weighed on everyone finally lifted. They all gasped for breath, relieved beyond measure. The Purple Sun Marquis trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving out as he fell to his knees. Eno, this humble mortal Purple Sun greets the Divine One. If I have unknowingly committed any offense, I beg the Divine One's forgiveness. No harm done. Stand up, Lin Ze responded with a wave of his hand. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll remain kneeling as I listen. Lin Ze sighed in exasperation. Suit yourself. Hurried footsteps echoed from all corners of the Lin estate as soldiers of the Lin family surged toward the main residence, their gazes filled with fervent reverence as they looked upon Lin Ze. That declaration, I am the Divine Martial Marquis of the Northern Star Dynasty, had been heard loud and clear by all. The young master has achieved the innate stage. Congratulations, young master. Celebrations for the young master. Cheers erupted like waves throughout the Lin family's main residence, spreading rapidly across the entire clan. Soon, the people of the Northern Star Dynasty also began to offer their highest respects to this living deity. Congratulations to the Divine Martial Marquis on achieving the innate stage. Congratulations to the Marquis of Shunwu. Cheers echoed across the sky of Bachin, rising and falling like waves. The news of Lin Ze achieving the Xiantian realm spread through the imperial capital like a storm. Countless people knelt on the ground, bowing in the direction of the Lin family. In this mortal world, someone breaking through to the Xiantian realm was an achievement grand enough to shake the entire land. The masses silently prayed, hoping that this newly ascended divine figure would bring favorable weather, peace, and prosperity to the nation. Inside the main residence of the Lin family, Lin Ze faced the enthusiastic congratulations with just a faint smile. Raising his hand, he gestured for everyone to quiet down. I have received your well wishes. Drink to your heart's content tonight. We'll discuss other matters later. You may all withdraw for now. Yes. The response was filled with fervent reverence as the members of the Lin family reluctantly retreated. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Ze extended his hand, and drops of blood coalesced in the air, eventually forming a radiant blood crystal. He handed it to the Emperor of Bachin. This blood crystal, combined with Shijiang powder, can eradicate all the goo poison within the imperial capital. The Emperor of Bachin accepted the blood crystal, giving Lin Ze a deep, meaningful look. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but after a moment, he let out a complicated sigh instead. Turning away, he departed, his retreating figure exuding an indescribable emotion. Seeing this, the Marquis of Xiang quickly took his leave as well. Once he was gone, Lin Ze finally spoke. Grandfather, if the deaths of my father and second uncle had nothing to do with the Emperor, Lin Ao frowned. The battle with Wolf City back then was merely a small-scale conflict. Neither side deployed their main forces. With so many Lin family soldiers protecting them, I find it hard to believe they were completely wiped out. At that moment, Lin Ze's brow furrowed slightly. Someone is looking for me. I'll go meet them. With that, his figure vanished from the Lin family estate. High above the skies of Beichin, Zhang Feng had been waiting for some time. He radiated the unique aura of the Xiantian realm, a sensation only those of the same realm could perceive. Upon seeing Lin Ze arrive, Zhang Feng immediately cupped his hands in salute. Zhang Feng of Songjin Mountain greets the senior. Songjin Mountain? Indeed. My elder brother is the master of Songjin Mountain. I am here on his behalf to pay my respects to the senior. Zhang Feng's words not only revealed his identity but also subtly probed Lin Ze's background by mentioning his brother, who was in the Zhenyi realm. However, Lin Ze responded indifferently, I am Lin Ze, the Marquis of Xinwu of Beichin. Zhang Feng, feeling helpless, decided to change the topic. May I ask, Elder, which sect do you belong to? I have an urgent matter concerning all the sects in the Qing region that I must report. I hope you can relay it to your sect so that everyone can stay vigilant and track this threat. What is it? Zhang Feng's expression turned grave. He slowly uttered a name that sent chills down one's spine, the cult of fiery devotion. The fierce wind howled overhead. Lin Ze's face remained calm as always, while Zhang Feng stood frozen in place. Elder, it's the cult of fiery devotion. Zhang Feng emphasized urgently. You don't seem too concerned? Go on, Lin Ze replied. Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly, inwardly sighing at how composed this elder was. Here's the situation. My elder brother, Songjian, sensed a terrifying crisis. This feeling of dread is eerily similar to what we experienced years ago with the blood venom demon. The blood venom demon? Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. The familiar name piqued his interest. Seeing Lin Ze finally react, Zhang Feng quickly continued. My brother sent me down the mountain to investigate any abnormalities. During my search, I discovered that everyone in the nation of Longdu had vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, I found evidence of a blood sacrifice. Everyone had been sacrificed by the cult of fiery devotion. And for such a large-scale blood ritual to occur without any disturbance, the caster must either possess extraordinary power or be using a forbidden technique from a high-ranking figure in the cult. My abilities are limited, so I implore you to investigate personally, Elder. Lin Ze nodded. With a single movement, he transported both himself and Zhang Feng to Longdu. Elder, over there. Zhang Feng pointed. That's where I felt the presence of the blood sacrifice. Lin Ze's eyes instantly transformed into a radiant golden amber hue, his divine gaze piercing through all veils to reveal the truth. Within this enhanced vision, he discerned traces of something familiar. Blood-red flames flickering above Longdu, with ominous demonic energy swirling and coiling around them. As someone who had mastered the true flame sacred demon technique at the 10th level, Lin Ze recognized this power at a glance. It was unmistakably derived from the true flame sacred demon technique, albeit a flawed and inferior version. As the rightful master of pure sacred demon true flame, he felt a unique sense of dominance over these incomplete flames. Condense. Golden amber light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes as he commanded. Instantly, the scattered sacred demon true flames and the lingering blood-soaked aura in the air coalesced into a single mass. As soon as these demonic energies came into contact with Lin Ze, they were completely devoured by the pure sacred demon true flame within him. Boom. The demonic flame within Lin Ze surged and grew even stronger. As the sacred demonic true flame burned fiercely, Lin Ze felt his blood and qi surging within him. The realm he had already reached qi and blood like a dragon at its peak seemed to loosen faintly. The sacred demonic true flame continuously devoured the lower demonic flames and blood energy, converting them into the purest innate essence to nourish his body, directly pushing his cultivation towards the 4th innate realm, the divine sea realm. This demonic technique is truly domineering, Lin Ze thought to himself, finally understanding why Zhang Feng was so wary of the fiery worship demonic sect. Just the power of this sacred demonic flame art, combined with the sect's methods of blood sacrificing entire cities at will, made the fiery worship demonic sect truly deserving of its reputation. On the other side, Zhang Feng stood frozen in place, staring at Lin Ze in shock and disbelief. This is clearly the technique of a demonic sect fiend, he exclaimed internally. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Zhang Feng's mind. This is bad. I've actually reported a demonic sect fiend to the demonic sect itself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Feng wasted no time. He transformed into a streak of sword light, burning his vital essence to flee frantically. As he fled, he unleashed a blood-red sword light aimed directly at Songjin Mountain, hoping to warn his sect. But before he could get far, a straight and imposing figure, as steadfast as a pine tree, appeared in his path. In an instant, the vast distance between them was closed. Song Feng's heart sank into despair as he drew his long sword, preparing to fight to the death. Why the rush? Lin Ze's calm voice broke the tension. Demonic sect fiend, spare me your nonsense. If you want to kill or torture me, just do it already. Song Feng shouted angrily. Lin Ze sighed and replied, if I truly were from the demonic sect, you would already be dead in Longdu. Absorbing demonic energy is merely a technique you haven't seen before. Song Feng eyed Lin Ze suspiciously. Are you really not from the demonic sect? I've already said, I am Shenwu Marquis of the Northern Star Dynasty. I won't repeat myself a third time, Lin Ze stated firmly. After a moment of silence, Song Feng cautiously said, if that's the case, Senior, please wait. I need to confirm something first. Suit yourself, Lin Ze said, closing his eyes to rest, with no trace of demonic energy leaking from his body. Song Feng sat cross-legged in midair, unleashing his innate divine sense at the divine meridian realm to scan the entirety of the Northern Star Dynasty. After a moment, his brows furrowed. By the second moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. 3 breaths later, Zhang Feng's body began to tremble slightly, then shook violently. The moment he withdrew his spiritual sense, he was struck with a shock as if hit by lightning. An icy chill pierced straight into his bones, making him shiver uncontrollably. The true identity of the white-robed young man before him left Zhang Feng almost suffocating was none other than Lin Ze, the divine martial marquis of Beichen, a powerful cultivator who had reached the 3rd stage of the innate realm, the true body stage. What was even more astonishing was that this powerhouse was only 18 years old. You're really only 18 years old? Zhang Feng stammered, his voice full of disbelief. In his understanding, even for the most gifted descendants of ancient noble families, reaching the innate realm at 18 was already a fantastical achievement. Yet this young man not only attained the 3rd stage of the innate realm, but had also reached the blood like a dragon stage of that realm. It was worth noting that even the most talented master of Songjin Mountain in its tens of thousands of years of history had only broken through to the true body stage at nearly 60,000 years of age. Lin Ze seemed like a divine being born of the heavens, a celestial descending to the mortal world. What? Do I not look like I'm 18? Lin Ze asked with a hint of teasing. As Zhang Feng fumbled to explain, a cold, sword-like voice suddenly echoed through the heavens. Forgive my younger brother's lack of insight, Saint. Please pardon his offense. With a resonant hum, countless sword auras tore through the air, forming a mighty storm. These auras converged and entwined, eventually manifesting as the figure of a man in green robes. His arrival made the surrounding air sharp and icy. The master of Songjin Mountain, Songjian, pays respects to the saint. Saint? Zhang Feng was even more astounded. What kind of existence was a saint? A saint was a supreme being beyond the 6th stage of the innate realm, a ruler who had dominated the Tianlan world for countless years. Even those at the 5th stage, the heavenly origin sovereigns, rarely glimpsed such an entity. Yet now, one stood right before him. You call me a saint? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes and asked, why? Song Jian explained, I have heard of the majesty of saints. They have no fixed form, no tangible shape. Their essence manifests in countless ways, capable of dreaming up 3,000 worlds with a single thought. Anyone we encounter in this mortal world could be an incarnation of a saint. These incarnations could be a stray thought, a fragment of will, or even a passing dream of the saint. In this conversation, Song Jian meticulously explained to Lin Ze the 3 incarnations of the sage: distraction, will, and dream. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Ze's face as he spoke slowly. Distraction and will are relatively easy to distinguish, as they are the sage's deliberate incarnations, retaining the sage's wisdom. Dreams, however, are far more enigmatic. There was a hint of curiosity in Song Jian's tone. In the sage's dreams, they forget their identity, becoming a stranger and embarking on an entirely new journey. Reality and illusion become indistinguishable. Lin Ze understood. This had already touched upon the philosophical realm akin to Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. But Song Jian shifted his tone, yet even in dreams, the sage's transcendent nature cannot be fully concealed. Tell me, how else can one explain an 18-year-old reaching the 3rd innate realm? Hearing this, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew well that he was no sage, just a traveler with godlike comprehension. However, this misunderstanding might prove advantageous, so he merely offered a faint smile. Perhaps. My identity is of no concern. What I want to know is the origin of the cult of the sacred flame. Do you bear a grudge against the cult of the sacred flame? Song Jian asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Ze shook his head. No grudge. In fact, I have even received their help. At this point, Song Feng interjected, brother, the sage must be referring to the blood sacrifice of Longdu. When the sage descended upon the Lin family, the Lin family and Longdu had a deep and bitter feud. In truth, what Lin Ze was more grateful for was the inheritance of the true flame saint demon technique, which had been the key to his breakthrough to the innate realm. But naturally, this was not something he could openly admit. Songjian suddenly understood. I see. However, sage, there is no need to hold such regard. Members of the cult of the sacred flame are known for their lawlessness and erratic nature. The fact that they sacrificed the entire Longdu speaks for itself. Songjian then began recounting the history of the cult of the sacred flame. The rise of the cult of the sacred flame is not ancient merely 8,000 years ago. At that time, under the leadership of their leader, the cult grew at an unimaginable pace, its power and influence becoming astonishingly formidable. In just a century, the power of the cult of fiery demons had spread like wildfire, spanning across the entire Qingyu region. This newly risen force even overshadowed the fame of the 9 sects of Qingyu, its foundation rooted in a sinister technique known as the true flame demon art. A cold glint appeared in Lin Ze's eyes. The sinister nature of this demonic art lay in its ability to absorb the life essence of all living beings, even converting their fear and anger into pure innate energy, allowing practitioners to rapidly advance their cultivation. There was a cult practitioner who, through nothing but massacres and slaughter, ascended from the peak of the postnatal realm to the second stage of the innate realm, the divine vein realm, within just 10 years, Songjian said with a tone of gravity. What was even more chilling was that the cult had split this technique into 2 versions. The lesser true flame demon art, a lower-tiered earth-grade version for ordinary followers, and the complete true flame demon art, a mid-tiered earth-grade version reserved for hall masters and higher-ranking members. The complete version granted hall masters a terrifying privilege: they could fully control and devour their subordinates who practiced the lesser true flame demon art, much like fattening sheep for slaughter. The years of cultivation and demonic flames of ordinary followers would ultimately become nourishment for the hall masters. Hearing this, Lin Ze finally understood why he could sense the lingering demonic flames and life essence over Wolf City. It was clearly the work of a low-ranking cultist committing atrocities there. This brutal system sounds unthinkable, Song Jian continued, but for the chance to gain an innate technique and the possibility of becoming a hall master, countless people still flock to the cult. It is this frenzied expansion that enabled the cult to grow into a behemoth spanning Qingyu in just 100 years. During those dark times, entire cities and nations in Qingyu would be slaughtered overnight, with death tolls so staggering they defied comprehension. Even the sword-hidden mountain was not spared, suffering devastating losses. The 9 sects of Qingyu naturally sought to stop them, Songjian said, his expression heavy. But at the core of the cult were the 4 protectors and the 2 cult leaders. They wielded even more profound demonic arts than the true flame demon art, their strength unfathomable. Despite repeated attempts, the 9 sects' strongest forces failed to eliminate them. Ultimately, it was the Changhe sword sect that paid a tremendous price to awaken a slumbering half-saint ancestor, who managed to annihilate the cult's upper echelon in one decisive strike, subduing the entire cult and restoring order to Qingyu. Had the cult been allowed to continue its rise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The downfall of the demon sect seemed to happen overnight. The 9 sects of Qingyu joined forces to burn all records of the true flame sacred demon technique, turning this earth-shattering calamity into nothing more than a chapter in history. A glint of coldness flickered through Songjian's eyes. 8,000 years had passed, and yet the flame-worshipping demon sect had risen from the ashes. Could it be that the 9 sects purged back then had left some loose ends? With the combined strength of the 9 sects, such a possibility was nearly inconceivable. Perhaps 1 or 2 manuals of the technique were overlooked, Song Feng speculated. Songjian shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. The revival of the demon sect isn't just about a single true flame sacred demon technique. The real issue lies with that enigmatic sect leader pulling the strings behind the scenes. The threat I sense is far beyond what a mere technique could bring. He spoke resolutely. The most pressing task now is to root out any hidden members of the demon sect. Song Feng, inform all sects and the realm masters immediately and order them to heighten their vigilance. As you command, Song Feng replied, transforming into a streak of sword light and vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Watching Song Feng disappear, Songjian turned to Lin Ze. Since the sage has descended upon Songjian Mountain, you must have many questions about the innate realm. Why not accompany me back to the mountain as my guest for a few days? This invitation caused a flicker of interest in Lin Ze's eyes. Songjian Mountain, as the sole immortal sect overseeing more than 20 nations, had always been shrouded in mystery. Every 50 years, during its recruitment period, countless seekers of immortality would flock to its gates, making it a bustling hub. However, now that Lin Ze had reached the 3rd stage of the innate realm and held a position of great prestige, his interest in Songjian Mountain was limited to its fabled library. With the sect's vast resources, its collection would undoubtedly surpass that of the Northern Star royal family. If given the opportunity to explore it, perhaps his cultivation progress could directly advance to level 4. In that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation, Lin Ze responded with a smile. You jest, sage, Song Jian replied, gesturing for him to proceed. After leaving a transmission message for Lin Ao, Lin Ze followed Song Jian to this sacred land revered by the people of Northern Star. Upon returning to Tsangjian Mountain, Song Jian immediately issued strict orders. All disciples at the innate realm and above are to deploy at once and seal off the entire region to search for any traces of the demon sect. Disciples at the 8th stage of the postnatal realm and above will be responsible for gathering intelligence from all nations. This matter is of utmost importance, do not take it lightly. We shall obey the Mountain Master's decree, the crowd responded in unison. Xianhua, you've always been meticulous in your work. I'll leave the team of Hotian disciples in your hands, Song Jian said, his gaze sweeping toward the direction where the Hotian sect members were gathered. However, no response came. The disciples below the steps exchanged hesitant glances until an elderly man with graying hair and beard stepped forward. He bowed deeply and said, Mountain Lord, are you referring to senior brother Jin Xianhua? That's correct. The old man hesitated for a moment before replying, Mountain Lord, senior brother Jin Xianhua was unable to break through to the Xiantian realm. He passed away peacefully of old age 1,400 years ago. This revelation caused Song Jian to pause slightly. Only then did he realize that it had been a full 3,000 years since his last awakening. For a Xiantian cultivator, 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment. But for mortals, it spanned generations filled with countless separations and farewells. Song Jian looked at the elder, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. He remembered Xianhua as a promising youth with sharp instincts and a diligent nature, someone who could have been a great help in managing the mountain sect. 3,000 years ago, he had even performed a sword key cleansing for Xianhua to extend his lifespan, hoping it would give him the time needed to break through to the Xiantian realm. But the Xiantian realm was an insurmountable barrier for many. Even with Songjin Mountain's rigorous selection of thousands of prodigies from across the nations, in its 30,000 years of history, only about 300 had succeeded in reaching the Xiantian level. Since that's the case, you will take charge of the team, Song Jian instructed the elder with gray hair. The elder immediately knelt to the ground. This disciple obeys the Mountain Lord's decree. Once the arrangements for investigating the demon sect were made, the disciples gradually dispersed. Song Jian then turned to Lin Ze. The matter of the demon sect is urgent. I apologize for any delay in attending to you, Saint. No need for apologies. Urgent matters take precedence, Lin Ze replied calmly. Song Jian nodded and went straight to the point. To be candid, the reason I invited the Saint here is to seek your guidance. I wish to learn the mysteries of the second stage of the true body blood, like the great sun I've been cultivating in the Qi and blood wolf smoke stage for nearly 20,000 years. My Qi and blood have reached their peak, and I am but half a step away from achieving blood like the great sun. Yet every time I grasp its essence, it slips away, leaving me unable to take that final step. With the guidance of a master, I'm confident I can break through this bottleneck. For this, everything within Songjin Mountain is at your disposal. Lin Ze pondered briefly before responding. If that's the case, I would like access to your Songjin Mountain's library for 3 days. What say you? With a sharp sound, a sword-shaped token imbued with piercing sword chi appeared and hovered in front of Lin Ze. It's a deal. Lin Ze carefully put away the token of the Tsangjian sect with a satisfied expression. For him, dealing with sword cultivators like those from Tsangjian was the most straightforward, direct, no beating around the bush, and mutually beneficial. He then began to explain in detail the secrets and techniques of blood like the great sun to the Tsangjian cultivator. Listening attentively, the sword cultivator quickly grasped Lin Ze's insights with his extraordinary talent. In an instant, a mental knot that had plagued him for thousands of years seemed to melt away like snow in the sun, and his entire being surged with vitality. Seeing that the Tsangjian cultivator had entered a meditative state, Lin Ze quietly left and headed straight for the library pavilion of Tsangjian Mountain. Meanwhile, on the streets of the Beichen dynasty, Wudong and Xia Qinghe walked side by side. Xia Qinghe listened with great interest to the townsfolk's praises of Lin Ze, while Wudong furrowed her brows, lost in heavy thoughts. This is bad, Wudong thought anxiously. Lin Ze is far too concealed, actually at the 3rd stage of the innate true body realm. Back at Mian Shu Tower, with his cultivation level, he would have surely sensed. But why did he act as though he knew nothing? Noticing her friend's unusual demeanor, Xia Qinghe asked with concern, Tong Tong, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Isn't everything settled now? I have a stomachache, Wudong stammered, making an excuse. Xiaohe, you have fun on your own. I need to head back. With that, she hurriedly left, leaving Xia Qinghe standing there in confusion. Back in her room at the Beichen Academy, Wudong quickly packed her essential belongings. She had decided to leave immediately. She had originally chosen Beichin because of its remote location, outside the key surveillance range of Songjin Mountain. But now, with a third-stage innate expert appearing here, this place was no longer safe. After a moment of hesitation, Wudong left a letter bidding farewell to Xia Qinghe, explaining that she was leaving for a distant journey. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on celebrating Lin Ze's breakthrough to the innate realm, she quietly slipped away from Beichin. Far away, in the imperial palace of the Jujia dynasty, the young emperor of Jujia was in a fury. Innate. Where did Beichin suddenly produce an innate expert? I was just about to unify the 7 kingdoms and achieve an unparalleled legacy. Damn it. Useless fools. They dared to assure me that the empire could be built, that the 7 kingdoms could be united. Inside the royal chambers, Emperor Jujia was in a towering rage. The lifeless bodies of several palace maids and eunuchs lay scattered on the floor, their blood staining the luxurious carpet crimson. No one dared approach the furious emperor, and the vast hall felt eerily empty. Tap, tap, tap. Soft footsteps broke the oppressive silence. A mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared soundlessly in the hall. You've come at the right time. Emperor Jujia snarled upon seeing the figure, his anger flaring even higher. Didn't you say Beichin was fully under the control of your venom? Then where did this Marquis of Shunwu come from? I demand an explanation. An explanation? The black-robed figure let out an eerie laugh. Oh, little emperor. It seems you've misunderstood something. How dare you? Emperor Jujia was about to explode in fury, but the black-robed figure suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red, demonic eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out, and the oppressive aura of innate power made Emperor Jujia's heart tremble with fear, his pupils quivering violently. You are. Emperor Jujia's words trailed off as the black-robed figure lazily stretched. Compared to Peng Yong, you fall far short. That fool, while stupid enough to believe I would help him restore his kingdom, at least knew what I was from the beginning, the figure sneered coldly. Thanks to his idiocy, I was able to use the blood goo to sacrifice the entire wolf city. Too bad the plan in Beichin was disrupted by the Marquis of Shinwuai. Don't even dare approach there now. My deathless goo are not limitless, you know? What do you mean? Emperor Jujia's face twitched. In an instant, the black-robed figure appeared behind the emperor, his fearsome blood claws gripping Jujia's head. It means, you know too much. I won't ask anymore. Emperor Jujia screamed in terror, but it was too late. With a sickening crunch, his head was crushed, and his blood was eerily absorbed by the black-robed figure. Apologies, but you've heard too much. Be more careful in your next life, the figure said nonchalantly, kicking aside the emperor's withered corpse before casually reclining on the dragon throne. Suddenly, the black-robed figure's expression shifted, and he swiftly knelt. A wisp of crimson demonic energy rose from within him, coalescing into a skeletal face. Master, your servant is working to restore the sacred order. The harvesting plan at Songjin Mountain has been completed, and I am preparing to move on to Dunyi sect. The skeletal face spoke coldly. The plan has changed. All followers of the sacred order are to remain hidden for now and await further instructions. The black-robed figure hesitated. Have the 9 sects of Qing territory caught on? This is a sudden directive from the leader. You need only obey. The skeletal face replied in an emotionless tone, its final words echoing ominously. The master? The man in the black robe was startled upon hearing that the order had come directly from the master. Throughout the entire sacred sect, apart from the 4 guardians and the deputy master, no one had ever seen this enigmatic figure who stood at the pinnacle of the Azure domain. Yet, to all the followers, the master was a supreme deity, whose commands were beyond question and to be carried out without hesitation. Yes, Your Excellency. I will faithfully follow the master's decree, the black-robed man responded respectfully. After the skeletal face dissipated, he cast one last glance at the withered corpse on the ground before transforming into a wisp of dark energy and vanishing into the night of the 9 Extremes dynasty. Lin Ze stood frozen before the entrance of the Songjin Mountain Library Pavilion. What lay before him was no ordinary pavilion, it was an enormous mountain hollowed out entirely. The library, carved into the mountain, stretched from its base all the way to the clouds, its sheer scale far surpassing the royal library of the Beichin Empire that he had seen before. Holding the Songjin token tightly, Lin Ze stepped inside, awestruck by the sight before him. Rows upon rows of neatly arranged bookshelves housed ancient texts, meticulously organized into categories. The restricted section, miscellaneous writings, mortal martial arts, innate secrets, Azure domain treasures. But what was even more astonishing were the floating stone platforms suspended in the mountain's central cavity, bathed in a radiant innate light. Upon these platforms rested rare and precious manuals of cultivation techniques. So many stone platforms, How much experience progress must this be worth? Lin Ze's heart raced with excitement as he immediately leapt into the air, landing on a platform that held manuals of Earthgrade techniques. These techniques were creations of the innate masters of Tsongjin Mountain across generations. Though most were left behind by those who had just entered the one origin realm of innate mastery, they had already transcended the mortal plane. Alongside the Tsongjin sword technique, they formed the foundation of Tsongjin Mountain's legacy as an immortal sect. Ordinary disciples needed to accumulate sect contributions to earn the right to study these techniques. But with the Tsongjin token in hand, Lin Ze could access them freely. He picked up and meticulously studied manuals such as Shuangguang Mind Technique and Sky-Shattering 9 Transformations. With each page he turned, streams of information flowed instantly through his divine-level comprehension. You have studied Shuangguang Mind Technique? Shuangguang Mind Technique LV10, perfected. Divine Comprehension LV310-51000. In this manner, Lin Ze proceeded to master all the Earthgrade techniques, including Tsongjin Mountain's signature art, the Tsongjin sword technique. Lin Ze finished counting his gains, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had acquired a total of 11 Earthgrade lower-tier techniques, contributing 220 progress points and raising his divine-level comprehension to 305-1000. The progress provided by these techniques was more than double the total he had previously accumulated in Beichen. Looking up at the towering bookshelves in the air, his gaze was met with an array of dazzling tomes: Introduction to Caves, Spiritual Talismans of Blessed Lands, Yin-Yang Techniques of Secret Realms, 5 Elements Mysteries, and more. These were all innate knowledge akin to the basics of restrictions. He casually picked out a few volumes and began a new round of study. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a day had passed. From daylight to nightfall, and from night to dawn, Lin Ze finally fully absorbed the vast collection of this library mountain. The results exceeded his expectations. His divine-level comprehension progress soared to 850-1000, leaving him just 150 points away from breaking through to level 4. Factoring in the guaranteed 100 points from the illusory Moon 7 Stars record, he was effectively only 50 points short. With more than a month left until the Xianyuan token trial, this remaining progress would be easily achievable. Thinking about this, Lin Ze couldn't help but envision the 9 sects of Qingyu. If even a sect like Tsongjin Mountain, which only had first-step true-form cultivators presiding, was this wealthy, how vast and resourceful must the 9 sects that ruled Qingyu be? They might even be able to propel him straight to level 5. Finding a quiet corner, he sat cross-legged to fully digest his gains. Activating his divine-level comprehension at level 3, he focused particularly on integrating the 11 Earthgrade lower-tier techniques, aiming to refine some into higher-grade techniques. After all, aside from the Earthgrade mid-tier Burning Saint Demon Art and the Earthgrade lower-tier 8 Desolations Heartslayer technique, the rest of his techniques were still at the human-grade postnatal level, woefully inadequate when compared to innate entities that had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As the integration deepened, system notifications began to appear one after another. You observe the heavens and earth, gaining new insights into your techniques. You have fused your mental techniques with the 8 Desolations Heartslayer technique as the core and 1,367 auxiliary sources. 8 Desolations Heartslayer technique has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earthgrade mid-tier technique, Desolate Heavens Fall record. You observe the heavens and earth, gaining new insights into your techniques. You have fused your movement techniques with Sky-Shattering 9 Transformations as the core and 1,425 auxiliary sources. Sky-Shattering 9 Transformations has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earthgrade mid-tier technique, Swift Soaring Flight. In this way, Lin Ze refined and elevated all that he had learned throughout his life, finally advancing all his techniques to the innate level. Lin Ze's cultivation system had now reached perfection. The mid-tier Earth level, Desolate Heaven record mental technique, the Blazing Saint True Demon Art, 4 body refinement, the Soaring Crane Steps movement technique, the Hidden Blade Concealed Radiance sword technique, as well as the lower-tier Earth level Raging Wave Fist of Extremes and Phantom Heart Demon Eye. All of these had been cultivated to the 10th and final level. These breakthroughs in his cultivation techniques allowed his strength and cultivation realm to finally achieve perfect harmony, making him a true, all-round warrior. Among the geniuses of the Qing domain who were also in the 3rd stage of the true body realm with blood energy as vigorous as a dragon's, Lin Ze now stood out prominently. The upcoming trial at Daojie Mountain, hosted by the 9 sects of Qing domain, was now nothing more than a formality for him. After his breakthrough, Lin Ze exhaled a long breath, releasing all impurities. His entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a starry river, as if containing the mysteries of the entire universe. This unique power, neither divine nor demonic, had matured within him. When unleashed, it would surely shake the heavens and the earth. On his way back to the Hidden Sword Palace from the Library Mountain, Lin Ze noticed that Songjin was still in seclusion, comprehending the profound meaning of blood like a blazing sun. Around Songjin, his blood energy fluctuated, sometimes condensing into the shadow of a blazing sun, and at other times flowing like drifting clouds. Judging by this scene, it seemed unlikely that he would emerge anytime soon. Having gained sufficient insights from the Library Mountain and acquired a comprehensive understanding of this world, Lin Ze decided to temporarily leave Hidden Sword Mountain and return to the Baichan dynasty to visit his family. In the following days, Hidden Sword Mountain conducted a thorough investigation across its entire territory, searching for traces of the demon sect. Yet, no clues or individuals from the sect could be found. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. In the end, Hidden Sword Mountain left a few disciples to continue monitoring, while the rest returned to report their findings. The investigation pointed to two main culprits, the young Jijidi Emperor and Pang Yong, who was devoted to restoring his fallen kingdom. One had already turned into a dried corpse, and the other had perished along with the entirety of Longdu. Thus, the case was closed. Hidden Sword Mountain imposed minor punishments on the Jijidi dynasty, bringing the demon sect interference incident to an official end. As for the former Longdu and Wuan dynasty, they were destined to fade into the annals of history. With the decline of the demon sect's influence, peace was finally restored to Beichin and the neighboring nations. Meanwhile, the various sects within the Huaguang realm, having received warnings from Congfeng, heightened their vigilance and conducted strict inspections of their territories. However, despite days of investigation, the entire Huaguang realm remained calm and untroubled. The presence of the demon cult at Songjin Mountain was as fleeting as a blossom of the night, and the Huaguang realm soon returned to its usual tranquility. Within the grand hall of the Northern Star Imperial Palace, an envoy from Songjin Mountain, clad in a Taoist robe, was preparing to take his leave. Immortal Master, please take care. The Northern Star Emperor clasped his hands respectfully toward the envoy. I am merely a humble practitioner who has reached the peak of the acquired realm. I dare not accept the title of Immortal Master, the envoy replied with a gentle laugh as he stroked his beard. If my fellow disciples were to hear this, they'd surely find it laughable. My mission here is complete, and it's time I return to the mountain to report. Before departing, the envoy cast a meaningful glance toward the direction of the Lin family residence, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he left. Sigh. The Northern Star Emperor let out a deep sigh as he watched the envoy's figure disappear into the distance. Your Majesty, isn't it a tremendous blessing that Songjin Mountain is willing to recognize Northern Star as the rightful ruler of the eastern region? Grand Eunuch Guang quickly stepped forward to console him. Do you know why Songjin Mountain would make such a decision? The Emperor asked with an inscrutable expression. Your servant understands. No matter where Lord Xinwu may be, he is still your direct grandson. With such a grandson, Your Majesty can rest easy, the eunuch replied. The Emperor waved him off. You do not understand. In this world, there are indeed innate divine beings. For instance, the royal bloodline of the true Valley Kingdom in the southern region once produced such a figure. Yet, even they were not granted the recognition of Songjin Mountain. Now that Northern Star has gained their acknowledgement, and the one who has attained the innate realm is not even a direct descendant of Northern Star's imperial line, what does this signify? Grand Eunuch Guang froze, and upon careful thought, he too began to sense the peculiarity of Songjin Mountain's actions. Xiao Guangzi, draft an imperial decree, the Emperor ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, the eunuch replied. As he began to pen the decree, a sudden realization struck him. How could an ordinary innate powerhouse summon a blood-red dragon? Even the most legendary figures in history had never exhibited such a phenomenon. When the Emperor completed his final statement, the eunuch trembled as he wrote down 3 characters. Shun Wu Wang King Shunwu. The Northern Star Empire, which had never before conferred royal titles so lightly, made an exception this time. Such a unique title could only belong to Lin Ze. After the decree was issued, Lin Ze was granted the hereditary title of King Shunwu. However, the news caused little stir within the Lin family. For an innate divine being, worldly titles like kingship belonged to an entirely different realm. While the common folk buzzed with discussion for a time, the excitement soon faded. That year, winter arrived as expected, blanketing the world in a silvery frost, sealing all life in a serene slumber. Time flies, and once again, it is the day of the first snow. Light, fluffy snowflakes drift gently from the sky, resembling fireworks from a celestial realm, quietly settling on the bare tree branches and forming a thin layer of frost. A biting wind occasionally sweeps through, howling as it circles the walls of the Lin family estate. Lin Ze sat quietly in the secluded courtyard, a pot of tea by his side, listening to the wind and admiring the snow. Ever since he revealed his divine power on Mount Songjin and vanquished the demonic sect, life had gradually returned to tranquility. The Lin family, as a lineage of innate divine beings, had reached an untouchable status. The Northern Star Emperor had elevated the family to an exalted position, Surrounding nations, upon hearing of the Northern Star Divine Martial King, submitted without waiting for orders from Mount Songjian, willingly relinquishing their royal authority. The Eastern Domain was thus unified, and the Lin family transformed from a small noble house in Northern Star into the supreme rulers of all Mount Songjian's Eastern Domain. Envoys from various nations arrived in an unending stream. Hearing of Lin Ze's fondness for collecting cultivation techniques, they brought their country's martial arts manuals as tributes, hoping to curry favor with the Lin family and perhaps gain a share of his innate wisdom. Lin Ze accepted all offerings but adhered to principles of fair trade, either purchasing them with spirit crystals or exchanging them for techniques of equal value, never taking anything for free. Since he had already perused the extensive collection of Mount Songjian, about 70% of the techniques presented to him turned out to be duplicates, leaving many envoys disappointed. This exchange went on for several days before gradually subsiding. The Lin family was now thriving, diligently practicing the 3 top-tier human-level techniques Lin Ze had imparted. 10 days earlier, Lin Ao had entrusted all family affairs to Lin Ze and entered seclusion, attempting to break through to the innate realm. This path of evolution was as arduous as a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. In the 30,000 years of Mount Songjian's history, only 300 innate beings had emerged from the countless talents cultivated among the populations of over 20 neighboring nations. Whether Lin Ao would succeed remained uncertain, but Lin Ze was in no rush, was confident in the Lin family's promising future. As he took a sip of tea, the sound of Xiao Chui's voice reached his ears. "Young master, Yi Xiaoran from the Azura Manor requests an audience." Xiao Chui had initially intended to address Lin Ze as Marquis or King, but felt such titles were insufficiently respectful for an innate divine being. After much thought, she concluded that young master was the most appropriate form of address. Lin Ze's brow twitched slightly at the mention of Yi Xiaoran's name. Although he had already learned about the origin of the cult of fire and the true flame saint technique from Zhongjian, he still harbored doubts about the source of Lu Chongfeng's acquisition of the Illusory Moon 7-star manual. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to meet this shadow spy. "Let him in," Lin Ze ordered. Moments later, Yi Xiaoran appeared silently behind Lin Ze, like a wisp of shadow. Yi Xiaoran greets second young master Lin. "Congratulations on ascending to the realm of innate deity." Lin Ze replied indifferently, "You're a bit late." Reporting to the second young master, the intelligence regarding Lu Chongfeng and the former head of the Lu family is tied to the Nine Extremes dynasty. Due to the age of the events, it took considerable time and effort from everyone in our manor to uncover even a few clues. Yi Xiaoran respectfully presented a sealed letter. Lin Ze took the letter, his gaze sweeping over its contents. Yi Xiaoran then began his detailed report. "Our investigation revealed that over 170 years ago, Lu Chongfeng was a renowned prodigy of the Lu family's former domain. By the age of 29, he had reached the 6th stage of the Hotian realm, and his medical skills had earned him the rank of a first-level physician in the Nine Extremes Imperial Medical Bureau. Many at the time predicted that the Lu family would produce a peerless medical genius, perhaps even a medical immortal achieving the innate deity realm. However, such fame was short-lived. At the age of 30, Lu Chongfeng left the Nine Extremes dynasty and began wandering far and wide, rarely returning to the Lu family. There are 2 prevailing theories about this. One suggests he grew impatient waiting for Zhongjian Mountain to recruit disciples and sought opportunities elsewhere, such as with the Dunny sect and the Wenxin Dao sect. The other posits that he believed staying with the Lu family would hinder his medical progress, prompting him to travel the world to refine his skills. Yi Xiaoran's tone grew heavier. It wasn't until he was 90 years old, about 110 years ago, that Lu Chongfeng briefly returned to the Lu family. During this time, he persistently tried to persuade the then family head, Lu Hong, to follow a peculiar sacred cult. Yet, curiously, while those aware of the matter at the time had heard of this sect's name, all details about it seem to have been inexplicably erased from their memories. Only the term, sacred cult, remains. Clearly, a mysterious force is at play, distorting the truth. At this point, a sharp glint appeared in Yi Xiaoran's eyes. However, our Azura Manor made a unique discovery. "Oh, a mortal faction like Azura Manor has such capabilities?" Lin Ze asked, slightly surprised. "We exhumed Lu Hong's tomb," Yi Xiaoran stated bluntly. Lin Ze's expression froze. Yi Xiaoran continued, "Our findings suggest that Lu Hong was well aware of the sacred cult's true nature and strongly opposed Lu Chongfeng's involvement with it. The 2 frequently clashed over this. Shortly after Lu Chongfeng disappeared for good, Lu Hong, a master at the 8th stage of the Hotian realm, suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. I am certain he knew vital information, so I ordered his coffin to be opened for investigation. As expected, we uncovered crucial clues. Inside Lu Hong's tomb, a specially crafted bloodstained silk was hidden within his chest, buried deep in his flesh. It wasn't until his body decayed into bones that the silk saw the light of day again." Yi Xiaoran carefully retrieved a tightly wrapped object from his garments. As the layers of wrapping were peeled away, A crimson silk scroll was revealed before everyone. This contains information about the sacred sect. Second young master, please take a look. Yi Xiaoran respectfully handed over the blood-stained silk. Lin Ze unfolded the silk and examined it closely. The surface was densely covered with tiny characters. The content largely matched the information he had previously gathered about the fire-worshipping demon sect from the Cangjin Mountain, but at the very end, there was an enigmatic warning. Beware of the Wanwu Tianqian sect. The name immediately triggered Lin Ze's memory. Wanwu Tianqian sect was no ordinary sect. He had read about it in the library of Cangjin Mountain. It was a dominant force in the Xuanwu realm with a history spanning over 700,000 years. Its sect master was a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, an innate fourth-stage master, renowned far and wide. The sect also boasted 2 Divine Sea realm Grand Elders and 10 true Body realm Elders, making it a distinguished and powerful sect in the entire Azure region. However, what puzzled Lin Ze was why Lu Hong, who resided in the Huaguang realm, millions of miles away from the Xuanwu realm, would know about the Wanwu Tianqian sect. And why leave behind such a cryptic warning? Shaking his head, Lin Ze put the blood-stained silk away. He had already made it clear that he had no interest in the disputes between the Lu family and the demon sect. His only concern was the origin of cultivation techniques. As long as his interests weren't threatened, everything else was irrelevant to him. Turning to Yi Xiaoran, Lin Ze spoke. Well done. Would you be interested in working for the Lin family permanently? Yi Xiaoran was quick-witted and reliable. While Lin Ze was about to depart for the 9 sects of the Azure region and might not often require his assistance, it never hurt to plan ahead. It would be an honor for me, Yi Xiaoran, to serve the second young master. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoran dropped to his knees and saluted. On behalf of the entire Shilua villa, I pledge allegiance to you, my lord. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. Good. You may rise. Thank you, my lord. Uncle Amo, Lin Ze called out to his old steward, Lin Amo. Young master. This is Yi Xiaoran. You may have heard of him. After a brief exchange of courtesies between the two, Lin Ze instructed, Uncle Amo, from now on, Shilua Villa is under the Lin family. Please make the necessary arrangements. Lin Amo, without asking further questions, responded promptly, understood. In the past, if an assassin like Yi Xiaoran wanted to join the Lin family, Lin Amo would have conducted a thorough investigation. However, the current Lin Ze had already ascended to the ranks of a Xiantian deity. In his eyes, no matter how skilled a mortal might be, they could never bridge the chasm between mortals and immortals. Master Yi, please follow me, the Lin steward said respectfully, leading the way. Once Yi Xiaoran departed, Lin Ze turned his gaze to the partially restored, illusory moon 7-star codex on the desk. His divine comprehension had reached 3,905 points, just shy of the 4,000 point threshold. In 7 days, the codex would be fully restored. Setting aside the codex, Lin Ze sipped his tea lightly, listening to the sound of wind and snow outside the window. A few days later, a loud, boisterous laugh suddenly echoed across Sword-Hiding Mountain. Ha ha ha, Sword-Hiding Taoist, here I come. As soon as the voice rang out, every Xiantian deity on the mountain showed signs of discomfort. That shameless voice unmistakably belonged to the Taoist of Escape from the neighboring Escape sect. The last time that old scoundrel visited, he had brazenly stolen the 4th spiritual sword, by Shui, which the Sword-Hiding Mountain Lord had painstakingly nurtured with Scarlet Sun Essence Iron for 4,000 years. This event had led to a feud between Sword-Hiding Mountain and the Escape sect lasting thousands of years. Inside the Sword-Hiding Palace, the Sword-Hiding Taoist, who had been meditating on the mysteries of blood like the great sun, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp sword aura burst forth from his gaze. Sword, come! With a thunderous roar, the entire Sword-Hiding Palace split apart, revealing a towering, sky-piercing sword thousands of feet high. Snowflakes fell upon its blade, reflecting a dazzling, icy light that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth. The sword hummed, and in an instant, the colossal blade transformed into a 3-foot-long azure sword that fell into the Sword-Hiding Taoist's hand. This was the first spiritual sword of Sword-Hiding Mountain Huangri. 8,000 years ago, the Sword-Hiding Taoist had single-handedly fought off countless demons with this very blade, establishing the formidable reputation of Sword-Hiding Mountain. Clang! The Sword-Hiding Taoist swung his sword, splitting the air. The sword's radiance shone like a blazing sun, unstoppable and overwhelming. Its aura carried the terrifying power of someone who had comprehended the profound mysteries of blood like the great sun. The young Taoist's expression changed as he felt a deadly threat. Wait, Taoist friend, hold on. I didn't come here to fight. Countless sword auras transformed into clones of the Sword-Hiding Taoist, encircling the escaped Taoist entirely. The sky was filled with cold, menacing sword gleams. Return by Shui to me, the Sword-Hiding Taoist demanded sharply. I will. I absolutely will. The escaped Taoist forced a smile. I came here this time specifically to return by Shui. Yet the edge of the Huang Ri sword remained unwavering, still pointed at the escaped Taoist. Sword-hiding Taoist, how about putting Huang Ri away first? Let's find a place to sit down and have a proper conversation. Talk? What is there to talk about between you and me? Song Jian said coldly. Tunyi, that old dog, never shows up without a reason. If he's here at Songjin Mountain, there must be trouble brewing. His eyes flickered as his thoughts raced. The recent events at Songjin Mountain, coupled with the sudden appearance of this old dog, a sharp gleam flashed in Song Jian's gaze. Could it be that the news of the sage from Beichun has reached Tunyi? He speculated silently, but quickly dismissed the thought. If that were the case, he could have gone directly to Beichun to find the sage. Why come here to Songjin Mountain? Tunyi glanced around meaningfully. This isn't the place to talk, he remarked. Song Jian remained motionless. Left with no choice, Tunyi finally spoke, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Daojia Mountain. Daojia Mountain? Song Jian's expression shifted. That was the sacred ground for the trials of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain, hidden within a mysterious void realm and unknown to outsiders. Only those who possessed the Xianyuan token could enter, guided by its power. Song Jian's sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he gave Tunyi a measured look. Slowly, he lowered his blazing sword, planting it upright behind him. Without another word, he led Tunyi toward the grand hall deeper within the sect. Once they were certain the hall was empty, their figures materialized. Only then did Song Jian speak. What about Daojia Mountain? Tunyi got straight to the point. Next month, on the 12th, this cycle's Daojia Mountain trial will begin. Song Jian froze for a moment, a serious expression spreading across his face. The timing of the Daojia Mountain trial has always been known only to those with the Xianyuan token. How do you know this? Tunyi chuckled. Haven't you already figured it out? You have a Xianyuan token? Song Jian was stunned. In the vast Azure domain, the Xianyuan token was an extraordinary rarity. Out of the 3,980 realms in the Azure domain, only 1,000 tokens existed. Just in the Huaguang realm, where Songjin Mountain was located, there were 49 sects, 27 nations under their influence, and billions of people. Across the entire Azure domain, the number of living beings was incalculable. To obtain a Xianyuan token was to be one of the most fortunate and exceptional individuals of this era. Song Jian frowned, scrutinizing the man before him, yet he couldn't see even the slightest trace of such a destiny in Tunyi. Stop staring, Tunyi said. The one with the Xianyuan token isn't my disciple. Your disciple told you about the Xianyuan token? Isn't he afraid you'll take it from him? Do I look like that kind of person? You don't look like idiot you are. Song Jian hesitated, then sighed in exasperation. Forget it. Taoist Tunyi shook his head and let out a deep sigh. The dim light in the grand hall cast heavy shadows, making his figure appear particularly solemn under the flickering candlelight. I must tell you this, and I must seek you out, Taoist Tunyi said as he stood up, pacing back and forth across the blue stone floor of the sect's grand hall. This time, the Immortal Fate Command trial has taken an unexpected and significant turn. A significant turn? Do you remember the half-saint of the Changha sword sect? Songjian's expression grew serious. The half-saint, whose might once swept across the Azure domain, who doesn't know of him? Years ago, his battle with the demon sect's leader shook the heavens and earth, reducing the Azure domain from 4,981 realms to the current 3,980 realms. Such a figure is unforgettable to all in the Azure domain. Before Songjin could finish, Taoist Tunyi suddenly dropped a startling revelation. That half-saint is about to ascend. Impossible. Songjin shot to his feet. Half-saints share the lifespan of the heavens themselves. As long as the heavens endure, so do they. How could he possibly ascend? Taoist Tunyi spread his hands helplessly. This is the message the half-saint himself conveyed through the Immortal Fate Command. The demon sect's leader, whose mastery of the Tao was unparalleled, left the half-saint with a Tao wound during their battle 8,000 years ago. That wound has lingered ever since. Now, his vitality is completely depleted. He can no longer hold on. He paused for a moment before continuing. The half-saint has decided to select a successor before his ascension, and the selection process will be this Immortal Fate Command trial among the 9 sects of the Azure domain. So, what exactly is the trial this time? What could be so critical that you've risked everything to tell me this? Taoist Tunyi sighed deeply. In the past, the Immortal Fate Command trial would automatically transport participants to the Tao Tribulation Mountain in the virtual realm when the time came. But this time, his voice dropped to a somber tone. The 9 sects of the Azure domain have already announced to the world that the half-saint has created shadows of the Tao Tribulation Mountain in every realm. Anyone holding an Immortal Fate Command can enter the true Tao Tribulation Mountain by ascending one of these shadows before the official trial begins. This is like pouring oil on a fire. Taoist Tunyi frowned deeply. Every sect within the Huaguang realm will undoubtedly station guards around the shadow of the Dao Tribulation Mountain day and night, aiming to identify and replace the immortal fate command holders. Meanwhile, the holders will have to figure out how to infiltrate the shadow under countless watchful eyes. This has turned into the largest scale game of cat and mouse imaginable. Finally, Daoist Dunyi looked down at his own hands, his tone bitter. And our Dunyi sect is merely at the strength of the Great Sun realm. To clash Hedon with all the sects of the Huaguang realm. He shook his head. We simply cannot afford to. After much contemplation, Dunyi Daoran realized he needed to find someone trustworthy and equally capable to share the heavy responsibilities of Dunyi sect. This choice was critical. Someone too weak would be of no use, while someone too strong might harbor ambitions to seize the immortal fate token. After weighing his options, Songjin emerged as the ideal candidate. As a longtime rival, Dunyi Daoran knew Songjin's character all too well. This sword cultivator, born with a natural sword body, was pure-hearted and unwavering in his principles. Collaborating with someone like him gave Dunyi Daoran a sense of security. More importantly, Songjin's astonishing combat prowess was well known. Each of his sword strikes seemed to bypass opponents' body refinement techniques and innate physical defenses, leaving them defenseless. Even in the past, when Dunyi Daoran managed to suppress Songjin, it was only through a higher cultivation realm and a hard-fought effort. What Dunyi Daoran hadn't expected was that Songjin had already touched upon the essence of the blood like a sun realm. These cultivators with innate physiques and bloodlines are truly enviable, he thought to himself with a sigh. After hearing Dunyi Daoran's words, Songjin calmly spoke, "Aren't you the one who always prefers a slow and steady approach? There's still time. You can take your time to plan." "If only I could plan at my leisure," Dunyi Daoran replied urgently. "But the situation won't wait for us. Ever since the 9 sects of the Azure Domain announced it to the world, the trial for the semi-saint's successor has already begun. The first cultivator to reach Dao Tribulation Mountain will receive 1,000 strands of Dao Tribulation Qi, the second will get 999, and so on. By the time the 1,000th person arrives, there will only be a faint trace left. This kind of disparity is impossible to make up for, no matter how great one's talent is. I fear there are already people on their way to the shadow of Dao Tribulation Mountain as we speak. So you've come to me for help?" Songjin gazed steadily at Dunyi Daoran. "Have you forgotten that my Songjin Mountain and your Dunyi sect have a grudge against each other? Just some minor misunderstandings." Dunyi Daoran waved it off. "Songjin Daoist, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests." "Oh? What terms can you possibly offer?" Dunyi Daoran didn't hold back. "I'm willing to have my disciple join your sect and become our shared pupil. As gentlemen, we can swear an oath with our Dao hearts. If one day, he becomes the semi-saint's successor." "You certainly have bold ambitions." "Fine then." Dunyi Daoran adjusted his proposal. "As long as he enters the 9 sects of the Azure Domain, succeeds, and later shares advanced techniques with us, it would at least allow us to glimpse the realm of God sea cultivators. That's far better than blindly fumbling around in the Huaguang realm." Dunyi Daoran earnestly continued, "Songjin, you started from nothing and achieved your current accomplishments through 70,000 years of hard work. You, more than anyone, understand the struggles of having no inheritance and relying solely on yourself. If it weren't for the lack of a proper inheritance, with your natural sword body talent, how could it have taken you 60,000 years to break through to the true form?" Dunyi Daoist struck straight to the point. "The top inheritance opportunity of the 9 sects of the Qingyu domain is right in front of you. Are you really willing to let it slip away?" Songjin remained silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as his eyes flickered with thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Tell me about your apprentice." A flicker of joy crossed Dunyi Daoist's eyes, but Songjin immediately added, "Don't get too excited just yet. If your apprentice doesn't meet my standards, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands by force. And when that happens, we'll settle both old and new scores together." "Rest assured," Dunyi Daoist quickly explained. "My apprentice is exceptional. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek your help." He paused briefly. "Let me put it this way, you'll understand with one sentence. My apprentice possesses the bloodline of the Chilean clan, is only 1,200 years old, and has already reached the innate primordial realm." Songjin's sword-like eyes slightly widened. The Chilean clan bloodline ranked highly among all bloodlines, far superior to his own natural sword body. Achieving such a level of cultivation at such a young age was indeed worth investing in. "Give me some time to prepare." Songjin finally nodded. "Done." Dunyi Daoist was overjoyed. "He'll head back now to arrange matters at the Dunyi sect. Once you're ready, come find me, and we'll set off immediately. We'll aim to secure a top 500 ranking for my apprentice." As he was leaving, Dunyi Daoist added with a sly grin, "Oh, by the way, Bai Shui has already been gifted to your apprentice. As their master, surely you won't begrudge a Bai Shui sword as a welcoming gift, right?" "Ha ha ha. That bastard." Song Jin's face darkened. He then called for Songfeng. Bring me Han Feng. Brother, is that old Dunyi dog here to challenge us? Songfeng asked, handing over Han Feng with a worried expression. Don't ask about this for now, Songjin replied gravely. I'll be away from Songjin Mountain for a few months. Keep a close eye on things and be wary of other factions. Songjin absorbed Han Feng and Huangri into his body, one sword on each side. He then made his way to the Forbidden Sword Tomb to retrieve the third spirit sword, Jimming. Watching this, Songfeng grew even more concerned. Carrying the top 3 spirit swords together was a move reminiscent of the chaos during the demon sect uprising years ago. Meanwhile, in the Lin family of the Northern Star Dynasty, Lin Ze sensed the trial information transmitted through the immortal fate token and smirked. The 9 sects of the Qingyu domain are really stirring things up this time, igniting conflict across the entire region. Interesting. Let's see who comes out on top. Stowing away the immortal fate token, he picked up the Illusory Moon 7 Stars manual once again. 7 days had passed, and the tome was finally complete. With its completion, Lin Ze's God-level comprehension would advance from level 3 to level 4. As Lin Ze delved into the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu 7 Stars of the Illusory Moon, his extraordinary comprehension, which bordered on the level of the Tao itself, revealed its terrifying potential. In a remarkably short time, he fully mastered the techniques within the manual and advanced them to the pinnacle of the 10th level. This breakthrough elevated his godlike comprehension to an astonishing level of 310. However, as he continued to explore deeper, he experienced a qualitative leap, propelling his comprehension directly to 410. With this leap came a groundbreaking new ability. He could now complete and adapt specific bloodlines and physiques based on the unique nature of a cultivation technique. This discovery made Lin Ze's eyes light up with excitement. It meant that even if he encountered techniques requiring specific bloodlines to cultivate, he could forcibly cultivate them and acquire the corresponding physique and bloodline. Take the example of the Hongguang clan of the Tianlan continent. Their innate bloodline allowed them to cultivate ice-based techniques with unparalleled efficiency. Additionally, they could unleash the heavenly frost aura in battle to freeze enemies, and in critical moments, enter the ice spirit state, which enhanced their defense while reducing the attack speed of their opponents. This ability was akin to a privilege in a game, granting a 30 damage reduction and a 30 attack speed debuff to enemies. Although Lin Ze hadn't yet discovered a suitable restricted technique for the area around Songjin Mountain, was mostly devoid of individuals with unique bloodlines, aside from the innate sword physique of the sword Concealers. This newfound ability undoubtedly opened up endless possibilities for him. At that moment, as he continued to comprehend the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu, Lin Ze felt his cultivation realm begin to loosen. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the true body realm, and now he was on the verge of stepping into the half-step divine sea realm. In a trance, Lin Ze's consciousness was drawn into a vast, illusory ocean. Within this ocean echoed the voices of countless beings, reflected the eternal sun, moon, and stars, and carried the changes of the ages. This was the sea of humanity, the sea of heaven and earth. Amid this boundless sea of heaven and earth, Lin Ze finally understood his pursuit. To find a path to the other side of the heavens within this vast expanse, to discover his own radiant, heavenly origin. Through the power of the heavenly origin, he would comprehend the profound mysteries of fate and ultimately unlock the gate of heaven and earth, reaching the other side of the heavens. This was the essence of the divine sea realm. Standing at the edge of the world, gazing upon this illusory sea of heaven and earth, Lin Ze finally grasped the meaning of the terms earthbound being, mountain dweller, sea wanderer, and celestial ascendant spoken of in the innate world. These terms symbolize the journey of cultivators as they ascended from the postnatal realm to the innate realm and eventually to the sacred realm. Mortals of the acquired realm can only admire the heights of mountains from the ground, bound by the constraints of the earth throughout their lives. In contrast, innate cultivators have glimpsed the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, freeing themselves from earthly shackles to ascend peak after peak, striving ever closer to the unattainable heavens. This marks the transformation from earthbound beings to mountain dwellers. However, the mountain dwellers soon realize that no mountain, no matter how lofty, can directly reach the heavens. Thus arose the sea dwellers, who abandoned their obsession with peaks and chose instead to traverse the celestial sea, aiming directly to ascend into the skies. If a sea dweller can cross the heavenly sea and reach the other shore, they achieve the sacred realm, transforming into a celestial being. Lin Ze stood in the snow, gazing upward at the fluttering snowflakes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the drifting snow, fixed on the distant other shore of the celestial sea. In just 1 month, he had leapt from the 3rd stage of the acquired realm to the half-step divine sea stage. The path to the sacred realm seemed not far off. Xiaotsue, Lin Ze called, lowering his gaze. Young master, I am here, Xiaotsue responded as she entered. I'll be leaving on a long journey. With Uncle Amo here, the Lin family will be safe. If grandfather emerges from seclusion, Just tell him I've gone to fulfill a 2-month promise. How long will the young master be away? I can prepare supplies for the journey, Xiaozue offered. That won't be necessary, Lin Ze waved her off. Just remind the clan to train diligently in my absence. No slacking. Understood. After Xiaozue left, Lin Ze ascended into the sky, flying in the direction of the shadow of Daojia Mountain. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Lin family estate, a graceful figure silently watched his departing silhouette, her gaze filled with unspoken emotions. After a long while, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a trail of delicate footprints in the pristine snow. At this moment, deep within the Tianyun Mountains of the Huaguang realm, an ancient, towering mountain stood abruptly amidst the range. At times, it radiated the vitality of creation, nurturing the wonders of heaven and earth. At other times, it exuded an aura of destruction, as though harboring the calamity of world's end. Within the mountain, all was silent, and the oppressive aura subdued all living creatures. Before long, several figures, drawn by the mysterious aura, arrived at the mountain's base. Daojia Mountain. I never imagined I'd witness the legendary Daojia Mountain of the Qing domain in my lifetime, exclaimed a wandering cultivator, stepping towards the mountain gate. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the clouds, blocking his path. Seeking to enter the mountain? Do you bear a celestial fate token? Let this old man examine it first. The rogue cultivator's expression changed drastically, filled with terror. Senior, I don't have the immortal fate token. I was merely curious about Daojia Mountain. Before his words could finish, the enormous hand had already gripped him tightly in its palm. A cold and merciless voice echoed. You dare show up here without an immortal fate token? Humph. With a thunderous sound, blood sprayed into the air. I despise people like you the most, those who lack self-awareness. A complete waste of time. The disdain in the voice was unmistakable. After confirming that the rogue cultivator indeed carried no immortal fate token, the massive hand slowly withdrew into the misty clouds. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of the surrounding rogue cultivators. They looked up at the endless mountains and the swirling clouds, all thinking the same thing. These masters of the immortal sects have arrived far too quickly. It seems the entire area around Daojia Mountain is already a trap, waiting for the bearer of the immortal fate token to walk right into it. The rogue cultivators exchanged a few knowing glances before retreating to the outskirts of the mountain range. They spread out along the key pathways, preparing to intercept the fabled Destined One. Thus, an invisible struggle began. Deep within the Tianyun mountain range, atop the mist-shrouded peaks, the experts from various immortal sects had already taken their places. The Bloodscar Sword Master sat cross-legged amidst the clouds, his spiritual sense extending for hundreds of miles in every direction. Any suspicious figure entering this domain would be unable to escape his detection. While he was focused on his search, a white-robed elder with a youthful face and silver hair descended on the clouds. Those who possess the immortal fate token are no ordinary individuals. Searching like this won't lead you to them, the elder remarked. The Bloodscar Sword Master opened his bloodshot eyes and cast a cold glance at the elder. If you have something to say, spit it out. The elder chuckled lightly. I was merely suggesting that if I were the one holding the immortal fate token, I'd disguise myself as a hunter, crying thief while being the thief. You're implying that I've taken the immortal fate token? The Bloodscar Sword Master's blood-red eyes narrowed sharply. I never said that, the elder replied with a faint smile. But since we're on the topic, I've never seen what an immortal fate token looks like. If you do have one, Bloodscar Taoist, why not show it to me? A sinister smile crept across the Bloodscar Sword Master's lips, and a flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. With a metallic clang, a vicious sword bound in blood-stained chains appeared by his side. Its scabbard cracked open slightly, revealing a blade of blinding crimson. In an instant, a terrifying aura of slaughter swept across the entire Tianyun mountain range. The Bloodscar Sword Master fixed his gaze on the elder, his voice icy and menacing. I do indeed have the immortal fate token right here in my possession. Come closer and I'll show it to you. As the last word, show, fell, the sea of clouds was suddenly torn apart by streaks of blood-red fissures, as if the heavens themselves were splitting. The overwhelming killing intent spread in every direction, engulfing the entire Tianyun mountain range. Everyone within the mountains turned pale. Such a frenzied, blood-drenched aura could only belong to one man in the entire Huaguang realm, the lunatic known as the Bloodscar Sword Master, one of the 5 titans. Bloodscar Sword Master has made his move. Could it be that the immortal fate token has already surfaced? All eyes turned toward the peak of the clouds. Amidst the surging, tempestuous aura of slaughter, the elderly man with silver hair and a youthful face remained unflinching, standing as immovable as a mountain. As one of the 5 great figures of Huaguang realm, Elder Tianji, facing the Bloodscar Sword Master's equal in the half-step Divine Sea realm, showed not a trace of fear. I merely asked a casual question. Why so agitated? Bloodscar? Could it be that I struck a nerve? Elder Tianji said with a faint smile. The Bloodscar swordmaster's hand instantly gripped the hilt of his fearsome sword at his waist. The chains binding it emitted an ominous vibration, as if they might snap at any moment, unleashing the terrifying weapon upon the world. Why don't you try and find out? He replied coldly. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice, laced with intoxicating allure, drifted down from the clouds. Gentlemen, now is not the time for infighting. If you start battling here, the one who actually holds the immortal fate token might just slip away amidst the chaos. A woman with flowing hair and a daring outfit descended gracefully atop a cloud, her bare feet stepping lightly on the void. She seemed to embody desire itself, exuding an irresistible charm from every inch of her being. Even the notoriously ruthless Bloodscar swordmaster unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword at the sight of her. What wind has brought the illustrious fairy Miaoyu here? A flicker of caution appeared in Elder Tianji's eyes. As one of the 5 great figures of Huaguang, Fairy Miaoyu was renowned for her mastery of the Heavenly Desire Heart Sutra, a technique so formidable that even the Realm Lord regarded her with trepidation. Her origins were shrouded in mystery, and her methods were enigmatic, hinting at the support of a more powerful force behind her. Miaoyu cast a seemingly casual glance at the elder, her every movement radiating an intoxicating allure. How could I miss such a significant event as the selection of a successor by the half-saint? I'm curious to see which child of fortune has obtained the immortal fate token. I'm afraid the fairy may have come in vain, Elder Tianji replied with a chuckle, stroking his beard. There are only 1,000 immortal fate tokens, yet the Azure domain comprises 3,980 realms. Compared to those prosperous realms blessed by the fortune of the Azure domain, our Huaguang realm likely lacks the good fortune. Are you trying to drive me away, Elder Tianji? Miaoyu asked with a faint smile. How could I dare? I simply worry about wasting the fairy's precious time. Perhaps just enjoy the spectacle. Look, there's another fight breaking out below. At the foot of the mountain, several rogue cultivators had started a fierce brawl, suspecting each other of possessing the immortal fate token. The entire Tianyun mountain range was steeped in an atmosphere of tension, ready to erupt into chaos at any moment. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Tianyun mountain range, Songjian and Daoist Dunyi arrived with their disciple, Luo Wuchen. From a distance, the two masters could already sense the hidden dangers lurking within the mountains. Daoist Dunyi glanced at Songjian and murmured, "From here on, the real test begins. Whether we can deceive them depends entirely on our fortune." Songjian nodded solemnly, the 2 swords in his hands, Huangri and Hanfeng poised and ready. The silent energy within him began to stir, emanating an ominous aura of impending doom. "Proceed as planned," he said in a low voice. "Let others create a distraction first. If that fails, I'll use the fake immortal token to draw attention. Meanwhile, you take Wu Chan and enter Daojia Mountain." Dunny gave a slight nod. "Everything will depend on fate." "Masters," Luo Wuchen said anxiously, "if the plan succeeds, what will happen to the 2 of you?" Songjian and Dun Yi exchanged a knowing smile. "Don't worry. As long as you make it into Daojia Mountain, we'll be perfectly safe. Those old foxes who have lived for tens of thousands of years understand the importance of self-interest. Once you become a disciple of the 9 sects of Qingyu, you'll have their immense power backing you. Even the Lord of Huaguang Realm will have to bow down. Anyone who dares harm us would be destroying their own foundation." "I understand," Luo Wuchen declared earnestly. "If anyone dares to hurt my masters, I will spare no effort to petition the 9 sect elders to annihilate Huaguang Realm." "Good lad," Dunny said with a chuckle. "Now focus on the immortal token trial, that's the priority. By the way," his tone suddenly grew serious, "this time, I won't be by your side. Remember your master's words." Master and disciple spoke in unison. "In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Old Sword, is there anything else you?" Dun Yi's words trailed off as he noticed Song Jian's gaze fixed on the distance. "What are you looking at?" Song Jian turned back, his expression graver than ever. "The plan has to change. He's here." "Who is he?" "Someone suspected to be an incarnation of a saint." Song Jian pointed to the figure approaching through the falling snow. Beiqing Shenwu King, in his 3rd true body stage, and only 18 years old. Dun Yi and Luo Wuchen froze in shock. Saints were legendary beings, and the Qingyu domain had not seen one for nearly 1 billion years. They stood in silence, staring at the strikingly handsome young man, Lin Ze, who was traversing the void and heading toward Daojia Mountain. For a long time, none of them spoke. After a long silence, Song Jian's body suddenly shuddered. A surge of innate instinct from his sword-born physique coursed through him, and his blade resonated once more. This sensation was similar to the premonition he had during the demonic sect crisis, yet fundamentally different this time. The warning from his sword was not of danger, but of opportunity. "Follow him." Song Jian murmured to himself, then repeated resolutely, my sword's intuition tells me I must follow him. This could very well be Wu Qin's only chance to infiltrate Daojia Mountain. Dunny Daorun made a decisive choice. If that's the case, I'll trust you this time. Let's go. The two trailed Lin Ze from a distance, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings as they escorted Luo Wuchen. Lin Ze, on the other hand, had his eyes fixed on the enormous mountain ahead, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The Xianyuan token in his arms grew increasingly warm, resonating powerfully with the energy of Daojia Mountain, as if it were about to unlock the gateway to the true Daojia Mountain for him. As Lin Ze moved closer to Daojia Mountain, the hidden dangers within the Tianyuan mountain range became increasingly palpable. Countless chilling, serpent-like gazes locked onto him, as the lurking adversaries prepared to strike with lethal precision at any moment. Atop Tianyuan Mountain, the Bloodskar Swordmaster and others also fixed their focus on Lin Ze. This young man dared to approach Daojia Mountain so brazenly. Such an unusual act surely concealed a deeper intrigue. The elderly Tianji leaned forward slightly, watching the sharp-edged young man with keen interest. Beside the Bloodskar Swordmaster, his ominous sword emanated a faint, bloody glow, while the usually playful Miao Yu uncharacteristically remained silent, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. Under the watchful eyes of many, Lin Ze suddenly halted, still some distance away from Daojia Mountain. Amidst the biting wind and snow, his figure stood unwavering. The hidden adversaries began revealing themselves, their predatory gazes fixed intently on his every move. A slight smirk tugged at Lin Ze's lips as he raised a weathered token engraved with the character for Immortal in his palm, its ethereal glow radiating an extraordinary aura. Thank you all for waiting, he said, his voice cold yet brimming with unshakable arrogance. The Xianyuan token is here. If you want it, come and take it. I suggest you all come at once. His eyes gleamed with a daring light. Because I'm in a hurry. Before his words had fully echoed, the entire Tianyuan mountain range trembled violently. Countless figures burst forth, and a deluge of attacks surged toward Lin Ze, all aimed at the Xianyuan token in his hand. Arrogant brat. Reckless fool. Prepare to die. A chaotic storm of attacks and shadows engulfed Lin Ze in an instant. In an instant, the entire Tianyuan mountain range descended into chaos. Countless streaks of spiritual light intertwined in the sky, and it seemed the mountains and rivers would soon be stained with blood. Facing the onslaught of attacks, Lin Ze remained calm, though a hint of impatience flickered in his expression. I'm in a hurry. You small fry shouldn't bother embarrassing yourselves. Before his words had fully landed, he casually threw a punch. In that moment, an unparalleled will surged to the heavens, enveloping the entire Tianyuan mountain range. The force of his punch descended like a divine judgment, sweeping through all in its path. The earth quaked violently, mountains crumbled, and rocks shattered. Centered around Lin Ze, visible shockwaves rippled outward, obliterating peaks and reducing trees to ash wherever they passed. As the dust settled, what lay before them was a desolate plain of shattered rocks. The Tianyuan mountain range, spanning thousands of miles, had been reduced to rubble by Lin Ze's single casual strike. Only the ancient Daojia Mountain stood unscathed, towering as ever. The once formidable cultivators from various sects were now either buried beneath the rubble or utterly annihilated, their forms and souls erased. In the sky, a colossal blood-red dragon's phantom coiled within an illusory sea, its roar shaking the heavens and earth. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Lin Ze was unrestrained, his aura of blood and smoke making him appear both godlike and demonic, an unmistakable mark of someone on the verge of entering the divine sea realm. Having dealt with this small fry, the immortal token in Lin Ze's hand floated gently, still drawing everyone's attention. A deathly silence filled the air as the crowd stared in shock at this mysterious figure, a half-step divine sea cultivator who had suddenly appeared. After all, there were only 4 half-step divine sea cultivators in the entire Huaguang realm, each a head of a major sect and known by all. Where had this man come from? On a small mound of rubble, Dunyi Daoist and Luo Wuchen exchanged bewildered glances before turning to Songjian. This is the 3rd stage of the true body you mentioned? Songjian's eyelid twitched. He's broken through again. Damn. High above, the expressions of 2 towering figures, the Heavenly Secrets Elder and the Bloodskar Swordmaster, were grave. As fellow cultivators of comparable strength, they could discern the extraordinary nature of that punch, its intent vast as the sea, breaking into the realm of the ultimate path. The level of mastery and the grade of the technique were undoubtedly exceptional. What a powerful half-step divine sea cultivator. The Bloodskar Swordmaster exchanged a glance with the Heavenly Secrets Elder. When did someone like this emerge in the Huaguang realm? As 2 of the 5 great powers of the Huaguang realm, they prided themselves on knowing every Qi and Blood Dragon realm expert with the potential to reach the half-step divine sea stage. Everyone present searched their memories carefully, but none could associate Lin Ze's figure with any possible candidate. Instinctively, they looked toward the ever-mysterious Miao Yu, who maintained a calm smile, her expression serene, as if she had anticipated Lin Ze's astonishing performance all along. This made the crowd wonder, did she know this enigmatic figure? Lin Ze's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Is that it? No one else? The disciples of the various sects lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. To them, snatching a celestial fate token from an ordinary cultivator might have been within reach, but going up against a half-step divine sea realm powerhouse was nothing short of suicide. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Lin Ze tilted his head, gazing at the three figures high in the air. His tone carried a taunting edge. And what about you? I don't have all day to waste on you. Arrogant. The blood-marked sword master's eyes narrowed. Known in the outside world for his infamous madness, he was not one to tolerate anyone's insolence. With a sharp clang, he seized the peerless demonic sword beside him, the chains on its blade shattering instantly. In a flash, the blood-marked sword master transformed into a streak of blood smoke, appearing before Lin Ze and unleashing an overwhelming aura of malice. You're full of yourself. Let's see if your skills are as bold as your words. With a single palm strike, he shattered the remaining chains on the sword. As the blade emitted a dark and sinister hum, the sky suddenly darkened, revealing a sea of blood formed from pure killing intent. Countless vengeful spirits and skeletal remains churned within the crimson waves, emanating overwhelming karmic energy. From the blood sea, a peerless demonic sword, imbued with the resentment of countless souls, rose and fell into the blood-marked sword master's hand. The moment the sword was in his grasp, the blood-marked sword master's entire demeanor shifted. He transformed into a slaughtering demon god, exuding death and despair. The bloodthirsty aura swept across the surroundings, instantly withering the remaining vegetation on the plains. The cultivators present felt the blood in their bodies being drawn toward the demonic blade. Once my blood sea sword is drawn, it cannot be sheathed again, the blood-marked sword master declared, his blood-stained robes and scarred face amplifying his deranged presence. His sword pointed at Lin Ze, and the murderous energy surged like a tidal wave, dyeing the entire world in crimson. Any last words? That line sounds familiar, Lin Ze remarked with a faint, expectant smile. At last, he had encountered an opponent who could push him to his limits. Ever since mastering his astonishing divine abilities, he had yet to truly showcase his full power. Whether it was defeating Zhang Tong or facing the Nine Extremes army, it had always been an effortless victory. Even his desire for vengeance against the Wolf Nation had been thwarted, as the enemy was annihilated by the demonic sect's blood sacrifice before he could act. This left him with a pent-up longing for an exhilarating, high-level duel. And now, the blood-marked swordmaster was the perfect opportunity. Last words? Lin Ze grinned brightly and pointed toward Tianji Elder and Miao Yu. Why don't the three of you come at me together? In that moment, an aura even more unrestrained and domineering than the blood-marked sword master's erupted from Lin Ze. Lin Ze's arrogant demeanor left everyone present utterly astonished. They were well aware of the Bloodscar sword master's fearsome reputation. As one of the 5 powerhouses of the Huaguang realm, his status was earned entirely through his unmatched strength. Years ago, when he was still in the chi and blood like dragons stage, he single-handedly annihilated a sect led by a half-step divine sea master with just his sword, leaving rivers of blood in his wake and cementing his legendary renown. Since advancing to the half-step divine sea stage, the Bloodscar sword master's famed blood sea sword had rarely been unsheathed. Within the entire Huaguang realm, there was no one who could compel him to draw it. Yet now, this legendary weapon had reappeared, and the sword master once again exuded the same murderous aura of his glory days. Even more shocking, however, was Lin Ze's reaction. Not only did he show no fear in the face of such a formidable opponent, but he also declared his intention to challenge 3 of the top powerhouses simultaneously. It was common knowledge that the other 2 who stood alongside the Bloodscar sword master as the 5 giants of the Huaguang realm were equally unfathomable in their strength. Wow, a true man should be like this. Like this? Are you kidding? This is pure suicide. The crowd erupted in heated discussion, eagerly anticipating the earth-shattering battle that was about to unfold. High above in the skies, the face of the elder Tianji darkened. Youthful arrogance. Let me see what gives you the confidence to spout such madness. With a cold snort, Elder Tianji unleashed an overwhelming aura. His eyes glimmered with mysterious light as his robes billowed in the wind, exuding an enigmatic energy. His graying hair and beard turned jet black as his aged appearance transformed, restoring the vigor of his prime. A proud young man in white emerged from the void, stepping forward to stand beside the Bloodscar sword master. Lin Ze's gaze then shifted to the last of the 3, Miao Yu. Unexpectedly, she smiled. Her smile was naturally captivating, stirring a wave of desire that seemed to engulf the entire heavens and earth. This has nothing to do with me, my dear. I'm merely here out of boredom to enjoy the show. Please, do continue, she said with a playful tone. With that, she summoned a swing suspended in the clouds, gracefully seated herself on it, and began to sway her long legs as she watched the impending battle with calm amusement. Miao Yu's uncharacteristic behavior caused both the Bloodskar Swordmaster and Elder Tianji to frown inwardly. It was well known that, despite her carefree and flirtatious exterior, Miao Yu was fiercely proud and unyielding. Anyone who dared to disrespect her would face utter annihilation. Her current reaction, coupled with her earlier familiarity with Lin Ze, stirred unease in Elder Tianji's heart. He quietly activated his divination techniques, attempting to unravel the mysteries of the unfolding situation. The Elder Tianji gazed at the blank divination pattern, his heart filled with shock. As a cultivator on the verge of reaching the Divine Sea realm, he understood that if a battle were to erupt, it would bring devastation to all living beings across the Tianyun region. Young man, he said after a moment of contemplation, obtaining the Celestial Fate token is your fortune. You are the most favored individual of this generation in Huaguang. It is rare for someone of your caliber to emerge from our impoverished land. It would truly be a pity to see such potential wasted. I do not wish to make things too difficult for you. If you can prove yourself worthy of the Celestial Fate token, I will allow you to keep it. He turned to the Bloodskar Swordmaster. Bloodskar Daoist friend, what is your opinion? The Bloodskar Swordmaster let out a cold laugh. Over the years, he had come to understand Elder Tianji's personality all too well. This old man was backing down. You may fear him, but I do not, the Bloodskar Swordmaster declared, planting his blood-red sword firmly in front of him. With a sharp, commanding voice, he continued, if you don't have the courage to fight, step aside. As for you, he pointed his sword at Lin Ze. If it's a battle you want, then let's fight. Enough with the chatter. Before his words had fully settled, the Bloodskar Swordmaster unleashed the ultimate power of the heaven and earth extreme fiend. In an instant, a violent, bloodthirsty aura engulfed the sky. Strike, he roared, and the blood-red blade soared through the air, its domineering sword light illuminating 19 provinces. A blood-colored sword energy, brimming with destructive power, shot toward Lin Ze at an unimaginable speed, swift as thunder, fast as lightning. Wherever the sword energy passed, the wails of countless tormented souls echoed, as if a blood-soaked hell had been unleashed. But Lin Ze remained unfazed. A sword technique? I can do that too. With that, he activated the 10th level of the mid-tier Earthgrade sword technique, Hidden Sword, Concealed Radiance. In an instant, his entire being transformed into an ancient divine sword unsheathed. 10 years of hiding my edge, and today I reveal my sword to you. Countless streams of sword energy converged into a mighty river, effortlessly tearing through the Bloodskar Swordmaster's sea of blood as it surged forward like a storm. The Bloodskar Swordmaster's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to deploy his sword escape technique, a concealed, dazzling white light erupted from within the river of swords. Not good, he exclaimed, but it was too late. The tempest of sword energy tore through him, slamming his body into the ground with such force that it created a bottomless crater in the rocky plain. Using their spiritual senses, the onlookers investigated and found that the Bloodskar Swordmaster had been shredded by the sword energy, dead on the spot. The malevolent sword, which had absorbed the bloodthirsty aura of countless battles, had also been shattered in the duel, its divine glow extinguished. As for Lin Ze, he had already retracted all his sword energy, standing calmly as if the earth-shattering battle moments ago was nothing extraordinary. With a single strike, one of Huaguang's 5 great powerhouses, the Bloodskar Swordmaster, had fallen to his death today. Hiss! The sound of gasps echoed one after another in shock. Every gaze in the crowd was fixed on the lifeless corpse that had collapsed on the ground. The Bloodskar Swordmaster, a figure who had dominated the Huaguang realm for over 10,000 years. With just one strike, a being of such unparalleled might had fallen. This completely shattered everyone's understanding. Even the Lord of the Divine Sea realm would struggle to execute such a swift and decisive kill. The true identity of this mysterious figure became the subject of endless speculation. Songjian was even more shaken. He had keenly recognized the sword intent within that fatal strike. It was unmistakably derived from the core techniques of the hidden sword art from Hidden Sword Mountain. Though the strike contained deeper layers of meaning and power, the signature intent of the hidden sword was unmistakable. The thought that the opponent had studied the hidden sword art for less than 20 days made Songjian feel as if the world was spinning. In such a short time, this person had not only comprehended the profound mysteries of an art he had spent 70,000 years perfecting, but had even refined and elevated it. Such comprehension was beyond the reach of even the most enlightened sages. Songjian was plunged into deep self-doubt. High above, Miao Yu continued to leisurely swing on her swing, but the faint smile on her lips carried an unfathomable depth. The silence at the scene lingered for a long time until someone turned their gaze toward another prominent contender for the immortal fate token, Elder Tianji. What they saw left them stunned yet again. The elder, who had just moments ago been brimming with vigor and radiating power, had somehow reverted to his original appearance of an aged figure with white hair. Even more astonishing, he had retreated to a nearly indiscernible distance. Ha ha ha, young friend, your divine skills are unparalleled. This old man is in awe, Elder Tianji said with a hearty laugh. The immortal fate token falling into your hands is a blessing for the Huaguang realm. I have no doubt you will claim the top spot on the 9 sects ranking and inherit the position of half-saint. Allow me to offer my early congratulations for your smooth journey and assured success. Though his words were humble and full of praise, Elder Tianji's back was drenched in cold sweat. As the Bloodskar Swordmaster's longtime rival, he knew all too well the extent of that man's strength. They had been evenly matched, their battles stretching over centuries without a clear victor. For Bloodskar to be slain in a single strike was only his quick instincts to retreat that had saved him from joining his old rival in death. Lin Ze glanced at him, unimpressed. You're giving up the immortal fate token? I am indeed. Young friend, your divine skills are unmatched. This old man is humbled and deeply impressed. Watching the elder, who clearly knew when to yield, Lin Ze couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This old turtle, I was just getting warmed up. His gaze then shifted to a member of a smaller sect within the crowd. And what about you? Do you accept it? The sudden question exploded amidst the crowd, drawing everyone's attention instantly to the source of the voice. Standing there, seemingly unremarkable, was a young monk in black robes, who now became the focus of all eyes. The young monk glanced at the crowd's reaction and sighed helplessly before shedding his disguise. His figure rose into the air, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura swept across the scene. Behind him, a mystical sea of human life appeared, its tides ebbing and flowing. As this ordinary monk's true form gradually emerged, he transformed into a commanding and imposing middle-aged man in black. It was none other than the legendary cultivator of the divine sea realm in the Huaguang realm, a unique existence within the entire realm, the Lord of Huaguang himself. The crowd stared in disbelief, their mouths twitching at the sight. A dignified realm lord, masquerading as a lowly monk and blending into the crowd, clearly intending to play the role of an onlooker waiting to reap the benefits. The cunning schemes of this old fox left everyone speechless. How did you discover me? The Lord of Huaguang, seated cross-legged above the divine sea, surrounded by radiant light, asked with a voice full of authority. Lin Ze replied calmly, I used my eyes. Such an immense life force, if he couldn't detect it, then the countless techniques he'd cultivated over thousands of years would have been for nothing. The Lord of Huaguang was momentarily at a loss for words. Are we fighting or not? Don't waste my time, Lin Ze asked bluntly. The Lord of Huaguang cursed inwardly. Though he was a divine sea realm cultivator, his strength was only slightly above that of Xuan, who had just been slain with a single sword strike. Even the blood sea sword had been shattered. Facing such a formidable being, how could he dare to make a move? While the immortal destiny token was valuable, it couldn't compare to the painstakingly accumulated cultivation of tens of thousands of years. He quickly put on a smile and said, You must be joking, my friend. I, like the heavens themselves, deeply admire your unparalleled skills. The immortal destiny token in your hands is clearly the will of fate. How could mere mortals like us dare to defy destiny? Please go ahead. Lin Ze shrugged in resignation and turned to leave. Raising the immortal destiny token, he opened the true gates of Daojia Mountain. With a flash of mysterious divine light, Lin Ze's figure vanished. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, breaking into discussions about this mysterious and powerful stranger. Yet, just as they began to relax, the shadow of Daojia Mountain shifted again, and another beam of divine light shot into the sky. The crowd looked up in shock, only to see that Zhangjian and Dun Yi Daoist had taken advantage of the brief chaos to follow Lin Ze, escorting Luo Wuchen into Daojia Mountain. Damn it! Someone in the crowd finally cursed aloud, unable to contain themselves. Everyone suddenly realized the truth, as if struck by lightning. The revelation hit them hard, and the crowd erupted in anger. Some pounded their chests in frustration, others glared with fury, and a few were trembling with rage. Just a mere blood smoke and sun-like vitality, and they managed to sneak someone in right under our noses. Curse them. You lot are 10 times more treacherous than that old scoundrel of a realm master. Huaguang realm still had 2 immortal fate tokens? Who could have thought there'd be any left after that one? The crowd's glares toward Dun Yi and Zhangjian were filled with venomous hatred. If not for fear of their formidable cultivation, the crowd might have already torn them to pieces. But what was done, and no amount of regret could change the outcome. In the end, they had no choice but to suppress their resentment and step forward, pretending to congratulate them casually. High above, The Hua Guang Realm Master and the Elder of Heavenly Secrets exchanged a glance, both unimpressed by the tactics of Dun Yi and Zhang. Their attention was entirely focused on Lin Ze. Heavenly Secrets, does your divination reveal anything? Nothing but a blank slate. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets shook his head. This person is shrouded in mist, completely unreadable. He turned to Miao Yu, who was gazing at Dao Jia Mountain. Fairy Miao Yu, you must recognize this mysterious newcomer, don't you? Miao Yu didn't respond. She merely smiled enigmatically. After taking one last look at Dao Jia Mountain, she turned and stepped into the void, her voice drifting softly on the wind. Soon, we shall meet again. I can hardly wait. At that moment, within the mysterious void realm, Lin Ze had already arrived at the foot of Dao Jia Mountain. A young man, carrying a green sword on his back, dressed in simple attire, with a crimson leaf pattern adorning his brow, was recording something. Ninth place, awarded 992 strands of Dao Tribulation Qi, he announced. The immortal fate token in Lin Ze's hand began to glow as the profound Dao Tribulation Qi flowed into it, and ancient characters representing the number 992 appeared on the token. After recording, the young man turned to leave, but within a single breath, he stopped again because another divine light suddenly appeared beside Lin Ze. His face finally showed a trace of confusion. These two, they're from the same realm? And they entered so close together in time. Luo Wuchen was filled with doubt. What were the people in this realm doing? Were they all asleep? Despite his confusion, his hands kept moving without pause. The 10th place, awarded 991 strands of Dao Tribulation Qi, the man in plain robes announced. After recording the result as usual, he departed gracefully. It was only at this moment that Luo Wuchen finally snapped out of the dangerous smuggling experience he had just endured. His face flushed red with disbelief. 10th place? I actually got 10th place? This result far exceeded his expectations. In his view, while he might be considered a genius within the Dunyi sect in the Huaguang realm, when looking at the entire Qing territory, with its core great realms boasting superior resources, ancient legacies, and more powerful masters, why shouldn't others be more exceptional than him? Yet the reality was that he had indeed secured an impressive 10th place. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Wuchen didn't forget who had sheltered him and made it possible for him to enter Dao Tribulation Mountain and achieve this result. He bowed deeply toward Lin Ze. Thank you, Senior Shinwu King. Lin Ze's tone was calm. No need to thank me. Being able to keep up and seize the opportunity is your own ability. Instead of expressing gratitude here, you should think about what to do next. Yes, Senior, your guidance is right. Luo Wuchen suppressed his excitement and looked around. When he noticed the 8 individuals who had arrived earlier observing them with great interest, his joy quickly faded. Senior, those 8 people arrived even faster than you. Luo Wuchen whispered. He couldn't help but feel astonished. After all, the Shinwu King held the Xianyuan token and didn't need to hide, sweeping through the realm with absolute strength. This kind of brute force approach was already the fastest possible, unless these 8 also possessed the same overwhelming power to dominate the entire realm. But judging by their appearance, none of them seemed like peerless experts. Just as Luo Wuchen was about to step forward to probe, a seemingly ordinary, chubby Dao attendant walked over first. He spoke in a surprisingly casual tone. Did you two also wake up and find yourselves here? Wake up and find ourselves here? Luo Wuchen's lips twitched while Lin Ze remained silent. Scratching his head, the chubby Dao attendant explained, yeah, all of us who arrived earlier were just within the range of Dao Tribulation Mountain's shadow when it descended. I only rolled over in my sleep and ended up here. Oh, except for the first place guy. What about him? Luo Wuchen asked, trying to maintain his composure. He got directly smashed in the face by Dao Tribulation Mountain. The words of the chubby Daoist child left Luo Wuchen feeling deeply unsettled. Reflecting on the efforts he and his master had poured into securing the immortal fate token, they had spared no effort. They had not only allied with the Zhongjin Mountain sect, but also devised a clever strategy of diversion and manipulation. Even so, their chances of entering Daojia Mountain were uncertain. Yet these 8 individuals? They didn't have to lift a finger, and Daojia Mountain practically delivered itself to them. Damn it! Luo Wuchen cursed inwardly, but as he reconsidered, at least the mystery of these 8 people's sudden appearance was solved. Initially, he had feared that they might all possess unfathomable strength like the legendary Shinwu King. If that were the case, wouldn't the Daojia Mountain trial become their one-man show? However, this explanation was even more unsettling. Achieving such fortune merely through luck? Who knows what even more outrageous events awaited ahead? With this in mind, Luo Wuchen grew increasingly cautious. He first observed Lin Ze's reaction discreetly, and seeing no response from him, he tentatively spoke. I see. Our situation is somewhat similar. We happen to be near Daojia Mountain as well. The chubby Daoist child immediately puffed up with pride and began boasting to the other 7 individuals. Narrowing his eyes, Luo Wuchen pressed further. Since you arrived first, Taoist brother, do you know what the next steps are? After all, this is a trial to choose the heir of a semi-saint. Surely there must be something special in store? Well, the chubby Taoist child shook his head. Senior brother of the 9 sects didn't say anything specific. I guess we'll have to wait until everyone arrives to find out. At this moment, a young man in red stepped forward. The first trial should still be climbing the stairs. For countless millennia, this has been the established rule of the Daojia Mountain trials. He pointed toward a winding stone staircase at the mountain's base, its surface visibly marked with signs of wear and damage. There it is, the only pathway up the mountain. Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen followed his gaze to see an ancient, weathered stone staircase. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Luo Wuchen couldn't help but ask, what's so special about this staircase? The young man in red smirked faintly. Ah, you've asked the right person. It's said that this ancient staircase tests a person's willpower. With every step you take, you'll encounter illusions from ancient times designed to distract and disorient you. Those with weak resolve won't make it far before being overwhelmed by the illusions. Some may even suffer permanent psychological scars. Luo Wuchen furrowed his brow. So, the first trial is a test of willpower? If you can't finish climbing the stairs, you're eliminated? The young man in red suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, finish climbing the stairs? Seeing Luo Wuchen's puzzled expression, the chubby Taoist child explained. Since the Daojia Mountain trials began, over millions of years, only 13 people have ever completed the climb. So this is how the assessment mechanism of Daojia Mountain works, Luo Wuchen realized with a sudden understanding. Each trial is scored independently, and all the tribulation chi earned by participants is accumulated. The final ranking is determined by the total score. The chubby Taoist child explained in detail. The selection process of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain is extremely comprehensive. Some rise to prominence through sheer luck, others achieve greatness through perseverance, and there are those with extraordinary talent who dominate for millennia. The sects do not judge by a single standard. Instead, they evaluate each disciple's overall performance and potential. No wonder the 9 sects of the Azure Domain have ruled this region for tens of millions of years, Luo Wuchen remarked with genuine admiration. The thoughtful selection process filled him with anticipation for the sect he was about to join, and a faint excitement stirred within him. The chubby Taoist child offered a kind reminder. Most people are indeed unaware of these details. I suggest you adjust your state of mind now and prepare to ascend the ancient stone steps. I've seen many lose the chance to gather more tribulation chi due to poor mental preparation. Luo Wuchen cast a slightly doubtful glance at him. Taoist brother, you're being so upfront. Aren't you worried? No need to overthink, the chubby Taoist child said with a smile. My father often says that if everyone hoards their knowledge and rejects others, the Azure Domain will have no future. Instead of competing with mediocrity, it's better to seek out worthy opponents for a true challenge. A golden domain should be vibrant and filled with brilliance. These words deeply moved Luo Wuchen, who expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist brother. No need to thank me, the chubby Taoist child waved it off. Focus on your breathing and recovery time is tight. Daojia Mountain exists in the void realm, where the flow of time is different and unstable compared to the outside world. Sometimes it lasts a dozen hours, other times 2 days, and occasionally it ends in just a few hours. Before he finished speaking, another divine light flashed. A figure radiating a murderous aura appeared, holding a blood-soaked head in his hand. It was clear he had just fought a fierce battle to reach this place. A newcomer appeared, a burly man with a wild mane and a fearsome aura that seemed to radiate boundless vitality. He was clad in a crimson robe soaked with blood, his face twisted in a savage expression, and his eyes glinted with a ruthless malice. His gaze, sharp and venomous like a serpent's, swept across Lin Ze and the others, as though seeking his next prey. The crowd's expressions turned cold at the sight of him. Even the usually affable and smiling chubby Taoist boy furrowed his brows. A red-clad youth standing nearby sneered and broke the silence, his tone mocking. Has nobody told you how disrespectful your stare is? Ha, save your small-town antics for elsewhere. Daojia Mountain is no place for you to throw your weight around. The burly man's sinister gaze immediately locked onto the red-clad youth. Is that so? He chuckled darkly, then casually tore apart the severed head he held in his hand into pieces. The red-clad youth shook his head in mock exasperation. Tiske. It's hard to reason with someone courting death. At that moment, a figure dressed in plain robes and carrying a green sword approached calmly. He was from one of the 9 sects. Despite the tense atmosphere, his tone remained composed. Daojia Mountain is a sacred land of the Azure Domain. Before the trial officially begins, all fighting is strictly prohibited here. Anyone who disobeys. His gaze landed on the burly man, and a flash of swordlight ignited in his eyes. Shall be executed. That single word, executed, carried an overwhelming sense of authority. The plain-robed man turned and left after speaking, leaving behind only a brief announcement. The 11th place will receive 990 strands of Daojia Qi. The previously overbearing burly man now stood drenched in sweat, his face pale with terror. Whatever he experienced in that fleeting moment of swordlight seemed to have stripped him of all his arrogance. No one could tell what he had just endured. The red-clad youth clicked his tongue in disdain. Idiot. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. With that, the group dispersed to meditate and recover. Only Lin Ze and a seemingly lazy youth in a blue robe cast thoughtful glances at the burly man. The blue-robed youth, noticing Lin Ze's gaze, studied him with mild interest before returning to his usual drowsy demeanor. This was the very individual the chubby Taoist had mentioned, the first-rank genius who had caught Daojia Mountain's attention. Lin Ze mused to himself, no one who enters Daojia Mountain ahead of time is simple. This trial, which gathers the finest talents of the Azure Domain, is truly worth it. Time flew by, and divine lights continued to descend upon Daojia Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd grew denser. Among them were fortunate individuals who had been selected, powerful warriors who had fought their way through, and cunning strategists who had orchestrated their way forward. They gathered together, eagerly discussing their views on the trial and sharing insights on cultivation. The bustling commotion on Daojia Mountain abruptly ceased as a divine light descended. When the radiance faded, it revealed an elderly man with a frail and withered appearance. His hunched frame and gaunt face made him seem as though a mere gust of wind might topple him. The gathered elite cultivators of the Central Realm froze in shock. The venerable Kuruo? Someone whispered in astonishment. As the undisputed strongest Tianyuan cultivator of the Southern Jua domain, the arrival of the venerable Kuruo sent a ripple of anxiety through the crowd. If the legendary Immortal Fate token truly existed in the Southern Jua domain, this venerable figure would not miss the opportunity. Many of the young talents who recognized Venerable Kuruo immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Venerable Kuruo. A faint, wooden smile appeared on the elder's face. Ah, you young ones always arrive so quickly. Not at all, not at all. We are far from being worthy of comparison to you, Venerable. They quickly responded with humility. The old man shook his head with a faint chuckle. His raspy voice slowly emerged. I've been around for tens of millions of years, already halfway to the grave. The future of the Azure Domain lies with you young ones. I'm only here today to make one last effort with what little time I have left. Perhaps the heavens will show mercy and allow me to grasp the mysteries of destiny before the end. You carry on with your tasks. Pay no mind to this old man. Despite his words, no one present dared take them lightly. As a Tianyuan cultivator of the highest rank, Venerable Kuruo had dominated the Azure Domain for millions of years. In comparison, few among the gathered talents were even certain they could achieve the Tianyuan realm, let alone ascend to the near-mythical heights of a supreme Tianyuan cultivator. At that moment, a figure in plain robes, carrying a green sword, appeared once more. Upon seeing Venerable Kuruo, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Venerable Kuruo. The frail old man quickly waved his hand. The Heavenly Sword Sovereign's realm far exceeds my own. I dare not accept such a title as Venerable from you. The three words, Heavenly Sword Sovereign, instantly silenced the entire gathering. Everyone realized the true identity of the robed man before Thema, peerless cultivator of the D-Dao Tianyuan level, a sovereign among cultivators. It was almost unthinkable that such a legendary figure would personally oversee the Daojia Mountain trial. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Sword Sovereign, the crowd exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply. The Heavenly Sword Sovereign gave only a slight nod before turning to Venerable Kuruo with a helpless smile. Here you are again. You were a close friend of my master, and in my early years, you guided me many times. Even if I were to achieve the status of a destiny sage, I could never presume to act superior in your presence. Saying this, he respectfully handed over the Immortal Fate token, which had been inscribed with rankings and infused with the energy of the Tao Tribulation. You are ranked 397, still quite a favorable position. With your abilities, there is still a great chance for success in this trial. Faced with such praise, Elder Korong smiled and shook his head, a humble expression appearing on his aged face. I'm just an old man nearing the end of his days. I don't have such great abilities. Coming here this time, if I can have the chance to meet the half-saint and receive a few words of guidance, I would already be content. As he spoke, several radiant beams of divine light descended from the heavens, landing in various places on Daojia Mountain. Seeing this, Elder Korong turned to the Heavenly Sword Emperor and said, All right, you don't need to worry about this old man. Go and attend to your duties. I'll come back to visit later, and we can catch up then. The Heavenly Sword Emperor replied respectfully, bowing. By my count, it's been over 300,000 years since you entered seclusion. My master has been mentioning you recently, saying you still owe him a jar of Zue Meng Immortal Brew. He's been eagerly awaiting your return to claim it. Ha ha ha, that old drunkard still remembers. Elder Korong chuckled, half amused and half exasperated. Alright, alright. Once this trip to Daojia Mountain is over, I'll bring the brew, and we can have a good drink together with your master. After the Heavenly Sword Emperor departed to fulfill his duties, Elder Korong turned to warmly converse with the younger generation present. His kind and approachable demeanor quickly attracted numerous cultivators eager to seek his guidance. Meanwhile, atop the bustling scene, the peak of Daojia Mountain was shrouded in clouds of tribulation energy. 9 towering figures, the greatest beings of the Green Domain, stepped out from the void, overlooking the gathering of destiny-blessed individuals below. At the center of these 9 figures sat an extraordinary elder. His appearance was ancient and frail, with gray hair cascading like a waterfall, spanning over 3,000 feet in length. These strands resembled mighty dragons, extending into the depths of the void, faint glimmers of light flowing along them. Yet, in the eyes of these 9 supreme beings, what appeared to be ordinary gray hair was, in truth, a binding chain and restriction imposed by the heavens to counterbalance this elder. For he was none other than the being that all of creation feared, the supreme ruler of the Green Domain, and the most powerful figure beneath the saints. Qinghe Half-Saint. Qinghe Half-Saint had personally descended to Daojia Mountain to witness and select his successor. This elevated the significance of the trial far beyond its usual standards. Typically, it was only the elders of the 9 sects who presided over such events, with the occasional presence of a vice sect leader's projection. But today, the grandeur was unprecedented. With the arrival of the semi-saint Qinghe, all the supreme leaders of the 9 sects gathered, elevating the significance of this trial to unprecedented heights. The original host, a Tianyuan cultivator, was temporarily promoted to a royal-level overseer, with the Tianyuan sovereign of prodigious talent personally monitoring and documenting the entire process to ensure absolute fairness in the selection of the semi-saint successor. The 9 supreme figures silently observed each trial participant. As time passed, one of them finally broke the silence, their voice echoing through the void. Time is up. Only 812 participants made it, while nearly 200 failed to arrive in time. The gap is indeed significant. Should we wait a little longer? Someone suggested. No, the set time must be adhered to. Those who failed to enter simply lack the strength and are not destined for this trial. Agreed. Then let us begin. All 9 figures turned their gaze to Qinghe, the semi-saint seated in the highest position. This formidable figure, with gray hair cascading thousands of feet, sat hunched with closed eyes, seemingly in deep slumber, entirely unresponsive to their attention. Seeing this, the 9 figures immediately passed the order to the Heavenly Sword Sovereign, signaling the official start of the trial. Receiving the command from the peak of Dao Tribulation Mountain, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign raised his head, looking toward the sky shrouded in tribulation energy, as though attempting to glimpse a saintly visage. Then, in a flash, he appeared beside the ancient stone staircase at the foot of the mountain, unleashing a piercing sword cry. Zenklang. Time is up. The trial begins. As his voice fell, all the pathways into Dao Tribulation Mountain were sealed, and the shadows of the mountain across various realms vanished instantly. Outside, angry and unwilling shouts erupted. No, just a bit more time. Give me 1 more hour. However, these voices were unable to penetrate the mountain. Tribulation energy began to spread across the entire Dao Tribulation Mountain, breathing new life into the ancient peak. The ancient stone staircase beside the Heavenly Sword Sovereign emitted a mysterious brilliance, seemingly capable of captivating the soul and drawing everyone's attention. The first trial, the ancient Heavenly Staircase. The Heavenly Sword Sovereign declared solemnly. This staircase originates from ancient times and will awaken the deepest desires and flaws within your heart's greed, anger, delusion. You will confront the extremes of evil and beauty, kindness and truth, falsehood and reality. The higher you ascend, the more terrifying the visions become. Countless phenomena will unfold before you, so proceed with caution. If you find yourself unable to continue, crush the Immortal Fate token to exit the trial, and you will be transferred to the second stage. Do not recklessly persist, lest you suffer lifelong regret. With that, a wisp of tribulation energy began to burn slowly in his palm. The trial will last until this tribulation energy is completely extinguished. At that point, regardless of which step you are on, you will automatically proceed to the second trial. Before his words fully settled, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign vanished, leaving behind only the steadily burning tribulation energy. In the next moment, shadows flickered on the celestial staircase as countless figures surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on prey, rushing up the ancient steps. The cultivators took 2 steps at a time, scrambling to ascend, each eager to present their best selves before the great figures at the mountain's peak. The Heavenly Tribulation Mountain Staircase? It's nothing special. A mere illusion like this, how could it stop my steps? My fellow Taoists, I shall go ahead and await you at the summit. Arrogant laughter echoed one after another, but the reality was quite different. On the surface, it appeared that everyone was advancing rapidly, their words and actions exuding confidence. Yet, on the staircase, most of them remained utterly still, as if rooted in place like wooden stakes. A few managed to move forward by mere steps, while only a rare handful of cultivators climbed resolutely upward. This eerie scene sent chills down Luo Wuchen's spine. Out of caution, he stepped back a few paces, intending to let others forge ahead as a test. However, this retreat allowed him to discern the terrifying nature of the illusion on the heavenly tribulation mountain. The pudgy Taoist child beside him spoke gravely. This is the most terrifying aspect of the first trial on heavenly tribulation mountain. It's far more insidious than sudden appearances of beauties, divine techniques, or fortuitous encounters. People can recognize those as potential traps, but this seemingly real yet illusory climb to the summit aligns perfectly with their deepest desires in this moment. A red-haired youth leaned closer with a sly grin. What's even scarier is that everything we're saying now, everything you're seeing may already be part of the illusion. You think you've stepped back to observe, but that very thought of retreating might just be the illusion fulfilling your expectations. Luo Wuchen fell silent, and after a long pause, he let out a bitter laugh. It seems you've hit the nail on the head. I truly am already trapped in an illusion. He turned his gaze to Lin Ze, who stood motionless beside him like a stone statue, and his apprehension deepened. The trial of heavenly tribulation mountain was far more formidable than he had imagined. Even the great Shenwu King cannot see through this illusion. Luo Wuchen sighed inwardly, marveling at the presence that seemed to be the incarnation of a saint. At that moment, the red-haired youth suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoist Luo. His voice boomed like thunder in Luo Wuchen's ears, jolting him awake. He realized in shock had never told the other party his surname was Luo. With a deafening crash, the illusion shattered. Luo Wuchen found himself inexplicably far from the mountain's base, having somehow ascended dozens of steps on the celestial staircase. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he deeply grasped the formidable reputation of the Tao Tribulation Mountain trial. Looking up, he saw the red-haired youth who had helped him break the illusion turning back with a mysterious smile. The youth then resumed his climb without a word. The sight sent another chill down Luo Wuchen's spine. Could this still be an illusion within an illusion? He began to question the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, at the peak of Tao Tribulation Mountain, among 9 great beings, one chuckled softly. 2 Chilean clan individuals interesting. The Chilean clan has indeed progressed rapidly over the past million years. It seems fortune is finally favoring them. Should we expel them? Leave them be. The Chilean clan's innate ability to sense each other is part of their heritage, it's their strength. Their attention, however, soon shifted to the leader on the celestial staircase, Lin Ze. From the start of the trial, Lin Ze had displayed extraordinary prowess. His goal was clear: to join the 9 sects of the Azure Domain and secure a core position. For him, the Tao Tribulation Mountain was no place for modesty. It was time to showcase his strength. With the accumulation of knowledge from tens of thousands of techniques, including many designed to temper the mind and spirit, Lin Ze's mental fortitude was unshakable. He advanced with unstoppable momentum, soaring ever higher, quickly capturing the attention of the 9 great beings. This young man has reached the 597th step without a hint of hesitation. Old Jiang, at what step did you start to falter back then? One of them asked. The being addressed as Old Jiang calmly replied, the 536th step. He is indeed stronger than I was. Interesting. It seems we are about to witness the 14th person in the Azure Domain to complete the celestial staircase illusion. By this point, Lin Ze had already ascended to the 669th step. His astonishing speed left everyone in disbelief. The pudgy Tao child and the red-haired youth could hardly trust their own eyes. That fast? I'm starting to think I'm trapped in an illusion. Could this guy be a fabricated rival in my mind? Should I pinch my immortal fate token to check? Get lost. At the mountain's base, the previous first-place contender who had been struck in the face by Tao Tribulation Mountain itself remained lounging lazily in the same spot, seemingly half asleep. He was the only one yet to begin the climb. The languid young man seemed utterly indifferent to the trial at Doxy Mountain. Even the significant selection for the heir of the half-saint lineage failed to spark his interest. He idly waited until everyone else had started up the mountain path before lazily stretching, yawning, and finally standing up. His gaze then fell on Lin Ze, who was leading the pack on the heavenly stairway. Noticing the vast gap between Lin Ze and the others, a flicker of interest finally appeared in his otherwise dull eyes. Ah, it's you? Things might actually get interesting now. As he stepped onto the heavenly stairway of Doxy Mountain, the mysterious calamity aura dissipated wherever he passed, and even the glowing illusions dimmed. His pace was not fast, but every step was firm and resolute. Following the mountain's tempestuous winds, he steadily advanced, quickly overtaking many others as he moved toward Lin Ze. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already reached the 799th step, approaching the crucial final 200 steps. This section was the most perilous part of the first trial, where 9 out of 10 prodigies would falter. Yet without hesitation, Lin Ze took the next step. In that instant, the calamity aura transformed, awakening the deepest memories from his heart. The scene before him shifted abruptly, now stood in a familiar modern city. Skyscrapers towered around him, streets bustled with traffic, and the city lights gleamed brightly. At some point, his white robes had turned into casual clothes he hadn't worn in 18 years. Lin Ze silently pulled out a set of keys, climbed a set of stairs, and opened the door to his home. "You're back, son. Go wash your hands. Your dad brought some drinks, and we'll eat as soon as he gets here." His mother's voice, both familiar and distant, called out, causing his lips to tremble slightly. He sat quietly at the dining table, waiting. Soon, he heard the door open, and his father walked in, carrying 2 bottles of beer. "Son, it's your 19th birthday today. Let's share a drink." Lin Ze took the bottles, opened both, and placed them in front of his father before helping his mother bring the dishes to the table. The 3 of them sat together, his parents chatting about everyday life as they celebrated his birthday. But Lin Ze remained silent, not even touching his food. His parents looked at him with concern. "Why aren't you happy? Did something happen outside?" Forcing a faint smile, Lin Ze shook his head. Finally, he spoke, "No, it's nothing. I just wanted to see you both one last time." 18 years already feels like a long time, but the millions of years ahead will be even longer. In the endless passage of time, only the past and oblivion remain eternal. "I'm afraid that once I leave this illusion, I might forget." From the very beginning, Lin Ze had known this was just an illusion from Doxy Mountain. After all, he was different from the others. Most people hide their deepest, darkest secrets in their hearts, but Lin Ze harbors an even more astonishing truth as a reincarnator who has traveled through time. Since the moment his memories awakened, he has never revealed this secret to anyone. It is unique across the entire Tianlan continent. Because of this, when the illusion presented scenes of reincarnation, Lin Ze immediately recognized them as false. Yet, he chose to linger. Before him were familiar faces, the warm smiles of his parents, Lin's father and mother. Even knowing it was an illusion, he couldn't help but want to stay a little longer in this fleeting dream. His parents seemed to sense something, their smiles growing even gentler. In the next moment, the familiar earth crumbled and dissolved into chaos. At the peak of Daojia Mountain, 9 supreme beings observed the scene, their brows furrowed. With the strength Lin Ze had displayed, the 800th level of the trial shouldn't have caused him to falter. The trials of Daojia Mountain were always progressive. Those who couldn't endure typically showed a gradual decline, not a sudden pause like Lin Ze. It seems this has touched upon the deepest secret in his heart, one of them remarked softly. Even knowing it's an illusion, he's still willing to stop for it. "Ha, who doesn't have a dream they don't want to wake from?" Ah, youth is truly wonderful. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a peculiar figure ascending the heavenly steps below. The person climbed at a steady, unhurried pace, seemingly unaffected by the illusions of the heavenly staircase. At first, they thought this was another individual with an unshakable will, but upon closer observation, they realized the situation was far from ordinary. The tribulation energy is avoiding him. No, he's stepping on the weakest points of the staircase. Even the tribulation winds are aligning with his steps. Is he controlling Daojia Mountain? No, there's no energy fluctuation. It feels like Daojia Mountain is assisting him on its own. The 9 supreme beings exchanged puzzled glances. As the ultimate rulers of the Qing domain, their knowledge and experience were vast, yet they struggled to explain the strange phenomenon before them. There were no energy waves, no mental domination, yet the tribulation energy dissipated on its own. The winds bowed to him, and it seemed as though the entire Daojia Mountain was sheltering this young man. This should not have been possible. Since the departure of the supreme sage who created the Qing domain, the Qing Sagino, one had ever been able to truly control Daojia Mountain. Even the Qing sage's direct descendant, Qing He, a semi-saint, could only slightly influence it with the power of his bloodline. One of the 9, known as Old Jiang, appeared deep in thought, as if recalling an ancient legend. However, he simply said, "Let's see how he performs next." Before the words had fully settled, Lin Ze resumed his ascent. This time, he did not pause again, almost flying upward. In a matter of moments, he left the languid young man far behind, effortlessly claiming first place. The moment Lin Ze reached the summit of the heavenly ladder, the Sky Sword Emperor, who had been silently observing the entire trial, appeared. As a ruler of the Tianyuan realm, this was his first time overseeing the Dao Tribulation Mountain trials, yet he was thoroughly familiar with everything here. After all, Dao Tribulation Mountain was one of the 9 sacred grounds of the Qing region. Not only had he heard detailed accounts about it, but one of his junior disciples had once emerged as a top 10 contender from this very trial. Looking at Lin Ze standing before him, the Sky Sword Emperor's gaze was filled with astonishment. Since the opening of the ancient heavenly ladder during the Tao Tribulation Mountain trials, only 13 individuals in the entire Qing region had ever completed the climb. Even these prodigies had struggled and lingered for a long time on the final 100 or 200 steps. Yet Lin Ze seemed to have ascended with ease, as if strolling through a garden, pausing only briefly on the last 200 steps before effortlessly reaching the top, completely disregarding the illusions of the heavenly ladder. If the Sky Sword Emperor had not personally monitored the process, he might have suspected a malfunction in the tribulation energy of Tao Tribulation Mountain. Could there truly be someone in this world with such unshakable determination? The first trial is complete 999 steps climbed. You are awarded 1,000 strands of tribulation energy, announced the Sky Sword Emperor. Since you completed the entire course, you also receive a time-based bonus. He looked at Lin Ze again, his astonishment deepening. The previous record for the fastest completion of the heavenly ladder had earned 359 strands of tribulation energy. Yet this young man had completed it using only 57 strands of tribulation energy, earning an additional 943 strands as a reward. As the vast amount of tribulation energy poured into Lin Ze's immortal fate token, its value skyrocketed from 992 to 2,935. This staggering number instantly propelled Lin Ze to first place, leaving the other participants still struggling halfway up the mountain far behind. The typically formal and impartial Sky Sword Emperor couldn't help but break protocol and speak up. Congratulations, you're in first place. In his eyes, Lin Ze, who had shattered records, now stood on the same level as himself. After all, the previous record holder had gone on to become the leader of one of the 9 sects that dominated the Qing region. If Lin Ze's talent matched his performance, it was only a matter of time before he too reached such heights. Thank you, Senior Sky Sword Emperor, Lin Ze replied. The Sky Sword Emperor shook his head with a smile. There's no need for senior. Next, I might even have to call you Martial Uncle, or perhaps Martial Ancestor, the Heavenly Sword Emperor said with a meaningful tone. His words hinted that Lin Ze might soon apprentice under the leader of the 9 sects, or even become the heir of a semi-saint, placing him at the pinnacle of the 9 sects. I am Xue Jianqing, Tao of Tian Source, titled the Heavenly Sword Emperor. I am Lin Ze, the Northern Star Divine Martial King. Northern Star? Xue Jianqing raised an eyebrow. My maternal grandfather is the emperor there, Lin Ze replied. That's not what I meant, Xue Jianqing said thoughtfully. It's just that the name Northern Star sounds rather familiar. The Northern Star you are referring to is at the Northern Star Dynasty, under the jurisdiction of Hidden Sword Mountain in the Huaguang realm? Lin Ze's heart skipped a beat. That the Heavenly Sword Emperor, a figure of such stature, knew of Hidden Sword Mountain in the Huaguang realm was already surprising. But his knowledge of a small kingdom that had existed for merely a few decades was even more astonishing. You're aware of it, Sword Emperor? Xue Jianqing gave a cryptic smile. So it really is. Fate. Oh fate, how wonderfully unpredictable it is. What do you mean by that? Lin Ze asked. I have an unremarkable junior brother, Xue Jianqing explained. A few years back, he took in a young disciple from the Huaguang realm. That disciple was from the Wuan dynasty under Hidden Sword Mountain and, like you, carries royal blood from the Wuan dynasty. Later, I heard that the Wuan dynasty was overthrown by rebels and split into the Northern Star and Longdu factions. Noticing the slight change in Lin Ze's expression, Xue Jianqing added, Don't worry, young brother. That disciple of my junior brother severed all ties with the Wuan dynasty long ago. Even when they learned of the rebellion, they didn't return to lend any aid. But the Huaguang realm is tens of thousands of miles from the 9 sects. How did this information reach someone in the immortal sect, who's supposed to be detached from worldly affairs? Lin Ze pressed further. I heard that a distant relative from Longdu wrote a letter seeking help, Xue Jianqing replied. Then he suggested, if you're interested, young brother Lin, I can arrange for my junior brother's disciple to meet you sometime. Thank you, Sword Emperor. No need for formalities. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's gaze shifted toward the heavenly ladder. The once lazy young man who had been in first place had reclaimed his position, surpassing everyone once more. This generation, truly a gathering of extraordinary talents. Brother Lin, I must oversee the Daojie Mountain trials. Once this matter concludes, let's meet again within the 9 sects. With that, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's figure vanished into the void. Lin Ze stared in the direction where the Heavenly Sword Emperor had disappeared, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He had thought that after the blood sacrifice at Longdu, the Wuan royal bloodline had been completely eradicated, and all traces had vanished like smoke in the wind. Yet here, in the land of the 9 sects, he had heard mention of Longdu once again. And from the information revealed by the Heavenly Sword Emperor, it seemed that someone might still have connections to Longdu. This opened up new possibilities for reinterpreting certain, concluded truths. Lin Ze had always believed that Peng Yong, the overthrown ruler whose throne was usurped by Northern Star, had joined the immortal sect by aligning himself with the demonic cult. Lin Ze stood at the end of the heavenly staircase, lost in deep thought. Peng Yong had mysteriously died shortly after establishing Wolf City, yet the demon sect only revealed itself 20 years later. Given the demon sect's usual modus operandi, they would never wait that long. This suggested that the immortal sect Peng Yong had aligned himself with back then was likely the same one mentioned by Xue Jianqing specifically, the young disciple of Xue Jianqing's junior brother. As this realization struck him, Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with resolve. It seemed his entanglement with Wolf City was far from over. At that moment, on the heavenly staircase, the plump Taoist child and the red-haired youth fell silent as they gazed at Lin Ze's proud and upright figure. Meanwhile, the lazy young man in green, noticing Lin Ze's effortless ascent to the top, was momentarily stunned before a spark of intrigue lit up in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. The young man in green straightened his posture as though he had found a new challenge. All these years, you are the first person to surpass me in any way. His demeanor shifted to an unusual seriousness. Very well, I look forward to your performance in the second round. With that, the young man in green glanced at the crowd behind him, casually crushed his immortal fate token, and vanished from the heavenly staircase. This act signified that he had willingly forfeited his chance to be the second person to reach the top. To him, if he couldn't be first, nothing else mattered. What others viewed as a critical trial on Dao Tribulation Mountain was, in his eyes, utterly insignificant. This scene left the Heavenly Sword Emperor and the 9 figures atop the mountain momentarily stunned. Only the one addressed as Old Jiang glanced thoughtfully in the direction of the young man in green. On the heavenly staircase, the most powerful participant in this trial, the withered glory venerable, witnessed the whole event and shook his head with a chuckle. These youngsters am getting old. So old. With that, he pressed his immortal fate token on the 593rd step and appeared at the end of the staircase. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Xue Jianqing, was announcing the results for the young man in green. Awarded 816 threads of tribulation chi. However, the young man in green paid no heed to the esteemed heavenly origin sovereign of the Azure domain. His eyes remained fixed on Lin Ze. Xue Jianqing's brow furrowed. He had always disliked such arrogant individuals. As the supreme ruler of the Azure domain, he had never encountered someone so blatantly disrespectful. Not even the saints' sons and daughters of major sects dared to act with such audacity. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Xue Jianqing suddenly felt an overwhelming and inexplicable sense of terror descending upon him. In this vast and eternal world, an indescribable force seemed to press and reject him, as if the heavens themselves were abandoning him. The world in his eyes turned into a bleak expanse of gray and white. At the same time, a strange tremor stirred within his Tianyuan, the energy that sustained him. Under this disturbance, his spiritual essence and physical body fell into a chaotic, discordant cycle, spiraling out of control. His energy veered off course, and his path wavered dangerously. And all of this was caused by something as minor as a flicker of anger, just a fleeting moment of irritation directed at the young man in green. Yet that single trace of anger led to the heavens forsaking him and his spiritual essence running wild. Xue Jianqing was utterly baffled. What kind of unimaginable power could impose such pressure? The hopeless feeling of being utterly abandoned by the heavens was suffocating. Quickly, Xue Jianqing suppressed all emotions within him and shifted his gaze away from the young man in green. Only then did the overwhelming sense of rejection dissipate, and the rampaging spiritual energy within him gradually calmed. Xue Jianqing was deeply shaken. The person before him could not possibly be an ordinary trial participant. Who exactly was he? At that moment, the young man in green finally spoke to Lin Ze. This time, you've won. But next time, they'll take things more seriously. So, don't get complacent, keep up this momentum. Lin Ze glanced at him, speechless. Great, he thought. It looks like he's triggered some kind of protagonist storyline. This guy was clearly a genius who had never experienced defeat. By the usual script, this genius would now become his rival, initiating a classic chain of events: defeat the lesser foe, and the stronger one arrives. When the stronger one falls, the ancestor shows up. One challenge after another. An endless cycle. Ridiculous. Lin Ze didn't want to engage with him. But the young man in green only became more enthusiastic. Not speaking? Fine. My name is Hong Tian, your greatest rival in the second trial. Just remember that. With that, Hong Tian stepped aside, eagerly awaiting what was to come. His impatience seemed to subtly affect the flow of time within Daojia Mountain. Down below, the 1,000 strands of tribulation energy began to burn faster, silently and unnoticed by everyone except one. The 3 Thisanzang Hanglong strands of gray hair that bound the half-saint rippled faintly. The ripples spread through the void. The long-slumbering half-saint finally opened his eyes. When the half-saint's eyes opened, it was as if the world shifted from night to day, banishing the darkness that shrouded Daojia Mountain. A resonating hum filled the void as the ripples intensified. Clang, clang. The three Thisanzang Hanglong gray strands trembled violently, shedding their rust to reveal their true form. They were divine chains forged from the very laws of heaven and earth, designed to restrain and bind this being, fearing the catastrophic weight his resurgence could bring upon this realm. The sound of the chains reverberated, and the other 9 individuals realized that the half-saint had awakened during the trial. He had seen a promising seedling, a spark that stirred his true spirit from dormancy. Ancestor, half-saint, the ancient and weathered eyes of Qinghe half-saint, having witnessed the passage of countless eras, fell directly upon the self-proclaimed Hong Tian. He stared at him for a long moment. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lin Ze. A faint ache stirred within the half-saint's Dao wounds. Under the watchful gaze of the semi-saint, nothing could remain hidden. He closed his eyes slightly, waiting in silence. Seeing this, the others dared not make a sound, plunging the peak of Daojia Mountain into complete stillness. Time flew by, and the 1,000 strands of tribulation energy burned away quickly. The struggling cultivators on the heavenly staircase were instantly transported to its end. Confusion spread across their faces. Some murmured, "Is that it? I could have sworn there were still 200 strands left." Others grew suspicious, muttering, "This must be an illusion. Mere illusions cannot shake my mind." A few cultivators, having lost their sanity, even tried to force their way to higher levels. Only the red-haired youth and the chubby Taoist child remained unusually calm. They understood all too well how difficult the latter half of the ancient heavenly staircase was. Even with an additional 2,000 strands of tribulation energy, it would be nearly impossible to make any progress. Instead of dwelling on the trials they had already passed, they focused on the challenges yet to come. At that moment, Luo Wuchen approached the red-haired youth, his gaze complex as he asked, "Just now, why did you help me?" Without the other's secret assistance, he would have likely been stopped at the very first segment of the staircase. In such a ruthless trial, such unprovoked help was truly baffling. The red-haired youth chuckled and replied straightforwardly, "Because you're from the Chilean clan." The word struck Luo Wuchen like a thunderclap. The Chilean clan bloodline was his deepest secret, known only to his 2 masters and hidden from everyone else. Even in life-and-death battles, he would never reveal his true Chilean form unless absolutely necessary. Those who had discovered this secret had long since perished in the fires of the underworld. Luo Wuchen instinctively stepped back a few paces, his guard up. On the vast Tianlan continent, bloodline physiques were exceptionally precious. If the world learned of his heritage, countless people would seek to turn him into blood food and steal the mysteries of his lineage. The Chilean clan, in particular, was renowned among the myriad clans, its advanced bloodline a treasure coveted by all. Seeing his wariness, the red-haired youth smiled helplessly. "No need to be so tense. By relation, you should actually call me third granduncle. In the Chilean clan, we've always married within the clan to ensure newborns possess perfect bloodlines. A half-blood like you who hasn't awakened well, there's no doubt you're the result of some misstep by one of my less capable nephews." "Teach third granduncle?" Luo Wuchen was stunned. "You're also from the Chilean clan?" The red-haired youth nodded in confirmation. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be so free-spirited to kindly introduce the heavenly ladder of Doxy Mountain to some unknown youngling at the Yuan realm," the red-haired youth said, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. "Once this matter at Doxy Mountain is over, come back to the clan with me to acknowledge your ancestry. While we're at it, we'll awaken your innate blood spirit." In the Qing region, our Qi-Ling clan holds some influence. Luo Wuchen felt a complex surge of emotions upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss for words. The red-haired youth's gaze suddenly shifted into the distance as he pointed toward a figure and asked, "By the way, you seem to have quite a connection with that person, don't you?" Following the direction of his finger, Luo Wuchen saw Lin Ze standing upright like a steadfast pine tree. "You brat, you even know that monster who ranks first in the Doxy Mountain trial?" the red-haired youth exclaimed in astonishment. "Well, not exactly well acquainted." Luo Wuchen scratched his head awkwardly. "It's just that my second master knows him. I don't know much myself." "Oh, tell me more." The red-haired youth's curiosity was piqued. Luo Wuchen leaned closer and whispered everything he knew about Lin Ze into the youth's ear. After listening, the red-haired youth furrowed his brows and decisively dismissed it. "Highly unlikely. While it's true that a saint can manifest in countless forms and transcend time, in a place like our Qing region, where no saint has appeared for millions of years, the chances of that happening are astronomically low." "Then what do you think he might be?" The red-haired youth didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Ze carefully, his expression growing increasingly serious. At that moment, the chubby Taoist child nearby suddenly spoke up, an ethereal, immortal physique, The red-haired youth's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the chubby Taoist child, both of their eyes reflecting waves of shock and disbelief. Even the distant withered glory elder, who had been stroking his beard, paused his movements. Though he had been paying attention to these outstanding young individuals, he wished he hadn't heard those 4 words. Ethereal, immortal physique. At my age, I can't handle such shocks. Seeing Luo Wuchen's puzzled expression, the red-haired youth took a deep breath and explained. The Tao is mysterious, and the heavens hold wondrous creations. In this world, there are rare and extraordinary phenomena that surpass all others. The ethereal immortal physique is one of them. Beyond the bloodlines of the myriad clans in our Tianlan realm, there exist the 33 imperial physiques, 17 sacred physiques, and 9 immortal physiques. The 33 imperial physiques are already comparable to the most ancient and powerful divine bloodlines. The 17 sacred physiques are truly embodiments of the sacred Tao. As for the 9 immortal physiques, at this point, a deep fear and awe flashed in the red-haired youth's eyes. They are the ultimate cosmic jest of creation itself. The red-haired youth's words sent a jolt through Luo Wuchen's heart. With a solemn expression, he elaborated, the 9 celestial constitutions of the great Tao, only one can exist in each generation. No one can seize it, steal it, or even come into contact with it. Luo Wuchen felt a shiver run through him. The red-haired youth promptly used the ethereal celestial constitution as an example to explain in detail. Once an ethereal celestial constitution emerges, until the current possessor of this constitution perishes, there will never be another in the same generation. If the possessor continues to live, this celestial constitution will never reappear, not even in their descendants. Their offspring cannot inherit even a fraction of its power. He sighed and continued. Other bloodlines might be refined into blood elixirs by powerful beings, but the ethereal celestial constitution is different. It is intrinsically tied to the cause and effect of the great Tao. Apart from its chosen possessor, no one else can claim it or even touch it. Anyone who dares to covet it will face the backlash of karma and divine retribution. Luo Wuchen drew a sharp breath. Such an overwhelmingly domineering trait left him utterly stunned. The red-haired youth gestured toward Lin Ze and said, just take a look at him, and you'll understand the true power of the ethereal celestial constitution. Reaching the half-step divine sea realm at the age of 18 is utterly impossible for ordinary people. Yet for someone with the ethereal celestial constitution, it's effortless. This is because the essence of the ethereal celestial constitution is the embodiment of the great Tao itself, ethereal and attuned to the heavens. It doesn't require comprehension of laws or insight into the great Tao. As long as enough spiritual energy is accumulated, the cultivation realm will naturally advance. After a brief pause, he added, put simply, the ethereal celestial constitution is akin to an invincible being standing at the pinnacle of cultivation, and the end of the great Tao just temporarily drained of spiritual energy and gradually regaining it. Hearing this explanation, Luo Wuchen was left speechless, overwhelmed by awe. When he looked at Lin Ze again, his gaze was filled with disbelief. Initially, he thought treating Lin Ze as the incarnation of a saint was already an exaggeration. But now, he realized the existence of the ethereal celestial constitution was even more astonishing. Suddenly, a question struck him. You mentioned that the 9 celestial constitutions can only exist one at a time in each generation. But for something as extraordinary as the ethereal celestial constitution, shouldn't it be eternal, surviving as long as heaven and earth exist? How could it ever perish? The red-haired youth shook his head and replied, the 9 celestial constitutions are indeed unparalleled legends throughout history. But don't forget what I said earlier, there hasn't been a saint in the Azure domain for 100 million years. The pudgy Taoist child chimed in. In truth, the Azure domain is fundamentally incapable of producing a saint's incarnation. This isn't because the Azure domain lacks strength, or its environment is unsuitable. On the contrary, our Qingyu ranks among the top in the Tianlan domains, strategically located at the center with formidable strength. The Tao child's voice carried a hint of pride, but then his tone shifted. As for why no saints exist here, you'll naturally understand once you join the 9 sects or return to the Qi-Ling clan. Luo Wuchen listened thoughtfully, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Lin Ze. A startling hypothesis flashed through his mind, causing him to draw a sharp breath. I can't think of any other explanation, he murmured softly. As his words fell, both the plump Tao child and the red-haired youth lapsed into silence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere atop Tao Tribulation Mountain was heavy with tension. 9 supreme elders sat in a circle, their gazes occasionally wandering, then meeting, and now and then darting toward the central figure, a half-saint, seated with eyes closed in contemplation. The half-saint remained calm and motionless, unreadable in his thoughts. The others exchanged glances, sighing softly, let's observe a while longer. Suddenly, the figure of Xue Jianqing, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, appeared amidst the steel forest at the end of the heavenly staircase. Shrouded in mist, the ancient forest of steels loomed faintly. With a resonant sword hum, Xue Jianqing shattered the silence. The second trial, the ancient heavenly steels. Within this steel forest lie fragments of 9 ancient techniques, scattered across each steel. Your task is to piece together these fragments into complete techniques. The more complete and profound your understanding within the allotted time, the more tribulation chi you will gain. With a wave of his hand, Xue Jianqing dispersed the mist, revealing a desolate scene. Shattered steels leaning in disarray, debris strewn across the ground. Tribulation chi coalesced into burning orbs of fire as he continued. The time for this trial is equivalent to 5,000 strands of tribulation chi. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your own fortune. As his voice faded, a young man in green robes named Hong Tian swiftly entered the steel forest, his tone taunting. This time, I won't go easy on you. Let's see what you've got. Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Competing on comprehension? You might not realize whose domain this truly is. To him, this steel forest was nothing more than a variant of a library, a place he understood better than anyone else. The moment Lin Ze stepped into the steel forest, his divine level comprehension, level 4, activated automatically. Information surged into his mind. Fragments of the mid-tier earth level technique, Long River Sunset Sword technique. Fragments of the mid-tier earth level technique, Supreme Profound Divine Art. Fragments of the mid-tier earth level technique, Moon Rising Over the Sea. Fragments of the mid-tier earth level technique, Yin-Yang Mysterious Transformation. The minor 5 elements true art. At that moment, only 2 words echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Take off. Grateful for nature's gifts, Lin Ze's extraordinary comprehension reached its zenith in this moment. Standing amidst the forest of stone tablets, his gaze darted swiftly between them. The fragmented text seemed to automatically assemble in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, he had fully restored an entire set of cultivation techniques. The surrounding trial participants began to notice the secrets of the stone forest as well, their exclamations of surprise echoing one after another. A mid-tier earth-level technique, someone exclaimed in disbelief. The 9 sects of Qingyu actually placed such a precious inheritance here in Daojia Mountain for anyone to comprehend? This fragment contains the Long River Sunset Sword technique, derived from the core technique of the Long River Sword sect, Long River Sunset Circle. Its grade is nearly upper-tier earth level, another person said excitedly. The other 8 techniques must also be top-tier among mid-level earth techniques. The trial participants soon quieted down, fully immersing themselves in understanding the techniques. The only sounds left in the stone forest were the faint rustlings of people flipping through the stone tablets. Before a massive stone tablet, Hong Tian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythm of the world. Suddenly, a gentle breeze lifted a few fragments, and his eyes lit up. The supreme profound divine art I finally found it. He quickly memorized its content, pieced it together, and sat cross-legged to meditate. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at Lin Ze and smirked. This time, you can't possibly be faster than me. With that, he sealed off his senses, and an aura of profound energy rose around him. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already collected all the fragments of the 9 techniques. He began to comprehend them one by one. The Long River Sunset Sword technique became crystal clear to him in an instant, and he directly deduced it to the 10th level, reaching perfection. Next came the Supreme Profound Divine Art. In a matter of moments, Lin Ze had fully mastered all 9 techniques. His extraordinary comprehension had increased from 4,110 to 4,910 points. He looked up at the burning trial energy and saw that only 9 threads had been consumed. Such speed was astonishing. Deciding to remain patient, Lin Ze chose to wait until the others had completed their comprehension before taking action. He sat quietly in place, meditating while observing the progress of the other trial participants to determine the optimal moment to submit his results. Time passed slowly in the stillness. After 100 strands of tribulation energy, Hong Tian opened his eyes. The first thing he did was glance at the clock, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on his lips. 100 strands, I've grasped most of it. This should be enough to handle the trial. He turned to look at Lin Ze, who was still meditating, a faint smile flickering in his eyes before turning into a trace of disappointment. Is this all you amount to? Sigh, such a long road ahead, yet not a single worthy opponent. This world is unbearably lonely. After a soft sigh, Hong Tian closed his eyes again and began searching for a second cultivation technique. It didn't take long for him to make a discovery. Just as he was about to delve into it, his peripheral vision caught Lin Ze still immersed in his comprehension, and an overwhelming sense of boredom surged within him. Originally, his pursuit of cultivation techniques was driven by the desire to compete with Lin Ze. But seeing Lin Ze's current performance, Even a mid-tier Earth-level technique in front of him couldn't spark his interest anymore. Dull. Truly dull. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly opened his eyes. Oh, awake. Hong Tian's eyes lit up. Lin Ze's awakening brought him more joy than his own comprehension. Checking the time, he realized only 10 strands had passed since he himself woke up, heightening his anticipation. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ze stood up directly and walked toward the testing stone at the end of the steel forest, clearly intending to conclude this stage of the trial. Hong Tian froze, and in the shadows, Xue Jianqing and the others on the mountaintop watched the scene in astonishment. Lin Ze placed both hands on the massive black testing stone, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy instantly poured into it. With a resonant hum, a ripple spread across the mountain. Immediately, a majestic river surged from the horizon, flowing toward the setting sun. Above the river's surface, a crimson sun shone brightly, the very manifestation of the Long River Sunset sword art. On the mountaintop, the sect master of the Long River Sword sect narrowed his eyes slightly. In just a little over 100 strands of time, his comprehension is already near mastery. This young man has an extraordinarily high affinity with the Long River Sunset sword art. Before others could marvel at this, the vision of the Long River Sunset dissipated, replaced by a vast ocean. Under the night sky, a radiant full moon slowly rose above the horizon. The moon rises over the sea. The head of the Crescent Moon Palace abruptly sat upright, staring in disbelief at the scene. Below, Hong Tian was utterly stunned. This in just 10 strands of time. He's already comprehended 2 techniques? But it wasn't over yet. Following the vision of the moon rising over the sea, 2 streams of energy, one black and one white, intertwined in the void, illustrating the profound changes of yin and yang in the universe. This was none other than the manifestation of the yin-yang mystical transformation. Yin-yang profound transformation? The leader of the yin-yang profound sect suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. As the master of a sect that governs the profound principles of yin and yang in the universe, he was well aware of the rigorous demands this technique placed on cultivators. This skill involved the dualities of yin and yang, heaven and earth, light and darkness, life and death, fundamental forces of nature, and was known within the 9 great techniques for its exceptionally high threshold. Throughout the history of trials on Daojia Mountain, those who managed to comprehend yin-yang profound transformation were exceedingly rare. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Ze not only grasped this profound technique in a short time, but also simultaneously mastered the Long River Sunset sword art and the Rising Moon over the Sea technique. Yet, the most shocking moment was yet to come. Suddenly, the light on the testing stone surged. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, replaced the yin-yang energy, presenting a magnificent display of the 5 elements creation phenomenon. This was the manifestation of the lesser 5 elements true technique, the 4th skill. Everyone present, including Hong Tian, who was known for his composed demeanor, was utterly stunned. The crowd stared at Lin Ze with eyes filled with shock, as if they were witnessing a being that transcended human comprehension. Is this even a human? Someone murmured. I haven't even fully understood 1 technique, and he's already mastered 4. But this was not the end. As the vision of the lesser 5 elements true technique faded, a new radiance burst forth from the testing stone. Supreme profound elegance, Tao dominates the world. The brilliance of the 5th technique illuminated the heavens. Then, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th techniques manifested one after another in an unbroken sequence. The 9 great sages watching this spectacle remained silent for a long time. Finally, someone broke the silence, saying, "It seems the defining trait of the ethereal immortal physique isn't just comprehension, is it?" "Ha," another sage replied, "I'd believe it, if you told me he has the myriad laws immortal physique." Indeed, as one of the 9 immortal physiques of the great Tao, the myriad laws immortal physique was renowned for its mastery of all techniques. And this scene before them could only be explained by such a physique. The legend speaks of those who possess the myriad Tao immortal physique, individuals whose comprehension borders on the divine, mastering the myriad laws of heaven and earth. These ancient words echoed in everyone's minds. A person with the myriad Tao immortal physique only needs to glance at the heavens to perceive the laws of the Tao, or touch the ground to grasp the mysteries of the earth. Even something as mundane as drinking water could lead to the discovery of unparalleled techniques. They do not require the practice of cultivation methods, for they themselves are the embodiment of law, with every gesture and movement brimming with immense power. All eyes turned to Lin Ze. His display of comprehension bore a striking resemblance to the legendary description of the myriad Tao immortal physique. Yet, doubts began to surface. He had reached the half-step divine sea realm at just 18 years old, without encountering any bottlenecks, a hallmark of the ethereal immortal physique. Someone hesitantly asked, could it be that 2 immortal physiques coexist in one person? As soon as the question was voiced, it was met with strange looks from the crowd, prompting the speaker to awkwardly fall silent. A heavy silence once again enveloped the peak of Dao Tribulation Mountain. Eventually, everyone's gaze turned to Qinghe, the half-saint. However, the powerful figure simply closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, and no one dared to disturb him. At the edge of the stone forest, Xue Jianqing appeared, his expression revealing shock as he looked at Lin Ze. Sword Sovereign, he sighed deeply, Brother Lin. Your comprehension is unparalleled. In all my years roaming the Azure domain, I have never encountered someone with talent as extraordinary as yours. In less than 100,000 years, you may very well stand supreme over the entire Azure domain. Lin Ze offered a humble smile. You're too kind, Sword Sovereign. This is no exaggeration, Xue Jianqing replied, shaking his head before announcing, first place completing the 9 gates comprehension technique. The reward, 1,000 strands of tribulation chi. With that, he infused Lin Ze's immortal fate token with tribulation chi, elevating it to an unprecedented level. Nearby, Hong Tian wore a complicated expression. Once again, he had been defeated, even after giving his all. He stepped beside Lin Ze, his tone laden with mixed emotions. You've won again. What else did you expect? Lin Ze replied calmly. Hong Tian's lips twitched, an amalgamation of frustration and fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Interesting, he said, turning to Xue Jianqing. We've tested willpower and comprehension already. Next should be actual combat, right? I want to fight him again right now. I refuse to believe he can surpass me in battle. When it came to combat, Hong Tian's confidence surged. This was clearly the area where he felt most assured. Xue Jianqing frowned. In the next moment, the familiar sensation of abandonment by heaven and earth descended once more. The next trial, as expected, would be a duel of techniques. Hong Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, his presence exuding a subtle air of mystery. Now that we've completed the trial, how about we have a duel? Xue Jianqing shook his head decisively. That's against the rules. No sooner had he spoken than that familiar feeling of abandonment swept over him again. Seriously? Not again. Xue Jianqing sighed in exasperation. If both of you are so insistent, I can request permission from the semi-saint and the sect master for you to proceed directly to the third trial. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Ze. Lin Ze cast a casual glance at Hong Tian, immediately discerning his strength half-step into the Divine Sea realm. Half-step Divine Sea, and you're acting all high and mighty? Not interested, it's pointless. His gaze shifted directly to the Elder of Withering and Flourishing. Among those present, the Elder of Withering and Flourishing undoubtedly had the highest cultivation level human Dao. This realm was a full tier above the half-step Divine Sea, separated by the vast gulf of the Divine Sea realm. Any hesitation in acknowledging the human Dao Tianyuan title would be a grave disrespect. Within the 5 and 8 Tianyuan levels, Spiritual Light Tianyuan, Human Dao Tianyuan, Earth Dao Tianyuan, and Heaven Dao Tianyuaniac step represented a significant leap. Most cultivators could only condense a Spiritual Light Tianyuan, while those who achieved the Human Dao Tianyuan were rare geniuses. Yet Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement after merging his cultivation techniques. He would no longer be a mere half-step Divine Sea cultivator, but someone capable of challenging a Human Dao Tianyuan expert. The long-awaited battle was finally on the horizon. Hearing Lin Ze's dismissive remark, Hong Tian's arrogance faltered momentarily. Wasn't that his usual line? Before he could respond, Lin Ze had already moved aside, closing his eyes to meditate and prepare for the upcoming clash. Underestimating me, huh? Just wait till you'll see how wrong you are soon enough. Hong Tian huffed as he retreated to another corner, also closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. At the summit of Dao Tribulation Mountain, 9 great sages observed the scene with amusement. These two young ones, if they truly want to fight ahead of schedule, I'd be inclined to allow it. Let's see what kind of sparks these two prodigies can create. Hong Tian is indeed extraordinary. He grasped the cultivation technique in just 100 breaths' time, and he has that peculiar ability to manipulate Dao Tribulation Mountain as if the entire world is aiding him. Old Jiang, didn't you mention before that you had some insight into his origins? Old Jiang spoke slowly. I've been speculating Hong Tian might also be a celestial physique. Even if not, he's at least one of the 17 sacred physiques. The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Sacred physique? Immortal physique? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. We haven't even figured out which immortal physique Lin Ze possesses, and now there's another one. The crowd's reaction was intense. Do you think legendary sacred and immortal physiques are as common as cabbages? How are they popping up everywhere in Qingyu? Did we stumble upon a nest of immortal physiques? This year's Qingyu Grand Selection seems to have drawn out every hidden sacred and immortal physique. Enough with the interruptions. The crowd turned to Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang, you tell us. Lao Jiang stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Hong Tian. I've been observing this Hong Tian from the start. Whether it was ascending the heaven staircase or piecing together fragments of cultivation techniques, he seemed to be aided by some mysterious force. On the heaven staircase, every step he took just happened to land on the areas with the least tribulation energy. When searching for techniques, the tribulation winds conveniently blew the right fragments into place. Lao Zhang's voice grew heavier. Everything goes smoothly for him, as if the world bends to his will. Whatever he desires, the universe seems to grant. Doesn't this kind of excessive favoritism from the heavens remind you of a certain sacred physique and an immortal physique? At these words, two names immediately surfaced in everyone's minds: the fortuitous sacred physique and the destiny immortal physique. The fortuitous sacred physique, one of the 17 sacred physiques, is the embodiment of luck. Its possessor experiences unparalleled fortune discovering supreme techniques, inheriting legacies by accident, acquiring divine weapons by chance, even witnessing enemies struck by calamities. Such occurrences are routine for them. The destiny immortal physique, on the other hand, is the ultimate manifestation of fate. The most well-known saying about it is, "What is willed becomes reality, what is conceived becomes the world. Destiny lies with me." The deeper meaning of this phrase is open to interpretation, but one thing is certain. Like the ethereal immortal physique and the myriad laws immortal physique, the destiny immortal physique represents the pinnacle of a particular path. Atop Tao Tribulation Mountain, 9 of the current era's great sages exchanged glances between Lin Ze and Hong Tian, their expressions layered with complexity. After a long silence, they sighed deeply and remarked, "Each generation produces its own talent." Two peerless prodigies, both suspected to possess sacred or immortal physiquest. This Tao Tribulation Mountain trial is truly extraordinary. Ku Rong is here as well. He could add some spice to this competition. Ku Rong is the whetstone. Isn't that a bit too harsh? No matter. With us watching, it's the perfect opportunity to test the limits of these suspected sacred and immortal physiques. After all these years, this is the first time we've seen living examples of them. As time passed, Lin Ze sat in meditation, harmonizing the 9 newly acquired mid-tier earth-grade techniques with his own cultivation. Insights from the heavens surged through him, and his techniques advanced continuously. Using the desolate heaven record as the foundation, he merged it with other mental techniques to condense the high-tier earth-grade technique, Heavenly Desolation Dual Extremes True Art. Building upon the sacred flame demon art and integrating body refining methods, he broke through to the high-tier earth-grade technique, Flame Demon True Body. As the 9 high-quality mid-tier earth-grade techniques merged into Lin Ze's body, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. In that moment, all his techniques underwent a qualitative transformation, ascending to high-tier earth-grade. His mental cultivation method, Tianhuang Dual Polarity True Art, his body refinement technique, Yinma True Body, his movement technique, Feathered Ascension True Technique, his sword technique, 10,000 Rivers Hidden Edge Sword Guide, and his fist technique all had reached the pinnacle of the 10th level. With the empowerment of these high-tier earth-grade techniques, Lin Ze's aura surged to its peak. With a resounding boom, an illusory realm transformed into a tangible ocean. Lin Ze felt the boundless power of the divine sea washing over him, purging all traces of mortal impurities. His cultivation level soared rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the divine sea realm in an instant. Within the divine sea, invisible tidal waves roared upward, striving to break through the horizon and touch the radiant Tianyuan that guided the path of destiny. The heavens trembled in fury, attempting to suppress this force that dared to challenge its might. The entire space quaked violently, and specks of starlight shimmered in the sky, heralding the imminent formation of Lin Ze's Tianyuan. At this critical juncture, Lin Ze chose to restrain his aura, allowing the surging divine sea to return to calm. He understood the paramount importance of the Tianyuan to a cultivator once formed. It was immutable. Given his current capabilities, he could easily condense an earthly Tianyuan, but with his divine-level comprehension, he was determined to claim the heavenly Tianyuan. Opening his eyes, Lin Ze exhaled deeply. By now, over 2,000 moments had passed since the assessment began, and many candidates were showing signs of exhaustion. With the second round nearing its conclusion, Lin Ze found himself eagerly anticipating the forthcoming third round of combat trials. Meanwhile, on the mountain summit, the 9 esteemed sages of the Azure Domain had long been left speechless by Lin Ze's performance. To reach the half-step divine sea realm at just 18 years old was an unprecedented talent that far exceeded their imagination. The scene before them was utterly breathtaking. A mere 18-year-old boy, under the watchful eyes of 9 venerable sect masters, ascended from half-step divine sea to the peak of the divine sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't a gradual breakthrough achieved through steady accumulation, but an instantaneous leap, as if he had torn through the fabric of reality itself, leaving everyone in disbelief. The 9 sect masters, each having lived for tens of millions of years, fell into a prolonged silence. At last, someone couldn't hold back and spoke. An ethereal immortal physique. This must be an ethereal immortal physique. If it's not, I'm willing to swallow the entire Tao Tribulation Mountain. But how do you explain his comprehension abilities? Another sect master frowned and asked. Could it be a combination of a saint physique and an immortal physique? Or perhaps some ancient bloodline perfectly fused with the ethereal immortal physique? That does sound plausible. Rubbish. Makes me wonder if these millions of years we've lived have all gone to waste. While the 9 sect masters argued fervently, Qinghe semi-saint remained silent with his eyes closed, as if lost in deep contemplation. The allotted 5,000 threads of time quickly ran out, marking the end of the second trial. Lin Ze, with an unprecedented achievement of comprehending all 9 gates, claimed first place, setting a new record in the history of the Tao Tribulation Mountain trials. The other participants performed admirably as well, particularly the chubby Tao child, the red-haired youth from the Chilean clan, and the burly man with a bristling beard, all of whom managed to comprehend over 4.5 gates. In any other trial, such achievements would have drawn gasps of admiration from the sect masters and sparked fierce competition to recruit talent. But this time was different. Under the dazzling brilliance of Lin Ze and Hong Tian, both suspected to possess immortal physiques, the accomplishments of the others seemed lackluster by comparison. The 9 sect masters eagerly urged Xue Jianqing to initiate the third trial. Understanding their intent, Xue Jianqing skipped the customary praise session and directly waved his hand to disperse the mist at the end of the steel forest. A winding mountain path emerged, leading straight to the summit of Tao Tribulation Mountain, where an ancient battlefield awaited. The third trial, the ancient battlefield. This stage will test your innate potential, Xue Jianqing began, but his brow twitched mid-sentence. Casting a helpless glance at Hong Tian, he continued, and your combat ability. In the view of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain, innate potential encompasses many facets, and simple tests cannot fully capture its essence. Only in the face of life and death situations, when there is no way out, can your greatest potential be truly unleashed. Therefore, we have combined the assessment of innate potential with combat ability. This ancient battlefield will record your innate potential and provide an evaluation. As for your combat results, they will be determined by your final ranking. Under Xue Jianqing's guidance, the participants ascended the steps with solemn reverence. Upon reaching the summit battlefield, they were greeted by a scene of desolation and ruin. The air was heavy with an overwhelming sense of tragic grandeur, stirring profound emotions in everyone's hearts. At the far end of the ancient battlefield, high in the heavens, 10 terrifying figures stood towering, their presence dominating the 9 skies and 10 lands. Among them, one figure wrapped in chains of divine laws was particularly striking, his imposing aura causing the entire world to tremble. These were none other than the most revered half-saint of the Azure Domain and the 9 sect masters. Upon seeing these legendary supreme beings, the crowd immediately knelt in reverence. Greetings, half-saint. Greetings, sect masters. The half-saint remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the crowd indifferently. One of the sect masters spoke. Pay us no mind. Continue with your trials. Jianqing, begin. Understood. Xue Jianqing turned to face the crowd, his gaze sharp and icy as it scanned across them. The third trial, the ancient battlefield. This trial has no rules, no restrictions. Hidden weapons, techniques, divine artifacts, elixirs, poisons, every combat method is allowed. In real battle, no one will care about rules. Survival is your only goal. With a wave of Xue Jianqing's hand, all the participants' celestial fate tokens were swept into a swirling storm in the void above. He continued, the ancient battlefield consists of 2 rounds. The first is a free-for-all melee. You will be divided into 10 groups to engage in unrestricted combat. The top 10 from each group will earn a chance for an additional targeted challenge. The second round is the targeted challenge. After the melee, the battlefield will record your innate talents and rank you based on the combined tribulation energy accumulated across all 3 trials. If you are dissatisfied with your ranking, you may challenge anyone ranked above you once. The final ranking will serve as the assessment of your combat ability for the 4th trial. The celestial fate tokens in the storm transformed into radiant beams, transporting everyone to different parts of the battlefield. Xue Jianqing's voice boomed. The groups are set. The melee begins now. Before his words had fully echoed, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Flames blazed, sword energy surged, and divine light clashed as shouts and battle cries filled the air. The melee had begun in earnest. Lin Ze was assigned to the 7th group, which consisted of mostly unremarkable individuals. There was no overweight Taoist child, no red-haired youth from the Scarlet Spirit clan, and no figures like the venerable Wither Prosperity or Hong Tian. Hong Tian's group was equally lackluster, leaving him somewhat disappointed. His gaze drifted toward Lin Ze's location, and he thought to himself, what a pity of all the trials on Daojia Mountain. Only Lin Ze promises a fight worth watching. Retracting his gaze, Hong Tian turned his cold eyes toward his own group. Sensing their intent to gang up on him, he let out a disdainful chuckle. Heh, a bunch of ants. All of you, perish. Hong Tian roared furiously, stomping his foot with force. In an instant, a violent wave of energy exploded from beneath him, spreading like ripples across the battlefield. His cultivation at the half-step divine C level erupted fully in that moment. Half-step divine C? Is that all? A master with profound cultivation sneered disdainfully, raising his hand to suppress this potential threat. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The world before the master's eyes instantly lost all color, turning into shades of gray and black. The aura of destruction and decay permeated the surroundings, as if the entire world was on the brink of collapse. He attempted to resist but found himself paralyzed, trembling instinctively. At that moment, a massive sword aura struck from behind him, seemingly a stray attack from another part of the battlefield. Following closely, an ordinary pebble, imbued with an eerie power, shot toward him like a deadly projectile. A dignified divine sea realm cultivator, yet he felt the threat of death from a mere pebble. At the critical moment, a figure in green robes flashed into Viwit with Xue Jianqing, who had sensed the anomaly and arrived just in time to rescue him. Senior Sword Emperor. Something was wrong just now. The rescued man stammered, still shaken. I understand, Xue Jianqing replied calmly, waving his hand to save several other cultivators who were about to fall victim to similar accidents. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield where Hong Tian stood was empty, leaving him as the sole figure in control of the scene. Did we just lose? Did we even start fighting? The crowd exchanged shocked glances, struggling to believe what had just happened. Hong Tian, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. He left the battlefield calmly, awaiting the next round of competition. Some wanted to protest, but Xue Jianqing interrupted them. You have been eliminated. There is only one winner in this round. Focus on preparing for the designated challenges in the next stage. The 9 great sect leaders were unsurprised by the outcome if even someone like Hong Tian, suspected to possess an immortal physique, were to lose. It would indeed be a monumental joke. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Lin Ze concluded his match with a single punch, effortlessly ending the chaos. The renowned Ku Rong Venerable, publicly acknowledged as the strongest, also claimed victory with ease. In other groups, contestants opted to hold back, unwilling to reveal their full strength too soon. As all the battles concluded, the ancient battleground compiled the participants' rankings based on their innate talent and previous performances in the trials of calamity. First place, unsurprisingly, went to Lin Ze, who had dominated every match with overwhelming power. The second place, however, was unexpectedly awarded to the burly, bearded man who had entered the field after Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen, carrying a severed head in hand. As for the low-profile Hong Tian, he did not even make it into the top 100. The unexpected rise of the burly man with a bristling beard indeed caught everyone off guard. However, Lin Ze and Hong Tian had long seen through his facade. In their eyes, any cultivator capable of entering Daojia Mountain at the very beginning was certainly no ordinary figure. The man's deliberate display of crudeness and arrogance was merely a facade to lower others' guard. Yet, neither Lin Ze nor Hong Tian regarded this bearded man as a true threat. To them, there was only one real opponent, Master Kuruwang. Second place is him? The crowd finally realized the truth. We were all fooled by him. Indeed, anyone who made it to the semi-saint selection was no simple person. Upon closer examination, this bearded man had comprehended 4.5 techniques in the enlightenment stage, ranked high in the heavenly ladder challenge, and was among the first to rush into Daojia Mountain. Coupled with his exceptional innate talent, his second-place ranking was not surprising. Xue Jianqing and the 9 great sect leaders merely cast a casual glance his way. Under normal circumstances, he might have been considered remarkable. But in this selection, the brilliance of Lin Ze and Hong Tian had already overshadowed everyone else. For these 2 extraordinary geniuses, competing alongside them was perhaps the greatest misfortune for anyone else. With a wave of his hand, Xue Jianqing returned the immortal fate tokens to everyone. The second round of designated challenges begins now. If anyone disputes the rankings, they may challenge any opponent. The winner will exchange rankings with the loser, while the defeated will lose the right to initiate challenges and can only accept them passively. He then released a cluster of tribulation energy. The time limit is until these 5,000 strands of tribulation energy are burned out. Before he finished speaking, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. I challenge the first place. It was Hong Tian's voice. This old man, challenged the first place. It was Master Kuruwang's aged but resolute voice. Both had chosen to challenge Lin Ze at the same time. Xue Jianqing immediately ruled. Since Senior Kuruwang ranks higher, he has priority in challenging. Hong Tian sighed helplessly and turned to Master Kuruwang. Old man, you're at this age and still want to fight? Aren't you afraid your bones will shatter? Master Kuruong stroked his graying beard and smiled calmly. This old man is already near the end of his life. What is there to fear? While I still have some strength left, I wish to witness the prowess of the new generation in the Azure domain. It would be a fitting conclusion to a long life. He added, besides, if I go first, I can pave the way for you young ones, allowing for an even more exciting duel. Who needs you to pave the way? Hong Tian scoffed. Fine, if you're so eager to die, I won't stop you. Just hurry up and finish. I'm next. His tone made it clear that he was certain the human Dao Tianyuan Realm Master Kuruong would lose without question. This bold assumption left Xue Jianqing and the 9 sect leaders rather surprised. Challenging a human Dao Tianyuan master while being at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm was an exceedingly rare feat. What made it even more extraordinary was that the opponent was none other than Ku Rong Zunjia, a seasoned and deeply rooted Tianyuan expert. Even with Lin Ze's ethereal celestial physique, the overwhelming disparity in their cultivation levels left his chances of victory slim. The 9 grand sect leaders exchanged uncertain glances, unable to predict the outcome of such a battle. Hong Tian's unwavering confidence in Lin Ze only deepened their confusion. Could it be that just because Hong Tian had once been defeated by Lin Ze, he now believed Lin Ze could triumph over any opponent? These celestial physique cultivators seemed to disregard the significance of the vast gap in cultivation levels. Lin Ze had been waiting patiently at the center of the battlefield. Come forth, Ku Rong Zunjia. Please. After you, young friend, Ku Rong Zunjia replied steadily. The two stood face to face, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Around them, other challengers paused their battles, shifting their focus to this pivotal confrontation. After all, such an extraordinary clash was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. I bet 108 pills on Ku Rong Zunjia's victory, someone shouted loudly. An experienced master versus the rising star. His could go either way, another remarked. Enough talk. It's starting. Before the words had fully faded, 2 overwhelming auras erupted. Lin Ze unleashed his full strength without reservation. The Heaven's Desolation Polar Technique, the Flame Demon True Form, and the Feathered Transformation Technique, 3 top-tier Earthgrade techniques, all pushed to their peak. Under this terrifying surge of power, Lin Ze's aura rivaled that of the Tianyuan-level Ku Rong Zunjia. Boom! Ku Rong Zunjia countered with his renowned technique, the Cycle of Withering and Prosperity. In an instant, the realms of life and death were clearly delineated. His left side radiated youth and vitality, with ink-black hair brimming with life force, while his right side appeared aged and withered, with white hair exuding the aura of death. The battlefield was abruptly split in two, forming dual realms of life and death. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed as he brought his hands together, channeling the yin and yang energies, one white, one black. His gaze reflected the dual fish of yin and yang, while his body emanated the mysterious aura of heaven's desolation. Suddenly, a vast river appeared in the sky, its currents concealing countless sharp swords. A blazing sun hung above the river, sharpening the sword's edges with its searing brilliance. 10,000 rivers, sword manifestation, heaven's desolation polar technique. Strike. In an instant, the black and white yin-yang energies surged into the celestial river. The countless swords within were infused with the dual essence of life and death, colliding Hedon with Ku Rong Zunjia's cycle of withering and prosperity. The two forces clashed violently, equally matched and relentlessly wearing each other down. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flickered across the face of the withered and flourishing venerable. Though he hadn't used his full strength in the attack, the overwhelming superiority of the human Dao Tianyuan power over the Divine Sea realm was indisputable. For Lin Ze to withstand his strike with his divine sea-level cultivation was truly impressive. Realizing this, the venerable decided to take the battle seriously. The youthful and handsome half of his face grew solemn, and an awe-inspiring aura erupted from him. With a deafening roar, the entire Daojia mountain quaked. The withered and flourishing venerable unleashed the power of decay and renewal, instantly transforming the surrounding several miles into a bizarre domain where the cycles of spring and autumn intertwined. Hovering in midair, he controlled decay with his left hand and prosperity with his right, his eyes gleaming like starlight. Whoosh! A divine spear forged from the essence of decay and renewal materialized out of thin air. Infused with human Dao Tianyuan power, its tip gleamed with a chilling radiance as it pointed directly at Lin Ze. Be careful, young friend. Feeling the immense threat emanating from the spear, Lin Ze showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged to new heights. Blood boiled within him. This was the strongest opponent he had faced since his transmigration. Bring it on. Lin Ze's eyes burned with the turbulent energy of the heaven-wild dual extremes, with an eerie demonic flame flickering within. The flame intertwined with the black and white energy of yin and yang, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the 8 directions. In the next moment, ethereal feathers floated around Lin Ze, making his figure appear hazy as he became enshrouded in radiant divine light. A colossal Taishian divine dragon then tore through the void, exuding overwhelming might. Activating the true form of the flame demon, the Heaven-Wild Dual Extremes technique, and the Ascension art simultaneously, Lin Ze pushed each of his ultimate techniques to their peak. Boom! A towering phantom of an unparalleled god demon emerged, transcending time and space from the primordial era to descend upon the present. The god demon phantom unleashed a devastating punch, launching an earth-shattering attack from the Divine Sea realm against the Tianyuan realm, attempting to shatter the myth of Tianyuan's invincibility. This strike embodied the commanding dominance of the Taishian divine technique, the heroic grandeur of the Long River Sunset Sword technique, the unpredictable transformations of the minor five elements art, and the ultimate duality of the yin-yang profound change. The 9 great sect masters, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly stunned. They exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. These techniques, though derived from the introductory chapters of top-tier earthly grade techniques, had reached the level of mid-grade earthly techniques. Even within their 9 sects, it would take a supreme genius a millennium to cultivate them to perfection. The crowd stared in awe at the scene before them, unable to calm the waves of shock surging through their hearts. Lin Ze's mastery and refinement of this secret technique were beyond their comprehension, had only just begun learning it. Yet he had already perfected it and even made improvements. What astonished them even more was that Lin Ze's display bore traces of the true Flame Saint Demon art, yet it appeared to surpass the original. This kid actually improved the true Flame Saint Demon art? Before they could recover from their astonishment, an even more shocking revelation emerged: the Myriad Art's immortal body. The crowd silently vowed that if this wasn't the Myriad Art's immortal body, they would swallow the entire Tao Tribulation Mountain. But then, a critical question surfaced in everyone's minds. Where did Lin Ze obtain the true Flame Saint Demon art? The 9 great sages, the revered sect leaders of the Azure Domain, could no longer restrain themselves. In unison, they turned their questioning gazes to Semi-Saint Qinghe. Faced with their inquiries, Qinghe remained calm, as though he had already seen through everything. He simply said, "Stay calm. Keep watching." The crowd had no choice but to suppress their burning questions and refocus on the battlefield. By this time, the duel between Lin Ze and the Withering Glory Sovereign had reached a fever pitch. The clash of the divine spear and the shadow of gods and demons sent shockwaves tearing through the void, causing the entire pocket dimension to tremble under the sheer force. In the heat of battle, the Withering Glory Sovereign's condition was visibly deteriorating. His body aged rapidly, and his vitality drained at an alarming rate. Lin Ze, though gravely injured himself, his skin cracking to reveal blood and flesh, was able to recover quickly thanks to the extraordinary regenerative power of his flame demon true body. As the Withering Glory Sovereign seemed on the verge of defeat from exhaustion, the spectators were left utterly speechless. A young man with only C of divinity cultivation had managed to push a sovereign to such an extent. At that moment, a subtle change quietly unfolded. Several drops of Lin Ze's blood, spilled onto Tao Tribulation Mountain, were silently absorbed by its surface. Deep within the mountain's mysterious, shadowy depths, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Those eyes, filled with profound weakness, managed to murmur, "8 desolations, blood," before closing again. After a long silence, a faint ripple of energy surged to the mountain's peak, then the space returned to stillness. Back at the battlefield atop the mountain, Lin Ze suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout his body. This heat did not stem from the battle, but rather from the awakening of some ancient power within him. A mystical energy suffused his being. It was the sign of the 8 desolations bloodline being fully activated, a legacy from ancient times. This awakening granted Lin Ze a deeper, innate understanding of the 8 desolations battle technique. As Lin Ze delved deeply into the 8 desolation combat techniques, a profound realization dawned upon him: his bloodline possessed an unparalleled capacity for inclusiveness, capable of harmonizing all things under heaven. Following the guidance of his bloodline, he boldly experimented by using the methods of the 8 desolation bloodline as the core, forcibly integrating the chi refining and essence refining techniques. Although he had yet to acquire a comparable grade of spirit refining technique, he successfully merged the true art of heaven and desolation polarity with the flame demon true body. At that very moment, a unique earth-grade superior technique, the great desolation true flame art, formed within him and immediately reached perfection. As the technique integrated with his being, Lin Ze felt his physical body and spiritual energy fuse seamlessly, with no trace of separation. A simple movement of his fingers allowed him to sense a terrifying power dozens of times stronger than before. So it's real after all, Lin Ze murmured to himself. The speculation about the unique nature of the Lin family's bloodline had surfaced long ago during the demonic cult's poison incident. At that time, the entire Lin family was poisoned, yet only he and his grandfather, Lin Ao, remained unharmed, a peculiarity that raised suspicions. Unfortunately, even Lin Ao, the family head, had no knowledge of the matter, so Lin Ze set it aside. Unexpectedly, during his fierce battle with the withered glory venerable, this dormant bloodline power was awakened. On the battlefield, the withered glory venerable, who was already at the end of his strength, let out a long sigh. To challenge a Tianyuan sovereign with merely a divine sea cultivation, truly remarkable. Before his words could fade, he burned the last remnants of his life force to unleash the withered glory technique. Reverse spring and autumn. With a deafening roar, the withered glory domain expanded abruptly, shattering the void and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Not good. The 9 Grandmaster sect leaders were alarmed and prepared to intervene. They understood clearly whether for Lin Ze's extraordinary talent or the origins of the true flame sacred demon art, this unparalleled genius could not be allowed to perish. But just as the leader of the Changhe sword sect raised his hand, Lin Ze had already acted. With a casual wave, a streak of sword energy tore through the air. Zhang. A clear, resonant sword hum echoed across the heavens and earth as the sword energy effortlessly sliced through the withered glory domain as if it were tofu, encountering no resistance. As the domain shattered, the backlash drained the last vestiges of the withered glory venerable strength. The mighty figure collapsed heavily in the center of the battlefield, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. You didn't even use your full strength? Lin Ze merely shrugged. He, too, hadn't expected to awaken such a heaven-defying bloodline. The Lin family's ancestor is truly extraordinary. Lin Ze swiftly moved to the side of the withering glory venerable and extended a hand to help him up. This battle has been immensely satisfying for me. Thank you, venerable. The withering glory venerable was momentarily stunned, but then smiled with a sense of relief. As long as you enjoyed it, that's all that matters. With that, he turned and left the battlefield. The outcome is decided. The winner is Lin Ze. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A cultivator at the Divine Sea Realm defeated a venerable? How is that even possible? People murmured in disbelief, as if they were trapped in a dream. Only Hong Tian stood apart from the rest. He immediately rushed to Xue Jianqing and blurted out eagerly, "It's my turn. I want to challenge him." Xue Jianqing snapped out of his shock, casting a peculiar and complex glance at Hong Tian. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "What's with the rush? Fine, go ahead. You two freaks can settle it yourselves." Hong Tian strode confidently into the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the proud figure before him. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief. Even a venerable Losthes just at the half-step Divine Sea Realm. Is he walking to his death? Ignoring the chatter around him, Hong Tian focused intently on Lin Ze. Finally, the moment has come. I want you to pay for what happened before. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ze had already made his move. He stomped on the ground, sending a seismic wave surging toward Hong Tian. To everyone's surprise, Hong Tian dodged the attack with an almost flawless maneuver. You have no sense of honor. At least let me finish my sentence. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. His eyes flashed with 2 beams of violet light, exuding an aura of dominance as he charged directly at Hong Tian. Yet Hong Tian simply closed his eyes, and the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. The violet beams of light vanished as if they had never existed, swallowed entirely by the void. The spectators were even more stunned, but the 9 great sect masters saw through the situation. This was the power of fate. My will aligns with the will of the heavens. My heart resonates with the heart of the heavens. They murmured in awe. The heavenly fate celestial body, it truly is the celestial body of destiny. Now it remains to be seen whether the heavenly fate celestial body will prevail, or if the ethereal celestial body or the myriad laws celestial body will prove superior. A celestial body that appears only once in a generation, and the Azure domain has 2 of them at the same time. If the other domains find out, they'll go mad. Alright, just relax and watch. The 9 individuals took their seats, their gazes fixed on the battle unfolding in the arena. This is the perfect opportunity to see whether Lin Ze possesses the ethereal immortal physique or the all-encompassing immortal physique. If he really has both, I might start believing he's some kind of illegitimate child of the Tao itself. In the arena, Lin Ze and Hong Tian faced off once more. You attacked first twice already. This time, it's my turn. Hong Tian's eyes shone with divine light as his energy surged to its peak in an instant. Pointing one finger to the heavens and the other to the earth, his voice boomed like thunder, heaven's wrath, earth's destruction. Before his words even finished echoing, Hong Tian's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, as if he had become a celestial emperor issuing a supreme decree to the heavens and earth. Without warning, the mysterious void realm resounded with deafening thunder. Countless bolts of lightning converged in the sky, forming an enormous storm vortex. Within it, massive purple divine lightning gathered, growing ever more intense. Boom! A colossal purple lightning bolt shot down from the heavens, aiming directly for Lin Ze's vitals. Simultaneously, the ground of Daojia Mountain roared in fury, its power coalescing into an indestructible prison that trapped Lin Ze within. This cage not only restricted his movements, but also severed his connection to the Earth's energies. The sky churned with chaos, disrupted by the purple divine lightning. Lin Ze could no longer harness the power of the heavens. Truly, it was a situation where neither heaven nor earth could come to his aid. As lightning and earth's forces erupted together, Lin Ze was caught in the grinding millstone of heaven and earth. Commanding the heavens and earth? What is happening? Ordinary spectators were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. I didn't even blink. But those with deeper knowledge recognized Hong Tian's method. Commanding the heavens and taking the mandate for oneself, that's clearly the legendary heavens mandate immortal physique. So the legends of the 9 immortal physiques of the Tao are true after all. Just as the crowd marveled in astonishment, the battle took a sudden turn. The towering lightning pillar was abruptly shattered by a mysterious force, and the earthen prison crumbled to pieces. Ancient 8 Desolation's blood. Ignite. Great Desolation true flame art. Manifest. A demonic god's shadow emerged behind Lin Ze, lifting the shattered earthen prison and hurling it toward the storm's vortex. Amid the deafening roar, the heavenly lightning and earthen prison were obliterated entirely. In an instant, the demonic god's shadow charged toward Hong Tian, its fists tearing through the air with unmatched force. Hong Tian remained composed, letting out a deep shout, reverse. Time seemed to rewind, and Lin Ze's punches began retreating backward. Lin Ze smirked. So you've brought out reversal? Then I'll play along. Reverse. Hong Tian commanded again, and the punches instantly changed direction, hurtling back toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze transformed into countless afterimages, dodging the attacks as he closed in once more. Hong Tian continued to wield his reversal technique, while Lin Ze relentlessly launched his assaults. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, the battlefield engulfed in a storm of crisscrossing blades, flashing swords, and blazing fury. Unbelievable. The spectators were utterly stunned. I've lived this long, and I've never seen anyone fight like this. It's insane. Meanwhile, the 9 sages watched with great interest. They knew that those with lower cultivation could only see the surface-level exchanges but couldn't grasp the profound mysteries hidden within. The spectators witnessed a duel that surpassed all imagination, one side wielding the power of destiny, while the other relentlessly broke free from its constraints. It was as if the very rules of destiny were being toyed with, torn apart and mended over and over again. When did the rules of destiny become so easily manipulated? Someone marveled. These celestial bodies truly defy reason. It seems that only another celestial body can counterbalance one. The mysteries of a battle between celestial bodies are beyond comprehension. As the crowd speculated on how long the battle would last, a previously silent half-saint suddenly spoke. It's over. All 9 turned their eyes toward the battlefield. Hong Tian and Lin Ze were still locked in fierce combat, but Hong Tian's face had grown visibly pale, and the power of his negation was dimming. Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems your strength is running out. Imph. Hong Tian snorted coldly. Your skin and fists are indeed tough, even purple lightning couldn't kill you. Negating you once already cost me days' worth of destiny's power. It's not worth continuing, he sighed. But I've never tasted defeat since I grew up. I really don't want to admit defeat like this, considering that only one celestial body emerges in an era, and it's almost impossible for 2 to meet. How unlucky I am to have run into you. Then let's settle this with one final move, Hong Tian said, pointing to the sky. You'd better be ready. Calling down lightning again? How about something stronger this time? This time, it's not lightning. Hong Tian's tone grew cold. I'm going to negate your very existence. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. You can negate attacks, and now you're aiming to negate me entirely? Who's the one breaking the rules here, you or me? Try and you'll find out. Hong Tian suddenly shouted, Sword, come. The void swirled with chaotic currents, and a rusted, broken sword materialized in his hand. Everyone present, including the 9 great sages, was stunned at the sight of this seemingly unremarkable weapon. Is that a saint's weapon? The remnant heaven sword? All eyes turned toward the figure known as Old Jiang. Old Jiang, someone's raided your domain. As the master of the remnant heaven sect, Old Jiang's face turned grim. That seemingly ordinary broken sword was none other than the sect's sacred weapon, forged by a saint and imbued with unimaginable power. However, the moment Hong Tian grasped the remnant heaven sword, his face turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sacred weapon, which had just fallen into his hands, was suddenly swept away by the chaotic currents of the void and vanished back into the remnant Heaven sect. Watching the fading figure of the Cantillon sword, Hong Tian's face was filled with disbelief. As one of the 9 legendary Dao physiques, the Heaven's Destiny physique, this was the first time he had ever faced such humiliation. A sacred weapon dared to reject his summoning. A mere broken weapon, defeated by the ancient green saint, dares to defy me? Hong Tian gritted his teeth. Even the world itself was supposed to heed the commands of the Heaven's Destiny physique. Yet this broken sword had twice resisted his will. Unwilling to accept this, Hong Tian raised his hand again, intensifying his command over the heavens and earth. Cantillon's sword, come. The rust-covered blade did indeed emerge from the void, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished once more. Hong Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a shimmering gold. This was the second time he had been countered by the sacred weapon. Looks like you've overplayed your hand. At some point, Lin Ze had silently appeared behind Hong Tian, watching the disappearing void with a hint of amusement. This isn't my fault. Hong Tian jumped as if his tail had been stepped on. It's that damned sacred weapon, it's haunted. Weren't you trying to deny my existence? Lin Ze asked calmly. Why then did you turn around and summon the sword? Isn't that a rather obvious diversion? Hong Tian glared intensely at Lin Ze. To him, Lin Ze's ability to instantly comprehend the 9 ancient techniques clearly corresponded to the myriad arts physique, one of the 9 legendary Dao physiques. For 2 such rare physiques, each appearing only once in an Erato meet, was already an extraordinary coincidence. To determine superiority between them was not just about personal victory, but also about proving that Heaven's Destiny was superior to myriad arts. Not today. Am not in the right condition, Hong Tian muttered begrudgingly as he stepped back from the center of the battlefield, leaving behind a reluctant concession. Fine, you win this time. With Hong Tian's departure, Lin Ze successfully retained his position atop the rankings. The spectators exchanged glances, speechless for a long time. A cultivator at the Divine Sea realm defeating a Heaven's Origin sovereign was already shocking enough, but now he had even summoned the legendary Cantillon sword. How could this still be considered an ordinary Dao Tribulation Mountain trial? The battles of the other participants suddenly seemed utterly insignificant. All the attention had gathered on the 2 dazzling figures of Lin Ze and Hong Tian. The man with a bristly beard, ranked second, stood to the side, his expression flickering with complexity. He recalled all the effort and dedication he had poured into this semi-saint selection. He had hoped to make a name for himself and gain the favor of a semi-saint. But in the face of these 2 extraordinary talents, all his aspirations had crumbled into nothing. After a long moment, the burly man let out a deep sigh and lowered his head in resignation. One could shatter a venerable, and the other could summon a sacred weapon. Faced with such overwhelming power, what more could he say? However, just as the bristly-bearded man was resigning himself to his fate, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. I challenge the second place. The man's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and he roared furiously. I may not be able to take down those 2, but you're dead meat. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already turned into a blur, charging at the challenger. An intense battle ensued. But Lin Ze and Hong Tian had already lost interest in such struggles. This trial was long over for them. As time passed and the 5,000 strands of tribulation energy burned away, the ranking competition finally came to an end. Thus, the 5 major trials of Daojia Mountain's Qingyu 9 sects Fortune, Willpower, Comprehension, Innate Potential, and Combat were completed in full. 9 great sages and a semi-saint descended from the void to announce the conclusion of the trials. They opened 9 void teleportation gates, each marked with the name of a corresponding sect, allowing participants to choose which sect to join. In the past, this would be the moment when they privately approached the most exceptional talents for discussions. However, in this generation, apart from Lin Ze and Hong Tian, everyone else seemed insignificant. Once the rest of the participants tactfully stepped through the teleportation gates, only these 2 outstanding figures remained in the arena. Elder Jiang approached Hong Tian with a light chuckle and said, with just a half step into the Divine Sea, you dared to wield the fragmented heaven sword. You celestial physiques are truly daring. Tell me, if you join my fragmented heaven Dao sect, the position of the next sect master will be yours, and all resources will be at your disposal. How does that sound? Hong Tian yawned nonchalantly and replied, not interested. Pointing to Lin Ze, he added, don't ask me. Ask him. Wherever he goes, I'll go too. The pride of the celestial physique was evident. No worldly offer could sway him. At this moment, the only thing that mattered to him was Lin Ze's choice. After hearing Hong Tian's response, the group couldn't help but show expressions of helplessness. Wherever Lin Ze went, Hong Tian would follow. Didn't this mean Lin Ze had already secured the position of the semi-saint successor? Although both possessed celestial physiques, Lin Ze's abilities far surpassed Hong Tian's in every way and were shrouded in an air of mystery. Previously, Elder Jiang hadn't sought out Lin Ze first because the semi-saint hadn't yet made a decision. But now, with the current situation, Lin Ze, as the semi-saint successor, would undoubtedly choose the Changhe Sword sect. Hong Tian would follow suit, which was like a gift from the heavens for the sect gaining not one but two celestial physique disciples. Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Changhe Sword sect burst into hearty laughter. The 9 sects of the Azure region are united like branches of the same tree. No matter where you go, you will always be disciples of the 9 sects of the Azure region. I respect your decisions. Though his words sounded noble, they caused the other 8 sect leaders to roll their eyes inwardly, clearly benefiting the most yet still trying to appear magnanimous. However, with the semi-saint of the Sword sect present, they could only smile along. But before moving forward, there was a pressing matter to address. The sect leader of the Changhe Sword sect fixed his sharp gaze on Lin Ze. Young friend Lin, you have cultivated the true flame saint demon technique. This was not a question but a statement. No matter how varied the technique appeared, its essence could not escape their recognition. This technique was eradicated by the combined karmic power of the 9 sects of the Azure region. All senior members of the demon cult were obliterated. Where exactly did you acquire this technique? The stern gazes of the 9 sect leaders simultaneously fell upon Lin Ze. Lin Ze, prepared for this moment, remained calm and composed. I came across this technique by chance in the Bachin dynasty in the human realm. It was from someone named Lu Changfeng. This individual lived a century ago and disappeared from the Lu family after joining the cult of flame worship. Impossible. The 9 leaders immediately retorted. That technique was sealed with karma so profound that even those at the life-profound realm couldn't preserve a trace of it. Besides, traces of the demon cult were indeed discovered in that region. Lin Ze proceeded to recount the demon cult-related events that had occurred in the Bachin dynasty. After hearing him out, the 9 sect leaders fell into a prolonged silence. It seems that person has indeed returned, someone finally said gravely. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with doubt. Could it be that even the semi-saint had failed to completely eliminate the demon cult leader? The 9 leaders exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes eventually turning toward the semi-saint. Rarely speaking, the semi-saint broke his silence to explain in detail. That fiend, while not having reached the saint realm, wielded extraordinarily sinister methods. In the final moments, a fragment of their soul managed to escape. I was injured during the battle and unable to pursue. Left with no choice, I invoked the bloodline power inherited from the ancient ancestor Qing, Shang, to impose a great karmic seal upon this realm, cutting off the spread of their demonic arts to prevent their resurgence. Therefore, if there are still any demonic arts in existence, they must have originated from that fiend. A glimmer of realization flashed through Lin Ze's eyes. So, you're saying Lu Changfeng is the leader of the demonic sect? The half-saint shook his head slowly, his voice heavy. The great karmic ties imposed by the Qing sage's bloodline are no trifling matter. Even with that fiend's cunning and sinister tricks, it would be impossible for demonic arts to endure for 100 years without intervention. To sustain their existence, she would have had to act personally. His gaze burned as it locked onto Lin Ze. And on you, I sense her presence. In other words, the demonic arts were handed to you by her own hand. She chose you. The half-saint gave Lin Ze a deep, piercing look and continued. Sometimes, what a person says is irrelevant. Words can be disguised, lies can be told. But what they do, how they guide you, and ultimately what they gain, these are truths that cannot be concealed. These words struck Lin Ze like a thunderclap. His pupils contracted sharply as fragments of inconsistency from the original story he knew suddenly aligned into a clear, coherent thread. The coincidental discovery of the Earth-tier martial arts fragment at a street vendor's stall, the Lu family's library revealed during the Bachin Gu poison case, acquiring the hidden demonic arts within that library, and the vast network of the demonic sect, all of it seemed like a meticulously orchestrated game of chess, leading him step by step. What was even more unsettling was another detail from the poison case. Apart from Lin Ze and his grandfather Lin Ao, there was one other person who claimed to have avoided poisoning thanks to a medicinal bath. But the absolute death goo was crafted by an innate expert. Without a special bloodline, or reaching the 3rd level of the true flame saint demon art, how could ordinary medicine possibly neutralize the poison? And the clues pointing to the Lu family's ancestral notes, the travelogue recording the true flame saint demon art, all of it came from that person? It seems you've figured out who it is, the half-saint sighed. Unfortunately, it's too late. With her cunning and foresight, she must have already left Daojia Mountain upon knowing you would come. Lin Ze fell into deep thought. Perhaps, from the very beginning, the main storyline of that book was merely the schemes of various powerful figures, and he had never seen the true end? No matter. Stay calm, the half-saint reassured him. At the very least, She won't dare make another move before my death. Now that we've addressed that, it's time to discuss the real matter at hand. His gaze intensified as the laws binding his body began to tighten and glow, as though the very heavens sought to prevent him from choosing a successor. Child, will you inherit my legacy? All 9 of the gathered figures turned their attention toward them. The inheritance of the Qing domain's half-saint, a position crucial to the fate of the entire Qing domain, was a historic moment to witness. The atmosphere grew solemn and heavy. Lin Ze uttered just one sentence. I will not disappoint everyone. This decision had long been foreshadowed. The half-saint was the ancestor of the Changhe sword sect, which not only upheld the Qing sages' ancient teachings, but was also the only sect in the Qing domain with a saint's legacy. Against a formidable foe like the demonic sect's leader, he needed the strongest power he could acquire. Good. The half-saint nodded, closing his eyes and leaving his final words. Once you ascend to the fate-profound realm, meet me in the sword sect's forbidden grounds. With a deafening roar of chaos, the chains of law erupted with a power capable of shattering worlds, and the half-saint Qinghe's figure vanished from Daojia Mountain. Farewell, half-saint. Farewell, ancestor. After sending off the half-saint, the 9 great sect leaders finally relaxed, their previously tense demeanor easing. In the presence of the semi-saint, the undisputed supreme being of the Azure domain, everyone present bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest hint of disrespect. Yu Tu, the leader of the Changhe sword sect, quickly approached Lin Ze and his companion, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed joy. 2 celestial bodies. 2 of the 9 great celestial physiques of the Tao had both chosen to join the Changhe sword sect. In Yu Tu's mind, he was already envisioning a grand future. With the extraordinary talent of these celestial physiques, they would surely break through their current limits and step into the saint realm within a year. By then, the Changhe sword sect would boast the glory of having 3 saints within its ranks. A radiant smile spread across his face, so broad it resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha, I, Yu Tu, warmly welcome you 2 virtuous talents to join our Changhe sword sect. As he spoke, fearing that the other 8 representatives might interfere, he immediately waved his hand and opened a void portal leading to the Changhe sword sect in front of Lin Ze and his companion. Please come in quickly. The other 8 representatives fell silent at the sight. The representative from the Yinyang Xian sect was still unwilling to give up and made a final appeal to Hong Tian. Young friend Hong Tian, won't you reconsider? Our Yinyang Xian sect will always welcome you with open arms. Whatever you desire, the entire sect will surely grant it. Hearing this, Hong Tian merely tilted his head slightly and replied indifferently, do you think there's anything I lack? This simple rhetorical question left the Yinyang Xian sect representative speechless. Indeed, what could the chosen one of destiny, who could casually borrow saint artifacts, possibly lack? While utilizing destiny's power may deplete it, for cultivators with endless lifespans, it was merely a matter of time before it recovered. Haha, my old friends, until we meet again. I'll take these 2 young friends to our sect first. Yu Tu's laughter echoed through the Tao Tribulation Mountain as he stepped into the void portal with Lin Ze and his companion, disappearing from sight. The remaining 8 representatives could only shake their heads and sigh before leaving to seek promising talents among the other participants. The wind in the mountains stilled, and the sacred site of Tao Tribulation Mountain, left behind by the ancient Azure Saint, returned to silence. No one knew how much time passed before a distant sigh echoed from the mysterious space at the mountain's base. Descendants of the 8 desolations, alas! The sigh seemed to transcend time, reverberating through the river of ages. In the Lin family estate of the Northern Star Dynasty, Xiaotsue was tidying up Lu Hanyan's boudoir, sighing as she muttered to herself, the young master has left, and now the young lady slipped away quietly too. It's been so many days. Wherever you've gone, you should at least say something to ease our worries. Xiaotsue carefully arranged Lu Hanyan's clothing, placing each item neatly back in its original place. The room appeared as it always did, with no signs of someone preparing for a long journey. Her brows furrowed deeply as unease clouded her thoughts. It's impossible that she was abducted. With the Lin family's current influence in Songjin Mountain, who would dare attempt such a thing? But where could Miss have gone? Just as her anxiety grew, Lin Wu and Yi Xiaoran hurriedly arrived at the door. Xiaotsue quickly stepped forward to greet them. Is there any news of Miss? The 2 men shook their heads gravely. Yi Xiaoran's voice was low and somber. I've mobilized the entire Shiluo manor to search for her, but not even the slightest trace has been found. It's as if she vanished into thin air. The Lin family's guards have also scoured the area around the residence, but no suspicious individuals were discovered, Lin Wu added. Days of fruitless investigation only deepened their worry. How would they explain Lu Hanyan's disappearance when the young master returned, or when the master of the house awoke? Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, a figure clad in pale blue stood with unyielding pride. Lu Hanyan's once serene and elegant demeanor reminiscent of an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, had completely transformed. A crimson, demonic flame swirled around her, radiating an aura of boundless mystery. Behind her, several figures in black robes knelt respectfully. "Master, we greet the Master. It is our incompetence that has disappointed you." Their bodies trembled slightly beneath their robes. According to the original plan, the Master's true form was not meant to awaken for several more years. Yet now, not only had her awakening come prematurely, but she had also ordered the cessation of all activities within the sect. It was clear they had made a grave mistake. "We beg for your forgiveness, Master," they pleaded, their voices quivering with fear. Lu Hanyin gazed into the distance, as if her eyes could pierce through illusion to see the truth. Her voice was cold and detached. "It's not your fault. This is the will of the heavens. The fate of the Azure domain has already been thrown into chaos." Her words left the kneeling figures bewildered, but she offered no further explanation. Instead, her gaze lingered on the direction of the Changha Sword Sect, her expression contemplative. At that moment, a void portal slowly unfolded in the sky above the Changha Sword Sect. Yu descended with Lin Ze and another figure, landing before the elders who had been waiting for their arrival. The elders, eager to witness the rumored celestial physique that had triumphed in the Jia Mountain trial, had gathered in anticipation. "Sect Master," the elders greeted respectfully before turning their astonished gazes toward Lin Ze and the other figure. "Are these two the ones with celestial physiques?" The Sect Master managed to bring not one, but two celestial physiques here. Their shock was palpable, for the 9 celestial physiques of the Great Tao were shrouded in mystery and legend. To behold even one in person was a rare and extraordinary event. Yutu's face lit up with an irrepressible smile as he stood before the crowd and began to introduce. "This is Hong Tian, the Heaven's Mandate Immortal Physique. Starting today, he will become the first true disciple of our Changha Sword Sect, with unrestricted access to all sect resources." The elders and stewards present responded in unison. "We obey the Sect Master's decree." Yutu then turned his gaze to Lin Ze, his tone becoming even more solemn. "As for this one, Lin Ze, he has been personally designated by our semi-saint patriarch as the successor. From now on, he will serve as the acting sect master of our sect." The weight of these two identities was immense, one being directly elevated to first true disciple, the other becoming the acting sect master. In top-tier forces like the 9 sects of the Qing domain, with legacies spanning millennia, such arrangements were unprecedented. Yet, the members of the Sword Sect remained remarkably composed, as the title of Tao's Ninefold Immortal Physique alone was more than deserving of such treatment. In truth, having the Tao's Ninefold Immortal Physique choose to join them was an unparalleled honor for the Changha Sword Sect. The elders and stewards exchanged knowing glances before bowing to the two young men. "We pay our respects to the acting sect master. Greetings to the first true disciple." Their demeanor was exceptionally respectful, clearly indicating their acknowledgement of the two's status. However, Hong Tian seemed indifferent to it all. With an air of ennui, his expression remained detached and world-weary, his eyelids drooping as if on the verge of sleep. Since the moment he became the Heaven's Mandate, it seemed nothing in the world could pique his interest. To him, the Tao's Ninefold Immortal Physique might not be a gift from the heavens, but rather a curse. "I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap," Hong Tian said flatly, his gaze lingering briefly on Lin Ze. "When I recover, I'll come find you. Next time we meet, I hope you can still maintain the posture of a victor." With that, his figure melted into the void and vanished. For a moment, the elders and stewards wore slightly stiff expressions. This feeling of being disregarded reminded them of the experiences of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. But on second thought, such aloofness seemed fitting for someone with the Heaven's Mandate Immortal Physique. Meanwhile, Lin Ze was staring intently in the direction where Hong Tian had disappeared, his mind turning over an important question. His God-level Comprehension LV4 ability enabled him to automatically generate corresponding unique physiques and bloodlines based on cultivation techniques. And Hong Tian, with his so-called once-in-a-lifetime Heaven's Mandate Immortal Physique. However, it also falls under the category of physique and bloodline, which naturally comes within the professional domain of divine-level comprehension at level 4. This thought made Lin Ze's eyes light up. Could the Destiny Immortal Physique have its own exclusive cultivation technique? This idea flashed through his mind. It was worth exploring. Lin Ze had little interest in exchanging pleasantries with the elders and stewards of the Sword Sect. Being unfamiliar with them on a first meeting, and since his purpose here was solely to obtain cultivation techniques rather than make connections, he kept the conversations brief. After a few polite exchanges and a cursory tour of the Sword Sect to establish his and Hong Tian's standing within the sect, the meeting concluded. Afterward, Lin Ze made his way directly to the Long River Sword Sect's library. On the way, he encountered Xue Jianqing, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, who was accompanied by Luo Wuchen and a red-haired young man. Brother Lin, we meet again. Congratulations on inheriting the semi-saint's legacy and becoming the acting sect leader of our sect. Xue Jianqing greeted warmly. You flatter me, Sword Emperor. Lin Ze responded humbly. Now that's funny, you calling me Sword Emperor is a joke in itself. By seniority, I should be addressing you as Master Ancestor now, Xue Jianqing said with a hearty laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Luo Wuchen approached with excitement. Being able to join the Long River Sword Sect, enter Daojia Mountain, and unexpectedly reconnect with his family clan was all thanks to Lin Ze. Without his help, Luo Wuchen might have ended up like the other 200 people, stranded outside the gates of Daojia Mountain. Senior Shenwu King. Luo Wuchen greeted respectfully with a bow. I didn't expect you to choose the Long River Sword Sect, Lin Ze said with a hint of surprise. Considering your master is from Dunyi, I thought you would have chosen the Kintian Dao sect. I initially intended to join the Kintian Dao sect, Luo Wuchen explained, but I unexpectedly came across an ancestor from my clan. It turns out that my family holds considerable influence in the Long River Sword sect, so I followed him here to reconnect with my roots. Oh, by the way, he gestured toward the red-haired young man. This is my third great-uncle, Qi Feihong. Greetings to the acting sect leader, Qi Feihong said respectfully with a bow. No need for formalities, Lin Ze responded with a wave of his hand. Senior, will you be returning to the Huaguang realm? Luo Wuchen suddenly asked. Of course, Lin Ze replied firmly. Huaguang Beichen is not only where it all began, but it's also where many mysteries remain. My Lin family bloodline, the last survivor of Longdu, and even Lu Hanyin, the demon sect leader. There are too many questions left unanswered. Once I've gained sufficient strength here, I must return to uncover the truth. Are you planning to come with me? Hearing that Lin Ze intended to return to the Huaguang realm, Luo Wuchen hesitated momentarily, glanced at Qi Feihong, and seemed conflicted. After a brief silence, Qi Feihong gave a slight nod. Since Senior also plans to return, there's something important regarding the Huaguang realm and the Qiling clan that I'd like to discuss with you in private. Would you have time now? I still have some matters to attend to. You two go ahead and talk, Xue Jianqing interjected. By the way, Brother Lin, I've already sent word to my young apprentice to hurry here. He should arrive by tomorrow evening. Thank you, Sword Emperor. No need to be so formal, it's the camaraderie between sect members, Xue Jianqing said with a cupped fist, taking his leave. After Xue Jianqing left, Lin Ze turned to the two men and asked directly, Go ahead. What's the matter? Luo Wuchen looked a bit embarrassed and confessed in a low voice. My apologies, Senior Shenwu King. I lied to you earlier. We didn't just come here by chance. In fact, we were purposefully waiting for you. As the top-ranked individual, you must be the successor of a semi-saint. Visiting the Sword Sect Scripture Pavilion is a necessary step for you, so we waited here. However, with Senior Tianjian Emperor present earlier, I didn't dare to speak the truth. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Interesting. This doesn't seem like a trivial matter. Go ahead, speak freely, he added. Qi Feihong cautiously scanned their surroundings before swiftly casting several runes of the Qi spirit clan, etching intricate patterns into the air. The runes shimmered, forming an invisible barrier that blocked any prying eyes from the shadows. He then set up several formations in succession, completely isolating the trio's presence. Only after ensuring absolute security did Qi Feihong gravely explain, this matter is of great importance. It not only concerns my Qi spirit clan in the Huaguang realm, but also the very survival of the entire Azure domain. We must proceed with utmost caution. Oh. Lin Ze's curiosity was genuinely piqued. Let's hear it. Qi Feihong's expression turned solemn as he uttered two words. Phoenix. Phoenix. Lin Ze was momentarily stunned. Lately, the Azure domain had been rife with unusual phenomena. First, the emergence of the legendary 9 celestial body of the Great Tao, and now even a phoenix, one of the rarest and most treasured true spirits of heaven and earth, had appeared. In the Tianlan world, phoenixes, along with true dragons, were the most supreme true spirits of heaven and earth, born with the blessings of the world's fortune and standing above all other races. It was said that a single tear from a phoenix could revive the dead, a single feather could extend one's lifespan, and a single drop of its blood could transform a person's aptitude. Consuming a phoenix could even grant the ancient phoenix bloodline, leading to transcendence, immortality, and eternal life. Lin Ze cast a peculiar glance at Qi Feihong and Luo Wuchen. With their level of strength, they dared to have designs on a phoenix? Even with himself, a so-called divine sea realm celestial body, it was nothing short of a fool's dream. Noticing Lin Ze's skepticism, Qi Feihong quickly clarified, No, it's not what you think, Senior. This goes back 18 years. At that time, 2 young phoenixes, male and 1 female, suddenly appeared in the Azure domain. The news caused an uproar among the high-ranking figures of the entire domain. But soon, no one dared to act rashly. The tone of Qi Feihong's voice grew solemn. This pair of phoenixes was fleeing from the pursuit of a supreme sage. At that time, the sage was furious, but due to the absolute Dao prohibition left behind by the Qing sage in the Qing region, no other sages could approach even remotely. He continued. That sage risked the backlash of the Dao prohibition and launched a fatal strike from afar. The male phoenix fell on the spot, while the female phoenix used her companion's sacrifice to escape into the boundless void. Since then, despite the Qing region's upper echelon's extensive search and attempts to divine her whereabouts, they failed to find even a trace of the phoenix. But in truth, Qi Feihong exchanged a meaningful glance with Luo Wuchen. Our Qiling clan, as a subordinate lineage of the phoenix race, has a natural sensitivity to phoenix auras. In Wuchen, I sensed an extremely faint but undeniable trace of phoenix energy. He turned to Lin Ze, his gaze sharp. And in you, this aura is even stronger, so strong that it feels as if you've had direct contact with it. Hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes glimmered like starlight. He recalled all the women he had encountered, and only one remained shrouded in mystery. Wudong. Wudong. The phoenix rests on the parasol tree. Lin Ze chuckled to himself. Things are truly getting interesting. Lu Hanyan is the leader of the demonic sect, and Wudong turns out to be the surviving phoenix. This northern starland is indeed full of hidden talents and secrets. As the clues became clearer, an audacious hypothesis formed in Lin Ze's mind. The world remained the same, but the one who was supposed to die had changed. According to the storyline he remembered from his past life, Wudong should have perished, and the phoenix would have survived to become Wutong. However, in reality, the male phoenix died, and the surviving female phoenix became Wudong. Connecting this to Lu Hanyan's identity seemingly indifferent to avenging her father's death, but secretly the leader of the demonic sect, Lin Ze grew more convinced. The entire story had been a web of intricate schemes by powerful figures, all centered around the phoenix. So, what role did Xia Qinghe, who appeared to be a simple character clinging to the protagonist, play in this grand scheme? And what of the Lin clan's 8 Desolation bloodline? Was contingency plan, was it? Was the Lin clan's downfall a genuine elimination, or part of a calculated retreat by some unseen player? Lin Ze's thoughts delved deeper, as though he were brushing against the edges of an enormous and enigmatic puzzle. Lin Ze squinted his eyes, his thoughts churning in his mind. If that were truly the case, then those seemingly contradictory events in the original story suddenly made sense. His gaze swept toward the Sword Sect's scripture pavilion, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Once he had this pavilion under his control, he would make sure to settle accounts with these people and let them understand the cost of provoking someone with his abilities. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ze turned his attention to Luo Wuchen and Qi Feihong. Tell me, what plans does your Qiling clan have for that phoenix? Qi Feihong's eyes flickered. That depends on what the acting sect master has in mind. Oh, my thoughts? Lin Ze asked. To be honest, Qi Feihong said with a serious expression, our clan has been debating this matter ever since the phoenix appeared 18 years ago. As a subordinate clan to the Phoenix clan, we ought to assist the phoenix's return, thereby regaining their protection and blessings. He paused briefly, the red glow in his eyes growing more intense. But the Qing region is too unique. With the Qing sage's protection, not even the authority of the Phoenix clan can reach this land. This has emboldened some within our clan to entertain a daring idea: kill the phoenix and take its blood, making the Qiling clan renowned across the world. In any other place, we wouldn't even dare think of such a thing. If we did, the Phoenix clan's powerhouses would wipe out the Qiling clan the very next day, leaving no trace of our existence. But in the Qing region, here, the Qing sage is the ultimate authority, not the phoenix. Qi Feihong continued. Another faction within the clan insists on adhering to the pact of the myriad races and following the natural order. After all, our clan shares a bloodline connection with the Phoenix clan. If we protect and escort the Phoenix back to its clan, we could gain tremendous support in the future. These two opinions have been deadlocked for years. He then bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Therefore, I humbly ask the acting sect master to guide our clan and show us the way forward. The implication was clear: they were willing to follow Lin Ze's lead. The reason was simple. At this moment, only Lin Ze had seen the phoenix and knew its whereabouts. Secondly, Lin Ze, as a native of the Huaguang realm, has deep familial roots in this land. If the Qiling clan intends to make any significant moves within the Huaguang realm, they cannot bypass him. Thirdly, and most importantly, Lin Ze possesses a celestial physique, marking him as the destined supreme being of the Tianlan world. Furthermore, he has inherited the mantle of a semi-saint, being the direct descendant of Qinghe semi-saint, a progeny of the ancient Qing sage, which elevates his status even more. Qi Feihong calculated in his mind forming an alliance with Lin Ze was undoubtedly a wise choice. Having Lin Ze act as the patron of the Qiling clan, regardless of his approach or intentions, would make him a powerful pillar of support for the clan. This was precisely the deeper intention behind Qi Feihong's initiative to disclose the news about the Phoenix to Lin Ze. Lin Ze immediately saw through Qi Feihong's thoughts. This was a gesture, using the matter of the Phoenix to declare the Chilean clan's loyalty to him. Interesting. Lin Ze chuckled softly. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Initially, I came to know you through my second master's hidden sword, and now, through you, I've encountered the Chilean clan and this karmic connection. Very well, I accept. As long as I, Lin Ze, remain in the sword sect, I promise the Chilean clan will thrive. Qi Feihong was overjoyed at these words. This was the very promise he had painstakingly sought. Without hesitation, he retrieved a crimson clan seal and respectfully presented it to Lin Ze. Thank you, acting sect master. This is the core seal of the Chilean clan. With it, you can move freely within the clan. Should you have any commands, you can issue them directly through the seal. After handing over the seal, Qi Feihong tactfully said, acting sect master must have other important matters to attend to. Qi and Wuchen shall take our leave now. With that, he packed up the formation disc and runes, departing alongside Wuchen. As Lin Ze watched the two leave, he turned and headed toward the library pavilion of the Changha sword sect. As a lineage of sages spanning tens of millions of years, the sect's library was undoubtedly the most comprehensive in the Azure region. Once he finished studying its texts, his strength would surely see a dramatic leap. Upon reaching the library pavilion, the disciples standing guard quickly bowed. Acting sect master Lin. No need for formalities. I'm here to study the classics of the sword sect. Understood. As the heir to the semi-saint, all texts are fully accessible to you. Lin Ze nodded and asked, which level contains the sect's sacred techniques? Acting sect master, the sacred techniques are personally safeguarded by the semi-saint Patriarch and have always been reserved exclusively for the heirs of sages. Understood. Lin Ze replied calmly. Once I've finished studying the books here, my cultivation should reach the Mingxian realm. By then, I'll directly seek the semi-saint for the sacred techniques and ascend to the supreme sage. With the acting sect master's token in hand, Lin Ze stepped into the library pavilion, which was established in its own independent domain. Even the entry-level first floor left him awestruck. Rows upon rows of shelves were filled with top-tier human-level techniques. What was exceedingly rare in the Bachan Empire was here in abundance. Secret arts, formations, alchemy texts, and other manuals were all of the highest caliber among mortals. Casually opening a human-level top-tier technique, Lin Ze found its intricacies far surpassed ordinary techniques of the same level. The Changha sword sect truly rivals a kingdom in wealth. Lin Ze marveled inwardly. This journey will undoubtedly be immensely rewarding. Lin Ze launched into what could only be described as a bandit-style raid of knowledge. Seated in the sect's library, he flipped through one ancient manual after another from the treasured collection of the Changha sword sect. With each book he read, his divine comprehension talent advanced rapidly, climbing from an initial 4,913 to 43,910, and then to 49,910. Based on the calculation that each top-tier human-level manual provided 3 points of progress, Lin Ze had already devoured a staggering 3,000 premium manuals. And these were just the carefully selected gems of the sect, 1 in 100. As he glanced at the still towering piles of books around him, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He hadn't even finished half of them. No wonder the Changha sword sect is the legacy of the ancient supreme Qing Sheng. Lin Ze muttered to himself, marveling at the sect's profound heritage, before refocusing on his reading. Time flowed quietly amidst the sea of books. It wasn't until the growth of his divine comprehension talent finally halted that Lin Ze snapped back to reality. By then, his progress had reached an astonishing 421,910 points, more than 20 times the total he had painstakingly accumulated before. Just then, a system prompt sounded. You have absorbed the essence of countless texts and achieved a fundamental breakthrough in your divine comprehension talent, unlocking a new ability. Divine comprehension has upgraded to 51,910,100,000. From now on, you have gained the ability to perceive the laws of the universe and create your own techniques. The grade of your self-created techniques is unrestricted, with their potential determined by the depth of your understanding of the Tao. The richer your repository of techniques, the more refined your creations will be. The higher your cultivation, the deeper your insight into the universal truths. Self-created techniques? Lin Ze murmured thoughtfully. Relying on others' techniques could never be a permanent solution. Only by forging his own path could he truly claim mastery. This newly unlocked ability of his level 5 talent pleased him greatly and filled him with anticipation for the mysterious powers of the level 6 talent. Without hesitation, Lin Ze ascended to the second floor of the library. Here, the collection consisted of carefully curated lower-tier Earth-level techniques, adhering to the same principle of only the finest, no mediocrity. He picked up a manual at random and quickly discovered that even among lower-tier Earth-level techniques, there were remarkable intricacies to be found. Without wasting any time, Lin Ze immersed himself once more in his voracious pursuit of knowledge. 3 days later, at the Changhe Sword Sect, within the scripture pavilion, Lin Ze remained in seclusion. Peng Yu, the youngest disciple urgently summoned by the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Xue Jianqing, had been waiting at the sect for 2 days, pacing anxiously back and forth. According to the disciples of the scripture pavilion, the acting sect leader was deeply engrossed in the martial path, burying himself in ancient texts day and night, paying no heed to the outside world. When exactly will acting sect leader Lin finish his seclusion? Peng Yu rubbed his throbbing temples. Cultivators at the innate realm often spent centuries, or even millennia in seclusion. Was he expected to wait here for 1,000 years? With no other choice, Peng Yu visited his senior master, Xue Jianqing, early on the third morning. Disciple Peng Yu greets senior master. Take a seat. Thank you, senior master. Xue Jianqing regarded the restless young man before him with a calm expression and said, "You're here to ask when that semi-saint's successor will leave seclusion, aren't you?" "Yes, senior master. Your insight is unparalleled. You youngsters really lack patience." Peng Yu offered a wry smile. "Senior master, it's not that I lack patience, but seclusion for those in the innate realm usually lasts hundreds of years. I simply can't wait that long." "Calm yourself." Xue Jianqing glanced at him and said, "This semi-saint's successor is not like ordinary cultivators. With his level of comprehension, he could emerge from the scripture pavilion in as little as 7 days or as long as half a month. Just wait a few more days." After a brief pause, he added, "This is a rare opportunity meant just for you. Others would give anything to have such a chance." Peng Yu understood. Over the past few days at the sect, he had learned of this individual's extraordinary background first among the Daojia Mountain disciples, a semi-saint successor, possessing the Dao 9 celestial physique, acting sect leader of the Sword Sect, and the future ruler of the Azure Domain. Meeting someone of this caliber was indeed a rare and fortunate encounter. "I understand, senior master. I will take my leave." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying tremor, one that seemed to pierce the very soul, swept across the entire Sword Sect. The shockwave, originating from the sect, surged outward in all directions, spreading wildly across the Azure Heaven realm. Boom! In the sky, hazy, radiant light cascaded down, transforming into a magnificent celestial display that descended upon the mortal world. On the ground, golden sacred lotuses suddenly sprouted, turning the entire world into a sea of gold. Someone is attempting to break through to the human Dao heavenly origin. It's coming from the Changhe Sword Sect. As expected of the ancient lineage of the Azure Saint Dao, just a few years ago, they produced a heavenly sword emperor who reached the Earth Dao heavenly origin, and now they're about to give rise to a human Dao sovereign. Before the words could be finished, the heavens suddenly shifted. Wisps of purple energy began to spread, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles of the Azure Heaven realm. Purple chi rising from the east, stretching for 10,000 miles. The vast aura of righteousness surged, clouds drifted and scattered. The profound truths of heaven and earth lay bare under the boundless sky. A streak of purple energy rose from the east, instantly drawing the attention of the entire Changhe Sword Sect. The heavenly sword emperor, Xue Jianqing, abruptly stood up from his seat, disbelief flashing across his eyes. The purple chi rises from the east, the earthly Dao Tianyuan. Could it be that someone in this generation of our sect has managed to condense the earthly Dao Tianyuan? As the leading figure of this generation in the Changhe Sword Sect, Xue Jianqing was intimately familiar with the strength of his disciples. He himself had spent 5 cycles of 300,000 years each to finally break through and become a Tianyuan sovereign. 300,000 years of arduous cultivation, tribulations, enlightenment, mastering the sword, and countless battles soaked in blood. Even he was reluctant to recount the hardships of those endless years. Meanwhile, within the Sky Desire Palace of the Sword Sect, one of the 5 great powers, Miaoyu, was watching the celestial phenomenon with great interest. She licked her lips and murmured softly, "I told you we'd meet again soon. But before we even meet, you've already given me such a surprise." Her voice had barely faded when yet another phenomenon unfolded in the sky. In the azure firmament realm, the sun and moon appeared simultaneously, splitting the heavens in two. On one side, the blazing sun scorched the earth, withering flowers, grass, and forests in an instant, transforming the world into a hellish inferno. On the other side, a radiant moon hung high, its cool light cloaking all things in a silvery veil, creating an air of mysterious serenity. The heavenly Dao Tianyuan. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Miaoyu's eyes. As expected of the man I've set my sights on. Xue Jianqing was even more astonished at the sight. The heavenly Dao? That wicked woman Miaoyu can condense the heavenly Dao? Impossible. He frowned in thought, his gaze inadvertently falling on Pengyu, who was trembling under the oppressive aura of the breakthrough. In that moment, a figure flashed through his mind. Could it be him? But didn't he just break through to the pinnacle of the divine sea a few days ago? And now he's already attempting the heavenly Dao Tianyuan? Shui Jianqing shook his head with a wry smile. At least wait until the new year has passed. Maybe until you're 19? These celestial physiques truly defy all sense of reason. At that moment, another celestial physique, Hong Tian, awoke from his slumber. Gazing lazily at the celestial phenomenon caused by Lin Ze's breakthrough, he simply let out a bored yawn. The heavenly Dao Tianyuan? Isn't that a standard feature for celestial bodies? It's as easy as lifting a hand. Hong Tian yawned lazily, stretching his arms with an air of indifference. So, it broke through to Tianyuan already? A little faster than I imagined. I'll take a nap first. Once you've broken through, it'll be my turn. With that, he turned over and fell back asleep. Meanwhile, the sword sect master, Yu Tu, and several others stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the spectacular celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon appearing in the same sky. The group huddled together, whispering in awe. Master, what kind of celestial body do you think this person possesses? Judging by the speed of this breakthrough, it only took a few days to go from the peak of the divine sea to Tianyuan. If it's not the ethereal celestial body, could it be the myriad laws celestial body? But his comprehension doesn't seem to match. Could it be the legendary dual celestial body? The celestial phenomenon in the sky had reached its final stage. Following the showers of heavenly flowers, golden lotuses rising from the earth, and the arrival of purple chi from the east, a radiant golden Tianyuan broke through the sea of clouds, emitting a dazzling light. Wherever this light touched, it seemed to cleanse the heart, allowing all to feel the supreme power of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao Tianyuan. It's really the heavenly Dao Tianyuan. The god of cultivators has descended. There have only been 15 in the Qing region in hundreds of millions of years. Hurry to the Changhe sword sect to witness this. However, at this moment, Lin Ze, within the scripture pavilion of the Changhe sword sect, was filled with confusion. Above his divine sea floated not the golden Tianyuan, but a never-before-seen seven-colored Tianyuan. He flipped through the sect's ancient texts at a rapid pace, but could find no records of anything similar. Lin Ze carefully sensed the energy. The power of this seven-colored Tianyuan was indeed much stronger than the golden stage, yet beyond that, it seemed to hold no other special traits. Whatever, Lin Ze decided quickly. I'll keep pushing forward straight to the Mingxian stage. Closing his eyes, Lin Ze activated the top-tier Earthgrade technique, Changhe Sunset Circle. The pages of the tome fluttered, glowing with mysterious runes. The seven-colored Tianyuan greedily absorbed these runes, nurturing a force that aimed for an even higher realm. Mingxuan Break. As Lin Ze nurtured the power of his fate profound realm, the Azure Heaven realm was once again engulfed in an unprecedented cosmic phenomenon. Following the earlier marvels of celestial flowers blooming, golden lotuses rising from the earth, and the sun and moon appearing together, an even more terrifying aura suddenly descended. Its immense force extended beyond the Azure Heaven realm, encompassing the entire Azure domain. With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth trembled. A radiant Tianyuan, encircled by countless ancient and mysterious celestial runes, shot skyward, piercing the pinnacle of the azure heavens. Within the boundless sea of heaven and earth, it carved out a realm beyond mortal comprehension, the other shore of the heavens. Seven-colored radiance cascaded down from this ethereal realm, converging upon the Tianyuan. It seemed as though all the glory of heaven and earth was celebrating the imminent ascension of a being to a higher plane of existence. At that moment, the entire Azure domain erupted in fervor. Another fate profound sage. People speculated fervently about the identity of this breakthrough cultivator. Some guessed it might be the ancient and enigmatic Kuruo, who had lived for 23 million years, while others mentioned the figure from New Moon Palace. Yet within the Azure Heaven realm itself, a deathly silence prevailed. Everyone stood frozen, their lips trembling, their limbs weak. For in their perception, the aura of this individual breaking through the fate-profound realm was unmistakably the same as that of the one who had just condensed the Tianyuan moments before. The same person had, in the instant of breaking through to Tianyuan, directly stepped into the fate-profound realm. This is impossible, someone exclaimed in disbelief. No one has ever managed to step into the fate-profound realm immediately after breaking through to Tianyuan. In the Long River Sword Sect, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Shui Jianqing, fell into deep thought. He recalled his words on Dao Tribulation Mountain. Within 100,000 years, the entire Azure domain would revolve around Lin Ze. Now, it seemed his prophecy had been far too conservative. In the Heavenly Desire Palace, the ever-enigmatic Miao Yu furrowed her naturally alluring crescent brows, a flicker of doubt and astonishment flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the rear mountains of the Sword Sect, Hong Tian, who had just awakened from a long slumber, gazed at the sky in confusion and blinked. Did I just sleep for several years? Clearly, his guess was incorrect. Hong Tian was perplexed. Watching the young man before him continuously breaking through levels without pause, he fell into deep self-doubt. I can understand you quickly condensing the heavenly Dao Tianyuan, but immediately advancing to the Mingxian realm, aren't you going too far? Am I the one destined by fate, or are you? He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At that moment, the skies above the Qingyu region suddenly changed. An expanse of primordial chaos swept across the heavens, enveloping the entire Qingyu. Amid the hazy chaos, a strikingly handsome face emerged high above the skies, its gaze profound and far-reaching, overlooking the myriad beings below. Beneath this colossal face that seemed to blot out the sun, everyone felt their own insignificance and fragility. The entire Qingyu seemed to transform into a mere fish pond, with its inhabitants as little more than fish swimming within it. Meanwhile, the owner of that face stood outside the pond as the supreme ruler, holding dominion over all living beings. The sect master of the Changhe Sword Sect, Yu Tu, and other prominent figures of Qingyu's upper echelon trembled at the sight of this visage. A bone-deep fear surged through their hearts. This power had already surpassed the Mingxian realm. The face that gazed down upon all life grew ever clearer, revealing the refined and elegant image of a nobleman clad in snow-white robes. With an indifferent glance at the masses, he turned decisively and stepped into an unknowable realm, leaving behind only a towering silhouette. In an instant, that silhouette transformed into a radiant character, Ze. Shortly thereafter, an ancient book of time emerged, traversing through space and time. In the dark void of the Sword Sect's forbidden grounds, where 3,000 chains bound him, the semi-saint Qing, he opened his eyes. This direct descendant of the ancient Qing sage was finally awakened by the anomaly of the Book of Time. He gazed at the book as its heavy pages turned, watching as the character Ze was permanently inscribed within it. Qing, he let out a silent laugh, sending tremors through the chains of laws in the void. The deafening clatter of their collision echoed, as if they might break at any moment. He glanced toward the direction of the Sword Sect's scripture pavilion before closing his eyes again. The Book of Time completed its recording and vanished into the chaos. The phenomenon dissipated, yet its reverberations lingered in Qingyu for a long time. That was the legendary mark left on heaven and earth, a Taoist exclaimed in astonishment. Who would have thought the ancient sage's legend was true? Uncle Master, what does it mean to leave one's name in the heavens and earth? The Taoist furrowed his brows, stroking his beard, and replied, You're asking me what it means? Truth be told, I don't have a definitive answer. But the ancients left behind some old legends. He began to explain slowly. Some say leaving one's name in the heavens and earth is a reward for those exceptional in Taoist arts who have made great contributions to the Tianlan world. Others believe it signifies recognition from this world for unparalleled beings who have mastered the mysteries of creation. There are even rumors that it serves as an anchor point for the world's remembrance of brilliance. As for what this anchor point truly is, perhaps only the heavens know. In any case, the Taoist's expression grew serious. Leaving one's name in the heavens and earth is no trivial matter. Look at our Qingyu over the course of billions of years. Has any grand sage of the Mingxian realm ever achieved such a feat? Even those so-called geniuses from neighboring regions, has anyone ever triggered such phenomena during their breakthroughs in the Mingxian realm? Then how did these legends come to be passed down? Well, that's why they're called legends. The Taoist side, Lin Ze's breakthrough today has truly opened this old Taoist's eyes. Lin Ze's breakthrough sent waves of excitement rippling through the entire Qingyu. Meanwhile, within the ancient scripture library, he was carefully returning the scroll-long river sunset sphere to its original place. With this, he had fully comprehended every text within this venerable repository, standing now at the pinnacle of innate beings. Seizing the opportunity of his breakthrough, he refined all his lifelong learnings, centering them around the ancient 8 Desolations blood. With the treasure trove of the Long River Sword Sect at his disposal, his techniques had all reached the pinnacle of Earth-class quality. Unfortunately, the exclusive Great Desolation True Flame art tied to the 8 Desolations blood remained incomplete, lacking the higher-tier spiritual refinement methods. Even the Long River Sword Sect held only a few fragmented records. Despite this, Lin Ze had reached an unparalleled state, perhaps deserving of being called a half-saint. The mysteries of the saint realm, akin to the divide between innate and acquired realms, were lofty and unattainable, visible only from a distance. At this moment, Lin Ze's aura was profound and unfathomable. Endless lights of laws surged within him, and the mysterious runes on his 7-colored heavenly origin radiated an aura of supreme authority. Every time he blinked, the power of the heavens seemed to flow forth, purifying all inequities in the world. A mere shift in his aura caused the Qingyu realm to tremble, as if the entire layer of existence neared collapse, and he stood as an incarnation of the Tao, embodying the will of the heavens. With the treasures of the Long River Sword sect aiding him, Lin Ze's divine-level comprehension had also ascended to LV6. A system notification promptly appeared. You have studied countless texts and finally gained insight, achieving a deeper understanding of the essence of divine-level comprehension. You have unlocked a new ability tied to divine-level comprehension. Divine-level comprehension has been upgraded to LV636, 8001-000-000. From now on, you will gain the ability to steal Tao fruits at LV6. This new ability seemed deceptively simple, yet Tao fruits carried vastly different interpretations across worlds, each of them profoundly intricate. What could this Tao fruit truly signify? The true nature of the Tao fruit remained elusive and difficult to grasp. Lin Ze meticulously combed through the various ancient texts of the Changhe sword sect, yet he found no detailed explanation of the Tao fruit. It was as enigmatic as his seven-colored Tianyuan. He speculated that perhaps only upon reaching the Sage realm would one be able to glimpse the truth of the Tao fruit. For now, with his current level, it was beyond his reach. After several days of seclusion, Lin Ze decided it was time to leave the scripture pavilion. Reflecting on this period of retreat, he realized it had been the most fruitful in his life. Not only had he elevated his divine-level comprehension from LV4 to LV6, but he had also pushed his cultivation to the very peak of the innate realm, a truly significant gain. As he stepped confidently out of the scripture pavilion, the upper echelons of the sword sect, including U2 and other elders, appeared before him in an instant. These usually imposing elders now wore expressions of astonishment, as if they had seen a deity. They stared at him, wide-eyed and speechless. Even those who wanted to speak seemed at a loss for words, their attempts swallowed back into silence. Breaking the awkward stillness, Lin Ze addressed them directly. Sect Master, esteemed elders, I've merely been in seclusion for a few days. Why such a reaction? U2's lips twitched slightly before he finally managed to utter a question. Are you truly a dual immortal physique? Hearing this, Lin Ze's gaze unconsciously drifted toward where Hong Tian was located, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He replied calmly, a dual immortal physique? Not yet, but in the future who knows? What does the sect master think? What do I think? How could I even dare to speculate? U2 responded, clearly at a loss for words. At that moment, one of the elders asked eagerly, acting sect master, did you just step into the legendary heaven and earth renown realm? What does it feel like? The other elders chimed in, their curiosity overflowing. Their excitement was not unwarranted. The concept of heaven and earth renown had always been confined to myth. Throughout the countless millions of years in the Azure domain and other regions, there had been many extraordinary figures who surpassed the life-profound realm, yet none had ever truly achieved heaven and earth renown. To the world, it was more of an abstract belief, an inspirational legend for future generations. And now, this legend had become reality before their very eyes within their very own sword sect. The elders could hardly contain their excitement, their questions pouring out like an unstoppable tide. U2, observing their behavior, cast a cold glance over the group. No discipline, no decorum. What kind of conduct is this? His underlying message was clear. Lin Ze was not just an immortal physique. He had also achieved the legendary heaven and earth renown. A being of such stature, someone on the verge of becoming a fully realized immortal physique, was not someone they could treat lightly. The elders, realizing their overexcitement, suddenly came to their senses, chastened by the sect master's rebuke. Please forgive my abruptness, acting sect master. The high-ranking members quickly realized their rudeness and apologized profusely. Lin Ze waved his hand lightly, indicating it was of no concern. When the topic of leaving a mark on heaven and earth was mentioned, his brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep contemplation. The realization in that moment was indescribable. It felt as though the entire vast land of Qingyu had transformed into an immense chessboard, with the countless living beings as its pieces. And he, as the one holding the chess pieces, had gained the privilege to converse with heaven and earth as an equal. Yet, this insight remained vague. Lin Ze could sense a unique connection forming between himself and the universe, but his current mortal form hindered the attainment of true harmony with the heavens. To fully comprehend the mysteries of leaving his mark on the world, the seven-colored Tianyuan, and the Tao fruit, he knew he would have to break through to the elusive holy realm. Seeing Lin Ze lost in thought, the others refrained from asking further about leaving his mark on the heavens. Instead, they began congratulating him on his remarkable achievement of breaking through two supreme innate realms in succession. Just as they were attempting to engage with the acting sect master who had created a legend in Qingyu, the will projection of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Shui Jianqing, arrived, announcing that Peng Yu had arrived. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Ze took this opportunity to excuse himself. There were still numerous pressing matters to attend to, such as the Phoenix, the Lin family bloodline, and breaking through to the Saint realm, leaving him no time for social pleasantries. With a single thought, his figure vanished from sight, leaving the crowd behind. Meanwhile, in a sinister and ominous region within Qingyu, filled with dark demonic energy, Lu Hanyin gazed at the sky, her eyes still reflecting the shock of the extraordinary phenomenon she had just witnessed. One of her subordinates, looking visibly anxious, spoke of the legend surrounding leaving a mark on heaven and earth. Lu Hanyin's beautiful eyes remained calm as she stared at the horizon for a long time. Finally, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Everything is in chaos. The little phoenix that should have come did not appear, while someone who should not exist has defied the natural order. Cause and effect are confused, and destiny is overturned. Her gaze pierced through the fabric of time and space, landing on the enigmatic Dao Tribulation Mountain. A dark and sinister aura swirled ominously in her eyes. Far away, within the Huaguang realm, a sparsely populated and vast mortal nation, Wu Tong shivered, her teeth chattering audibly. Pervert! Absolute pervert! She screamed internally. How can someone like this even exist in the world? A sudden realization struck her. Lin Ze had seen through her identity right from the start. But why had he pretended not to know? How could he remain silent when a living phoenix was standing right in front of him? This world is far too dangerous. Wu Tong clenched her fists. I must find my brother's Feng Yuan as soon as possible and restore my phoenix form. She recalled the moment her brother departed. He had indeed used the phoenix's secret art to cast the Feng Yuan toward the eastern part of Huaguang realm. Just as she was about to head east, Wu Tong froze in place. A chilling thought struck her. Why would Lin Ze, as an innate deity, endure the contempt of mortals in Beichen? Why would he tolerate the decline of the Lin family? And most crucially, why had he waited until meeting her to reveal his true nature? He's been waiting for me. Wu Tong's pupils contracted as a cold shiver ran down her spine. It felt as though Lin Ze's eyes were everywhere in the darkness, his divine powers silently watching her every move. Lin Ze, what a schemer you are! Wu Tong roared internally. Running into a bastard like you is the worst luck of my life. You want the Feng Yuan, huh? I'd rather throw it to the wild dogs than give it to you. Despite her inner fury, she outwardly maintained a calm demeanor, casually glancing around and making a few offhand remarks before turning and heading westward in the Huaguang realm. Meanwhile, within the Changhe sword sect, Lin Ze's form dissolved into countless tiny particles of light, reassembling inside Xue Jianqing's manor. The swordsman in green robes, Xue Jianqing, and a handsome young man immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Senior Lin. Greetings, Sect Master Lin. Please, Sword Emperor, there's no need for such formalities. Let's continue as we always have, Lin Ze said, gesturing for them to rise. Xue Jianqing shook his head with a wry smile. Respect must not be neglected. You are now a Grandmaster of the Fate Profound realm. How could I, Xue, dare to act familiarly? Though it had been only 3 days since Lin Ze advanced from the pinnacle of the divine sea to the same realm as Xue's master, the transformation was undeniable. The days of addressing him as Brother Lin were long gone. Seeing Xue Jianqing's insistence, Lin Ze shifted his gaze to the young man. So, this is the Sword Emperor's new disciple? A member of the Wuan royal family? Tell me about your connection to Longdu. I'm curious. Peng Yu straightened his posture immediately. Yes. Responding to the sect master, I was born into the Wuan royal family of the Huaguang realm. Though a prince, my mother was merely a palace maid, and my birth was the result of my father's fleeting indulgence. This status made me the target of endless humiliation in the palace. Later, I was fortunate enough to encounter my master, who was traveling the mortal world. He took pity on me and accepted me as his disciple, granting me the chance to step into the path of the innate. After that, I bid farewell to Huaguang and Wuan, and followed my mentor to the Changhe sword sect. Peng Yu spoke with a calm tone, tinged with a trace of nostalgia. From then on, I distanced myself from worldly affairs until I received a plea for help from Peng Yong. As he spoke, Peng Yu carefully observed Lin Ze's expression. He was well aware of the identity of the man before him, the bloodline of the Beichen royal family. Peng Yong wrote in his letter that Wuan had undergone a great upheaval. The royal family had been framed by rebels, leading to the collapse of the nation. Now, the rightful heirs of Wuan are barely surviving in Longdu. He begged me, as someone who shares the blood of the royal family, to help restore Wuan, to annihilate the Beichen rebels. Noticing Lin Ze's face grow cold, Peng Yu quickly added, but in truth, I hold no fondness for the Wuan royal family. Based on my origins and experiences, I feel nothing but a stranger's indifference toward them. When Wuan fell, I even felt a hint of dark satisfaction. He paused for a moment before continuing, but later, I couldn't ignore the fact that the blood of Wuan still flows in my veins. As much as I hated to admit it, I helped Peng Yong once. Consider it the last act of familial obligation after that. We owe each other nothing. At the time, I was often near the Wanwu Tianqian sect, so I gave him a few divine movement talismans and a letter of recommendation to help him become an outer disciple there, whether he could advance to the inner sect or not. You sent him to the Wanwu Tianqian sect? Lin Ze interrupted, his gaze flickering. That Namihi had seen it on the blood-stained silk in Lu Hong's tomb. Back then, he hadn't cared much about the grudges between the demon sect and Qingyu. He simply wanted the demon sect to stay out of trouble. But now, Master Lin, is there something wrong with the Wanwu Tianqian sect? Peng Yu sensed something unusual. No, continue. After Peng Yong joined the Tianqian sect, did anything noteworthy happen? Especially anything related to the Beichen Lin family. There was indeed something. Peng Yu admitted openly. Although I no longer involved myself with Peng Yong, he still wrote to me occasionally, detailing the changes in Longdu and urging me to become the backbone of Wu An's restoration. Among these letters, he mentioned a peculiar incident involving the Lin family. It occurred about 10 years ago, during a small-scale conflict between Longdu and Beichen. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. That was the very border conflict that had claimed the lives of his father and second uncle. The truth behind that incident had always been a mystery. The Beichen emperor had not issued any underhanded orders, and with the strength of the Lin family army, it should not have been easy for two masters to perish. Tell me everything in detail. Understood. Peng Yu organized his thoughts before speaking. It should have been a snowy night, about 10 years ago. The army of Longdu launched a surprise attack on the Beichen forces led by the Lin family. Two blinding beams of white light suddenly appeared on the battlefield, enveloping the entire scene of carnage. Within this white light, everyone seemed to be drawn into a vortex of time and space, losing all sense of time, left only with the primal instinct to fight and kill. When the light finally dissipated, the sight before them was horrifying. Bodies littered the ground. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere. Fewer than 100 survivors remained, all of them soldiers from Wolf City. The Beichen army, led by the Lin family, was utterly annihilated, with no one left alive. Even more unsettling, in the days that followed, the surviving soldiers of Wolf City began to die one after another from infected wounds, until not a single one was left. Back then, Peng Yong thought there was something strange about the whole matter and immediately sealed off the news. He even came to me for advice, Peng Yu said cautiously. Although I also found this situation highly unusual, I didn't want to get involved with Wolf City any further, so I chose to stay out of it. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. After hearing this account, Lin Ze fell into deep thought. Two beams of white light, a baffling battle, and the eventual death of every single person due to infected wounds. This was clearly an act of silencing witnesses. But what exactly had happened during that battle that warranted such a thorough erasure of all evidence? Patriarch Lin? Peng Yu observed Lin Ze's expression carefully. As a grand sage of the Xian Taijing realm, Lin Ze could end his life effortlessly. Not even his own master, or his senior uncle, Shui Jianqing, could stop him. Thank you for the information, Lin Ze finally spoke, his gaze falling on Peng Yu. This news is very helpful to me. Peng Yu let out a breath of relief and quickly said, it is an honor beyond measure to be of help to Patriarch Lin. What do you want? Speak. Lin Ze interrupted his flattery. I am fair in rewards and punishments. The information you provided is useful to me and deserves compensation. Seeing this, Shui Jianqing signaled Peng Yu to step back before addressing Lin Ze. Senior Lin, you are too generous. My young junior nephew only shared a few words and is far from deserving of your reward. Your grace in not holding him accountable for the matters between Beichen and Wolf City is already a tremendous favor. If a reward is to be given, allow me to handle it. Coincidentally, I've been considering promoting a few of our younger disciples. Understood. He'll take my leave now. Peng Yu wisely withdrew. Lin Ze said, very well. If the Sword Emperor ever encounters any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. I still hold some influence in the Qing region. Shui Jianqing smiled at his words. Let's hope there won't be a need to trouble you in the future, Senior Lin. As he spoke, he raised his teacup. This is freshly brewed Chunshan early green tea. Please, have some. A cup of tea warmed his stomach, its fragrance filling the air. Lin Ze and Shui Jianqing sat across from each other, discussing the great truths of the universe. When the conversation shifted to the three veins of heaven and earth, Lin Ze's expression grew serious as he recalled something crucial to his own strength. Although his 8 Desolation bloodline had already taken shape, the three veins had yet to fully merge. The final step, a critical refinement of the spirit, was still missing. If he could complete this last vein, his 8 Desolation bloodline would ascend to a higher level, achieving a perfect fusion of essence, energy, and spirit, with his combat power surging exponentially. More importantly, Lin Ze could clearly sense that his current 8 Desolation bloodline was incomplete. Only by fully uniting the three veins could he unleash its earth-shattering true power. Speaking of the three veins of heaven and earth, does Senior Sword Emperor know if there are any high-level spirit race beings left in the Azure domain? Lin Ze asked solemnly. He went on to explain that the myriad races of Tianlan fundamentally revolved around three primary veins. Qi refinement, centered on the human race. Essence refinement, centered on the demon race. And spirit refinement, centered on the spirit race. Due to years of conflict and trade between the human and demon races, their cultivation methods had become widespread. In contrast, the spirit race remained aloof, living in seclusion and refraining from involvement in regional conflicts. As a result, their spirit refinement techniques were rarely passed down. This also explained why even the Long River Sword Sect, which carried the lineage of saints, struggled to find complete spirit refinement techniques. It wasn't for lack of effort, but because the spirit race kept them tightly guarded. While Lin Ze's divine-level comprehension allowed him to create his own spirit refinement method, the absence of sufficient examples for reference would make the process time-consuming and its effectiveness unpredictable. Shui Jianqing fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. The Azure domain is not a stronghold of the spirit race, and finding a pure-blooded spirit race member here is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the spirit race tends to act alone, and even if they were present, it would be almost impossible for us to notice." "No matter. I was merely asking out of curiosity," Lin Ze replied, unsurprised. If the spirit race were so easy to locate, the Long River Sword Sect wouldn't be so lacking in spirit refinement techniques. After a bit more idle conversation, Lin Ze bid farewell to Shui Jianqing and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. Just as he stepped out of the gate, a figure quietly followed him. The man was dressed in blue and appeared relaxed and nonchalant, none other than Hong Tian, the only one in the sect who carried such an air. Hong Tian trailed silently without saying a word. Lin Ze sighed and turned around. "What do you want?" "Nothing, carry on." "Don't mind me," Hong Tian replied immediately. "I'm just studying your cultivation techniques to see if they might work for me later." Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Unbelievable, even celestial beings are starting to compete these days. Shaking his head, he headed toward the forbidden grounds, with Hong Tian following closely behind. Without another word exchanged, the two made their way to the entrance of the restricted area. Hong Tian suddenly spoke, hitting the nail on the head. "Are you looking for high-ranking spirit clan members?" "Sharp ears, huh?" Lin Ze replied. "What sharp ears?" Hong Tian tugged at the corners of his mouth, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Nothing in this world can defy destiny. Even sacred weapons except for that cursed remnant, Heaven's Sword, will come to me when I summon them." Hearing this, Lin Ze's heart stirred, as if grasping an important clue. That's right. Hong Tian has the celestial destiny physique. He mentally berated himself for forgetting such a crucial detail. "Can you summon a spirit clan's sacred divine refinement technique?" Lin Ze turned to ask. Hong Tian's expression immediately turned peculiar. "What the hell? A spirit clan's sacred technique? Do you think I'm omnipotent?" "Aren't you?" Lin Ze retorted. Hong Tian pinched the bridge of his nose, his face a mix of emotions. "Of course I am. But why should I help you? Aid the enemy? Guess you're not up to it. If that's the case, just say so earlier and stop wasting my time." Lin Ze turned to leave. "You bastard. Fine, wait here." "You're serious?" "Not at all." Hong Tian snorted coldly. Lin Ze rolled his eyes and walked straight toward the Sword Sect's forbidden grounds. "Hold on." Hong Tian quickly called out. "This time, I'm serious. The Spirit Clan's divine refinement technique? A sacred level one is out of the question. The karmic weight of summoning a Spirit Clan sacred technique is even heavier than that of sacred weapons. With my current level, I can't manage it. But an Earth level Supreme Grade 1? That's a piece of cake. Take your pick, just point and I'll fetch." Before Lin Ze could respond, Hong Tian added, "But you'll have to do me a favor in return." "So this is your real reason for tagging along? Huh? What a roundabout way to get here," Lin Ze said, exasperated. "Just answer, are you in or not?" "Depends. What do you need help with?" Hong Tian pointed toward the sky. "Help me obtain the Celestial Destiny Scripture." Judging by the name and Hong Tian's demeanor, Lin Ze immediately understood. This Celestial Destiny Scripture was likely an exclusive technique for the Celestial Destiny physique. "No choice," Hong Tian shrugged. "You're too monstrous. If I don't figure out a way to get the Celestial Destiny Scripture, I won't even stand a chance against you in the future. And I bet you've already gotten your hands on the Myriad Arts Scripture, haven't you? Otherwise, how could you have advanced so quickly? The previous Myriad Arts physique holder was really generous, giving you the Scripture so early. Unlike my predecessor, damn it, they threw the Scripture straight into the Boundary River. Unbelievable." "The Boundary River? Huh?" Lin Ze pondered for a moment. "All right, deal. But you'll have to wait a while. I have some unfinished business to take care of first." "Fine. After waiting this long, a few more days won't hurt. Let me know when you're ready." Lin Ze nodded, and then stepped into the sword sect's forbidden grounds. Once Lin Ze was out of sight, Hong Tian's face turned ice cold, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at a certain spot in the void. Just because he ignores you doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Show yourself. As his words fell, a thunderclap echoed through the void, transforming into countless chains of laws that ensnared a lurking shadow. That shadow, dressed provocatively and exuding an aura of seduction, was none other than Miao Yu. With a motion of his hand, Hong Tian gripped Miao Yu by the throat, suspending her in midair, his killing intent palpable. You vile creature. I don't know what schemes you're plotting, but let me make this clear's my rival, my celestial physique brother. The dignity of a celestial physique is not something mortals can covet. Whatever tricks or thoughts you have, drop them now. Otherwise, no matter who's backing you, I'll kill you myself. Hong Tian waved his hand, and Miao Yu was instantly struck deep into the ground. The earth collapsed with a deafening roar, forming a vast and dark abyss. Remember my words next time. It won't be just a warning. Hong Tian's cold voice echoed as he transformed into a bolt of heavenly thunder. With a resounding crash that shook the void, he vanished without a trace. After a long while, a figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the pit. Miao Yu crawled out with great difficulty, her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray. She first looked in the direction where Hong Tian had departed, then turned to glance at the forbidden grounds of the sword sect. As she tucked her stray hair back into place, a look of grievance crossed her face. That unreasonable man. Just because he has an immortal body, he thinks he's so great, she muttered indignantly. I wouldn't dare do anything to him anyways, my everything. Her voice trailed off as she cast a wistful glance toward the sword sect's forbidden grounds. I only wanted to let him know about our destined bond. That clueless fool. With a sigh, Miao Yu turned and walked away. Within the forbidden grounds of the sword sect, a dark and desolate graveyard of swords loomed in eerie stillness. In the shadows, only a few divine weapons emitted faint, cold glimmers, barely illuminating the surroundings. Lin Ze stepped into this solemn domain, advancing deeper under the watchful gaze of countless buried swords. As he progressed, the radiance of the swords around him grew brighter, as if illuminating a path to the heavens. Under the glow of these sword lights, Lin Ze's understanding of the way of the sword deepened with every step. Suddenly, several pristine and radiant blades in the graveyard began to shimmer, sending out a call to him. They longed for Lin Ze to free them from the torment of the graveyard, and countless demonic voices resonated in his mind. Save me. I can help you ascend to the sacred realm. Break my seal, and I will grant you the power to conquer the world. Together, we can achieve unparalleled greatness. I can give you everything you desire. As these tempting voices bombarded Lin Ze's mind, a crisp sound of clashing chains echoed through the air, instantly dispelling all the demonic allure. The once arrogant, cursed swords fell silent, retracting their light. You arrived much sooner than I expected. Come here, child. An ancient voice, weathered by time, called out, guiding Lin Ze forward. A path formed from nine-colored sword aura stretched directly into the depths of the graveyard. Following the voice, Lin Ze reached the heart of the sword graveyard and was left stunned. 5 towering swords stood in the dark void. One of them was entwined with the energy of the 5 elements, embodying the profound essence of the universe's natural order. 5 divine swords hovered in the void, each radiating an overwhelming and awe-inspiring power. One of the swords alternated between a ghastly white and a dim darkness, embodying the forces of life and death, yin and yang, perfectly illustrating profound universal truths. Another sword's light shifted like the cycle of the sun and moon, at times blazing like the midday sun, at others serene and cool like the moon hanging in the night sky. The third sword exuded a piercing sharpness, its trembling tip seeming to manifest countless spikes across the heavens, sending chills through one's body. The fourth sword emanated a majestic and transcendent brilliance, containing the power to transform decay into miracles. The fifth and final sword stood unparalleled in its grandeur, displaying an unmatched and supreme might. These 5 sacred blades were each far more formidable than the remnant heaven sword that Lin Ze had glimpsed during his battle with Hong Tian. As Lin Ze fixed his gaze on these divine weapons, the sound of chains rattling suddenly echoed through the air. You should have figured out the essence of these 5 swords by now, came the voice of the half-saint Qing He, whose figure emerged from the dark void. With the half-saint's appearance, the entire sword tomb quaked violently. The void rippled and the earth groaned in despair. Even the omnipresent darkness seemed to tremble in fear, emitting strange noises, while the world's barriers stretched to their breaking point. The aura of this half-saint far surpassed what Lin Ze had witnessed at Daojia Mountain, clearly indicating that what he had encountered before was merely a fragment of Qing He's will or a projection. Lin Ze bowed respectfully and then spoke of the origins of these divine swords. The rising moon over the sea of the Xinyue mansion, the true meaning of remnant heaven of the Cantillon Dao sect. the yin-yang transformations of the yin-yang profound gate, the divine weapon of the Changhe sword sect. These embody the mysteries of the 9 sects. If I am correct, the 9 sects of the Qing domain today must all trace their origins back to the ancestor, Qing Sheng, correct? Half-Saint Qing he smiled. This is a tale from ancient times. My ancestor, Qing Sheng, achieved harmony with the natural order and comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, creating 9 unparalleled sacred arts. These 9 arts were passed down to his own child and 8 disciples, thus founding the 9 sects of the Qing domain. This is also why he bestowed the sacred weapons he had collected to the other 8 section. Hearing the phrase, 9 sacred arts, Lin Ze's heart trembled with awe. The half-saint continued, I know you have questions, so allow me to explain in detail. Let us begin with the realm of the saints. He paused briefly, then asked, do you know what defines the saint realm? One thought, 1,000 manifestations? Correct. People often say that a saint can manifest 1,000 realities with a single thought, but few understand that this manifests through the formless. The formless transcends the confines of physical form, harmonizing with all things, comprehending the transformations of causality, time, and reincarnation, and achieving eternal existence alongside heaven and earth. Beyond the formless lies the formlessness of appearances, surpassing worldly illusions to perceive true reality. At this stage, all phenomena are but illusions, and causality and time are mere shadows. Thus, even if heaven and earth were to perish, one who has attained this level would remain eternal. Beyond this lies the realm of the beginningless and endless. That which has no beginning or end erases its roots, untouched by the final destination. The voice of Qinghe, the half-saint, resonated through the void. With a slight turn of his wrist, he drew a slender river of time and space from the endless expanse. Within this river, the 1,000-year transformations of the Qing domain were vividly displayed, and the cyclical changes of the world over millennia were laid bare. Lin Ze watched the scene with a calm expression. From the moment he witnessed Qinghe's true form, he understood that this sole heir of the ancient Qing saints' bloodline was far more complex than the surface-level half-saint realm suggested. In the early days, the people of Tianlan believed that having no beginning or end meant an eternal cycle. Qinghe explained as he connected the ends of the temporal river, forming a perfect circle. Look, when your life becomes a closed loop, any point can be both the beginning and the end, with no clear start or finish. Before Lin Ze could respond, Qinghe pulled an extended branch from the circular river. Although I don't hold much fondness for those bald monks of the Western Buddhist realms, their perspective on no beginning carries some truth, he continued. All beings and all laws are without a beginning. This life arises from the karma of the previous life, and that life from an even earlier one, tracing back infinitely. Lin Ze, you have achieved a closed loop in this timeline, but what of the life before your previous life? In this life, you are of the Tianlan people, but in a past life, you might have belonged to the magical realm, or perhaps the lawless realm. Every law, every realm, has its cause. As he spoke, Qinghe suddenly crushed the earlier segment of the temporal river. If the front of the river is destroyed, the riverbed runs dry, and the loop loses its flow. This is why we Tianlan people ultimately abandoned the closed loops of realms and time, instead pursuing the true essence of itself. He then pointed to a small black within the temporal river, demonstrating the 4 stages of self. The acquired self, drifting with the current, the innate self, resisting the river, the formless self, permeating the river, and the shapeless self, transcending the river. Finally, Qinghe waved his hand, erasing the temporal river, leaving the small black to split into 2 within the void. These 2 points, one is the beginning, the other the end. If the starting point is erased, there will be no past lives, no lives before those past lives, and I will have no roots or origins. This is what it means to be without a beginning. Qinghe's gaze pierced through the void, as though he could see certain hidden entities lurking in the shadows. And this is precisely the greatest secret of Qingyu. After saying this, the semi-saint fell silent, his gaze complex as it rested on Lin Ze. After a moment, he spoke slowly. This secret involves many things, containing an unparalleled karmic cause. If you choose to inherit my teachings, you will inevitably be drawn into the earth-shattering whirlpool that began with Qing Sheng. The hardships involved are beyond imagination. He paused, then added, I will give you 3 choices. Initially, I intended to offer only 2, but your performance has truly exceeded my expectations, so you have earned the qualification for a 3rd path. Please enlighten me, Lin Ze said immediately. The semi-saint raised one finger. First, leave Qingyu, this land of turmoil, and avoid the calamities of Qingyu altogether. I will prepare for you a recommendation letter to the most prestigious saintly lineages in the other regions of Tianlan. You may choose any of them, directly entering their core and studying their sacred laws. Seeing that Lin Ze remained calm and unaffected, the semi-saint chuckled lightly and continued, Second, inherit my teachings. The Tao fruits of the 9 sects, you may choose any one of them. Tao fruit. Lin Ze's eyes flickered. What exactly is a Tao fruit? With a wave of his hand, 9 orbs of light appeared out of thin air. Each orb radiated unique phenomena. Transformations of the 5 elements, the interplay of yin and yang, a setting sun over a long river, a bright moon over the sea, and more, each corresponding to the true essence of the 9 sects of Qingyu. These are Tao fruits, the crystallization of a saint's Tao. Without them, there would be no so-called sacred laws in this world, the semi-saint explained. Every saint represents the pinnacle of their respective Tao, embodying it fully. For instance, if a saint attains the Tao through fire, then all fire in the world will fall under their domain. Unless that saint willingly relinquishes their Tao fruit or allows it to disperse into the heavens and earth, no one else, no matter how much they study the sacred laws of fire, can achieve sainthood. His tone carried a hint of temptation. By unlocking this Tao fruit, the setting sun over the long river, technique you practice will automatically ascend to a sacred law, illuminating your path to sainthood. Hearing this, Lin Ze did not appear overjoyed. Instead, he frowned and asked, if that's the case, then why would you? Excellent. You haven't been blinded by the power of the Tao fruit, the semi-saint said with a smile, nodding approvingly. As a descendant of Qing Shang, I have no use for a Tao fruit. My ancestors' bloodline far surpasses the power of any Tao fruit. This is also why, despite being a semi-saint, I possess strength that far exceeds that level. It's because my ancestor, Qing Shang, was the only originless one of the ancient era, revered by all as the supreme saint. And it is for this reason that Qingyu has become the target of countless powerful beings. They all wish to unravel the secrets left by my ancestor and glimpse the power of the originless. Then where did Qing Shang ultimately go? And why did he impose the absolute Tao prohibition on Qingyu? Lin Ze pressed further. The semi-saint shook his head. The answer to that question remains unknown. Back then, he left behind only a single Tao tribulation mountain, set the absolute Tao prohibition, and then vanished. Those who tried to trace his steps discovered that he had already severed all ties and left no trace to follow. In the world of cultivation, even the most powerful figures, those without form or shape, know of Qingcang Jisheng only by name. The origins of the name Qingcang and the true identity of this figure remain shrouded in mystery, buried under the sands of time with no traceable source. Semi-Saint Qinghe paused, a flicker of meaning passing through his eyes, and said, I once joined forces with a saint friend skilled in divination, using my own bloodline as a guide to trace my ancestors' origins. The result was astonishing. Heaven's machinery revealed that my bloodline appeared out of thin air, with no discernible source. This is the marvel of the boundless realm, a reality that exists but is denied by the Tao, unrecognized by the natural order. His words stirred a deep yearning within the hearts of the formless and shapeless figures present, a desire for the enigmatic, boundless realm. Thus began a grand scheme centered on the Qing domain. The semi-saint continued, at first, these powerful beings hesitated, wary of acting recklessly. They merely traversed the long river of time, observing the past, present, and future repeatedly, seeking to confirm whether my ancestor had truly departed, or had chosen to stand aloof with the attitude of heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. Across billions of years, they witnessed countless changes in causes and effects, yet they never found a trace of Qingcang Jisheng. At last, they resolved to test the boundaries of the Qing domain. At this point, the semi-saint's tone grew heavy. The first to act was the demon sect leader from 8,000 years ago. She was indeed extraordinary, for she discovered a way to bypass my ancestors' Tao prohibitions. It should be known that no being above the saint level, whether in true form or avatar, can enter the Qing domain. Yet she managed to quietly plant a demonic seed within it. The semi-saint sighed. At that time, my cultivation level was insufficient. Unlike saints, I could not dwell in a transcendent state to observe the river of time. It was akin to a game of open chess, where saints could foresee all future moves and know who would emerge in the Qing domain. Perhaps even, he paused briefly, perhaps even this very conversation of ours was seen by a formless being a billion years ago. I am no saint. How could I see through every move of my opponents? By the time I realized the true nature of that demonic seed, the demon sect had already grown strong within the Qing domain, scheming to devour the 9 sects and unlock the secrets of Daojia Mountain. And because of this, I was left with these incurable Tao injuries. Reflecting on this, the semi-saint's expression turned contemplative. It was only then that I truly understood saints from all sides had already cast an intricate net over the Qing domain. So, disregarding the toll on my own cultivation, I burned the ancestral bloodline within me to forcibly observe the timeline spanning 8,000 years, all to break the stalemate in Qingyu. As semi-saint Qinghe spoke, a trace of helplessness crossed his face. A deep fatigue flickered in his eyes, revealing his awareness that this might very well be part of the opponent's grand scheme. Even knowing this could be her ploy, I had no choice but to step into the game. What a pity, what a pity. His voice trailed off, and the semi-saint fell silent. Lin Ze gazed at the figure before him, this ancient guardian of the Qingyu, who had stood resolute for hundreds of millions of years. A profound sense of understanding welled up within him. This was the kind of helplessness and powerlessness one felt when faced with the unfathomable wuxiang beings. After a brief pause, the semi-saint continued, "But fortunately, my sacrifice of bloodline was not in vain. In those 8,000 years of observation, I glimpsed a turning point, one that occurred 18 years ago." His voice grew lower, steady yet somber. At that time, two young phoenixes accidentally entered Qingyu. According to the predetermined timeline, a wuxiang pursuer would hunt them down. The Huang would perish, her essence scattered across the heavens and earth, while the Feng would, through her sacrifice, escape into the boundless void. He would then be blessed with the great fortune of Qingyu, embarking on a legendary path to destroy the Tao sealing laws of this land. However, destiny shifted. The semi-saint's tone suddenly intensified. 18 years ago, on a certain day, all predetermined events were overturned by an unforeseen incident. The Huang, who was meant to die, survived, while the Feng, who was destined to shatter Qingyu's Tao sealing laws, perished instead. Lin Ze's eyes lit up sharply. His previous suspicions were indeed correct. Wu Tong's transformation into the parasol tree was not because he had entered the wrong world, but because the timeline itself had shifted, leading to the death of the wrong individual. From that moment onward, the timeline of Qingyu descended into chaos, entering a period of unpredictable flux, the semi-saint explained. I was already weakened, making it even harder for me to discern the changes in time. But perhaps this is a blessing in disguise, as it means the scheming wuxiang beings likely cannot observe clearly either. At the very least, they will need to expend far greater effort to reconstruct their plans. A glimmer of hope emerged in the semi-saint's voice. I believe this could be one of the contingencies left behind by my ancestor, the Qing Saint. For Qingyu, I firmly trust that whatever the wuxiang beings can foresee, my ancestor must have seen further and clearer. Every step of their schemes might already be within his calculations. Unless, he hesitated briefly, unless my ancestor has transcended all worldly concerns and no longer cares whether Qingyu lives or dies. If that is the case, then I can only do my best. The rest will be left to fate. After uttering the words, "left to fate," the semi-saint once again fell into silence. The endless chains stretching 3,000 zhang across the void trembled slightly, reflecting his inner discontent. After all, Qingyu carried the weight of his countless years of dedication and protection, as well as the painstaking effort he had poured into observing 8 millennia of time. Lin Ze looked at the semi-saint lost in thought, unsure of how to offer comfort. After all, he knew almost nothing about the Qing Saint's past. After a long pause, the semi-saint finally pulled himself together. "Getting old makes one prone to rambling," he said with a faint smile. Then his expression turned serious. "Let's get back to the main point. Ever since the Huang replaced the Feng, I've been waiting for the emergence of a variable. 18 years have passed, and though I've seen no definitive results, I no longer have the luxury of time to wait. That's why I orchestrated this selection at Daojia Mountain to identify the existence of that variable. Because if someone is truly a variable, even if they can't enter Daojia Mountain on their own, those wuxiang beings lurking in the shadows will find a way to get them inside. And that's how I came to see you." Half-Saint Qinghe spoke with a grave expression. "Back at Daojia Mountain, I already mentioned that you carry her demonic power. The true flame saint demon art was meant to be cultivated by that little phoenix, yet it ended up in you. This means she chose you." He stroked his gray-white beard and continued explaining. "At that time, there were too many eyes and ears around, so I couldn't say much. The situation in the Qing domain is known to no one but me. Revealing it would cause chaos. Back then, your cultivation was only at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, far from being able to contend with me, let alone the demon sect leader, who is even stronger than I am, and other unseen players in this game. So I guided you to the Mingxian realm, waiting for you to qualify to touch the Dao Band before bringing you here to explain everything." However, Half-Saint Qinghe looked at Lin Ze, a trace of disbelief flashing through his eyes. As a descendant of the Qing Saint's bloodline, he had witnessed countless changes in the Qing domain over the ages, yet he had never seen such a dazzling prodigy reaching the Mingxian Grand Sage realm at just 18. Such an achievement was unparalleled, even beyond the legendary 9 celestial physique of the Great Tao. "You've surpassed my expectations, and you've also accomplished a feat that only my ancestor Qingcong has achieved since ancient times, leaving your name in the heavens and earth. In other words, you are the second person after the Qing Saint." Lin Ze remained silent. The half-saint, too, had no time to question further, as he had reached the point where he had to stake everything on this. With a wave of his hand, 9 Tao fruits disappeared, replaced by 5 originless saint weapons imbued with the profound meanings of the 9 doctrines. These holy relics, once towering swords, now shrank to the size of ordinary swords, hovering in front of Lin Ze and emanating an overwhelming, destructive power. You are worthy of a third choice, the inheritance of my ancestors' true legacy, the 10th sacred law. Half-Saint Qinghe explained, these 5 saint weapons have absorbed countless years of defeat, slaughter, and despair from innumerable swords in the Sword Tomb, giving rise to an entirely new great Tao that fuses all 9 doctrines. This path is arduous, but if you can comprehend and perfect it, you may reach the formless realm, or even the boundless realm. However, he added, this path is fraught with danger. A single misstep, and you will be consumed by the accumulated demonic nature of countless years, falling into madness and descending into the demonic path. Compared to the second path, which guarantees sainthood, this one is far more perilous. But isn't it also far more promising than the second choice? Lin Ze interjected without hesitation. The half-saint smiled and nodded. Indeed, the second path guarantees sainthood, but it is a road that has already been sealed off. Though my ancestor has transcended the limitations of the Tao fruit, the half-saint's voice resonated in the air as he continued. These 9 Tao fruits were, after all, created by his hand. They were the starting point of his transcendence. Once you choose to use these 9 Tao fruits, it is tantamount to cutting off your future path. Unless my ancestor falls and the path to transcendence reappears, you will remain forever confined to the realm of the formless. Lin Ze silently observed the 5 sacred weapons before him. On the surface, there seemed to be 3 choices, but in reality, only one viable path. The first option was immediately dismissed. His Qingyu lineage was already the strongest, so why seek help elsewhere? The second option could guarantee his sainthood, but would lead to a dead end. For someone with an extraordinary talent like his, this was clearly insufficient. Even though his divine-level comprehension at LV6 could theoretically steal the Tao fruit, the Qing Saint's realm had long surpassed the scope of Tao fruits, and he was unwilling to gamble on such uncertainties. Moreover, accepting someone's Tao fruit only to later steal their ancestral inheritance was an act of betrayal he could not bring himself to commit. Naturally, the third path became the best choice. Challenges like difficult comprehension or perfection were trivial for someone as specialized as him. However, Lin Ze harbored another doubt in his heart. I have a question, he said. Since you possess 9 Tao fruits, why not use them yourself? You mentioned earlier that it was because you hadn't reached the saint realm that you were at a disadvantage in clashes with the powerful beings of the outer domain. If you used the Tao fruits, combined with the power of the Qing Saint's bloodline, how could the people of the outer domain prevail against you? The half-saint was unfazed by the question. He merely gestured to the chains binding him. This is the reason. My ancestor established a Tao prohibition within Qingyu, stripping the rules above the saint level from this domain. Without the rules, the Tao fruits are naturally useless. Under this prohibition, both those within and outside the domain are affected. My ability to reach the half-saint level through the Qing Saint's bloodline is already the highest authority permitted. Seeing Lin Ze hesitate to speak further, the half-saint's ancient gaze seemed to pierce through time, as if searching for a distant figure. The root of the Tao prohibition lies within the Qing Saint's blood flowing through me. These words struck Lin Ze with sudden realization. The half-saint Qinghe stared at him intently, his eyes blazing with intensity. No matter which path you choose, the day you achieve enlightenment will be the day I meet my end. The day you achieve the Tao will be the day I meet my end. The voice of the half-saint echoed through the Sword Tomb. He gazed at Lin Ze, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The blood of Qing Sheng. What a cruel cosmic joke. Lin Ze was about to speak, but the half-saint raised a hand to stop him. There's no need to persuade me further. Ever since I entered this game, my Tao wounds have worsened day by day. Even with focused cultivation, I can only survive for another few million years at best. Instead of lingering on, I'd rather pave the way for someone as unprecedented as you. This can be my final contribution to Qingyu as Qinghe's protector. Before his voice had fully faded, the chains entwining the half-saint began to tremble violently. His gaze grew even deeper, carrying the weight of countless eons dedicated to safeguarding Qingyu. Since the departure of the ancient Qing Sheng, what truly remained of this sacred land of Tianlan's mightiest? Just, if one day, you reach the same realm as him and meet him across the myriad realms of time and space, ask him something for me. Why? A simple question, yet it was imbued with boundless, intricate emotions. Lin Ze was silent for a moment before solemnly replying, I promise you. Good. The half-saint sighed softly, closing his eyes. You can take more time to think it through. No need. Lin Ze shook his head. I choose the third path. Very well. The half-saint waved his hand, summoning an ancient sword box. 5 saint weapons of the primordial one flew into it with a fierce howl. As ripples of energy subsided, the weapons calmed, and the sword box floated gently toward Lin Ze. From this day forward, these 5 saint weapons are yours. You may carry them with you and study them closely, but beware of their demonic nature and use their power sparingly. Lin Ze was taken aback. You're just giving them to me like this? These are the saint weapons of the primordial one. The half-saint explained that these weapons were destined to be passed on to Lin Ze. They could help him defend himself when the Tao restraints eventually dissolved and aid in comprehending the mysteries of the 10th saint law. Bowing deeply, Lin Ze paid his respects to the elder who had guarded Qingyu for countless millions of years. He then shouldered the sword box and departed. The sword tomb returned to its silence, with only the faint, ominous glow of the broken swords remaining. In a secluded forest within the sword sect, Lin Ze carefully opened a corner of the sword box. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds surged violently. From the narrow gap burst beams of law and sharp sword energy, fracturing the surrounding void. If all the saint weapons were fully unsheathed, their power would be unimaginable. Truly, these were the relics of the only primordial one of ancient times. Lin Ze let out a deep sigh, then directed his focus into the sword case. He carefully delved into the intricate interplay between the 9 profound truths and the demonic nature within. With his divine-level comprehension at LV6 instantly activated, his mind vividly envisioned the wondrous fusion and transformation of the 9 great truths yin and yang, the 5 elements, sun and moon unleashed by the demonic essence of the sword tomb. To his astonishment, he also discovered the emergence of a 10th path of creation, still in its embryonic stage. As his understanding of this profound truth deepened, Lin Ze became certain that once perfected, this technique would ascend to the mid-tier of the heavenly grade, paving the way toward the path of formlessness. 30 days, Lin Ze mentally calculated. Just as easily as I completed the illusionary moon 7 stars record before. In 30 days, I will ascend to LV10 as a saint of formlessness. Coupled with these 5 primordial saint weapons and my fully awakened ancient 8 desolations bloodline, who else could stand against me? With this thought, a sharp light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. It's time to close the net. He slung the sword case onto his back, stepped forward, and instantaneously returned to the Huaguang realm. There, he sent a Crimson Spirit seal to the Crimson Spirit clan and a spiritual message to Hong Tian. Within the Crimson Spirit clan, Qi Feihong received Lin Ze's seal and immediately convened the clan elders. Discussions broke out among the elders, some eagerly anticipated claiming a share of glory and power by slaying the phoenix and taking its blood, speaking excitedly of their impending fame and success. Qi Feihong calmly conveyed Lin Ze's orders to head to the Huaguang realm and gather intelligence on the phoenix. Yet, inwardly she sighed. For Lin Ze had left one unsaid instruction. Take note of those who support killing the phoenix for its blood. This unspoken command revealed that those elders advocating betrayal of the Phoenix clan were destined to lose Lin Ze's favor. After receiving her orders, Qi Feihong transformed into a streak of crimson light and departed for the Qingtian realm. At the same time, in the skies over the northern region of the Huaguang realm, Lin Ze encountered Hong Tian, who had arrived early. When Hong Tian mentioned coming to watch the spectacle, Lin Ze could only respond with mild exasperation. However, Hong Tian, intrigued, remarked with amusement, "This place of yours is truly fascinating. Even I, with my heavenly fate immortal body, have never seen such chaotic destiny before." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, his expression serious. "How chaotic is it?" Hong Tian glanced at the northern star territory below and sneered. "Ha, this place is a complete mess, like a sieve. For you to have come out of such a place." He gave Lin Ze a meaningful look. "I almost have to wonder who the real heaven's mandate celestial body is." "Explain in detail," Lin Ze said calmly. Hong Tian closed his eyes to sense the area for a moment before opening them again. "There's a particularly distinct aura of destiny here, filled with demonic energy, flames raging wildly, completely unhidden. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that demon sect leader from years ago who could rival a half-saint in battle." He frowned in thought. "But this aura feels strange. Not like the pattern of a complete person." Suddenly, Hong Tian's expression shifted, and he raised his eyebrows. "Damn, so a saint has secretly crossed over. No wonder they can contend with the Azure Saint's bloodline. You can even figure that out?" Lin Ze asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Hong Tian tilted his head back proudly. "In the face of my heaven's mandate, there are no secrets in this world child's play." Just as he finished speaking, he froze. "Wait, you already knew?" "Not much earlier than you." "Oh." Hong Tian let out a sigh of relief. "The half-saint told you, right? Anyway, back to the main point. Besides the demon sect leader, who else is here?" Hong Tian continued to sense the surroundings, his expression suddenly shifting to one of intrigue. "Interesting. There's also the aura of the spirit clan you're searching for." Strange, though the Spirit Clan has always been solitary and uninvolved in the affairs of the Tianlan regions. Why would they come to this place? Could there be some earth-shattering treasure hidden below? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. The Spirit Clan? Who is it? Not sure. Hong Tian shook his head. This Spirit Clan member is deeply hidden. Their aura has been fragmented and scattered millions of times. If I weren't the Heaven's Mandate celestial body, I wouldn't have noticed it at all, he continued. And there's something even more curious. The little phoenix that escaped 18 years ago has been here too. Besides that, there are several exceptionally faint traces of destiny, even harder to discern than the Spirit Clans. All I can tell is that they've meddled here in some way. I understand. Thank you. Lin Ze's gaze turned toward the Lin family estate. The courtyard was heavily guarded, with the Lin family soldiers fully armed, as if preparing for battle. The sight made Lin Ze's brow furrow, his expression turning icy. In just 2 short months of absence, the Lin family had fallen into such dire straits? With a thought, his figure dissolved into countless particles, reforming in front of Xiao Chui and the others. Young master! Xiao Chui and Lin Imo, along with the others, exclaimed with joy as they surrounded him. It's really you. Young master. You're finally back. Xiao Cui exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Lin Ze. It's such a relief to see you're safe. Lin Ze frowned in confusion. What could possibly happen to me? You have no idea, young master. Xiao Cui quickly explained, her voice filled with urgency. A few days ago, we saw strange phenomena in the sky, golden lotuses falling everywhere and your face appeared among them. Then, it was like you were pulled into an ancient book. We were terrified, thinking you had fallen into a trap set by some celestial being. Everyone was so worried that they were ready to gather an army to rescue you. Only then did Lin Ze understand. To Xiao Cui, Lin Imo, and the other mortals around him, concepts like Tianyuan and carving one's name into the heavens were far beyond their comprehension. They were simply concerned for his safety. Realizing this, the coldness in his expression softened, replaced by a slight warmth in his heart. In just a few short months, he had ascended to the peak of innate cultivation, on the verge of breaking into the saint realm while these old acquaintances of his remained bound to the mundane world. He truly had progressed too quickly. You all. Lin Ze shook his head with a faint smile. What could possibly happen to me? What you saw were just the phenomena caused by my breakthrough. Oh. Xiao Cui and the others nodded, half understanding. As long as you're safe, young master. But, she hesitated, trailing off. Lin Imo leaned closer to Lin Ze and whispered, the young mistress is missing. Ever since you left, she became quiet and withdrawn, like a completely different person. About 10 days ago, she suddenly left the Lin family. We sent out the Lin family guards and assassins from the Shura Mountain Manor to search for her everywhere, but there hasn't been a single trace. To Lin Mo's surprise, Lin Ze remained calm. I'm aware of her departure. Call everyone back. There's no need to continue searching. Understood. Lin Imo obeyed, though puzzled. Whatever the young master commanded was the highest order in the Lin family. How's grandfather? The master is still in seclusion, attempting to break through to the next realm. Then let him be. Everything in the Lin family should continue as usual. Understood. Lin Ze headed toward Lu Hanyan's room when Hong Tian's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Lin Imo and Xiao Cui immediately grew wary, but they were quickly overwhelmed by an immense, oppressive aura. Their hairs stood on end as an instinctive fear gripped them, as though they were standing before a god. Young master, they stammered, unable to form coherent sentences. Lin Ze shot Hong Tian a glare and waved his hand to dissipate the oppressive energy. Don't frighten my family. Hong Tian shrugged nonchalantly, glancing around. Can you blame me? But honestly, the demon sect leader turning out to be your sister-in-law, and you're still alive now, that's a miracle. Demon sect leader? Sister-in-law? Xiao Cui and Lin Imo exchanged bewildered looks. They recognized every word, but together, they made no sense at all. Lin Ze paid no attention to Hong Tian. Instead, he focused intently, using his heightened perception to search for any trace left behind by Lu Hanyan. Before long, his gaze locked onto the faint wisps of demonic energy lingering above the dressing tableau, intentional message left by Lu Hanyan. A divine light glimmered in Lin Ze's eyes. The moment it connected with the demonic energy, 3 chilling words appeared before him. Who are you? As the words emerged, the image of an enchanting yet sinister woman pierced through the dimensional layers, appearing vividly in Lin Ze's mind. Her mesmerizing crimson eyes, shimmering with an eerie glow, seemed to gaze at him from across an endless void. Lin Ze instantly gathered his energy and spirit. His powerful life-sensing ability surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the Huaguang realm and rapidly extending to the surrounding realms. His projected will traverse the void in an instant, ultimately pinpointing Lu Hanyan in a certain illusory location. You've grown stronger, Lu Hanyan remarked, her beautiful eyes glinting. In just 2 months, you've reached such a level. You flatter me, Lin Ze responded with a complicated expression. My meager abilities are nowhere near as impressive as yours, sister-in-law. But since you're so curious about who I am, why not return and have a proper conversation? Leaving without a word, don't you think that's a bit unfair? Lu Hanyan's gaze lingered briefly on the ancient sword case behind Lin Ze. She spoke softly, if I stay, I won't be able to leave. Come now, sister-in-law. Do you think I'd actually draw my sword against you? After all, we've shared so many years of history. So many years of history, would that be enough for you to go easy on me? She asked with subtle sadness. That depends on how our conversation goes, Lin Ze replied. Lu Hanyan sighed lightly. You're still the same as when you were young, hating when people deceive you. It's not just deception. You wanted me dead, Lin Ze said coldly. What did Qinghe tell you? She asked after a pause. Why don't you guess? After a moment of silence, Lu Hanyan spoke slowly. I don't know exactly what Qinghe told you, but what I can say is this: Qinghe had no choice but to become involved, and neither did I. In truth, we are all just players in this game. Her ethereal figure began to fade. The rest, let's talk again in a few years, once you've calmed down. As she vanished into the void, Lin Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. Calm down for a few years? She underestimated him. Once he obtained the Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture and combined it with his Heavenly Fate Immortal Body and Divine Level Comprehension, he would create a flawless tracking technique. Let's see where she could hide then. The illusory space shattered, and Lin Ze's consciousness returned. He turned and left the courtyard, issuing an order to Lin Mo. Summon Lu Zhan and the senior members of the Lu family to meet me. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Though he didn't know exactly what had transpired, the young master's reaction clearly indicated that the young lattice identity was deeply problematic. Yes, he'll go at once. Lin Mo hurried off to deliver the message. Lin Ze cast one more glance in the direction of Lin Ao's secluded cultivation site. Lin Ze withdrew his gaze, letting it fall upon the tombstones of the Lin family's 2 prodigies in the family cemetery. He had an important matter to verify. This is my friend from the innate realm. Treat them well, he instructed Xiao Cui, then turned to Hong Tian. Hong Tian immediately understood, realizing that what Lin Ze was about to do was deeply private. Go ahead. I'll take a stroll around your capital city. It's been a long time since I've visited the mortal world, and I'd like to experience its atmosphere again. Lin Ze nodded and stepped forward. In an instant, he appeared within the Lin family cemetery. Standing before the graves of the 2 prodigies, he bowed deeply. Father, second uncle, forgive this unfilial child for disturbing you. This matter concerns the Lin family bloodline and must be approached with the utmost caution. If I have offended, I beg your pardon. With a thought, the graves split open, and the surrounding soil parted to reveal 2 ancient coffins buried deep within. The lids of the coffins slowly slid aside, and 2 skeletons rose into the air. Lin Ze fixed his gaze on them, activating the Lin family bloodline within him, but there was no response. He stepped closer, reaching out to touch the bones, allowing a few drops of blood from his palm to seep into them. He waited for a moment, but still, there was no reaction. Lin Ze stood in silence for a long time. These 2 skeletons bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lin family's 2 prodigies in life, from the structure of their bones to their appearance at the time of burial. Even the unique traits of the Lin family bloodline seemed identical. Everyone back then had witnessed their burial, and these bodies had successfully deceived them all. But there was one thing that could not be replicated: Bahuang blood. Lin Ze could sense no trace of Bahuang blood in these remains. It wasn't faint, nor dormant, it was completely absent. Clearly, these skeletons were fakes. The 2 prodigies of the Lin family were not truly dead. The original tragedy of the Lin family's annihilation was nothing more than a calculated ploy by another Lin family schemer, sacrificing Lin Ze and Lin Ao to achieve a strategic retreat. Well, how brilliant. Lin Ze sighed deeply, turning to leave the cemetery. He wandered through the Lin family estate, his steps instinctively leading him to the main residence, just as he used to when he was troubled. He arrived at his grandfather Lin Ao's secluded retreat, opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. For years, his grandfather had been investigating the true cause of his father and uncle's deaths. Now, with the truth revealed, it was a reality too cruel to accept. The truth? What even is the truth? Forget it, just forget it, Lin Ze muttered as he turned and silently left the main residence. Lin Ze strolled through the bustling streets of the Northern Star Imperial capital. His gaze was lowered, and his steps were unhurried, as he tried to use the lively scenes of the mortal world to dispel the unease in his heart. Passers-by quickly recognized the renowned Shunwu King, famed throughout the Northern Star. Some stopped to bow, while others knelt on the ground, burning incense. Prayers of all kinds rose one after another. Immortal Shenwu, please bless me with a healthy baby boy. A woman clasped her hands together in reverence. Lord Shenwu King, guide me on the path to immortality. A young man knelt devoutly. There were even those who, blushing, prayed for restoring their vigor, leaving Lin Ze both amused and exasperated. Looking at the wishes of these ordinary people, he couldn't help but sigh. After achieving the innate state, the mortal world indeed felt like a different realm altogether. As his thoughts wandered, a familiar voice called out, "Lin, Lord Shimu King." Lin Ze turned his head and saw Xiaqinghe standing not far away. She wore a flowing white dress that swayed gently in the breeze, her demeanor as elegant as a midsummer's bloom. Xiaqinghe was just as beautiful and captivating as ever. "Xiaqinghe greets your highness." Xiaqinghe quickly performed a respectful bow as Lin Ze's gaze fell upon her. "You're still in the Northern Star?" Lin Ze's eyes flickered with surprise. By his calculations, someone as perceptive as Xiaqinghe or Lu Hanyan should have sensed the abnormalities and left long ago. "I don't understand what your highness means," Xiaqinghe replied, a trace of confusion showing on her face. Lin Ze quietly activated his divine powers, and a faint purple light flashed in his eyes. Strangely, he could detect nothing unusual about Xiaqinghe appeared completely ordinary, like any other mortal. Sensing Lin Ze's preoccupation, Xiaqinghe softly said, "Is something troubling your highness? Even someone as exalted as an innate divine being can have worries?" When Lin Ze only glanced at her without answering, she added, "I may not understand your troubles, but speaking of them might ease your burden. You want to hear them?" "If your highness is willing," Xiaqinghe replied with a gentle smile. "Heh, then I'll tell you," Lin Ze said, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the entire world plunged into silence. The bustling crowds on the streets vanished into thin air, leaving only the two of them in the vast Northern Star imperial capital. It was as though they had stepped into a desolate, otherworldly realm. Xiaqinghe looked around at the sudden transformation, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. "Is this the power of an innate deity?" Xiaqinghe asked, her eyes shimmering with amazement. Lin Ze gave her a deep look and replied calmly, "You could say that." His tone then grew heavier. "I need to tell you a story about a friend of mine. It all began with a banquet hosted by the Emperor." He began to recount the tale, his words weaving a narrative of betrayal and destruction. The story unfolded, revealing how a royal banquet became the turning point of fate, ultimately leading to his friend being utterly destroyed by the one they loved, their entire family wiped out. When the story ended, Lin Ze fixed his gaze on Xiaqinghe, his star-like eyes deep and unfathomable. "Tell me, who do you think that woman truly was? What was going through her mind?" Though his words carried an air of probing, he did not name names. Yet the implications were unmistakable. However, Xiaqinghe's reaction took Lin Ze by surprise. A hint of confusion crossed her face, mixed with a trace of incredulous shock. "This story? No, this scene feels strangely familiar. I think I've seen it in a dream," she said. "A dream?" Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. "And in that dream, did you have an answer?" Xiaqinghe smiled a little awkwardly. "Well, dreams are often absurd, but I do remember my thoughts." She carefully chose her words. "I felt that woman's behavior was incredibly unusual. If her love was unrequited, why resort to such extreme violence? Giving away something that didn't belong to her it defies reason. More importantly, since she was the one who destroyed him herself, perhaps only she knows whether your friend is truly dead or alive." As she finished, her voice grew softer, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Almost in a whisper, she added, "And if you were to confess your love to me, how could I possibly refuse?" With Lin Ze's cultivation, he naturally heard every word of her quiet murmur. He furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Xiaqinghe's every expression and movement. Her reaction seemed entirely genuine, devoid of deceit, which only made the situation more perplexing. After casting one last glance at Xiaqinghe, Lin Ze's figure quietly vanished. The restrictions over the world lifted, the bustling noise of the streets returned, and the missing Bachin citizens reappeared. Xiaqinghe glanced around, a sense of loss in her eyes, before letting out a soft sigh and heading back toward Bachin Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already located Hong Tian, who was drinking in the city. Without a word, he grabbed him and spoke urgently, "I need you to investigate someone for me." Hong Tian set down the wine jug, a displeased twitch pulling at the corner of his mouth. "Seriously? You're really not holding back, huh? You just expect me to do whatever you say?" Before his words had fully landed, Lin Ze had already lifted him off the ground, and the two soared into the sky. Suspended in midair, Lin Ze pointed to a figure moving toward the direction of Bachin Academy. "That persona they carry the destiny aura you sensed earlier?" Hong Tian rolled his eyes. "Great, now I'm just some big sucker. Came all this way, didn't get any benefits, and now I'm working for you." Despite his complaints, his gaze locked firmly onto Xiaqinghe. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such matters, but Lin Ze was different. Both of them possessed the rare Dao 9 immortal bodies, once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon. They were not only rivals but also brothers forged by the workings of the Tao. With the activation of the Eye of Destiny, a supreme and majestic aura of fate instantly enveloped Hong Tian. Threads of destiny appeared in his vision, and he carefully observed and analyzed them. After a long silence, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. That person should be the one I mentioned earlier, the highly diffused spirit race aura, so faint it's almost imperceptible. However, his gaze shifted back and forth between Xia Qinghe in the direction of the Changhe sword sect. This spirit race individual has an extraordinary identity. Combining this with what I saw earlier at the sword sect, I'm now certain this is the 7 emotions technique of the spirit race. Seeing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, Hong Tian took the initiative to explain. The 7 emotions technique is exactly the height-year divine cultivation method of the spirit race you've been searching for. It allows a person to split their mental and emotional essence into distinct forms, reincarnating them into real beings to experience the myriad aspects of life. After enduring countless cycles of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire, all these manifestations are reabsorbed into one, refining the spirit and strengthening the divine path. There's a legend about a saintess of the spirit race who divided herself into countless forms, experiencing the trials of the mortal world, and ultimately reuniting her fragments to ascend directly to sainthood. I always thought it was an exaggeration, but it seems to be true. If the woman at the sword sect is her main form, then this person before us is a fragment of her emotions. Conversely, if the true spirit race body is her original form, the woman at the sword sect is a piece of her desires. This cycle of division and reincarnation is endless. Hong Tian grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Fascinating. The immortal bodies have appeared, the demonic sect is making covert moves, the spirit race is intervening in secrecy, and there are a few other unknown forces thrown into the mix. Looks like all the players have arrived. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Ze. You and I, 2 immortal bodies gathering here in the Azure region, perhaps this is all part of King Kang's grand scheme, don't you think? Lin Ze's eyes flickered slightly at these words. As a descendant of the 8 Desolations bloodline, he could see further than Hong Tian. The 8 Desolations bloodline could harmonize the 3 paths of essence, energy, and spirit, uniting the 3 veins of the world. Now, in the Azure region, the height-year spirit race representing the path of spirit had appeared, the heaven and earth true spirit phoenix representing essence had emerged, and humanity, representing energy, had long established its stronghold here. The convergence of the 3 veins of heaven, earth, and spirit, along with the blood of the 8 Desolations, was no coincidence. Lin Ze cast a meaningful glance at Hong Tian, who shrugged and slowly unveiled the truth. The Qingyu has been the world's greatest chessboard since ancient times. That's precisely why I came here, Hong Tian sighed, a trace of desolation flickering in his gaze. As one with the 9 immortal physique of the great Tao, this world is far too simple for us. Across the land, there isn't a single opponent who can rival us. In the eyes of the masses, we are misfits, outcasts with no peers. He paused, then continued. Back then, someone from beyond this realm, who had been defeated by me, said, if you claim to be invincible, why not go to the Qingyu, where chess players abound, and challenge the other players? Solve the mystery of the Qingyu? Those words piqued my interest and led me to start unraveling the truth behind the Qingyu's enigma. To understand the mystery of the Qingyu, one must go back hundreds of millions of years to the ancient era and speak of the one known as Qingcong, the supreme sage. Hong Tian's tone grew solemn. Qingcong was the only being in the ancient times to achieve the state of the unbeginning. However, how he achieved this state, as well as his origins and identity, remained shrouded in mystery. By the time the world became aware of Qingcong, he already existed, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Because of this, the sages of that time began to study Qingcong, hoping to uncover the secret of how he achieved the unbeginning. There were said to be 3 great primordial relics left behind by ancient sages: the Divine Ascension Staircase, the Rootless Steel Forest, and the Primordial Battlefield, Hong Tian explained. At this point, Lin Ze suddenly realized, the 3 trials of Daojia Mountain? Hong Tian nodded to confirm. Exactly. After Qingcong achieved the state of the unbeginning, people firmly believed that he had found the path through deciphering the primordial relics, and they flocked to them in droves. But what happened next shocked everyone. The seemingly endless Divine Ascension Staircase suddenly broke apart, with its middle section vanishing into thin air. Large portions of the Rootless Steel Forest were excavated, and at the center of the primordial battlefield, an enormous crater was gouged out. A playful glint flickered in Hong Tian's eyes. Bear in mind, these primordial relics had survived through the ages due to the mysterious forces protecting them. No one had ever been able to damage them in the slightest. And yet, they suffered such destruction. Who else but Qingcong, the supreme sage, could have done it? Before he achieved the state of Wushi, the 3 ancient relics remained intact. However, at the very moment of his breakthrough, these relics were instantly shattered into fragments. Such a feat could only be accomplished by Qingcong. What was even more astonishing was that Qingcong made no effort to conceal his actions. The very next day, he constructed a Dao Tribulation Mountain in the Qing region, using the fragments of the 3 ancient relics. He even boldly invited 8 supreme ancient powerhouses to jointly study the Wushi Dao. Yet, what appeared to be a profound philosophical exchange ultimately turned into a bloody massacre. None of the 8 powerhouses survived. All fell under Qingcong's Wushi sword, their blood staining the Dao Tribulation Mountain red. Qingcong seized their sacred weapons, erased their marks, and distributed them to his 8 disciples. Hong Tian shook his head with a tinge of admiration and disdain. That old guy destroyed the relics for his own use and eliminated 8 potential threats. Everyone thought he was about to dominate Tianlan. However, what followed was unexpected. Qingcong merely placed an absolute Dao prohibition over the Qing region and then vanished without a trace. 4 billions of years, no one has seen him again. Speculation about Qingcong's whereabouts runs rampant. Some say he grew weary of Tianlan and ventured beyond realms in search of a new world. Others claim he violated the taboo of the ancient saints and was erased. Some even believe he reached an invincible state and chose to abandon his true spirit to reincarnate. Regardless, he disappeared, leaving behind only the Dao Tribulation Mountain, an eternal enigma. Various factions swarmed to the mountain, eager to uncover the secrets Qingcong left behind and to understand why he drenched the mountain in blood. Hong Tian remarked, "I came here out of curiosity too, hoping to find some challenge. But unfortunately, the Qing region, which is so mystified by rumors, seems rather unimpressive to me. Using the power of destiny, I scanned the entire region and found that despite its surface turbulence, there wasn't a single worthy opponent. As for the so-called Dao Tribulation Mountain, which supposedly holds ancient secrets," Hong Tian spread his hands, "I was the first to enter, but I found nothing. The relic fragments had long lost their divine essence, leaving only a lifeless void. That old ghost Qingcong pulled the greatest prank on future generations, leaving an empty game behind. Compared to my predecessor, who threw the immortal scripture into the Boundary River, he's even more wicked." After a brief pause, Hong Tian added, "Of course, it's also possible that my cultivation isn't sufficient to grasp the mysteries within." To Hong Tian, everything in this world seemed dull and meaningless. Only sleeping held any semblance of interest until the moment he encountered Lin Ze. A celestial body against another celestial body. This is an unprecedented match in history. Hong Tian's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at Lin Ze. Can you even imagine how I felt at that moment? A kindred spirit meeting another. I was no longer walking this path alone. His tone grew increasingly impassioned. Later, following you to the land of Beichen, I witnessed the demon sect's leader, the 7 emotions technique of the spirit clan, and all those unpredictable schemes and changes. Only then did I realize Qingcong, that old ghost, didn't leave behind an empty chessboard. He used the world as his pieces, drawing all the clans into his game. That crafty old man is plotting something monumental." Hong Tian burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with ever more intense light. "Ha ha ha, this place is far more thrilling than I ever imagined. I love it here." He turned to Xia Qinghe and then excitedly addressed Lin Ze. "So, what's the plan now? Do we break the game? Or should we observe a little longer? This is your domain, I'll follow your lead. Does this Xia Qinghe have her own consciousness?" Lin Ze asked first. "Her." Hong Tian shook his head, explaining, "The 7 emotions technique progresses layer by layer. The higher levels know about the lower ones, but the lower levels remain unaware of the higher ones. In other words, the woman from the Changhe sword sect knows you, but Xia Qinghe doesn't. Conversely, if Xia Qinghe knows about you, then that woman must also know." Lin Ze suddenly understood. No wonder that Miao Yu seemed so strange. "So, can we obtain the 7 emotions technique from them? For a celestial body of destiny, this is no challenge." Hong Tian snapped his fingers. Ordinarily, acquiring the 7 emotions technique would be a bit troublesome. But since there's already an embodiment of the technique right in front of us, it's much simpler. He pointed at Xia Qinghe. She herself is the technique living and breathing. Before his words fully settled, Hong Tian waved his massive hand, pulling Xia Qinghe into the void, where her form began to twist and shatter. Lin Ze did not intervene, as this was merely a fragment of an avatar, not even a millionth of the original. Boom! With a clenched motion from Hongshan's phantom hand, Xia Qing's figure completely distorted and vanished. In her final moment, she seemed to break through Hongshan's stasis of destiny, casting Lin Ze a gaze filled with profound meaning. As Xia Qinghe disappeared, an ancient book radiating 7-colored light appeared in her place. Seeing this, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel envious. A celestial body of destiny is so convenient. Should we put everything else on hold and go hunt for celestial scriptures tomorrow? However, Hongshan's expression carried a hint of surprise. What the? She really turned out to be a technique in the form of a person. You weren't sure before? Well, not exactly. When I said she was a technique, I thought we'd kill her and extract the 7 emotions technique from the threads of destiny. But I didn't expect that Xia Qing's true form would literally be a technique. She is the 7 emotions technique itself. Lin Ze and Hong Tian exchanged a silent gaze, a trace of helplessness evident in their eyes. Did I act too hastily? Hong Tian broke the silence first. Lin Ze cast him a speechless glance. This is the fabled heavenly fate physique? You didn't stop me either. Hong Tian said no more. With a wave of his hand, an ancient book radiating 7-colored light flew into his grasp. The glowing, resplendent manual rested quietly before them, its cover bearing 3 elegantly written characters. 7 Emotions Method. Opening the first page revealed densely packed text detailing the essence and profound principles of the 7 Emotions Method. Each line was clear and to the point, directly addressing the key concepts. The precision of the writing made it apparent that it was crafted by a master of immense skill, capable of guiding even a novice cultivator to mastery step by step. At the bottom of the text was a signature, Su Ru Ming. Who is Su Ru Ming? Lin Ze frowned. His knowledge of Tianlan was mostly limited to the Qing region, and he knew little about other areas. Within the Qing region, aside from Qing Shang Qing Song and the half-saint Qing He, there were no other prominent figures. Su Ru Ming clearly wasn't from the Qing region. Hong Tian closed his eyes and focused, using the power of his heavenly fate physique to sense for answers. However, even after a prolonged effort, he found no trace of this person in the river of destiny. At my current level of destiny comprehension, I can't perceive this individual, Hong Tian said as he opened his eyes. Then forget it, Lin Ze replied nonchalantly, nodding. 30 days from now, he would uncover every hidden manipulator and make them submit one by one. By then, the truth would naturally come to light. For now, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the high-level spiritual clan cultivation method he had long desired. With this, he could unify his 3 meridians and fully awaken the ancient 8 desolations bloodline. Lin Ze picked up the 7 emotions method and turned to leave, leaving behind only a single sentence. Once I'm done training, it'll help you retrieve the celestial scripture. Wait for me. Watching Lin Ze's departing figure, Hong Tian scratched his head. Retrieve the celestial scripture? Why does it seem like you're more eager than I am? He then sat down cross-legged. Might as well break through while I have the time. With how things are shaping up in the Qing region, a half-step divine sea cultivation level won't cut it. If I slack off any longer, I won't be able to keep up with that lunatic. With that, Hong Tian closed his eyes and entered meditation, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He called out repeatedly, medicine, come, elixirs, come, techniques, come. In the void, the power of his heavenly fate physique was continuously unearthed and elevated. Meanwhile, Lin Ze sat cross-legged with the 7 emotions method in hand, activating his Godder comprehension at level 6. With his near-to-all-level understanding, he quickly grasped the entirety of the 7 emotions method and proceeded to deduce it all the way to the 10th level 7 emotions method LV10, reaching the state of complete mastery. As the level of the 7 emotions method soared, Lin Ze's mental will surged like a torrential flood, becoming indomitable in an instant. It felt as though his consciousness had broken free from invisible shackles, his mind clearing in a flash, like a bird long trapped in a cage, finally tasting freedom. His spiritual awareness became as polished as a mirror, crystal clear like glass, resilient like metal, and his perception heightened by hundreds of times. As his spiritual state ascended, the ancient 8 desolations blood within him suddenly boiled. Crimson flames coursed around him like a roaming dragon, causing every fiber of his being to tremble. Guided by the power of this ancient bloodline, Lin Ze began to integrate the 3 great methods of refining: Qi refining, essence refining, and spirit refining. Through the fusion of the Great Desolation True Flame Art and the 7 Emotions technique, a stunning transformation occurred. Comprehended a heaven-grade lower-tier technique, 8 Desolations, Extreme Formless Sacred Shadow, and directly achieved the pinnacle of perfection at level 10. This far exceeded Lin Ze's expectations, confirming the unfathomable and mysterious power of the 8 Desolations bloodline. The perfection of the 3 pathways essence, energy, and spirit fully awakened the dormant power of his bloodline. Raising his hand, Lin Ze summoned a seemingly faint light at his fingertip. Yet, within this light lay the flawless fusion of the 3 forces, radiating an overwhelming power capable of shaking time and space. This newfound strength was not limited to offense. Lin Ze's defense also underwent a qualitative transformation. Ordinary attacks of energy or spiritual force could no longer harm him. Only chaotic strikes that also fused the 3 pathways could pose any real threat. The complete awakening of the Eight Desolations bloodline not only propelled Lin Ze's combat prowess beyond the innate realm, but also placed him on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Formless Saint. Although constrained by the rules of the Azure Domain and still technically at the Fate Profound realm, he knew that the moment he left the Azure Domain or the restrictions were lifted, he could instantly ascend to become a true saint. Closing the Seven Emotions technique, Lin Ze gazed at the radiant spring scenery around him and felt the gentle breeze. Everything seemed so serene and beautiful. At that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted throughout the heavens and earth. Golden celestial blossoms rained down from the skies, golden lotuses bloomed across the ground, and a purple aura surged from the east, spanning thousands of miles. The sun and moon appeared simultaneously in the sky, radiating dazzling brilliance. It was the reappearance of the heavenly Tao phenomenon, a vision that had once shaken the Qing Tian realm and reverberated across the 5 lakes and 4 seas. A resplendent golden Tianyuan shone brightly in the firmament, emanating the supreme power of the heavenly Tao, leaving all beings in awe and disbelief. Another god of cultivation? Impossible. What is happening in the Qing domain? A god of cultivation, something seen only once in countless millennia, has appeared twice in mere days? Cries of astonishment and disbelief echoed among the crowd. Amidst the collective attention of all, Hong Tian completed his breakthrough with an air of nonchalance, ascending to become the new god of cultivation. For someone with the celestial fate physique, such a breakthrough was as ordinary as eating or drinking. After consolidating his celestial fate, Hong Tian remarked indifferently, "Not bad." He flexed his fingers and said with some regret, "Pity I don't have the celestial scripture. Otherwise, I could have directly advanced to the Mingxian stage and completed this innate path in one go." Thinking of the celestial scripture, Hong Tian couldn't help but recall the absurd actions of the previous celestial fate physique bearer. That scoundrel! Most people lack gold in their fate, but you lack decency. Throwing the celestial scripture into the boundary river, how did you even come up with that? After venting his frustration, Hong Tian stepped through the void, following his senses to find Lin Ze. As one of the other 9 celestial physiques, the universal law physique, Lin Ze, with the celestial scripture in hand, should have no trouble overcoming the 7 emotions law. By now, he had likely reached the great accomplishment stage. When Hong Tian saw Lin Ze, he found the latter exuding a pure and mirror-like aura, his will as steadfast as steel, surrounded by a radiance as vibrant as blazing fire. His mastery of the 7 emotions law had reached its peak, achieving perfection. Show off. So what if you have the celestial scripture? Hong Tian cursed inwardly, though his expression remained calm. With a snap of his fingers, he opened a void portal leading directly to the Tianlan boundary river. Tossing out a casual "Your turn to handle this," he stepped through the portal. Lin Ze followed closely behind. The two arrived at the extreme boundary of Tianlan boundary river. This was no ordinary river. It was a vast, pitch-black barrier composed of countless void substances. It ebbed and flowed like a river, earning its name. Yet it stood as a boundary separating Tianlan from the outside world, maintaining the balance between realms. At this moment, the usually serene boundary river rippled slightly, welcoming its 2 unexpected visitors. Standing at the riverbank, Lin Ze and Hong Tian silently observed the void substances drifting within the river, as well as the occasional flashes of fragmented worlds. 1, 2, and then countless more. Lin Ze stared at Hong Tian with a strange expression. "So, how exactly do you want me to help? Are you expecting me to dive into one world after another and search manually? The boundary river is filled with countless fragments of worlds." Hong Tian quickly waved his hand. "Not that extreme. Not at all. I've already conducted a thorough investigation using the essence of my immortal body during this time, and confirmed that the heavenly fate scripture only lingered in 3 specific world fragments." His expression suddenly grew serious. "But here's the problem. I can't enter those 3 worlds. There's something bizarre in the boundary river guarding those worlds, and I can't defeat it." "What kind of thing could even you fail to handle?" Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. He had crossed paths with Hong Tian before, and was well aware of his overwhelming power. Now that Hong Tian had ascended to the Tianyuan realm, fused with the heavenly Tao Tianyuan, and enhanced the power of his heavenly fate, his strength had grown even more formidable. Yet, despite all this, Hong Tian admitted he couldn't deal with it, which genuinely surprised Lin Ze. Hong Tian furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a moment. "That thing? It's hard to describe. You could call it a shadow spirit, but it's not entirely dead. You could call it a deranged obsession, but it lacks the kind of strong purpose you'd expect. You'll understand when you see it. Aren't there plenty of powerful beings in Tianlan? Have you considered asking them for help? That thing is far too strange." Hong Tian shook his head. "Even with my immortal body, I almost died under its claws. Those mere mortals wouldn't stand a chance. Besides," he spread his hands, a trace of pride flashing across his face. How could I, a dignified heavenly fate immortal body, stoop to seeking help from lesser beings? That would be a disgrace to the immortal body. In Hong Tian's mind, an invisible barrier had long separated immortal bodies from ordinary people. To him, mortals were an entirely different kind of existence. Perhaps it was the immortal bodies that were the true anomalies in the eyes of the world. Anomalies are destined to neither integrate into the world nor be understood by it. Only anomalies can understand other anomalies. Thus, when one anomaly couldn't solve a problem, the only option was to turn to another anomaly. In this vast world, only Ze and Tian stood together. All right, just tell me what to do. Lin Ze agreed readily. Hong Tian placed a finger on Lin Ze's forehead, and a rune emitting a mysterious purple glow appeared there, a mark of heavenly fate. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao unseen, imperceptible and unattainable by mortals. The same applies to the scriptures, Hong Tian explained. Although you're also an immortal body and can perceive scriptures that mortals can't, retrieving the heavenly fate scripture as a myriad laws immortal body has no precedent in history. It's uncertain whether you'll be able to see scriptures other than your own myriad laws scripture. To be safe, I've infused this heavenly fate mark with the essence of my immortal body to ensure you can sense the presence of the heavenly fate scripture. Lin Ze silently praised him. Impressive. He had indeed considered the unique nature of the 9 immortal bodies and the possibility that scriptures might not be visible to those without the corresponding immortal body. He had initially planned to just go with the flow and take the risk for the sake of his immortal body. Unexpectedly, the issue was resolved even before the mission began. What a good brother. The arrival of the destiny mark made Lin Ze's eyes sparkle like stars, vast as rivers and seas. His intense gaze fixed on Hong Tian, a peculiar light flickering within his eyes. What the hell is that look? Hong Tian instinctively took a step back, sensing his own destiny tremble. A foreboding feeling surged in his chest. Something's off with you. It's fine. I just wanted to see if you're trying to fool me. Lin Ze reined in his gaze, extinguishing the fire in his eyes. All right, anything else I need to know? Hong Tian pondered for a moment. Not much, really. Just make sure you slip past that curse thing. With the destiny mark, you'll soon sense the presence of the celestial scripture. He paused, then added, oh, and one more thing, do not linger on those world fragments. Find what you need and return immediately. Those fragments are merely projections left by various worlds in the fabric of time and space, not real worlds. The laws and timelines there are chaotic and highly unstable. They could shatter at any moment. We're not saints yet, and even a celestial body like yours could get lost in those illusions if you stay too long. Got it. I'm on my way. Lin Ze replied decisively. Go ahead, I'll guard you. Before Hong Tian's words had fully settled, Lin Ze leapt into the chaotic boundary river. Hong Tian immediately unfolded the true realm of destiny, a purple mark identical to Lin Ze's appearing at the center of his brow. Their destinies became tightly intertwined as he kept constant watch on Lin Ze's movements, ready to reverse time and space at the first sign of danger. Lin Ze traversed the infinite boundary river, surrounded by drifting fragments of worlds. Each fragment showcased scenes from a different world, some cultivating immortality, some practicing demonic arts, some mastering martial techniques, and others raising spirit beasts. The variety was dazzling, like a vast marketplace of worlds. The sights stirred memories of Lin Ze's past life. With so many fragments floating in the boundary river, could there be one that belonged to his former world, Earth? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Right now, he had only one goal: to grow stronger. Only with power could he have the freedom to act as he pleased. Everything else could wait until he transcended. Composing his thoughts, he focused intently on finding fragments that resonated with the destiny mark. The boundary river stretched endlessly, and despite swimming for what felt like an eternity, he saw no end or sign of the 3 unique fragments Hong Tian had mentioned. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the destiny mark at the center of Lin Ze's brow began to react. In the distance, he spotted 3 world fragments emitting a faint, purple glow, resonating with the same energy as the destiny mark. Found them. Lin Ze instantly flashed toward the 3 fragments, his senses heightened as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. There was no sign of the cursed thing Hong Tian had warned about. The area seemed calm, with only ordinary fragments drifting along the current of the boundary river. At that moment, a glint flickered in Lin Ze's eyes, and a tiny flame appeared once more within his gaze. Truly troublesome, Lin Ze thought to himself. This seemingly calm situation was the most unusual of all after all. An existence that even a celestial powerhouse like Hong Tian couldn't deal with for years wouldn't simply disappear so easily. The opponent's ability to conceal itself was clearly beyond imagination. Just as Lin Ze pretended to enter a fragment of a world, a sudden change occurred. A withered, ghostly claw radiating an icy chill shot out like lightning from the side. Clang! Lin Ze reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to let the ghostly claw strike the sword case on his back. In the next instant, the sacred weapon within the case erupted with an earth-shattering sword aura, powerful enough to shake the entire Boundary River. The immense demonic energy it unleashed swept out like a galactic storm, instantly shattering several fragile world fragments nearby, leaving the Boundary River significantly more open. Hey, could you tone it down? Don't blow away my celestial scriptures. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Lin Ze fixed his gaze and finally saw the true form of the ghostly claw's owner. A humanoid entity shrouded in dense, pitch-black mist, with only its face revealing a pair of glowing, crimson demonic eyes. Its aura was eerie and unfathomable, neither purely yin nor purely yang-an enigma of obsession and demonic nature intertwined. What was even more astonishing was that, despite enduring the counterforce of the sacred weapon, this strange being remained completely unharmed. Even though the weapon hadn't fully awakened, the energy it emitted was enough to obliterate all creation. No wonder even Hong Tian had been powerless against it. Not bad. A perfect opponent to test my combat strength, Lin Ze murmured with a faint smile of battle eagerness curling at his lips. Since his battle with the Wither Prosperity Venerable at Daojia Mountain, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had broken through the Tianyuan and Mingxian stages to reach the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Furthermore, he had unified his essence, energy, and spirit, fully awakening his bloodline. At this point, even he was uncertain of his own limits. With a subtle motion of his hands, a shadowy figure of a battle god, ablaze with sacred blood, emerged behind him. This was the 8 Desolations. Formless sacred shadow, level 10. The battle god's shadow then merged into his body, causing Lin Ze's form to expand rapidly, transforming him into a 3-hang-tall giant. As his body grew, countless spiritual manifestations of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants began circling around him, while divine halos forged from his will radiated an overwhelming presence that shook the heavens and earth. The 8 Desolations' true form, sacred shadow state. An ancient god-demon descended upon the Boundary River, casting heaven and earth into disarray and plunging time and space into silence. Fight! With a thunderous roar, Lin Ze swung a powerful fist. The force of the punch tore through the air, raising massive waves in the Boundary River and hurtling toward the shadowy entity at a speed that defied the limits of heaven and earth. Unwilling to back down, the shadowy figure retaliated with another swipe of its ghostly claw. A torrent of sinister black mist surged forth like a breached dam. Boom! The fist's shadow collided with the black mist, shattering it instantly. Lin Ze's punch pressed forward relentlessly, striking the shadowy figure squarely and causing the black mist around it to ripple chaotically. One strike landed, but Lin Ze frowned slightly. In that fleeting moment, though it lasted only an instant, Lin Ze's extraordinary cultivation allowed him to keenly sense something during the recent clash. His fist's shadow had indeed paused briefly. This unusual force caused a glimmer of something unexplainable to flash through his eyes, as deep as the starry sea. Again, Long River Sunset LV-10. With a resolute shout, Lin Ze summoned a blazing sun that tore through the hazy boundaries of the river realm, hanging high above it. Its scorching radiance illuminated all directions, transforming the infinite river realm into a magnificent depiction of a long river under a setting sun. The blazing sun shattered the limits of the mortal world, unleashing a power capable of annihilation. The fiery sun turned into a boundless sea of flames, surging across the great river. The ghostly figure's eerie black aura dissolved under the searing light, revealing its true form. Confronted with such an onslaught, the ghostly figure let out a thunderous roar, its infernal cry echoing like the depths of the underworld. It extended its razor-sharp claws, lunging forward with reckless abandon like a moth to a flame. Seeing this, Lin Ze shifted his technique, channeling the dazzling solar flames into the vast sea. From the expansive waters, a luminous full moon slowly rose, its cool, serene light cascading down and reflecting off the rippling waves. The surface of the sea transformed into a pristine mirror, capturing the images of both the ghostly figure and the radiant moon. Flower in the mirror, moon in the water shatter. A resonant hum echoed as countless sword-like beams, woven from the light of sun and moon, erupted from the mirrored surface. Fire and ice intertwined, their opposing forces birthing a sea of sword energy. Trapped within this intricate web of blades, the ghostly figure let out a defiant wail. It struggled to escape the dual constraints of the sun and moon, but its efforts were futile. Each sword beam that pierced through its form dissolved a portion of its black aura. By the time the ghostly figure shattered the sea of blades, Lin Ze had already unleashed the yin-yang transformation. Streams of black and white energy flowed around his 8 Desolation true form, merging into the fragmented sword sea. The sword energy reassembled and coalesced into torrents resembling mighty rivers, cascading down with overwhelming force. Under this earth-shaking strike, the ghostly figure in the river realm appeared to dissipate. Yet Lin Ze did not lower his guard, a contemplative glint flashing in his eyes. At that critical moment, a warning rang out, "Watch out! Behind you!" It was Hong Tian's voice. Lin Ze calmly turned, using his 8 Desolation true form to directly block the ghostly figure's sudden claw strike. The 8 Desolation true form, as unyielding as divine armor, effortlessly withstood the deadly blow. The ghostly claw's strike felt like a mere tickle to Lin Ze, posing no threat at all. Seizing the moment, he used his massive true form hand to grasp the shadowy figure. A piercing chill emanated from his palm, as if he were holding a piece of ancient glacial ice. The dark, sinister aura seeped through his skin, penetrating deep into his marrow. However, the fiery blood of the 8 Desolations coursing through Lin Ze's veins instantly dispelled the cold. Tightening his grip, he unleashed a blazing flame in his palm, aiming to force the shadowy figure to reveal its true form. Yet, the shadow vanished in an eerie flicker, reappearing at the exact spot where it had first lunged at Lin Ze. This familiar combat style made Lin Ze realize his opponent's identity in an instant. Tianming, don't waste time fighting. Move forward quickly. My Tianming realm won't hold much longer. Hong Tian's voice came at just the right moment. Lin Ze looked up and cast a deep glance at him across the boundary river. Without hesitation, he struck the shadow back with a powerful palm and swiftly dashed into the shard of the world where his senses were strongest. Inside the fragmented world, Lin Ze retracted his 8 Desolations true form and landed before an altar. Dozens of Taoists, clad in azure robes, were performing rituals. When they saw him emerge from the void, with fragments of the world reassembling around him, they were so shocked they stammered in disbelief. May the immortal be blessed with boundless fortune and eternal celestial grace. The Taoists immediately knelt and bowed as if beholding a deity. Lin Ze barely spared them a glance, instead focusing on extending the perception of his Tianming mark. Before long, he locked onto his target, a small fishing village to the southeast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze appeared at the seaside village. A pair of siblings, around 10 years old, were gathering seafood along the shore. "Brother, look, this one must be worth a lot of buns. Isn't Xiaoming amazing?" the girl boasted proudly. The boy didn't respond. Instead, he warily pulled his sister behind him, his gaze fixed on Lin Ze with suspicion. "Who are you?" he demanded. Lin Ze's eyes fell on the boy's neck, where a crystalline starfish-shaped stone gleamed. Through the Tianming mark on his forehead, Lin Ze could clearly discern 2 ancient purple characters glowing within the stone. Tianming. This was precisely the Tianming celestial scripture he had been searching for. Lin Ze stared directly into the cautious eyes of the boy and girl, his gaze settling on the celestial scripture hanging around the boy's neck. "I've come for that," he said, and with a casual wave of his hand, the entire beach transformed into a dazzling golden coast. The fine golden sand sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, its radiance almost painful to behold. "Since your sister said it could be traded for plenty of pancakes, this golden coast should be enough for your family to enjoy for generations. How about this deal?" The girl's eyes widened as she stood frozen, staring at the golden miracle before her. It wasn't scattered gold nuggets, it was an entire coastline turned into pure gold. She shook her brother's arm excitedly. "Brother, so much gold." But the boy's attention was entirely elsewhere. "You can see little stone?" he asked in surprise, clutching the celestial scripture tightly around his neck. "I knew it. Little stone is real. It's not just my imagination." These words made Lin Ze suddenly realize something. The celestial scripture, like celestial bodies, was something mortals couldn't touch or even see. For this boy to perceive and handle the scripture, he must be one of the 9 celestial physiques. A glint of light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. It was just a fragment of this world, perhaps a projection from some unknown dimension. Finding its true owner was an uncertainty. But the priority now was to obtain the celestial scripture. Unexpectedly, the boy willingly removed the scripture and handed it to Lin Ze. "Here, take it." Seeing Lin Ze's surprised expression, the boy grinned. "Little stone is amazing, but I've tried everything over the years and it never responds. I guess it just isn't meant for me. You, on the other hand, can turn sand into gold. You must be a powerful immortal, right?" Lin Ze accepted the celestial scripture, effortlessly achieving his goal for this trip. "I wouldn't call myself a powerful immortal, but fulfilling your wish shouldn't be difficult. Tell me, what do you want?" Though it was merely a fragment of the world, Lin Ze always adhered to the principle of fair exchange. "I don't want gold," the boy said firmly. "I want to learn cultivation from you." Lin Ze shook his head. "I don't have the time or patience to take on a disciple, but I can give you a cultivation technique." The boy's eyes instantly lit up, as bright as the blazing sun, reflecting off the golden coast and making it glitter even more. "Deal." Lin Ze extended a finger and touched the boy's forehead, directly imparting a cultivation technique named Purple Moon Illusory Heart Vision into his mind. Lin Ze stood still, silently organizing the knowledge he had accumulated over the years. The various techniques he had mastered had seamlessly merged in his mind, complementing one another and ultimately forming unique, original moves. Among them was the Purple Moon Illusionary Heart Eye, a technique that could be considered his own creation, free from any infringement or violation of sectarian rules. Technique for the stone, a fair trade. Lin Ze glanced at the celestial scripture in his hand, his tone calm. From now on, we owe each other nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from where he stood. The young boy stood frozen for a moment. Suddenly, a faint purple crescent moon flickered in his eyes before disappearing. Had mastered the Purple Moon Illusionary Heart Eye. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had risen above the primeval forest, seated cross-legged in the void. Gripping the starfish-shaped celestial scripture tightly, he pushed the power of the celestial mark to its limit, attempting to uncover the true essence of the scripture. In an instant, the celestial scripture became scorching hot, resonating intensely with the celestial mark. Divine Comprehension Level 6 activated. Discovered a peerless treasure. Celestial scripture. Warning: without the celestial body, direct insight into the scripture's essence is impossible. Would you like to forcibly attempt to unlock the celestial body? Faced with the system's prompt, Lin Ze hesitated briefly. He had always been confident in his cheat-like abilities, effortlessly mastering techniques of the highest caliber, such as the Azure Saint Armament and the 8 Desolation Blood Art. However, the celestial body, a one-eo-vacant existence in an era, was far beyond ordinary comprehension. Let's take the gamble. Lin Ze resolved inwardly. If it works, it's a huge gain. If not, there's nothing to lose. As expected, the power of his divine-level comprehension surprised him once again. Successfully unlocked the mysteries of the celestial body. Your physique has successfully transformed into the celestial body. A profound energy coursed through Lin Ze's body, and he was astonished to realize he had gained an ability that seemed to transcend the world itself. With just a thought, everything around him appeared to bend to his will. This was the legendary power of, my will is heaven's will, my heart is heaven's heart. Harnessing the newly acquired celestial body, Lin Ze revisited the celestial scripture. This time, everything unfolded effortlessly. Celestial intent fully comprehended. Celestial body enhanced, power greatly amplified. Mastered additional celestial mysteries, reduced energy consumption for control. Now, Lin Ze had attained supreme authority over reversing time, negating the laws of the universe, and observing the threads of causality. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the world, locking onto the distant azure domain. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Old friends, your days of comfort are over. Beyond the boundary river, Hongtian, who upheld the mandate true realm, suddenly shivered. An inexplicable chill surged from his spine to the top of his head, not the fear of life and death, but more like the unsettling feeling of a thief invading one's home. This peculiar sensation left the celestial being deeply puzzled. As Hongtian furrowed his brows in contemplation, the waters of the boundary river suddenly surged. Lin Ze's figure emerged from the fragments of the world, tightly clutching a stone in his hand. To Hongtian's eyes, the stone glowed brilliantly. Exuding an irresistible allurite was none other than the celestial scripture of fate. Without hesitation, Hongtian mobilized all his strength to expand the mandate true realm, determined to ensure Lin Ze's safe retreat from the boundary river. Although the true identity of the mysterious shadowy figure remained a mystery, its constant presence near the scripture made it clear it wouldn't give up easily. Fearing it might act recklessly, Hongtian dared not let his guard down. Yet, unexpectedly, the shadowy figure did not move a muscle after seeing Lin Ze take the scripture. It simply fixed its blood-red, demonic eyes on Lin Ze, as if trying to convey some kind of message. Then, a hoarse, ancient voice echoed in Lin Ze's ears, as if issuing a warning from the primordial past. The mandate contended with the divine emperor. The mandate was defeated and fled, plunging into an eternal calamity. Thus, the ancient era shattered, turning to countless specks of dust. I have glimpsed the terrifying truth of the mandate between life and death. Hence, I leave this warning for future generations. Heed my words. The celestial scripture is cursed. The celestial scripture is cursed. What does that mean? Lin Ze froze in disbelief, instinctively asking for clarification. But the shadow merely repeated the same words, its emphasis on the scripture is cursed growing stronger. It seemed this was the final remnant of its obsession, unable to communicate further. Before long, it dissipated into the boundary river. Lost in thought, Lin Ze approached Hongtian. Seeing Lin Ze safely leave the boundary river, Hongtian finally breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew the mandate true realm. With the scripture now in their possession, His mood visibly improved. For once, he gave Lin Ze a rare thumbs up. You're the man for the job. That damned ghostly thing has been tormenting me for so long, and finally, someone managed to deal with it. Who was that shadow, anyway? Lin Ze asked. How the hell would I know? Hong Tian snapped. That thing acts like it has a personal vendetta against me. Every time I go near it, it chases me down immediately, but it's so much gentler with you only fighting at the last moment. I've tried to figure out what it really is. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I've never lasted more than one move against it, no matter how hard I tried. I have no idea where that freak came from, but it's absolutely insane. Lin Ze suddenly realized something, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He finally grasped the issue. It wasn't that Hong Tian, as the rightful bearer of the heavenly fate immortal body, couldn't detect the ghostly shadow's anomaly. Instead, it was his own lack of strength that made him incapable of forcing the shadow to reveal its use of the heavenly fate power. Your cultivation level is too low. No wonder you can't sense it, Hong Tian said with a slight smirk, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. The dignified heavenly fate immortal body being told his level was low? That was utterly… Wait, Hong Tian suddenly paused, realizing something. Are you saying you know what it is? Lin Ze nodded. More or less. But first, I have a question. Have you ever wondered how the previous heavenly fate immortal body died? That question caused Hong Tian's expression to shift subtly. He looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, and finally shrugged helplessly. That might be the one question everyone in this world wants to know the answer to. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao only one exists in each lifetime. The next cannot emerge until the previous one perishes. But with the power of the 9 immortal bodies, immortality is but a given. Indestructibility is even easier. They are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao, achieving an unrivaled existence. For such beings, even dying is nearly impossible. And yet, here we are, Hong Tian said with a faint trace of melancholy on his face. On the heavenly fate side, maybe we're just too bored. The heavenly fate immortal botany will is the will of the heavens. My heart is the heart of the heavens, and fate resides in me. This feeling of being in control of everything might bring brief happiness, but over time, it becomes a curse of endless torment. Lin Ze couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Why did that sound like? I'm rich, but I've lost all my worries. He pointed to the area beneath the boundary river. What if I told you that it's also a heavenly fate immortal body? At the very least, it can use the power of heavenly fate. What? Hong Tian's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, he suddenly realized, no wonder I've always felt like someone was intruding. It turns out to be that thing. Feeling slightly guilty, Lin Ze tossed the heavenly fate immortal scripture to Hong Tian and quickly changed the subject. Take a look at this scripture first. When I retrieved it earlier, that ghostly shadow passed a message to me. He then recounted the shadow's words in detail to Hong Tian. The two fell into deep thought. After a moment, Hong Tian's expression grew serious. No wonder the predecessor threw the scripture into the boundary river. He must have discovered some shocking secret. Now that I think about it, the ghostly shadow guarding the scripture and preventing me from approaching was likely a safeguard left behind by the predecessor to protect me. The thought of how he had once cursed the predecessor's ancestors up and down made Hong Tian feel a pang of guilt. He silently vowed that when he achieved enlightenment in the future, he would rewrite this embarrassing chapter of his past. If you want to uncover what your predecessor truly discovered, you must analyze it from the beginning, Lin Ze said with a serious expression. The phrase, heaven's mandate contends with the gods for the empire, but heaven's mandate is defeated and flees. The primordial era shatters into countless fragments of dust. This could very well be the basis for his claim that the celestial scripture is toxic. Did you hear any similar rumors while you were in the outer realm? Lin Ze asked. Hong Tian shook his head almost instantly. That's far too distant. In the current Tianlong realm, even tracing back to ancient events is difficult, let alone the primordial era before that. The only evidence of the primordial era that remains are the traces left by the 3 great primordial relics. He spread his hands in resignation. Unless I can ascend to the saint's realm right now, using the transcendent fruit of the saint combined with the power of heaven's mandate restored by the celestial scripture, I might catch a glimpse of those ancient events buried in the torrents of time and space. He looked down at the celestial scripture in his hands, the object he had once pursued so relentlessly, and let out a long sigh. But now, this scripture has become a huge problem. Predecessor, oh predecessor, you left behind nothing but the words, the celestial scripture is toxic. How am I supposed to make a choice? Should I read it or not? Lin Ze fell into deep thought. The 3 great primordial relics. All the clues seemed to point to Qingzong, the sole unborn one from the ancient era who had destroyed the relics. What are you thinking about? Hong Tian asked. Nothing. Staying here in a daze won't solve anything. Let's go back. You go ahead. Hong Tian shook his head. I need to study this scripture carefully and figure out what's wrong. I'll also wait for that thing we've been calling the ghostly shadow to see if it appears again and gives me any hints. Lin Ze nodded and casually opened a void gate. Before leaving, Hong Tian reminded him, don't slack off in your cultivation these days. Now that I have the celestial scripture, advancing to Mingxian or even the saint's realm will be a piece of cake. Don't let me surpass you. Let's talk about it after you ascend, Lin Ze replied with a wave, stepping into the void gate and returning to the Beichen Lin family in the Qing region. Now that the Heaven's Mandate celestial physique was complete, he could finally control Heaven's Mandate and expose all those schemers one by one. And the first? A cold smile played on Lin Ze's lips. Sister-in-law, are you ready to see me? Outside the imperial capital of Beichun, at Wushuang Slope, Lin Mo personally delivered Lin Ze's decree to the Liu family. The Liu family members turned pale upon hearing it. Lin Ze had ordered all the senior members of the Liu family to present themselves without except Iona demand that clearly boded ill. Could this be because of Han Yan's disappearance a few days ago? Someone whispered nervously. Did she run away on her own? Fools. Lu Zhan, the head of the Liu family, turned ashen and quickly addressed Lin Mo, Steward Lin. Our Liu family has always been loyal to the Lin family and the second young master. We would never dare harbor ulterior motives. Please, let the second young master see the truth. Lin Mo's face remained impassive as he reiterated in a businesslike tone, Master Liu, it is not for this old servant to determine the loyalty of the Liu family. Every senior member of the Liu family must immediately present themselves before the second young master. No one is to be absent. I will not say this twice. Lu Zhan's expression turned serious, and he responded respectfully, yes, I will follow the second young master's orders. Under Lin Mo's watchful gaze, the senior members of the Liu family were escorted towards the Lin family estate. The procession arrived at the grand courtyard of the Lin family, where Lin Mo bowed and reported, Young Master, Lu Zhan and the others have been brought here. The courtyard was eerily silent. After a moment, a voice, ethereal and distant, as if coming from beyond the world, echoed, Let them in. Lin Mo led Lu Zhan and the others into Lin Ze's courtyard. As the door was pushed open, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before them. Lin Ze sat cross-legged in midair, emanating an aura of supreme dominance, as if a celestial emperor had descended to the mortal realm. His eyes were closed, and he remained motionless, yet it felt as though he held the entire world under his control. Though there was no thunderous display, the sheer force of his presence struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Is this an innate divine being? The members of the Liu family exchanged glances, their hearts filled with astonishment. The second young master's divine aura is truly overwhelming. Knees buckling, Lu Zhan and the others fell to the ground in unison. Lu Zhan and the Liu family clansmen pay respects to the second young master. May the second young master's power be boundless and eternal. Lin Ze remained with his eyes closed. He was in the midst of comprehending the way of the heavens, using his celestial fate body as a foundation to create his own unique path. In a calm tone, he said, No need to be nervous. I summoned you here today simply to seek an answer. Yes. Please ask. Lu Zhan's heart tightened, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Could it be that the rebellious girl had escaped? If so, wouldn't this spell doom for the Liu family? Lin Ze said, Last time, I asked about Lu Changfeng, but it seems you did not tell me the whole truth. Lu Zhan froze for a moment before letting out a breath of relief. It wasn't about Han Yan. He quickly defended himself. Second young master, you've misunderstood. Regarding Lu Changfeng, there are certain hidden truths. As he spoke, he gestured for an elder of the family, who was privy to the details, to step forward. Under the expectant gazes of the group, the elder sighed deeply and said, I beg for the second young master's forgiveness. Lu Changfeng's existence poses a dire threat to our family's survival. Back then, I truly did not dare to speak openly. Speak, Lin Ze said calmly. The elder took a moment to organize his thoughts before revealing a shocking truth. To be honest, second young master, our Liu family is actually the primary lineage of the ancient Sacred Flame sect. The sect's leader at the time was a member of our Liu family. These words, Sacred Flame sect, might seem unfamiliar to outsiders, but the elder knew full well that for someone like Lin Ze, who had ascended as an innate divine being, those 4 words carried immense weight. Even after all these years, they remained a haunting memory in the hearts of countless divine beings. Hearing this, Lin Ze, who was in the midst of comprehending his self-created cultivation technique, was momentarily stunned. He had long known about Liu Hanyan's identity as a demon fetus, but the revelation that the Liu family was the very clan that had birthed the demon fetus 8,000 years ago was indeed unexpected. Didn't this imply a deep-rooted bloodline connection between the Liu family and the demon fetus? A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes, though his expression remained calm. He said evenly, Go on. Focus on the demon cult's leader. Before his words had fully settled, a faint, almost imperceptible aura of destiny quietly enveloped him. Lin Ze felt a surge of joy within. With the Liu family's bloodline and a deeper understanding of the demon cult leader, locating the demon fetus would become significantly easier. The clan uncle was momentarily taken aback by Lin Ze's composed reaction. This was starkly different from the scenario described by Lu Hong, the family patriarch. Could it be that the era of the innate realm had already shifted? Though filled with doubt, he continued his account. 8,000 years ago, the Liu family was merely an ordinary family of healers. Then one day, a woman in the family gave birth to a miraculous baby girl. This child had an extraordinary skeletal structure and astonishing talent. By the age of 3 months, she could walk effortlessly and speak fluently. People believed this was heaven's reward for the Liu family's virtuous deeds in practicing medicine and saving lives. The clan uncle went on. The Liu family spared no effort in nurturing this divine child. Her growth was nothing short of astounding. She broke through the 7 stages of the postnatal realm at just 9 years old, reached the peak of the postnatal realm by 12, and entered the innate realm at 15, even creating her own unique cultivation technique called the True Flame Sacred Demon. She taught this technique to the entire Liu family, opened her own sect, and declared herself the leader of the Fire Worship sect, vowing to help all people break through to the innate realm. From that day forward, the Liu family's fate was forever altered. The clan uncle's tone carried a hint of deep regret. In their pursuit of cultivating demonic techniques to ascend to the innate realm, the clan members began to slaughter recklessly, deciding the lives and deaths of mortals at will. What was once a benevolent family of healers turned into the bloodthirsty core of a demonic cult. After a century of slaughter, the Liu family reached its zenith. 2 life-profound realm experts, 7 heaven origin realm cultivators, and dozens of divine sea masters. They became one of the most dominant forces in the Azure domain. The demon cult itself grew so powerful that even the 9 great sects dared not confront it. As for that cult leader, if not for the intervention of a half-sage, no one in the Azure domain could have stood against her. At this point, the clan uncle paused and glanced at Lin Ze, only to find his expression as calm and unruffled as ever. This left the clan uncle even more perplexed. Never heard of the demon sect? Understandable. But a congenital cultivator who hasn't even heard of the 9 sects of the Qing region or the half-saints. Lin Ze stared intently at the elder from the Liu family, the aura of destiny around him growing thicker. Just a little more. The elder took a deep breath before explaining slowly. It's what happened later. You must know this as well. The sect leader was slain by a half-saint, leading to the complete annihilation of the demon sect. They were even cursed by the heaven's extinction spell, leaving no chance of survival. He continued, fortunately, at that time, there was still a branch of our Liu family committed to practicing medicine and doing good deeds, refusing to be tainted by the demon sect. This branch was able to escape the calamity and preserve some of its lineage. Upon hearing this, the aura of destiny around Lin Ze intensified, and a faint streak of purple light flickered between his tightly shut eyes. Given the demon sect's nature, she didn't kill off your branch? The elder replied, according to Lu Hong, the head of the family at the time. The sect leader was originally from the Liu family and still harbored some sentiment for it. Seeing that we refused to practice dark arts or kill, she left us a way out, allowing us to study at the Wanwu Tianqian sect to refine our medical skills. Later, when the demon sect was destroyed, the Wanwu Tianqian sect, afraid of being implicated, secretly expelled us from their ranks. Lin Ze sneered coldly. Her affection for you all runs quite deep, doesn't it? The elder seemed puzzled. Second young master, what do you mean by this? Continue. Yes, of course. Later, our Liu family lived in peace and stability for over 7,000 years. Until about a century ago, when Liu Changfeng, during his travels, was recognized by demon sect members for his bloodline. Learning the truth, he sought to return to the demon sect, and even tried to persuade the entire family to help the sect leader rise again. The previous family head, Lu Hong, refused to aid the demon sect and completely severed ties with Liu Changfeng. To avoid the demon sect's attention, he orchestrated the family's decline and relocated from the 9 Extremes Empire to Beichin. Because of my close relationship with second uncle Changfeng, I learned some of these secrets, and Lu Hong entrusted me with them before his passing. That's all? Lin Ze asked. Yes. I wouldn't dare deceive you, second young master. Everything I've said is the absolute truth. The elder's voice trembled with sincerity. Indeed, the elder wasn't lying. He couldn't deceive someone with Lin Ze's destiny immortal physique. However, Lin Ze was aware of a warning left behind in Lu Hong's tomb. Beware the Wanwu Tianqian sect. Clearly, Lu Hong had realized before his death that their branch's survival was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate arrangement by the sect leader. This had left him wary of her true intentions. But here arose the question. If Lu Hong had entrusted the family elder with so many secrets, why had he omitted such a crucial warning? There was no need to dwell on this question. Destiny itself would provide the answer. Even before obtaining the Destiny Immortal physique, Lin Ze had understood its usefulness. Now, having fully embraced it, he felt its overwhelming power more profoundly. Destiny is with me. Destiny manifested, and a thread of light delivered the answer. Through this thread, Lin Ze saw a pair of flawless, jade-like hands personally placing a blood-stained silk into Lu Hong's tomb, guiding whoever opened it toward the Wanwu Tianqian sect. According to the original trajectory, the true flame sacred demon technique was meant to fall into Wu Tong's hands. Given Wu Tong's nature, he would undoubtedly investigate the demon sect, eventually being led to the Wanwu Tianqian sect. How fascinating a scheme within a scheme. Except this time, the target wasn't Wu Tong but Lin Ze himself. If that's the case, Lin Ze's eyes snapped open, his aura of destiny reaching its peak. A radiant star emerged within his gaze. I found you. In the pitch-black darkness, Lu Hanyin sat cross-legged, cultivating demonic energy. Her blood-red eyes suddenly snapped open, locking onto a certain point in the void. She stood up abruptly, her usually calm and composed face now showing a rare expression of disbelief. The void trembled, and Lin Ze's playful voice echoed through. It's me, sister-in-law. You sure made it hard for me to find you. Ripples accompanied his voice as a figure carrying the sword case of the primordial saint weapon gradually emerged. Lin Ze had crossed countless barriers to reach Lu Hanyin's most secret hiding place. How did you find this place? Lu Hanyin's heart sank. This was a location she had discovered with her formless true body when the demonic seed descended a haven, shrouded by the mysteries of the heavens, protected by a trace of power granted by her true form. It was supposed to be an impregnable sanctuary. Yet Lin Ze had not only bypassed the fallback of the Wanwu Tianqian sect, but had also located her final stronghold. Lin Ze looked at ease. With the Destiny Immortal physique, the awakened 8 Desolations bloodline, unparalleled cultivation, and mastery of numerous techniques, he was practically invincible in the Azure domain, where no saint-level powerhouses existed. He chuckled lightly. There's always a way, isn't there? The two stood apart, facing each other from a distance. It was almost as if they had returned to that sunny afternoon at the Lin family estate, in the carriage that carried fleeting moments of tenderness. But now, all that remained was an undercurrent of tension. After a long silence, Lu Hanyin let out a sigh, deep and laden with meaning, echoing in the dark void. Lin Ze stepped closer, their gazes meeting. Shall we talk? If I refuse, you'd kill me here and now, wouldn't you? Lu Hanyin turned her head slightly. Sister-in-law, how could you say that? You're my sister-in-law. How could I lay a hand on you? You've never called me sister-in-law before. Well, times have changed. Fine. Ask your questions. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. First question. When did you become the leader of the demonic sect? Lu Hanyin understood the true implication of his question. The leader of the demonic sect had always been the leader of the demonic sect, but it was clear Lin Ze was referring to something else entirely. To maintain the perfect arrangement, Lu Hanyin lived as the young lady of the Lu family during that period, not as the leader of the demonic sect. She fully immersed herself in the life of an ordinary person, embracing Lu Hanyin's emotions and future. She turned to Lin Ze, a flicker of complexity flashing in her blood-red eyes. I am Lu Hanyin, yet I am not her, she said, her voice carrying a trace of weariness. From the moment you first disrupted the plan, I began to awaken. The chaos of the goo worms occurred far earlier than I anticipated. At that time, my shallow consciousness resurfaced, trying to guide you to the Lu family, hoping to bring the situation back on track. Her gaze fixed on Lin Ze, the demonic light in her eyes growing more intense. Who would have thought that in just a few days, you would master the highest level of the true flame sacred demon technique, displaying a talent far surpassing ordinary people? Such speed, it's more like demonic power than my own. For someone like Lin Ze, from the Lin family, without a special bloodline or constitution, this should have been impossible. Lu Hanyin's eyes sparkled with demonic brilliance, like stars. So, who exactly are you? At this point, I am no longer a player in this game. Before I leave, can you let me understand my defeat? Was it to another invisible chess master, or to the supreme Qingsong? I am Lin Ze, he answered calmly. Nothing more, nothing less. Before his words had fully settled, a shadow of demonic energy silently approached from behind him. It was a pure form of true flame sacred demon fire, more refined and malevolent than anything Lin Ze had ever controlled, exuding a violent aura that could devour the world. This was the highest form of sacred demon fire, possessing absolute dominance and the power to consume lower-level demonic arts. Lu Hanyin's intent was clear. She intended to use the unique properties of the true flame sacred demon technique to directly devour and control Lin Ze. But she had clearly underestimated his strength. He had long since integrated his demonic arts into the 8 Desolation bloodline. With a casual motion, Lin Ze crushed the sacred demon fire into nothingness. Lu Hanyin was not angered by her failed ploy. Instead, she sighed softly. A variable is truly a variable. In such a short time, you've already embarked on an entirely different path. I was too short-sighted. Perhaps, when the Nine Extremes army first invaded, I should have entrusted the Tao fruit of the demonic arts to you. If you had refined the Tao fruit of demonic arts, perhaps things between us would be very different now, Lu Hanyin said with a hint of regret in her voice. Lin Ze chuckled at her words, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. If you had truly given me the Tao fruit of demonic arts, you would have been doomed. A divine-level comprehension of grade 6 possesses the ability to steal Tao fruits. Your Tao would have become mine, while my Tao would remain untouched. Lu Hanyin looked puzzled, clearly not grasping the deeper meaning behind his words. If she had actually handed over the Tao fruit to Lin Ze, not only would she have suffered, but even the Wuxiang true form behind her would not have escaped disaster. You don't need to understand, Lin Ze said, shifting to another question. His gaze fell on Lu Hanyin as memories of their time together in the Lin family surfaced, making his expression more complex. If I had followed your plan and refined the Tao fruit, what would have become of the Lin family in the end? Though Lin Ze had always prioritized his pursuit of power over matters of the heart, and would unhesitatingly choose immortality over undying love, the Lin family's years of suffering filled with death, schemes, and betrayals had taught him to restrain his sharp edges. Over these long years, apart from Lin Ao and Lin Mo, the only person who left a deep impression on him was Lu Hanyin. After a long silence, Lu Hanyin's blood-red eyes flickered. If you bore the fortune of the Azure Domain and attained the Tao, I would devour you. Use the Lin family as a blood sacrifice, and bring an end to the cycle of karma. Her words plunged them into an extended silence. Finally, Lin Ze sighed. I'm someone who values the past. If you had just said something nice and distanced yourself from this scheme, I might have let bygones be bygones. Lu Hanyin shook her head. From the moment I awakened the demonic embryo, transcending Wuxiang has outweighed everything else. Even if we could have a story together, build a new family, and have children, in the end, I would still sever all ties between us and use blood to attain the Tao. So there's no room for negotiation? Lin Ze's gaze turned icy. Words are meaningless. Let's settle this with action. Before her voice faded, Lu Hanyin unleashed a terrifying demonic aura. Blood-red demonic flames surged like massive waves, shaking the dark void as endless storms raged. A towering wall of fire descended from above, spanning 3,000 feet like an inverted galaxy. The fiery wall transformed into countless demonic flame dragons, roaring as they charged at Lin Ze. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Lin Ze merely raised his hand and effortlessly obliterated all the flame dragons and demonic fire. When he looked ahead again, Lu Hanyin had vanished without a trace. From the moment Lin Ze discovered her true stronghold, Lu Hanyin realized her defeat was inevitable. Seizing the opportunity amidst the overwhelming force of his strike, she fled into the void, attempting to escape to the outside world. However, Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression calm and composed. A burst of violet divine light emanated from his eyes, and with a single command Reverseth's entire realm was instantly enveloped. In the past, when Hongtian had only reached the half-step divine sea realm and lacked the guidance of celestial scriptures, he could already reverse time and space. Now, Lin Ze had reached the pinnacle of the fate profound realm and had comprehended the celestial fate scripture. Every move he made was in harmony with the supreme laws of the heavens. In this moment, he truly wielded the power of fate itself. What he willed became reality. The dark void trembled violently as time rapidly reversed. Lu Hanyin's fleeing figure reappeared at her original location. She froze in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. Time reversal? A storm of shock surged within Lu Hanyin's heart. Such an ability should only be possible for a saint at the second step, a formless master of time and space. In the Qing domain, aside from Qinghe, who possessed the bloodline of the Qing saint, no one else should have been able to control the power of time. Unless the supreme Saint Qingcong? Lin Ze ignored her speculation and issued another command. Restrain. In an instant, the vast power of heaven and earth transformed into an invisible prison, completely trapping Lu Hanyin. Countless divine chains of law extended from the void, binding her tightly and leaving her with no escape. This display of power stunned Lu Hanyin even further. Time reversal could perhaps be attributed to Qingcong, but from where did this ability to command the heavens and imprison her originate? How could such power exist in the Qing domain, sealed by the Tao? Suddenly, a possibility exploded in her mind. You're the celestial fate physique. Lu Hanyin's pupils contracted sharply, and she exclaimed in shock. This realization finally caused her expression to change. Everything now made sense: the chaos in the Qing domain's destiny 18 years ago, the deviations in the threads of fate, and Lin Ze's countless extraordinary feats. All of it stemmed from the fact that he was the legendary celestial fate physique. Realizing that the person before her was an heir to a celestial physique on the verge of full awakening, Lu Hanyan dared not hold anything back. Myriad das Inferno. She unleashed her true power, and an overwhelming surge of sinister demonic energy erupted, shattering the dark void in an instant. The skies of the Qing domain turned blood-red as countless demonic energies of Shura blood and slaughter emerged, forming ferocious demonic puppets. The Qing domain transformed into an endless sea of corpses and blood. At the center of this blood sea, a pair of crimson demonic eyes slowly opened, heralding the descent of an unparalleled fiend upon the Qing domain. Rumble. The azure sky split through the drifting clouds. A sea of blood surged with tumultuous waves. Once again, the Qingyu domain was engulfed in a blood-red hue. A crimson veil covered the earth, awakening the primal darkness buried deep within every living being's soul. Birds in the mountains screeched with ear-piercing cries, the forest winds roared with fury, and every creature on the land trembled and succumbed under the oppressive aura. The elderly survivors of the apocalyptic demonic calamity in Qingyu awoke from their long slumber. They gazed at the ominous phenomenon in the sky, their faces pale and voices trembling. This is the Demon Lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One elder exclaimed in disbelief. I saw it with my own eyes back then. The Demon Lord was struck down by a half-saint. That palm shattered the 1,000 realms of Qingyu. How could she still be alive? But this aura, it's unmistakably hers. Above Qingyu in the Tianlan realm, a pillar of blood-red light pierced the heavens. The surrounding domain's saints were immediately alerted, and their consciousnesses manifested at the edges of Qingyu. Observing this dramatic upheaval, they whispered among themselves, the same aura as 8,000 years ago. That demonic entity is acting again. This time, will she truly break through Qingyu's shell? The saints' collective consciousness loomed like a pack of wolves surrounding a mighty lion, waiting for the slightest flaw to pounce and tear Qingyu apart. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Changhe sword sect, countless chains quivered and clanged. In the darkness, a pair of ancient, weathered eyes opened, illuminating the past and present. The hunched figure of half-Saint Qinghe straightened gradually under the nourishment of divine light, regaining his former immortal stature. His gaze turned icy and piercing. You're all too impatient. Have you forgotten that this saint is a descendant of the supreme Saint Qingcong? Crack, crack. The chains shattered inch by inch. Just as the half-saint was about to step toward the source of the erupting aura, a soft yet commanding decree reverberated across the land. Be still. Those two simple words instantly brought the entire Qingyu domain to a standstill. Everyone's expressions froze in their last moment of terror, and only those with the highest cultivation could maintain the flow of their thoughts. The world seemed to have been frozen in time. In this motionless space, only their thoughts remained active, while their bodies were immobilized as though turned to stone. The waves of the blood sea were suspended midair, locked in an eerie stillness. Lu Hanyan stood atop the crest of a wave, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark energy. Her eyes burned with demonic flames as she fixed her gaze on Lin Ze's leisurely approaching figure. Drawing upon her immense demonic power, she forcibly broke free from the temporal stasis. Without hesitation, she turned and launched a deadly attack at Lin Ze, holy demon soul devourer. With a deafening roar, a massive hand shrouded in endless demonic energy emerged, clawing towards Lin Ze from behind. Yet Lin Ze didn't even turn his head. He simply uttered a light disperse. In an instant, Lu Hanyan's attack vanished like an illusion, as if it had never existed. Lu Hanyan frowned deeply. This heaven's mandate celestial physique was truly formidable. Beyond the Azure domain, a gathering of sages observed these events unfold. They pondered, wondering who, other than the semi-saint Qinghe, could wield the power to freeze time and space within the Azure domain. Could it be that the two Wuxiang figures had turned on each other? Yet the Azure domain remained intact, and its destiny was unbroken. Such powerful entities wouldn't recklessly tear each other apart under these circumstances. Amid the sage's confusion, Seiji spoke up. I might have some insight about this person. Have any of you heard of the heaven's mandate celestial physique? His words caused a ripple of unease among the gathered sages. They recalled rumors of the recent emergence of such a celestial physique. Seiji continued, my disciple's student was utterly defeated by him, their Tao heart shattered. One moment they were shouting for him to challenge the chess master in the Azure domain. The next they were calling him a devil. As he spoke, Seiji cast a resigned glance at Lin Ze, standing at the heart of the Azure domain. Now, I finally understand what that child was feeling. The revelation that the heaven's mandate had appeared and entered the Azure domain sent waves of emotion through the gathered sages. Some speculated that this might be a contingency plan of that supreme existence. After all, since ancient times, the Tao's 9 celestial physiques had always been destined to dominate the world whenever they manifested. While it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to predict heaven's mandate, the supreme sage Qingzong, who had unraveled the mysteries of antiquity and achieved the realm of the beginningless, might truly have foreseen its arrival. However, within the Azure domain, Semi-Saint Qing, he was deeply perplexed. He knew the truth. Lin Ze was not the heaven's mandate. The real heaven's mandate was someone else. The question remained, how was Lin Ze able to wield the power of heaven's mandate? This mystery only made the situation all the more enigmatic. Half-Saint Qinghe furrowed his brows slightly, his expression contemplative. Could it be that the myriad law's celestial body, after witnessing the actions of the destiny celestial body, can comprehend the way of destiny? This hypothesis became increasingly clear in his mind, prompting him to sigh in admiration. The name Myriad Laws truly lives up to its reputation. However, what puzzled him even more was the reason behind Lin Ze's encounter with the demon Fetus. The demon Fetus had always acted in secrecy. It would never reveal itself easily unless a catastrophe like the collapse of the Azure domain occurred. Even with Qinghe's utmost efforts in divination, he could not trace its whereabouts. How then had Lin Ze managed to find it? What was even more astonishing was the battle unfolding before his eyes. Lin Ze had only broken through to the Mingxian realm less than 3 days ago, and had yet to grasp even a fraction of the profound mysteries of the semi-saint realm. Yet, he was able to confront the demon Fetus Hedon and even gain the upper hand. Qinghe's gaze swept over the motionless Azure Saint sword case behind Lin Ze. This indicated that Lin Ze was relying entirely on his own strength to suppress the demon Fetus. This demon Fetus is the result of an intricate scheme by a top-tier formless being. Even I, the ruler of the Azure domain, was momentarily ensnared by her ploy. And now, a mere youth who has just stepped into the Mingxian realm is able to suppress her. Qinghe pondered for a long time, but could not unravel the mystery. All he could do was sigh inwardly, remarkable. At this moment, the skies above the Azure domain churned with turbulent winds and clouds. The light of destiny in Lin Ze's eyes grew increasingly radiant. He invoked the way of the Heavenly Emperor, commanding the divine might of destiny to unleash heavenly retribution. Boom! As the Heavenly Emperor's divine punishment descended, it felt as though the entire world was responding to this supreme authority. Countless violet divine thunderbolts filled the heavens, coalescing into a celestial dragon that spiraled behind Lin Ze, radiating imperial majesty. Under this overwhelming divine power, Lu Hanyin felt her strength draining away, as if the entire world was rejecting her existence. The demonic energy within her faltered under the imperial might of destiny, and the once dominant sacred demon True Flame began to waver unsteadily. Lu Hanyin's expression grew grave, her eyes flickering with demonic light. I never thought it would come to this between us. Lin Ze remained silent, his gaze colder than ever. Thunder roared, the celestial dragon bellowed, and fierce winds howled across the Azure domain. If that's the case, Lu Hanyin's eyes flared with intense demonic light, as if an ancient true demon had descended upon the world. She raised her hand, her gaze shifting toward the myriad stars sect. A blood-red crystal sphere tore through the void, traversing countless miles before landing steadily in Lu Hanyin's hand. She gazed at the translucent yet blood-tinged sphere, whispering softly, "It was meant to help you ascend and perfect your demonic cultivation, but I never thought I would end up using it on myself." This crystal sphere embodied the culmination of 8,000 years of effort from the Sacred Flame sect. Since the sect's defeat, the blood and resentment of countless beings had been secretly gathered within it. Even the life essence of the billions in Lin Ze Wolf City had been sealed into this small orb. Without hesitation, Lu Hanyin activated her demonic cultivation technique, beginning to absorb the immense karmic force and life essence stored within the crystal sphere. With a deafening roar, the blood sea, previously suppressed by heavenly thunder, surged violently once more. Countless pale bones emerged with the crashing blood waves, layering upon each other until they formed a towering bone mountain in the center of the blood sea, an unholy throne for the sovereign of the blood sea. Lu Hanyin strode across the waves and seated herself atop the throne, exuding overwhelming demonic power and awe-inspiring karmic force. In various regions of the Azure domain, the faces of powerful cultivators turned pale with terror at the sight. This is bad. Such immense karmic force from all these livsit could tear the Azure domain apart, someone exclaimed. Another shouted, "Quick! Activate the sect's defensive formation to dissipate the karmic force." Yet others despaired. It's too late. Only a semi-saint can intervene now. Summon the old ancestor of Qinghe to manifest, they cried out in unison. Beyond the Azure domain, the saints observed in silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Some sighed at the calamity befalling living beings, others dismissed the lives of mortals as insignificant, while some burned with hatred for the demonic path. Among them, a few saints stirred, eager to seize this opportunity for a confrontation. Yet most saints focused their attention on whether the breach in the Daoban would present a chance to open. Amid the saints' deliberations, Lu Hanyan's demonic flames roared, igniting the heavens. The entire azure domain plunged into darkness as the aura of an ancient true demon engulfed the world, heralding what seemed to be its end. But in that moment, the light of destiny burst forth. A brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkness, like the first ray of light splitting the primordial chaos. Under its radiance, countless vengeful souls were drawn out of the demon's body, turning against her and dragging her into the abyss of wraiths. Then, a majestic imperial figure emerged amidst the flickering lightning. Wielding the holy spear of thunder punishment, the figure struck through the boundless darkness with one decisive blow. The ancient true demon fell with a resounding cry, and silence returned to the world. The boundless darkness shrouding the world and the overwhelming sea of blood were finally dispelled, revealing a bright, clear sky once more. The entire world seemed to have been reset, with peace restored to all things between heaven and earth. There wasn't a single cloud, no hint of greenery, and even the wind and waves had vanished without a trace. A desolate mountain stood isolated, under a dim, crimson sunset hanging low over the western hills. On the mountain's sheer cliffs, Lu Hanyan's demonic body was pierced by Lin Ze's sacred thunder spear. The devastating wound spread like a spiderweb across her entire body, with the spear at its center. Dark red demonic blood, mixed with infernal flames, gushed from the wound, flowing down the mountainside in winding streams, staining the entire desolate peak a glaring shade of red. The demonic blood converged into a river, roaring and surging at the foot of the mountain, rushing toward the setting sun in the west. This scene, composed of the desolate mountain, the shattered body, the river of blood, and the sunset, was both awe-inspiring and chilling, as if proclaiming the end of a legend. In this world of newfound peace, all was silent. No one showed the panic of the earlier darkness, nor the tension of the saints as they prepared for battle. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces locked in expressions of shock at the world-shaking thunderstrike and the towering figure of the Emperor. They remained immersed in the memory of that unparalleled, all-destroying blow, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until the one who had defeated the ancient true demon casually uttered the words "flashy nonsense" that the silence was finally broken. The emotions of the crowd erupted in an instant. The demon lord was defeated just like that? Wasn't that the newly ascended grand sage who had just broken through to the life-profound realm a few days ago? How could he defeat the demon lord in a single strike? Could it be that he's already broken through to the saint realm? Impossible. How could the azure domain have a saint? That's the absolute Tao prohibition decreed by the supreme saint. The saints exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complexity. The demon lord's meticulously cultivated demonic fetus, infused with the karma of countless battlefields and burial grounds, and refined through the ceaseless devotion of her followers, had ultimately amounted to nothing more than a dismissive, flashy nonsense. Even more astonishing was the extraordinary power of this new grand sage, who, despite being in the life-profound realm, could stand against the formless demonic fetus. Who exactly was this enigmatic figure? What would it be like if he could unravel the mysteries of the sacred realm and break through the unseen boundaries? The saints pondered silently, their expressions heavy with concern. Could the heavenly mandate immortal physique truly be invincible in the world? If such an existence were to rise, would the impasse in the azure domain ever be resolved? Just as the saints were weighed down by their thoughts, a low voice broke the silence. The heavenly mandate may be powerful, but for now, he remains merely at the fate-profound realm. Without stepping into the sacred realm, true liberation and transcendence will always be out of reach. The speaker's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Even with an immortal physique, how could he possibly stand against the one who transcends heaven and earth, the formless one? He has ruined that being's demonic embryo and disrupted their plans. With such a temperament, how could that being let him go so easily? Let us see how the formless one makes their next move. On the desolate mountain of the azure domain, Lin Ze stood cloaked in the oppressive aura of his heavenly mandate power, poised at the edge of the blood-streaked cliff, his gaze fixed on Lu Hanyan, whom he had struck down with a single spear. She now lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lu Hanyan struggled to lift her head, her voice weak yet calm. "I lost." There was no trace of bitterness on her face. Instead, a sense of relief emerged, as though she had finally been freed from some unseen chains. Lin Ze gathered lightning in his hand. "We were once family by marriage. Do you have any last words?" "No need." Lu Hanyan shook her head. "A lifetime spent under others' control today. I finally taste freedom. That is enough." "You speak of being manipulated." Lin Ze furrowed his brow. "Do you remember what I told you? Qinghe had no choice but to enter the game, and neither did I. We are all pieces on the board." Lu Hanyan's gaze grew distant. "She created me, gave me thoughts and purpose, and set me on a predetermined path. But even though I am an incomplete shadow of her, I am still wholly myself. If I could choose, I would rather have been an ordinary daughter of the Liu family, not her puppet. She looked deeply at Lin Ze, clarity flickering in her blood-red eyes. You have shattered her plans. She will not let it go. Be careful. Lin Ze raised the lightning in his hand, and Lu Hanyin faced him with composure. I have never asked anything of you in my life. In death, I only wish to leave as a daughter of the Liu family. Will you take me back to my homeland? I will. Thank you, Brother Ze. Her words stirred memories in Lin Ze, recalling the day she first arrived at the Lin family. Once, he had watched her come. Today, he would personally see her off. Boom. The heavenly mandate's thunderous light pierced through the desolate mountain. The demonic embodiment of Lu Hanyin fell, her existence extinguished. For 8,000 years, the demonic entity that dominated the Azure domain and created countless legends of the demonic cult has finally met its end. The crimson hues of the setting sun perfectly illuminated the conclusion of this epic tale. Lin Ze slowly withdrew the thunder holy spear from Lu Hanyin's chest and carefully cradled her shattered corpse. Bathed in the glow of the twilight, he silently walked towards the old lands of Beichen. His elongated shadow stretched far and long until it vanished at the edge of the horizon. The great powers of the Azure domain stood in solemn silence, bearing witness to this historic moment. Some reflected on the cyclical nature of fate, remarking that the demonic cult's countless sins had finally been repaid. Others lamented the fall of a legendary figure, acknowledging that a new myth was beginning to rise. A mix of awe and joy spread through the crowd, as the demise of the demonic overlord left them basking in the triumph of victory. In the void between realms, Semi-Saint Qinghe watched Lin Ze's departing figure with a mind full of conflicting thoughts. To him, Lu Hanyin's death did not signify the end. She was merely a replaceable vessel for the demonic entity. As long as the true master from the outer domain still lived, the threat to the Azure domain would never cease. The real battle, he realized, was only just beginning. What shocked Qinghe even more was Lin Ze's astonishing rate of cultivation. He carefully recalled Lin Ze's journey. Before the events at Daojie Mountain, Lin Ze was merely a struggling half-step Shanghai cultivator, barely capable of holding his own against Ku Rong. Yet, in less than 10 days, he had ascended from the peak of Shanghai to the pinnacle of Mingxian, displaying power sufficient to slay the unparalleled demonic entity. Such a cultivation speed was unheard of, even in the ancient eras. Ordinary innate cultivators required tens of thousands of years to break through a single realm, yet Lin Ze advanced by leaps and bounds within mere days. This kind of progress was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Qinghe's thoughts drifted to an ancient legend, the tale of the ethereal immortal body. It was said that long ago, a sacred land devoted all its resources to nurturing an individual with this rare physique. This person advanced at an astonishing speed. On the first day, they leapt from the third stage of Hotian to the first stage of Xiantian. On the second day, they entered the fourth stage, Shanhai. By the third day, they reached the sixth stage, Mingxian. On the fourth day, they became a formless saint, and by the fifth day, they achieved the boundary of the Immaculate Realm. How similar this was to Lin Ze's incredible speed. Yet, if Lin Ze truly possessed the ethereal immortal body, how could one explain his extraordinary insight into the forces of destiny? Such unparalleled comprehension was as unique as his speed. Apart from the legendary universal law immortal body, it seemed impossible for anyone else to match such dual excellence. Qinghe fell silent. This mystery, he realized, might be far more intricate than he had imagined. At this moment, he couldn't help but entertain an outlandish thought, akin to the speculations of the grandmasters of the 9 sects back on Daojie Mountain. Could Lin Ze truly possess the rare dual immortal physique, embodying both boundless mysticism and ethereal grace, claiming 2 of the 9 immortal physiques? Qinghe gazed at the fading figure in the distance and let out a long, wistful sigh. Turning around, he stepped into the forbidden grounds, his posture gradually stooping as he reverted to his aged appearance. He muttered to himself, "Old, so old." In the shadowy corners of the Wanwu Tianqian sect, a sinister air of demonic energy filled the space. The senior members of the demonic sect stood silently, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Sect Master, the Lord has fallen." "I can see that. What should we do now?" The sect master of the Wanwu Tianqian sect swept his gaze across the room and spoke in a deep voice. "What else can we do? The Lord is gone, and our grand vision of revival has turned to dust. As for the future, we will take it as it comes." He paused, then continued, "For the sake of the years we've shared, those who wish to stay may serve in the Wanwu Tianqian sect and live in peace. Perhaps one day, there will be a chance for resurgence. For those who wish to leave, let us part on good terms." The senior members exchanged glances, complex emotions flickering in their eyes. After a moment of hesitation, one person stood and left first. The tide has turned, and there's no way to change it. Farewell, everyone. One departure led to another, and soon the others followed. Before leaving, someone cautioned, Sect Master. If that person could find the Lord, they might come for the Wanwu Tunchen sect as well. Be vigilant. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Hall was empty, save for the Sect Master and 2 demonic guardians. You're not leaving? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? The Sect Master asked. Sect Master, let's drop the pretense, said one of the black-robed figures, lifting their hood to reveal a skeletal face, with 2 burning crimson flames flickering in the hollow eye sockets. We've followed the Lord for 8,000 years. How could we not know what kind of person she is? The other guardian leaned lazily against a chair, arms crossed, and remarked, the Lord has always been meticulous and foresight. 8,000 years ago, she left her contingencies in place, escaped from Semi-Saint Qinghe, and gravely injured him. How could she possibly concede defeat so easily today? The Sect Master chuckled. You're right. The Lord did leave instructions before her departure. However, they may not be what you imagine. What instructions? The 2 guardians straightened up, their expressions turning serious. Her final arrangements, the Sect Master sighed softly. The guardians' fingers trembled slightly, and the demonic flames beneath their robes flickered uneasily. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like, the Sect Master said slowly. It seems the Lord had foreseen this outcome long ago. Before she left, she entrusted me with a blood crystal, instructing that, in the event of her death, it should be delivered to Lin Ze of Beichen. Beyond that, we can only leave it to fate. In Huaguang Realms Beichen, the Lu family residence on Wushuang Slope was shrouded in mourning. Funeral bells tolled, white banners fluttered, and the memorial hall for Lu Hanyin, the daughter of the Lu family, was crowded with grieving visitors. When Lin Ze brought her back, what the Lu family saw was already a cold, lifeless body. Although the battle between Lin Ze and Lu Hanyin had shaken the entire Qingyu region, the truth was known only to a handful of the most powerful elites in Qingyu. To the outside world, Lin Ze simply stated that she had met with misfortune while traveling, calmly putting an end to the story of the woman who once had a marriage pact with him. Inside the memorial hall, the cries of the Lu family echoed incessantly. Lu Zhen, the head of the Lu family, knelt before the altar, tears streaming down his face, appearing to be the most grief-stricken. Yet in his heart, he lamented the loss of the Lu family's only connection to the Lin family. Hanyin, why did you have to leave us like this? Curse the wretched villain. His wails were filled with frustration over the loss of power and status. Other members of the Lu family wept as they discreetly observed Lin Ze, who stood silently beside the coffin. They hoped their display of sorrow might move the now godlike second young master Lin to continue offering the Lu family his protection. Lin Ze saw through their intentions clearly, but had no interest in addressing such superficial matters. He gazed at Lu Hanyin's pale face, his emotions a complicated tangle. Once, she had been chosen by Lin Ao to stay in the Lin family as his companion, bearing an unspoken expectation of becoming the future mistress, despite lacking a formal engagement. Even after the awakening of his past life memories, Lin Ze's initial plan had only been to find a way to send her away from the Lin family, not to take her life. He gently brushed his hand across Lu Hanyin's bloodless face, his heart filled with a mix of regret for their past connection and anger at her betrayal. As Lu Hanyin had confessed in her final moments, Lin Ze despised nothing more than being deceived. She had not only deceived him but had also sought to use his life to unravel the mysteries of Qingyu. If he could turn back time, Lin Ze knew he would still choose to end her life without hesitation. Yet, as he stood before her memorial, the weight of his conflicted emotions was not so easily dispelled. Retracting his hand, he allowed his thoughts to rise and dissipate like the faint tendrils of incense smoke curling into the air. Lin Ze cast one last glance at Lu Hanyin before turning away and leaving the Lu family. In his heart, he silently murmured, "The past between us is now erased." Shortly after returning to the Lin family estate, Qi Feihong arrived in a rush. Qi Feihong greets Master Lin. Lin Ze merely glanced at him indifferently and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Sensing Lin Ze's lack of interest, Qi Feihong hesitated briefly before deciding to get straight to the point. "Master Lin, regarding the Phoenix, I encountered something when I was at Huaguang." Before he could finish, Lin Ze raised a hand to stop him. He then took out 2 cups of fine wine, pushing one toward Qi Feihong. "The Phoenix? It no longer matters. I don't want to discuss it today." To Lin Ze, finding the Phoenix was no longer a challenge. With destiny on his side and mastery over the celestial scriptures, he could unveil most secrets with ease. A mere Phoenix was hardly worth his concern. Yet, at this moment, he had no desire to deal with any of it. The feigned deaths of the Lin family's 2 prodigies, Lu Hanyin's death by his own hand, and the intricate web of schemesit was all exhausting. "Come, share a drink with me," Lin Ze invited. Qi Feihong was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes, Thank you, Master Lin, for your generosity. As the wine in their cups dwindled, their minds grew clearer. For innate cultivators, mortal wine was ultimately too mild. Qi Feihong retrieved 2 bottles of rare liquor from the Qi Ling clan's reserves. Master Lin, please try this. Not bad, Lin Ze remarked. You put thought into it. It is an honor for my clan's wine to be appreciated by you. Master Lin, Qi Feihong said as he carefully poured another round. Then, cautiously, he asked, Master Lin, you seem to have something on your mind? Lin Ze didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, how old are you? I should be nearing 230,000 years old. Is there something unusual about my age? No, just drink, Lin Ze replied. Understood, Qi Feihong said. As the two continued their casual conversation over drinks, a sudden, terrifying purple light erupted from Lin Ze's eyes, as if the heavenly emperor himself had descended. Qi Feihong's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, Lin Ze made a grasping motion in the air. The space before them collapsed with a deafening roar. A figure tumbled out of the void in disarray, shouting in panic, wait, I am the master of the myriad heavens Tianqian sect. I came to visit Master Lin because our leader left something for you. Please, Master Lin, show mercy. Myriad heavens Tianqian sect? Lin Ze's gaze flickered. What did she leave behind? The sect master presented a peculiar blood crystal with both hands. Before the leader departed, she said that if she were to fall, this blood crystal must be delivered to you. Lin Ze stared at the blood crystal in the hands of the Tianqian sect master, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on the sect master, asking in a deep voice, what is this? Don't tell me you have no idea. As a follower of the demonic path, the Tianqian sect master had long coveted this relic left behind by the previous leader of the sect. From the moment he acquired the blood crystal, he had studied it tirelessly, attempting to uncover its secrets. This was the only artifact left by the leader, and it was highly likely to contain the supreme legacy of their sect. If he could decipher its mysteries, he would stand a chance of inheriting the leader's mantle and becoming the new dominant force in the demonic realm. However, the leader's methods were far from ordinary. Despite his relentless efforts, the blood crystal remained unyielding, as immovable as a stubborn stone. Without gaining its recognition, an outsider was incapable of activating it. The Tianqian sect master's lips twitched slightly as he admitted, to be honest, sir, I have indeed had designs on the blood crystal, but after days of research, all I could sense was the latent power of the sacred demonic true flame within it. Beyond that, I've achieved nothing. Even when I used our sect's sacred demonic true flame technique to refine it, I couldn't stir the blood crystal's power in the slightest. It's as if the sacred demonic true flame left by the leader exists on an entirely different level than ours. I suspect that a specific key is required to unlock the crystal. A specific key? A different level? Lin Ze murmured thoughtfully, his gaze fixed intently on the Tianqian sect master. Suddenly, a crimson demonic flame ignited in Lin Ze's eyes, and under its illumination, the sect master's every secret was laid bare. Within the sect master's body, a deeply hidden crimson demonic flame burned silently, exuding faint traces of bloodthirsty demonic energy that surged with chaotic ferocity. Yet, the moment this energy came into contact with the demonic flame in Lin Ze's eyes, it trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished. Lin Ze even felt as though he could effortlessly devour and control this power. This sensation was identical to what he experienced when absorbing lower-tier demonic energy above Wolf City. Lin Ze frowned slightly. He understood well that demonic techniques adhered to a strict hierarchy, with higher-tier forces capable of consuming lower-tier ones. But the ability to devour the sect master's power, it didn't make sense. This sect master, entrusted with such a significant role by Lu Hanyin, couldn't possibly have cultivated a low-level demonic technique. What technique have you been cultivating? Lin Ze asked. Thanks to the leader's favor, I was granted the Xuanhua Demonic Codex, a high-grade Earth-level technique, the sect master replied. High-grade Earth-level? Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly as his attention returned to the blood crystal. The sacred demonic true flame within him began to surge, and in an instant, the blood crystal erupted with dazzling crimson light, its immense sacred demonic true flame power roaring to life. The sacred fire within the blood crystal burned fiercely, emanating an enigmatic and mysterious aura. This power resonated strongly with the dark arts within Lin Ze, creating a sense of connection as if they shared the same bloodline. However, this bond was no ordinary link between the true flame saint demon technique and other similar practices. It was an anomaly, just as the sect master of Tianqian had mentioned. Their dark arts were indeed unlike those cultivated by ordinary disciples. Under the glow of the blood crystal, the true flame within Lin Ze's body suddenly underwent a strange transformation. A feeling of unprecedented elevation surged through him, as if he had found a long-lost counterpart. Without hesitation, he activated his cultivation technique, guiding the true flame within him to merge into the blood crystal. Moments later, Lin Ze frowned slightly. After a pause, he turned to Qi Feihong and the sect master of Tianchi. You two may leave for now. Once the two had left, Lin Ze raised the blood crystal into the air, continuously channeling the Saint Demon True flame into it. The crystal absorbed the flame and gradually became crystal clear, surrounded by a dense, crimson mist that formed a shimmering blood-red haze. Through the blood mist, Lin Ze saw a graceful figure approaching him. In the midst of winter's snow and wind, Lu Hanyan wore a light blue gown, her tall, slender figure accentuating her elegant curves. Her long legs were as captivating as ever. A faint smile graced her delicate features. Though it's a shame to reunite this way, perhaps now your anger has subsided? Lin Ze's expression was complicated as he let out a light sigh. Why did it have to come to this? If I hadn't died, you would still carry that burden in your heart, and we wouldn't have the chance to sit down and truly talk like this, Lu Hanyan said, gazing into the distance with an air of serene relief in her eyes. More importantly, I'm tired. I no longer want to be someone else's shadow, controlled by her, only to be consumed in the end when the demon merges into one and vanishes like smoke. She turned to Lin Ze, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Thank you. Her gratitude left Lin Ze overwhelmed with emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Did you leave this fragment of your will behind just to say thank you? Lu Hanyan shook her head. The demon fetus is dead, but the true form remains intact. You killed the embodiment of the demon fetus, disrupting her plans. From now on, she will undoubtedly target you. While the Daoban of the Azure Domain may offer some protection, my true form is no ordinary being. Just as she bypassed the Daoban 8,000 years ago to plant the demon fetus, she is a supreme, formless entity capable of contending with Qingcong. Her methods are unfathomable and extraordinary. She gestured toward the blood crystal. That's why you need this. You must have realized by now that the technique you cultivate is no ordinary true flame Saint Demon technique. Others practice the method derived from the formless true body, but what you wield originates from meth demon fetus, Lu Hanyan. A faint, meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. My true form is unbearably arrogant. She created me, gifting me with her intellect and talents. She is a lawless monster, and I, in turn, am an unparalleled demon. If she wishes to control everything, why shouldn't I desire to break free from her grasp? That's why I created a counter-demonic technique within her own demonic arts. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.